Chapter 21. Memories and Truths. After finishing their lunch, Dumbledore approached the seat occupied by Clarice. Noticing that she had set down her cutlery, he gently expressed his desire to discuss the accommodation arrangements for the new Ravenclaw student, Miss Hermione Granger. However, Clarice was not inclined to indulge in idle conversation. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, she stood up and headed towards the hall's exit. I do not believe there is anything worth discussing. Moreover, I am merely informing you that Miss Granger will reside in my wizarding tower, rather than seeking your approval. And please, refrain from displaying that hypocritical facade in my presence. Do you truly think there's still those unaware of your true nature? With that, Clarice exited the great hall, seemingly indifferent to the repercussions of her words, disregarding the reactions of nearby students who, upon hearing her final statement, were left in a state of shock. In truth, the students who overheard Clarice's remarks did not react with great surprise, for the discord between her and Dumbledore had long been common knowledge. Years prior, even in the realm of ordinary people, there had been a curiosity about Clarice's past, leading to revelations about her time at Hogwarts and her conflicts with Dumbledore. Consequently, it was widely acknowledged that the relationship between the two was fraught with tension. Meanwhile, Hermione, seated at the Ravenclaw table, hastened her pace upon witnessing Clarice's imminent departure from the hall. She quickly consumed the remaining morsels of her meal, resembling a squirrel hoarding its food, before gathering a few books and setting off to accompany Clarice back to the ice towered. As fate would have it, she overheard Clarice's pointed remarks directed at Dumbledore, but on the way back to the ice tower, Hermione attempted several times to inquire about the meaning behind Clarice's last statement to the headmaster. Yet, each time she opened her mouth, hesitation held her back. After all, the discord between Clarice and Dumbledore was a private matter, one that had no bearing on her as a mere first-year student. To pry into someone else's personal affairs would be exceedingly presumptuous and rude, despite the curiosity bubbling within her. Perhaps it was the evident conflict in her demeanor and her fidgeting gestures that caught Clarice's attention, for even the usually aloof Clarice noticed her turmoil. Thus, upon perceiving Hermione's hesitation, Clarice's previously stern expression softened slightly. Are you curious about the discord between Dumbledore and myself, Hermione? With her inquiry laid bare, Hermione, no longer hesitant, nodded in affirmation of her keen interest in the matter. Indeed, Professor, although some books and newspapers mention the conflict between you and the headmaster, those accounts merely touch upon the general reasons without delving into the specifics. I have perused numerous sources, but found no further details. Clarence sighed and began to recount the true reasons behind his discord with Dumbledore to the young girl. The reasons for the rift between Dumbledore and myself are rather complex, involving not merely the two of us. To elucidate, one must first consider Dumbledore's experiences during his youth. At this juncture, Clarence paused, scanning the surroundings before leading Hermione to a clean spot to sit and prepare to share his story. Hermione, what sort of person do you perceive your headmaster, Dumbledore, to be? No need for extensive contemplation, simply express your thoughts. Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment in articulating her opinion of Dumbledore, as it felt akin to speaking ill of someone behind their back. Well, my view of Headmaster Dumbledore is that he is a remarkable yet flawed wizard who has made numerous mistakes. Particularly in the realm of education, the errors he has committed are most grave had he not held the position of headmaster at Hogwarts. Perhaps these blunders would have been avoided. Clarence listened quietly to Hermione's assessment of Dumbledore. Is there anything else? After a moment of serious reflection, the young girl added some thoughts regarding Dumbledore's contributions to the field of magic, but there was little else to add. Clarence nodded. Is this all you know? What if I were to tell you that in his youth, Dumbledore was not merely friends with Grindelwald, but that their relationship developed into a romantic one? By the way, do you know who Grindelwald is? Upon hearing such a confidential revelation, Hermione was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief, and she instinctively nodded, indicating her awareness of Grindelwald. Moreover, the motto for the greater good, which was adhered to by the followers of the organization founded by Grindelwald, was initially proposed by young Dumbledore himself. Observing the incredulous expression on the young girl's face, Clarence smiled and continued, Indeed, it is as you envision. Were it not for a tragic accident, the world may well have been plunged into chaos by these two. He then recounted the story of how Dumbledore's sister, Ariana, met her untimely death during a chaotic confrontation among the three, struck by a spell cast by an unknown assailant. Though I cannot ascertain whether Dumbledore's estrangement from Grindelwald stemmed from Ariana's tragic demise, it surely prompted his awakening, ultimately leading him to become the renowned figure who defeated Grindelwald, the Great White Wizard. Without allowing Hermione a moment to respond, Clarence continued to elaborate on the intricate relationship between Voldemort and Dumbledore. Few are aware of Voldemort's true identity was once an orphan at a Muggle orphanage, known as Tom Marvolo Riddle. Moreover, a pivotal detail is that Dumbledore served as Voldemort's guide. Indeed, It was Dumbledore who ushered Voldemort into the magical realm, leading him into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. As for why that orphan eventually evolved into the fearsome Dark Lord known as Voldemort, some who lack understanding believe he was inherently evil and driven by ambition. A notion that bears some truth. For Voldemort was not born under normal circumstances, he was the product of a love potion, and thus, he was inherently incapable of understanding love. However, I would argue that this perspective is not entirely accurate. While the effects of the love potion may have profoundly impacted Voldemort's capacity for positive emotions, to assert that he's incapable of love is not entirely definitive. It is merely that such emotions are exceedingly feeble within him. Chapter 22, Memories and Truth 2. When Dumbledore went to confront Voldemort, it coincided with a period of heightened activity for Grindelwald's forces. Additionally, it remains uncertain whether Dumbledore was influenced by Voldemort's experiences in the orphanage, or if he perceived a reflection of Grindelwald within him. Thus, during their initial encounter, Dumbledore resorted to the use of magic to intimidate Voldemort, compelling him to return possessions that rightfully belonged to their true owners. This direct approach during their first meeting instilled in the young Voldemort an impression of supremacy, whether through power or magic. Upon hearing this, Hermione voiced her confusion, questioning why the young Voldemort possessed items that were not his own, seemingly acquired through improper means. Did Dumbledore truly intimidate a mere child over such matters? Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Clarence sighed. He too was perplexed by Dumbledore's motivations for intimidating young Voldemort over such trivialities. However, I can elucidate why the young Voldemort possessed belongings that were not his. Do you recall when I mentioned that Voldemort grew up in the Muggle world, specifically in an orphanage? Hermione, consider the state of England and much of the world during that time. As it dawned on her, her eyes widened in realization, and Clarence nodded in affirmation of her thoughts. Thus, having been raised in such an environment until the age of 11, coupled with Dumbledore's magical intimidation, it is evident how Voldemort transitioned from a mere orphan named Riddle into the dark figure he would become, influenced to a significant degree by Dumbledore. Clarence then shared with Hermione numerous hidden stories and truths, knowledge not accessible to the average person, some of which even pertain to her own existence. Professor, you have shared so much with me. What is your opinion of the headmaster? Hermione inquired curiously about Clarence's perspective on Dumbledore. As for me, my view of that old manipulator is one of utter disdain. I feel the need to remain perpetually vigilant against his schemes, for he is adept at orchestrating plots unbeknownst to you, using you as a pawn to fulfill his own designs. The most critical aspect is that even when one becomes aware of his machinations, one often finds oneself willingly exploited, which is a hallmark of Dumbledore's craft. He has always excelled at employing moral and emotional leverage to manipulate those he deems valuable. Take, for instance, Harry Potter's parents. They, fully aware of Dumbledore's manipulative tactics, still chose to act for the greater good, willingly becoming instruments of his will. Upon encountering Hermione's inquiry, it was evident that she wished to delve into the matter of Harry Potter's parents. However, Clarence interjected promptly. If you seek to inquire about Harry Potter's parents, the only truth I can impart is that Dumbledore, in his scheming to vanquish Voldemort, deliberately orchestrated a trap, with James and Lily Potter as mere pawns on this chessboard. Even the title of the Chosen One bestowed upon Harry was a fabrication meticulously crafted by Dumbledore. Of course, the old man's motives for elevating Harry to this so-called savior status were not solely to compensate the Potters. There were ulterior motives at play. Yet, this is knowledge I cannot share with you, for to do so would place you in peril. Upon hearing such a harsh truth, Hermione felt a chill envelop her. She had never anticipated that the seemingly benevolent headmaster could engage in such machinations. Even more shocking was the realization of Dumbledore's true nature, which evoked a sense of dread within her. The sight of the young girl trembling in fear amused Clarence's. Fear not, Hermione. Though your evident intelligence may render you vulnerable to the old bee's manipulations, you are under my protection. Even without my guardianship, should he seek to exploit you, he would not thrust you into dangers beyond your capacity to confront. Of course, should unforeseen circumstances arise that spiral beyond his control, he would merely extend an apology to your parents. Thus, if your worries persist, it would be prudent to remain within the ice tower and limit your interactions with that old bee. Should avoidance prove impossible, do your utmost to refrain from gazing into his eyes, for he may employ legilimency to invade your thoughts and memories. Upon hearing Clarence's final remarks, Hermione exhibited a look of skepticism, clearly unable to fathom the notion that Dumbledore would wield legilimency against a student. You doubt it. Upon having her thoughts laid bare, Hermione candidly nodded, affirming her disbelief and insisting that she could not envision Dumbledore, as headmaster, resorting to such actions. Clarence's, upon hearing her response, wore an enigmatic smile upon his almost ethereal visage. Had this been before you became the assistant for the elemental studies, Dumbledore might have refrained from using legilimency on you. However, in the present, the old bee, in his relentless pursuit of information regarding me, would not hesitate to employ such means. To him, using legilimency on a mere young, which is hardly a concern. Furthermore, you may not even realize if he casts a spell upon you. Seeing the girl nearly brought to tears by his words, Clarence quickly ceased his jesting and offered her solace. Well, I was merely jesting with you. In truth, Dumbledore serves as the headmaster of Hogwarts, or rather, he should now be referred to as the deputy headmaster. Nevertheless, given his authority over the institution, he would never allow a student to encounter life-threatening peril. At worst, they might sustain a minor injury, which could be swiftly healed. I merely comforted the young girl, assuring her that even if she fell victim to Dumbledore's schemes, her life would not be in jeopardy. However, the matter of whether he would employ the memory charm on students was left unaddressed. After offering her some solace, I finally succeeded in lifting her spirits, albeit at the cost of the delectable chocolates originally intended for Windsor, which ended up in Hermione's small backpack. Upon returning to the ice tower, Clarence glanced at his wristwatch and noted that there was still some time before the afternoon classes commenced. Thus, he took Hermione to explore the environment within the tower. Particularly on the third floor, which served as both a library and storage, Hermione observed that, despite its designation as a library, there lay only one thick tome placed prominently at the center of the table, with the rest of the space devoid of any bookshelves. Curiously, she inquired of Clarence why there were no bookshelves in the library, wondering if the books had yet to arrive. It was not a matter of delay in bringing the books. Rather, the solitary volume on the central desk was a special tome of magical knowledge, a unique alchemical creation of my own. Chapter 23, The Club. Clarence briefly elucidated to Hermione the functional attributes of this magical book. He then handed her a normally sized book of magical knowledge and an alchemical notebook, assisting her in forming a contract. As I previously informed you of the book's capabilities, should you encounter knowledge not contained within its pages, you may directly inscribe it therein. As for the alchemical notebook, upon grasping the unique functionalities of the magical book and the notebook, Hermione promptly stowed away the several volumes she had been holding into her small backpack. Clutching the magical book and the notebook tightly to her chest, her reaction brought a smile to Clarence's face. Yet he did not forget to remind the young girl of a crucial matter. I have not imposed any restrictions on the knowledge book, but I advise you to refrain from exploring dangerous dark magic, even if merely out of curiosity, as you may find yourself tempted by perilous knowledge. Until you possess the ability to resist such temptation, it is best to avoid it altogether. Observing the young girl's serious expression as she nodded in understanding, affirming her intent to steer clear of dangerous knowledge, especially in the absence of protective faculties, Clarence felt satisfied and led her to the accommodations on the fourth floor. As Clarence guided Hermione through her future living quarters, he also mentioned that if they were unable to reach the Great Hall in time for dinner, they could simply summon a house elf to deliver their meal. To this end, Clarence called upon several familiar elves and introduced them to Hermione. Perhaps due to the relatively favorable conditions experienced by the house elves within Hogwarts, which was certainly better than those in many other places, Hermione did not immediately feel compelled to liberate them from their seemingly servile existence as she had in the original narrative. In the original storyline, Hermione's first encounter with a house elf was with Dobby, the one from the Malfoy family, who was a rather unique and exceptional case among his kind. Dobby's thoughts diverged significantly from those of most house elves, rendering his life in the Malfoy household quite miserable. As a result of this initial exposure, Hermione was left with the impression that all house elves lived in a similarly woeful state, which fueled her desire to advocate for their liberation within the wizarding world, a status akin to that of slaves. However, the situation was markedly different now. The professors and students at Hogwarts would naturally not mistreat the house elves residing in the castle, leading to a more normal existence for them. Consequently, Hermione's perspective was not as it had been in the original tale. A few evenings later, while dining in his room within the ice tower, Clarence received a message from Flitwick via the magical network. The message informed him that the first meeting of the dueling club would take place that night, and Flitwick invited Clarence to join the festivities, while also requesting his assistance in treating any students who might sustain injuries during the duels. Upon reading this message, Clarence felt perplexed, as he recalled that it had been previously stated that Madame Pomfrey would be summoned to attend to the injured during dueling club activities. Why then? Was Professor Flitwick asking him to take on the role of healer? Driven by curiosity, he sent a message inquiring why Madame Pomfrey was not attending to the treatment duties. Professor Flitwick replied promptly, explaining that recent weather changes had caused many students to catch colds, with several seriously ill and currently confined to the hospital wing for treatment. Therefore, Madame Pomfrey was quite occupied and unable to fulfill the healing responsibilities. However, without her presence, and with no professional healer available to tend to the injuries, Flitwick, along with Professors Snape and McGonagall, felt apprehensive about allowing students, especially the upperclassmen, to engage in dueling. Thus, they had no choice but to call upon Clarence for assistance. Especially given his title as the youngest healer in history. In the realm of medicine, it is likely that Clarence has long surpassed Madame Pomfrey. Thus, with her previous assurances, Flitwick and the others were able to confidently allow the students to engage in duels. Upon receiving the message and understanding the circumstances, Clarence could only sigh and hasten his eating before preparing to head towards the castle. As he exited the room after a hurried dinner, he spotted Windsor standing at the doorway of Hermione's chamber, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Clarence's arrival, their chatter ceased. "Professor," Clarence nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring about their discussion. "I intend to join Hermione in the castle for some excitement," Windsor replied. "Is it to witness the Duel Club event?" Clarence deduced. Windsor nodded in affirmation and then turned to Hermione, asking if she wished to accompany them. The young girl appeared intrigued, prompting the two to decide to venture to the castle together. Clarence, seeing this, joined them, mentioning that he had received an invitation from Professor Flitwick to oversee the medical responsibilities. The trio made their way to the grand hall of the castle. According to Professor Flitwick's plans, the event was to be held there, as only the grand hall possessed sufficient space to accommodate all the faculty and students. Otherwise, they would have to convene outdoors. While professors could certainly enlarge a smaller room with magic, it was far less cumbersome to hold the event in the hall. Upon their arrival at the grand hall, they noticed several students still finishing their dinners, while those who had concluded their meals remained seated, seemingly intent on waiting for the club's activities to commence. The trio initially intended to sit at the Ravenclaw table to await the event leisurely, but to their surprise, Flitwick, the shortest yet sharpest-eyed among them, beckoned Clarence to the high table, while Windsor and Hermione found seats at the Ravenclaw table. After settling next to Professor Flitwick at the high table, Clarence promptly inquired, "Professor, how are the preparations coming along?" Flitwick replied cheerfully that everything was ready, with only Clarence's presence needed to ensure the medical oversight. "We plan to begin with the professors showcasing an authentic duel on stage, followed by selecting 2 exemplary students from each year to demonstrate their dueling skills." After hearing Professor Flitwick's explanation, Clarence nodded in approval, acknowledging that the event structure was quite commendable. A few esteemed professors previously demonstrated what a genuine duel entails. Subsequently, 2 exemplary students from each grade were selected to engage in dueling as a demonstration, intended to educate their peers on the proper conduct of such contests. To lend an air of formality to the event, I envisioned conjuring a cross-shaped platform through magic. Upon hearing this, Clarence inquired with curiosity about this cross-shaped platform and its purpose. I explained that it was a proposed arena for dueling, with the longer sides designated for the duelists, while the shorter sides would serve as the positions for the judge and the healer. After listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation, Clarence found the concept of such a platform quite appealing. It would not only allow the judge to better observe the students' duels, but would also facilitate the healer's ability to attend to any injured parties without the need to ascend the platform or awkwardly transport the wounded. However, this arena is not without its drawbacks. The presence of the healer on the platform poses a risk of being affected by the spells of the duelists. Should the healer possess insufficient strength, they might find themselves in need of healing before they can attend to the injured. This scenario particularly applies to those healers who, in their dedication to the art of healing, may have neglected their own combat skills. Yet, Clarence is not such a healer, nor is Madame Pomfrey from the infirmary, who is quite formidable, especially in combat. Thus, both Clarence and Madame Pomfrey are unconcerned about the potential for collateral damage. After selecting 2 outstanding students from each grade to demonstrate dueling, Clarence posed a pivotal question regarding how all students would be encouraged to participate in dueling. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick shared the plan he had devised in collaboration with Professors Snape and McGonagall. "Our design entails having each grade take turns dueling, with particular emphasis placed on the upperclassmen due to their greater mastery of spells, especially those of a more perilous nature. Consequently, we shall focus our attention primarily on the dueling of the older students, while the lower grades may not require as much scrutiny, given their limited repertoire of spells, which are largely confined to harmless pranks. Furthermore, the lower grade students possess relatively little magical power, and their overall capabilities are not particularly robust, alleviating concerns regarding severe injuries during their duels." As Clarence listened attentively, he also contributed his own thoughts and suggestions. After engaging in light conversation with Professor Flitwick for nearly half an hour, the time finally arrived to commence the activities. The professors all rose to maintain order below, simultaneously guiding the students to retreat to the sides of the auditorium. Professor Flitwick intended to conjure an arena for the duel. The process of creating the platform was unremarkable, perhaps eliciting astonishment from younger students who found the magic employed by Flitwick to be quite marvelous, yet their wonder was limited to those less experienced. The older students, as well as some of the younger ones with a modicum of insight, were not particularly awed by the spell. Once the special cross-shaped arena was conjured, Flitwick summoned Severus Snape, Clarence, and Professor McGonagall to join him atop the platform. He called the students to gather beneath the arena and loudly articulated the rules of the duel. "All right, everyone, please come forth and gather at the platform. I must first elucidate the rules of the duel." Following this, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and I shall demonstrate what a true duel entails. However, before Flitwick could continue, an upperclassman raised a hand, inquiring why Clarence would not participate in the demonstration, given that she was also standing on the platform. The question posed by the student not only caught Flitwick off guard, but it also rendered McGonagall and Snape momentarily awkward. It is worth noting that during their previous discussions regarding the event, Flitwick and the others had considered all the professors at the school, even Dumbledore, contemplating bringing them onto the platform to showcase a duel for the students. However, they had never thought of including Clarence, nor had they considered allowing her to demonstrate a true duel. For even a mere demonstration, no professor could rival her prowess. Even Dumbledore himself would find himself at a disadvantage. Therefore, this aspect had naturally been overlooked. Ahem, your Professor Stewart will not be participating in the demonstration. Rather, she will serve as the healer, responsible for tending to any injuries, Flitwick awkwardly clarified. Perhaps sensing that the students might linger on this point, he hastily redirected the conversation. All right, everyone, pay close attention. Next, we shall witness a duel between Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. As Flitwick spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Clarence. The two professors then took their positions at opposite ends of the cross-shaped arena, leaving Snape and McGonagall in the center. Before the duel commenced, both participants were required to raise their wands in front of them or bow as a sign of respect. Following this, they would turn and move to opposite ends of the arena to begin their contest. In a conventional duel, both parties were expected to employ a variety of spells to attack one another until one party either lost their wand or their ability to retaliate. Once the victor was determined, the adjudicator would declare the result, and both contestants were obliged to pay their respects to one another. As Flitwick spoke, both Snape and McGonagall, standing in the center of the arena, performed their respective movements. They first bowed to each other and then turned to walk towards opposite ends of the stage. However, since this was merely a demonstration and Flitwick, acting as the referee, had yet to signal the commencement, they stood silently without engaging in combat. Professor McGonagall, a master of transfiguration, had achieved remarkable feats in this domain, even applying her skills to the complexities of dueling. Soon, the audience would witness the application of transfiguration in the midst of a duel. On the other hand, although Professor Snape taught potions, it did not imply a lack of combat prowess. Quite the contrary, he was exceptionally skilled in battle. During his time at Hogwarts, he had collaborated with Professor Stewart to develop a highly potent and aggressive curse. Flitwick took his time to introduce the magical specialties of both professors, particularly emphasizing Snape, cautioning the students not to underestimate him simply because he was a potions master. In fact, Snape was highly proficient in combat, especially in practical scenarios. Only then did he announce the duel's commencement. As Flitwick declared the duel to begin, Snape and McGonagall sprang into action, nearly simultaneously casting their spells. A fierce surge of magical energy rippled through the arena, captivating the breathless spectators below. Snape's incantation manifested as a dark green light, imbued with an unsettling chill, aimed directly at McGonagall's vital points. However, one should not assume that the green glow signified the unforgivable killing curse, although it was not such a curse. It indeed represented a form of dark magic. In a calm and composed manner, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, casting a spell at the ground before her, which rapidly transformed into a shield towering at adult height. While the shield successfully deflected the green light, it was ultimately shattered by the spell, nonetheless. A confident smile graced her lips, indicating that she had anticipated Snape's attack. Thus, she utilized the most efficient and swift transfiguration to counteract Snape's curse. Upon witnessing his spell so effortlessly neutralized by McGonagall, Snape could not help but admire her prowess. Truly, she was a remarkable figure in the field of transfiguration. With this single maneuver, Snape understood he had already lost a significant advantage, for despite his efforts to overestimate McGonagall's abilities and combat style, he had resorted to using a powerful dark spell right from the outset. The objective was to seize the advantage from the very beginning. Otherwise, if the duel continued, he truly had little confidence in surpassing McGonagall, even if it was merely a demonstration. However, dark magic not only boasts tremendous power, but also demands a significant expenditure of magical energy. Regrettably, McGonagall managed to neutralize it in such a manner. And speaking solely of magical consumption, Snape had already lost half the battle. Yet, it was merely a partial defeat, not a complete one. In fact, he had managed to discern a portion of McGonagall's strength through this encounter, allowing him to unleash more powerful spells without reservation. Stupefy. Snape's deep voice resounded once more, as an invisible force sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade, aimed directly at Professor McGonagall. Unperturbed, she swiftly uttered her incantation. The familiar shield emerged from the ground. But this time, it was not a single barrier. Rather, several layers were superimposed. McGonagall was clearly aware of the formidable power of Snape's spell, understanding that a single shield would be utterly insufficient for defense. Indeed, When Snape's attack struck the foremost barriers, it penetrated with little resistance. Yet, these seemingly fragile shields, once breached, acted like a cascade of dominoes, diminishing the impact layer by layer until the final shield. The magical blade, once capable of slicing through steel, had softened, leaving only faint scratches on the surface of the last barrier. Though this outcome was anticipated, Snape could not help but frown at the sight. However, at that very moment, McGonagall seized the opportunity to counterattack, employing her expertise in transfiguration. She casually tossed a special metallic button, designed for transfiguration magic, which instantly transformed into a magnificent silver phoenix, soaring into the air with a thunderous cry, charging towards Snape. This phoenix was not only strikingly lifelike, but also shimmered with defensive runes between its wings, clearly embodying McGonagall's profound magical prowess and strategic finesse in battle. Upon witnessing this, Snape's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly adjusted his stance, his wand moving swiftly as he chanted a complex defensive spell in an attempt to counter it. Yet, McGonagall's transfiguration was formidable. Even the agile phoenix, gracefully spiraling through the air, wielded an uncanny force with each flap of its wings, causing Snape's defenses to tremble perilously. Simultaneously on either side, Flitwick and Clarence swiftly cast several protective barriers to prevent the phoenix's assault from endangering the students below the arena. Both individuals possessed remarkable foresight. Upon recognizing the intricate nature of Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell and the potential cataclysmic power it could unleash, they swiftly erected a protective barrier, enveloping the entire arena. Their judgment proved astutely accurate, for the destructive force exhibited by the transfigured phoenix on the platform was but a fraction of the spell's full might. It is also conceivable that Professor McGonagall was aware of the immense power of her transfiguration, which could easily endanger the students observing from below, thus refraining from further action. Upon witnessing the arena shrouded in the magical barrier conjured by Flitwick and Clarence, she delicately raised her wand, turning it as if unlocking a door. Suddenly, the phoenix, still soaring midair and flapping its wings, let out a piercing cry, igniting in a blaze of searing flames. In this fiery state, the phoenix's wing beats generated a powerful gust, amplified by the flames engulfing its body, exponentially increasing its ferocity. Severus Snape's already faltering defensive spell crumbled under such a formidable assault. Anticipating this outcome mere seconds before his protective magic was shattered, Snape decisively retreated. With each step back, he wielded his wand to conjure layers of invisible barriers, halting only after he had distanced himself by 3 or 4 steps. Casting a brief glance at the phoenix's onslaught, which had indeed been thwarted by his successive invisible shields, he raised his wand, directing it at the blazing creature in the sky, and began to softly chant an incantation. It appeared he intended to annihilate the transfigured phoenix in one fell swoop. As Snape's deep, precise incantation resonated, a palpable tension and mystery enveloped the air. The tip of his wand gathered an ethereal azure light, imbued with an unknown power capable of penetrating all obstacles and striking at the very core of its target. The transfigured phoenix seemed to sense the looming threat from Snape, its cries escalating in pitch and urgency, with its wing beats reaching a fevered pace. Each flap unleashed a torrent of flames, causing the air around the arena to tremble. However, these fiery and tempestuous assaults met Snape's invisible barriers like an invincible wall, thwarted from advancing further. Snape's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He understood that every moment was of paramount importance. As the incantation progressed, the brilliance of his wand intensified. At last, seizing the opportune moment, he swung his wand forward with vigor, the azure light transforming into a streak of lightning, cleaving through the air directly towards the transfigured phoenix. As the decisive strike was poised to hit its target, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Professor McGonagall abruptly waved her wand. A gentle yet potent radiance emanated from the tip of her wand, swiftly directed toward the transfigured phoenix in the air, causing it to transform almost instantaneously. It morphed into a colossal python, and in that very moment of transformation, it successfully evaded the lethal bolt of lightning, which grazed the wings of the phoenix in its transition before ultimately striking the magical barrier above and dissipating into nothingness. This scene caused Snape's expression to shift. He had been hesitating over whether to employ the forthcoming spell, but upon witnessing the massive python leverage the force of its fall to shatter the layers of invisible barriers he had previously erected, he resolutely waved his wand. Instantly, a fierce fire erupted, born from his immense magical power. Under Snape's command, the fierce flames rapidly coalesced into a 3-headed serpent of fire, slightly smaller than the transfigured python, which lunged ferociously toward it. The transformed python attempted to evade, but its considerable size revealed a distinct disadvantage. Even though it was merely a creation of transfiguration magic, it still adhered to the movement patterns of a serpent. Coupled with the serpentine flame's remarkable speed, they swiftly closed in, The three menacing heads of the fiery serpent bit down on the python's vital points. Although the python was not a genuine living creature, but rather a magical construct, and thus did not perish even when struck at its critical juncture, it was nonetheless effectively restrained. However, the real peril posed by the fiery serpent was not solely from its three heads, but from the flames themselves. The fire enveloping the python had been barely able to withstand the onslaught from the fiery serpent's heads, but once the flames ensnared its body, the python could no longer repel the encroaching inferno. Seeing her transfigured python unable to resist the flame's relentless assault, Professor McGonagall prepared to wave her wand once more, but halted upon noticing Clarence's movements. At that moment, Clarence had already intended to intervene as Snape unleashed the fierce flames. Recognizing that such an entity could spiral out of control, although the arena was enveloped by a magical barrier, it would not take long for the fierce flames to breach or erode it. Consequently, as the fiery serpent's path ignited, especially as it threatened to engulf Professor McGonagall's transfigured python, beads of sweat began to form on Snape's brow, clearly indicating that the flames, growing ever more powerful, made it increasingly challenging for him to maintain control. At that moment, Clarence swiftly intervened, extinguishing all the fierce flames that had engulfed the arena. Her magical influence extended to the transfiguration of the giant serpent, thereby forcibly nullifying the transfiguration spell that McGonagall had cast upon it, restoring it to its original form as a peculiar metallic button. Let us conclude here, my dear colleagues. Should this continue, we may lose control, Clarence remarked, casting a knowing glance at Snape. This demonstration was merely a theatrical duel intended for the students in the audience, yet Snape approached it with an undue seriousness, even resorting to conjuring fierce flames. With Clarence's interruption, the exhibition duel was rendered impossible to continue. Observing this, Flitwick promptly stowed away his wand and loudly declared the duel a draw, applauding both professors for their remarkable display. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's announcement and witnessing his enthusiastic applause, the students and faculty below readily joined in, showering their appreciation upon McGonagall and Professor Snape. After the applause had resounded for some time, Flitwick managed to restore a semblance of order and then announced that he himself would engage in a formal duel with Professor McGonagall. He deliberately emphasized the term formal, clearly expressing his discontent with Snape's earlier use of fierce flames during the duel. Although he could not comprehend Snape's reasoning for employing such a dangerous spell in a duel, it was imperative that the students did not emulate such reckless use of dark magic. Therefore, Flitwick resolved to take the stage himself, determined to engage in a proper duel with Professor McGonagall. While their initial plan had been to conduct 2 duels, Flitwick's dissatisfaction with the outcome of the first left him somewhat perturbed. Subsequently, Flitwick and McGonagall commenced their second duel under the expectant gazes of the students and faculty. However, a so-called formal duel often lacks the excitement of a more spirited contest. Moreover, both professors had attained mastery in their magical arts. Even their elementary spells were executed with such finesse that they rivaled more advanced magic, leaving little for the audience to marvel at. At the very least, the students, along with some professors less skilled in combat, struggled to discern the intricacies of the duel unfolding before them. Nonetheless, despite the lack of spectacle in Flitwick's duel, the audience still offered enthusiastic applause upon its conclusion. As the duel of the second demonstration concluded, McGonagall and Snape departed, not from the hall, but descended to the arena, leaving only Clarence and Flitwick atop. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick began to select 2 outstanding students from each grade, showcasing their dueling skills as an exemplar for their peers. However, as the students took the stage for their demonstration duels, the spectacle became utterly mundane. In Clarence's view, even the duels of the 7th-year students lacked any remarkable flair. They fell short of even being considered conventional. Rather, their flashy spells, though visually impressive, proved to be ineffectual, much to the amusement of the audience below. Nonetheless, Clarence was not merely a spectator. After the demonstration concluded, he provided healing to the 2 7th-year students. Chapter 27, Duel 7. Once all 7 grades had showcased their dueling prowess on stage, Flitwick commenced the next phase of his plan, allowing students from each grade to engage in duels. After ushering the students back to the edges of the hall, Flitwick cast a spell to restore the previous cross-shaped arena and conjured several smaller platforms. To ensure the safety of the dueling students, Clarence created an equal number of real clones, including his original self, to oversee each platform. Upon seeing Clarence's preparations, Flitwick initiated the duels with the 7th-year students, followed by the 6th, 5th, 4th, and ultimately, the 1st-year students. Clarence, observing his designated platform, was quite astonished to see first-year students Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy stepping up, reflecting the inexorable pull of fate. Previously, during the first-year demonstration, it had been Hermione and Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott who had taken the stage. The reason for their selection was twofold: their exceptional academic performance and their reputation as diligent students. Perhaps it was precisely because Hermione and Hannah embodied the virtues of model students that Professor Flitwick had chosen them for the demonstration. Given that the original narrative did not feature Harry and Draco, Clarence assumed they would not face each other. It was easy to forget that they were both students of Slytherin, who typically stood united against external challenges. After all, while Slytherins valued ambition, they also cherished honor. Yet, the reality was that these two young wizards had little regard for such considerations and faced each other directly. Perhaps it was due to the earlier duel personally presided over by Clarence during the elemental class that these two individuals now disregarded everything else and prepared to confront each other once more. Given that Harry Potter bore the title of the Chosen One, the professors felt it necessary to assign someone to officiate the match upon their arrival. Aside from Flitwick, all other arenas were officiated by Clarence's true embodiment. The professor selected for this role happened to be Snape. Although Clarence's influence altered Lily's original fate, and Snape did not become the double agent he was destined to be, he still bore a lifetime of guilt following Lily's demise. Nevertheless, due to James Potter's legacy, Snape harbored a strong aversion toward Harry. Moreover, Draco's father, Old Malfoy, was a close associate of Snape, both being members of the Order of the Phoenix. Should Snape act as the referee, it was likely he would lean favorably towards Draco in his final judgment. Therefore, if Harry and Draco had not significantly improved their abilities since their previous duel in the elemental class, even if Harry managed to hold a slight advantage, Snape's bias could ultimately declare Draco the victor. Upon witnessing Snape take the stage as the referee, an ominous premonition stirred within Harry. However, considering the presence of others, he reasoned that if Snape rendered an unjust decision, it would not go unchallenged. Thus, Snape might hesitate to engage in any underhanded tactics in front of so many witnesses. This was precisely why Clarence and the other professors remained oblivious to Harry's inner thoughts. Otherwise, they would have warned him that if Snape truly intended to favor Draco, he would disregard the opinions of those around him, even if Dumbledore were to intervene, declaring Draco the winner regardless. As it turned out, despite both Harry and Draco having improved their skills over time, the gap between them remained much the same as before. Draco was marginally stronger than Harry, primarily due to the disparity in resources available for their respective enhancements. It appeared that Harry had paid little heed to the previous cautionary advice. Clarence, observing that Draco, despite holding an advantage akin to the original narrative, seemed intent on toying with his opponent, chose to employ a dark magic spell to summon a venomous snake. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, his gaze shifted to Harry, curious to see how he would respond to the serpent, wondering if he would resort to speaking Parseltongue as he had in the original storyline. As a result, Harry Potter indeed uttered Parseltongue, unwittingly speaking the serpent's language. The teachers and students surrounding the arena were taken aback, staring at him in astonishment, as the atmosphere became palpably tense. The silence among the onlookers intensified the oppressive mood. It seems that Mr. Potter harbors some undisclosed secrets, though I am not particularly concerned about how you acquired the ability to speak Parseltongue. However, I trust both of you are not oblivious to the fact that you are currently standing on the platform, necessitating your pitiful referee to announce the commencement once more. Severus Snape, having waited for a spell, grew impatient as Harry and Draco did not resume their duel. While he was indeed surprised to learn that Harry Potter was a Parselmouth, he remained largely indifferent to the matter. After all, he was merely the son of a rival, not Lily's child. Whether he possessed the ability of Parseltongue or faced any repercussions because of it was of little concern to Snape. As the offspring of an adversary, Snape's restraint in not taking further action could be considered morally commendable, at least in not transferring the grievances of their forebears onto the child. In truth, Snape was aware that the ability to speak Parseltongue could be acquired through study. However, self-taught Parseltongue did not grant one the capacity to command snakes as a true Parselmouth could, but merely allowed for communication with them. This insight was imparted to him by Clarence. Upon hearing Snape's urging, Draco ceased his attempts to control the summoned venomous snake and, leveraging the unique magical bond he shared with it, issued commands for it to attack Harry before relinquishing control, allowing the snake to act on its instincts. How did Harry Potter come to possess Parseltongue? Those in the know are aware, yet I shall refrain from elaborating on this point for now. It is worth noting that Parseltongue is not an innate talent of Harry Potter. Thus, while he could communicate with snakes and even exert a modicum of control over them, it was a tenuous grasp at best. Consequently, his Parseltongue could not command the venomous serpent, which was poised to strike. Furthermore, the snake had been summoned by Draco using dark magic, rendering it even more resistant to Harry's half-hearted attempts at Parseltongue. As the serpent prepared to pounce, Snape observed Harry's utter lack of a strategy to confront the creature. In fact, driven by fear, he was stepping backward in small increments, as if any sudden movement might provoke the snake's attack. After all, the mere appearance of the summoned serpent was enough to reveal its deadly venom. It was undoubtedly of a lethal nature. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Snape realized that he could bring the duel to a close. As he approached the venomous serpent with measured steps, he drew forth his wand, announcing Draco's victory while simultaneously aiming his wand at the serpent, intending to return it to its rightful place. Although Harry Potter felt a deep sense of reluctance, he recognized that he had no means to confront the serpent before him. He understood that his precision in magic and speed of incantation could never match the serpent's agility. Thus, despite his discontent, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Snape's judgment. However, an unforeseen incident transpired. Snape aimed to return the serpent to its original location. Yet it was unclear whether Draco's grasp of this dark magic was insufficient, resulting in an unexpected alteration during the spell's execution. Consequently, Snape's counter-curse failed to send the serpent back. Just as Snape frowned and contemplated an alternative method to eliminate the serpent, Clarence intervened, employing the language of humans to summon the serpent, which had proven resistant even to Parseltongue. Remarkably, the serpent displayed behavior that belied its nature, appearing almost docile under Clarence's influence. As she entwined her fingers around the serpent's head, relishing the coolness of its scales, she cast a glance at Draco, contemplating the depth of his competitive spirit or perhaps his obsession with surpassing Harry Potter. It was audacious of him to wield a spell he had not fully mastered, particularly one of dark origin, without regard for the potential backlash should the magic fail. Fortunately, the summoning proved successful. A failure that would have resulted in disastrous repercussions did not occur, though the counter-curse could not dispel the dark magic and return the serpent. Draco, startled by Clarence's gaze, felt his earlier excitement over potentially besting Harry Potter swiftly dissipate. He lowered his head and hastily exited the stage. Meanwhile, the gathered students and faculty did not draw connections between Clarence's ability to command the serpent and Parseltongue, for she spoke in clear human language, not serpentine. They assumed she had employed some other form of magic or means to exert control over the serpent. Thus, the spectators paid little attention to Clarence. Aside from a few who marveled at her mysterious ability to manipulate the serpent, most eyes were instead fixed on Harry Potter, who stood bewildered on the stage. It was only after the serpent had been summoned to Clarence, alleviating the immediate danger, that he became aware of the peculiar reactions and atmosphere among the onlookers below. In simple terms, he was taken aback by the strange gazes directed at him by the observing students and faculty. After a brief moment of waiting, Snape, noticing that Harry Potter remained frozen in place, impatiently ordered him to leave. He then called up another group of students to engage in dueling, which slightly alleviated the tense and oppressive atmosphere in the room. However, the students who took the stage were too preoccupied with the revelation that Harry Potter was a Parselmouth to focus on their duels. It was common knowledge that Voldemort, the Dark Lord, as a descendant of Slytherin, possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue. Yet, Harry's situation was markedly different. As the savior who vanquished Voldemort, it seemed incongruous that he too would share this talent. Perhaps there had been a historical union between the Potter family and Slytherin's bloodline? While such a possibility existed, it was rather unlikely. After all, Slytherin's renowned lineage would surely attract attention, and no such union had ever been rumored. In essence, if the Potter family had indeed intermarried with Slytherin's descendants, it would have become widely known. Thus, it was improbable for the Potters to possess Slytherin's bloodline or the innate ability to speak Parseltongue. However, aside from the notion of intermarriage, people struggled to conceive of other explanations, particularly since the intermarriage theory had already been dismissed. Consequently, the curious glances directed at Harry Potter took on a peculiar quality. Ironically, Harry, who had just lost to Draco, had intended to seek guidance from Clarence's, but the strange looks from the onlookers left him bewildered, leading to Snape's hasty dismissal of him from the dueling platform, ultimately depriving him of the opportunity to consult Clarence's. In reality, this so-called opportunity was merely a figment of Harry's imagination. The truth was that Clarence's would have little to offer him. More precisely, he would not provide any insights beyond what was taught in their elemental classes. Even in elemental studies, Clarence's would not extend any privileges to Harry, such as preemptively teaching him advanced elemental magic. Clarence's reluctance stemmed not from a dislike of the boy, but rather from the understanding that offering Harry any instruction beyond the set curriculum would play into Dumbledore's schemes. He could not afford to open that door. Otherwise, he would be ensnared in Dumbledore's machinations. Fortunately, Harry remained oblivious to this reality. Had he known, it would have undoubtedly caused him great distress. In truth, one could hardly blame Clarence's for his sternness. His refusal to provide Harry with any undue assistance was a protective measure against Dumbledore's cunning. However, it is because Harry Potter is destined to inherit the legacy of his parents, a fact that is not contingent upon his own desires. Long before his parents made their choice, one that willingly placed them under the influence of Dumbledore, Harry's fate was already sealed. He would not receive any undue assistance from anyone within the Clarence circle, nor would those who stood by him in the future be granted any different treatment. Chapter 29, Halloween and the Troll. The trio from Clarence returned to the ice tower to rest just before dawn. After all, the number of students in the school, excluding Muggles, was considerable. When including Muggle students, the count was even greater. Each year, all students were required to take turns participating in duels, and such a rotation consumed a significant amount of time. Fortunately, the first-year students, possessing limited magical skills, were able to duel swiftly. Otherwise, the three of them might not have managed to return to the ice tower by dawn. The following day, various discussions emerged among the students concerning the events of the dueling club held the previous night. Wherever one went, the students engaged in fervent conversations surrounding this topic, creating a lively atmosphere. However, as days passed and the novelty and enthusiasm for the dueling club began to wane, what was once a hot topic gradually faded, and the school returned to its usual tranquility. Some students even expressed trepidation regarding the mandatory participation in the dueling club activities. After all, not all students were inclined towards dueling. Some were simply not adept at it. Such students developed a sense of resistance towards the dueling club activities, yet participation was obligatory, leading them to attend with grim faces. Time flowed calmly until the end of October, the eve of Halloween. Early in the morning, even from the ice tower, a rich aroma of pumpkin wafted through the air. Awakened by this scent, the Clarence trio realized that it was indeed the end of the month, the eve of Halloween. As they washed up, they recalled the original plot of fate, remembering that it was during tonight's feast that Quirrell would release a troll within the castle to investigate the forbidden area on the 4th floor. From the original narrative, it was evident that Quirrell's intention in unleashing the troll was to divert the attention of the faculty and students towards the creature, thus granting him an opportunity to sneak away to explore the restricted area. As for Harry Potter and his companions encountering the troll, that was merely a matter of coincidence. Clearly, the troll was released in the dungeon classroom area, and who could fathom how it managed to wander to the girls' restroom on the 2nd floor? Clarence pondered the actions of Quirrell at Hogwarts. Would he, or rather the fragment of Voldemort residing within him, dare to unleash a troll into the castle as per the original narrative? From Clarence's perspective, if she were to embody Voldemort's mindset, the answer would undoubtedly be in the affirmative. This audacity was not merely contingent on his presence within the school, nor could it be attributed to the fragment of Voldemort's soul having lost all reason and daring to provoke such chaos. Rather, it stemmed from Voldemort's profound understanding of Clarence, knowing well that she would refrain from intervening in his struggle against Dumbledore. Of course, this restraint applied solely to his conflict with Dumbledore. Should matters veer into unrelated territories, her response would be unpredictable. Hence, with such insight into Clarence, Voldemort would indeed manipulate Quirrell to release the troll into the castle, fully aware that she would relish the prospect of their mutual destruction. With this realization, Clarence hastened her morning routine, preparing to consult her crystal ball to foresee the events of the evening. Her intention to conduct this divination was rooted in precautionary measures. In the original tale, the ease with which Harry and his friends subdued the troll was decidedly suspicious. The truth likely lay in Dumbledore's covert presence, discreetly following Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, and at the crucial moment, utilizing Ron's levitation charm to incapacitate the creature. After all, one cannot simply presume that a troll, with its formidable resilience and defenses, could be rendered unconscious so readily, even if struck at its vulnerable head. If not Dumbledore himself, it was certain that another professor must have been aiding Harry and his companions from the shadows. To believe that 3 first-year students, who had yet to learn any offensive spells, could conquer a troll was utterly fanciful. However, Harry and his friends likely benefited from Dumbledore's clandestine support, allowing them to safely defeat the troll, while other students would not enjoy such privileges. Should any unfortunate soul encounter the troll, their fate would surely be dire. Thus, Clarence resolved to conduct her divination, seeking to ascertain whether any unforeseen circumstances would arise during the troll incident that night. Should any anomalies present themselves, she would be prepared to avert the most disastrous outcomes. After completing her morning rituals, Clarence summoned the castle's house elf to request her breakfast. While awaiting her meal, she approached her desk, retrieved her crystal ball, and commenced her divination. Coinciding with the elf's arrival with her breakfast, Clarence gleaned insights into the forthcoming events of the evening. Predictions indicate that during the day, no significant events will unfold. Even the scene where Hermione is brought to tears by that scoundrel Ron fails to materialize. Upon reflection, this absence seems entirely reasonable. In the original narrative, Hermione's tears were elicited by Ron due to her status as an exceptionally diligent student within the Gryffindor house, renowned for its valor. Unfortunately, the Gryffindor Lions often struggle to discern the fine line between bravery and recklessness, both of which are vastly different concepts. While the students of Gryffindor may prioritize their house points, they hardly regard academic excellence, as mere passing grades suffice. This is evident from Harry Potter and his roommates, showcasing that among Gryffindor students, those with outstanding grades are quite rare, certainly not comparable to their Ravenclaw counterparts. Consequently, Hermione, as a dedicated scholar, finds herself in an uncomfortable position within this house. In fact, following her induction into Gryffindor in the original storyline, her personality and behavior led to her having very few friends. However, the current circumstances are entirely different. She is now a member of Ravenclaw. the house with the most conducive learning environment, where her traits, once perceived as flaws, have become assets. Naturally, no one subjects her to bullying, nor does anyone, like the troublesome Ron, speak ill of her behind her back, causing her to retreat to the girls' restroom to discreetly wipe away her tears. The predictions suggest that Hermione encounters no danger throughout the day, even enjoying a complete dinner in the Great Hall before taking a leisurely stroll with Windsor, meandering back to the Ice Tower. As for Ron Weasley, in the original Fate, his relationship with Harry Potter appears to be that of friends. Indeed, they are close companions. Yet this camaraderie is not entirely pure, as it is tinged with Ron's ulterior motives. He seeks to associate with the renowned savior to garner more attention, willingly relegating himself to the role of a sidekick. Perhaps, in time, their deepening friendship will eclipse Ron's initial self-interest. However, the current predicament lies in the fact that Harry Potter has not been sorted into Gryffindor, but rather into Slytherin, a house that Ron has long held in disdain. Nonetheless, from previous interactions, it seems Ron still wishes to befriend Harry, yet he grapples with his ingrained prejudices against Slytherin. He has yet to cultivate the open-mindedness of his twin brothers. Until now, their relationship has scarcely progressed beyond mere nodding acquaintances. Thus, having become a complete shadow, Ron, compounded by his current lack of any connection to Harry Potter, naturally found himself devoid of peril in the forecasts. Upon learning of the troll's incursion into the castle, he, alongside the other students, was escorted safely back to the Gryffindor common room by the prefects. In stark contrast to the altered fates of Hermione and Ron, Harry Potter faced genuine danger that night, indeed, a threat to his very life. It is true, this unfortunate child encountered a troll. The vision revealed that Harry had been enjoying a splendid dinner in the Great Hall when Quirrell, in a frenzy, burst in, abruptly interrupting the meal he had barely begun. Alongside the other Slytherin students, he was preparing to return to the common room under the protection of the prefects. It was during this journey that a seemingly coincidental encounter occurred, yet from Clarence's perspective, it appeared to be a deliberate orchestration. As they stumbled upon the troll emerging from the underground, both parties stood frozen in surprise. The students, taken aback by their misfortune, could hardly believe they had actually crossed paths with the troll. The troll, equally astonished by the sight of so many delectable morsels, remained momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, a fierce battle erupted. The male and female prefects of Slytherin, along with various year-level prefects, dutifully shielded the other students behind them and launched an assault on the troll. However, it is no mere coincidence that the Ministry of Magic classifies trolls as level 5 dangerous creatures. Their formidable defenses are well-founded. Thus, the spells unleashed by the prefects were insufficient to penetrate the troll's formidable resilience. One astute male prefect, recognizing the ineffectiveness of their magic against the troll, began directing the others in employing various tactics to restrain the beast's advance towards them. Simultaneously, he instructed the younger prefects, who were of little assistance, to escort the remaining students back to the Great Hall. This strategy was indeed well suited to the situation, as long as the other students could vacate the area. The remaining prefects, even if unable to vanquish the troll, could gradually withdraw. This was how things were meant to unfold, yet whether by chance or through some clandestine interference, the troll inexplicably succumbed to a frenzy. The enraged troll unleashed a magnified display of strength, rendering the various restraining spells and measures employed by the prefects utterly ineffective, allowing it to surge forward. Behind them were students who had yet to evacuate, while ahead loomed a frenzied giant, drawing dangerously near. The head students and their invisible counterparts found themselves with no avenue for escape, no possibility of retreat. As the giant charged toward them, the situation grew increasingly perilous, poised to culminate in a scene of horrific carnage at any moment. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, something peculiar transpired. Despite the giant wielding a massive club that could easily inflict substantial casualties with a mere swing, each of its attacks seemed to lack precision, veering off course or missing entirely. Even though its colossal form and formidable strength could inflict injury upon any student it brushed against, the creature's movements were inexplicably sluggish, slow enough that even first-year students could evade its reach with ease. Curiously, the giant seemed fixated on the first-year students. Strikingly, those directly in front of it managed to evade its blows, either by dodging themselves or being pulled away by their peers. However, when it came to Draco Malfoy, the boy appeared paralyzed with fear, as if he were in a stupor. Those around him seemed to subconsciously overlook Draco, leaving him unassisted in avoiding the giant's onslaught. He stood there, transfixed, his face a mask of terror, as the giant's club descended toward him. At that critical moment, Harry Potter sprang into action, dashing forward to yank Draco aside just as the giant's club crashed to the ground, shattering the floor beneath them. One could only imagine the fate that would have befallen Draco had that blow struck him. He would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Following this, the giant appeared to fixate on Draco, launching relentless attacks in his direction, while Harry desperately maneuvered to shield him, darting left and right in a frantic display. If Draco had possessed the wherewithal to dodge on his own, Harry might have found it easier to manage the situation. Yet, Draco remained in a daze, devoid of any instinct to evade, as if his ability to think rationally had been stripped away in the face of terror, leaving him completely reliant on Harry for survival. Clarence, having foreseen this moment through divination, understood that Draco's pitiable state was not a reflection of his character. He was not so frail as to be rendered helpless by a mere giant. Rather, he had been covertly incapacitated, his ability to act effectively restricted. Thus, when confronted with the giant's assaults, he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 31, Halloween and the Giant. It is worth noting the sheer coincidence of the giant colliding directly with the Slytherin students who were on their way back to the common room. Do not assume that the Slytherin common room, also situated in the castle's depths, would inevitably lead to an encounter. In truth, the probability is rather low. The underground expanse of the castle is vast and intricate, thus while a collision is conceivable, it is not highly likely. Setting aside this doubt, it is worth noting that the head of house had initially devised a highly effective strategy against the troll, with the assistance of several other heads. They successfully restrained the beast. Yet, inexplicably, it went into a frenzy. This alone is quite peculiar. After all, the head's attacks barely penetrated the troll's defenses, implying their methods and spells could not have instigated such a rampage. Clearly, someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. Furthermore, consider the troll's enormous stature and its terrifying strength, compounded by its state of fury. How could such a perilous creature charge into a throng of students without inflicting any casualties? Even though it fixated on the first-year students and relentlessly targeted Draco, not a single student was harmed. Is this normal? Lastly, there is Draco. While his character may still have much to develop, it is absurd to think he could be rendered paralyzed by fear in the presence of a troll. Surely, he was incapacitated by some external force. There are numerous other points of contention and questions yet to be addressed. In summary, it seems that the troll was indeed released into the castle by Quirrell, but subsequently, someone deliberately guided the creature to confront the Slytherin students. Clarence has already surmised the identity of this shadowy manipulator. Who else but that old fool Dumbledore would dare to engage in such audacious actions? Who possesses the formidable power to orchestrate such events while ensuring their own safety? Moreover, in the anticipated sequence of events, the bizarre troll was confronted by Harry Potter's brave counterattack. This may have been a result of his inability to move Draco, forcing him into action. Such bravery inspired the other students to join in the fray. Under the collective assault of numerous spells, the troll was ultimately defeated. In fact, it met a fate far worse than merely being rendered unconscious, as it was slain by the overwhelming magical onslaught. Even though most of the spells wielded were of minimal offensive capability, the sheer volume proved to be a transformative force. Thus, the unfortunate troll met its grim demise under the onslaught of numerous students' magic. Although the outcome of the prediction was ultimately favorable, at least no student was harmed. Clarence remained seething with rage. Her initial decision to return to Hogwarts was twofold. Firstly, to facilitate a seamless integration of the Muggle and magical realms, and secondly, out of concern that the old fool, Dumbledore, might engage in perilous antics while scheming against Voldemort and nurturing the savior, Harry Potter. The very situation she had just foreseen in her divination was indeed perilous. One should not be deceived by the seemingly positive outcome, for even without injuries, one must always consider the worst-case scenario. What if a student were to be killed by the troll? Who would bear the responsibility? And who could truly shoulder such a burden? Would Dumbledore's life be the price to pay? Even disregarding the possibility of a student's death, one might ponder whether the incident would ultimately cost Dumbledore his life, as it appeared merely an accident on the surface, while Dumbledore would undoubtedly share in the blame. The most he would face would be the responsibility of failing to ensure the school's safety, rather than a death sentence. And even if he were willing to sacrifice his life, it would not bring back a deceased student. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he would likely find various excuses to evade his own demise. It is not that he fears death. Rather, he eagerly anticipates its arrival, as it would allow him to relinquish all burdens and embark upon a new grand adventure. However, in this present phase, he still needed to contribute his strength. Thus, a student's death could only be deemed an unfortunate accident, with the school likely providing some form of compensation. This was the only outcome that Clarence could foresee, which is why she had returned to Hogwarts, to keep a watchful eye on Dumbledore and prevent him from engaging in hazardous endeavors. Now, the results of her divination had clearly validated her foresight. After a few deep breaths, she managed to suppress her inner fury, washed her face to regain composure, and finally began her breakfast. Once finished, she summoned a house elf to clear away the dishes and then proceeded to the adjoining room to find Windsor. She intended to instruct them, along with Hermione, to forego attending the banquet in the Great Hall that evening, opting instead to remain in the Ice Tower, where the house elves could deliver their meals. Knowing that a troll would be unleashed within the castle that night, Clarence could not possibly allow Windsor and Hermione to venture to the Great Hall for dinner. Although the divination had indicated that both would encounter no danger during the evening, Clarence could not guarantee that the future she envisioned would remain immutable, perhaps due to the whims of that old fool Dumbledore. The future as we know it may be irrevocably altered. Moreover, from Clarence's understanding of this old bee, if Harry Potter holds the utmost significance in his heart, then Clarence undoubtedly occupies the second place. Following that are matters and individuals relevant to himself. Dumbledore would not dare to boldly scheme against Clarence. But when it comes to those around him, the situation is entirely different. In fact, if Dumbledore merely plots against those in Clarence's vicinity, as long as it does not result in dire consequences, Clarence would not take drastic measures against that old fool. Thus, Clarence must remain vigilant against the old man's machinations aimed at his acquaintances, let alone the fact that he intends to thwart Dumbledore's plans this very night. Preventing the Slytherin students from returning to their common room is essential. It is not sufficient for only the prefects to escort them back. At least a professor must accompany them. Should Dumbledore's schemes be foiled by Clarence, he cannot ignore the possibility that Dumbledore might turn his attention towards Windsor and Hermione. Therefore, Clarence instructed Windsor to refrain from venturing towards the Great Hall that evening, and indeed, to remain within the confines of the Ice Tower. Upon hearing such directives from her teacher at her door, Windsor felt a tinge of curiosity. However, having been personally tutored by Clarence and having traveled the globe with him for several years, she was no delicate flower raised in a greenhouse, unacquainted with danger. On the contrary, she had faced countless perils and battles. Thus, though she did not fully comprehend her teacher's caution, she keenly sensed something amiss. "Teacher, is something ill-fated about to transpire in the castle tonight?" Upon hearing Windsor's inquiry, Clarence was not surprised by her perceptiveness and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I just divined that an unfortunate event is set to occur tonight. Therefore, you two must remain clear of the Great Hall, and, if possible, do not stray beyond the Ice Tower tonight. Let the house elves bring your dinner." After imparting his warning, Clarence indicated that he would activate all protective measures of the Ice Tower later that evening. Windsor responded with a sincere nod, assuring Clarence that she would keep a close watch over Hermione and would not leave the Ice Tower unless absolutely necessary. "Teacher, could you elaborate on the specifics of your divination?" Clarence nodded, intending to share the details of his foresight with Windsor. However, just as she was about to speak, she paused and turned her gaze towards the door of the adjacent room. At that moment, Hermione emerged, having just opened her door. Upon encountering Clarence and Windsor, the young lady was taken aback, observing the two of them as if they were engaged in a conversation. However, before Hermione could utter a greeting and inquire, Clarence took the initiative to speak. "Since you have both arrived, why not accompany me to my quarters? I shall reveal to you the predictions gleaned from the divination." With that, Clarence turned and retreated to her room, while Windsor waved to Hermione before following suit. Although Hermione was perplexed by the situation, she obediently trotted along. Once Windsor and Hermione settled in Clarence's room, Clarence retrieved a unique crystal ball and placed it upon the table before them. This crystal ball was distinctive due to the incorporation of meditation basin techniques during its creation. Indeed, this exceptional crystal ball possessed the ability to reveal memories, akin to the meditation basin. After positioning the crystal ball, Clarence cast a spell, imbuing it with the visions from her previous divination, allowing Windsor and Hermione to observe. Upon their completion of the viewing, Clarence extracted the memories from the crystal ball and transferred them into a prophecy orb, thereby preserving them within a memory sphere. Once she reseated herself, she turned her gaze towards Windsor and Hermione, reiterating her caution. "You both have witnessed my predictions for this evening. Thus I implore you to refrain from entering the Great Hall tonight, and instead, remain within the Ice Tower." The two girls nodded in agreement, and Windsor subsequently articulated some discrepancies and questions she had discerned from the memory. Although Hermione's experience paled in comparison to Windsor's, she too managed to identify the incongruities within the recollection. "Indeed, Windsor, your deductions are astute. In the prophecy, the giant was deliberately lured, specifically targeting first-year students, and subsequently fixated on Draco. The individual orchestrating this was intent on crafting a significant achievement for Harry Potter, the so-called savior. Moreover, this person employed tactics to restrain Draco, aiming for Harry Potter to rescue him, thus leveraging the favor to obtain future assistance from the Malfoy family. As for the identity of this shadowy figure orchestrating events, I believe you have your suspicions, Windsor. Indeed, it is Dumbledore. Only he would dare to undertake such audacious actions, and he possesses the formidable power to ensure that no student is harmed in the process." Upon hearing Clarence affirm her assumptions, Windsor's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that Professor Dumbledore, in pursuit of such an objective, would dare to orchestrate such actions, even deliberately inciting the giant to attack the students? Is he truly unafraid of unforeseen consequences, potentially leading to the death of a student? The incredulity in the tone was laced with indignation. Not only was Windsor himself astonished, but even Hermione, upon grasping the situation, bore an expression of utter shock, clearly sharing Windsor's disbelief that Dumbledore could stoop to such depths. Witnessing the perplexity and reaction of the two young women, Clarence let out a resigned sigh. That old man possessed such a nature. Despite appearing benevolent and amiable, one might mistakenly regard him as a great saint. In truth, he was, in many respects, arrogant to the core. To speak harshly, in Dumbledore's eyes, while the lives of other students held significance, they paled in comparison to what he deemed the savior, Harry Potter. Indeed, to nurture this savior, allowing him to grow and face his destiny, Dumbledore would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. The cultivation of the savior was paramount, even at the cost of other students' lives. Or his own, if necessary. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Windsor and Hermione's expressions grew increasingly complex. If Dumbledore merely exploited others under various pretenses and moral obligations to compel sacrifices, the nature of his character would require little contemplation. Such a person is merely a master of disguise, a thorough hypocrite. However, if Dumbledore was willing to not only allow others to sacrifice themselves, but also to sacrifice his own life for his goals, the situation becomes entirely different. The two young women, recognizing the truth in Clarence's assertion that Dumbledore indeed would risk his own life to achieve his aims, found their expressions fraught with complexity. Now, you two should not dwell on what kind of person Dumbledore is. It has no bearing on you. Ultimately, maintain a certain distance from him and leave the rest to me. Clarence reassured the two, reminding them not to venture into the Great Hall that evening. Once afternoon classes concluded, they should return promptly to the Ice Tower. Chapter 33, Destruction. After imparting his final advice, the trio departed the room and descended to the first floor, where Clarence and Windsor proceeded to their respective classrooms to commence their lessons. Meanwhile, Hermione, with her bag slung over her shoulder, made her way toward the castle, intending to have breakfast in the Great Hall before attending her classes. The day unfolded in serene tranquility. However, one could assert that the Great Hall was quite lively during lunchtime. After all, today is the eve of Halloween. Although the banquet has yet to commence, the lunch is indeed quite sumptuous. It is not until just before the dinner is about to begin that Clarence, upon seeing Hermione return to the Ice Tower, summons the house elves to bring forth the prepared banquet. Only then does he leave the Ice Tower, making his way towards the Great Hall. Even before entering, the raucous sounds emanating from within are already audible. Upon entering, he strides directly to the high table area, casually selecting an unoccupied seat to quietly await the start of the feast. As Clarence sits in tranquil anticipation, Severus Snape also arrives in the hall. Noticing Clarence sitting alone, in the absence of her usual companion, Windsor, he approaches curiously and takes a seat beside her, inquiring about Windsor's whereabouts. I foresaw this morning that something unfortunate would transpire tonight, which is why Windsor and Hermione will not be attending the banquet, Clarence whispers. You must remain vigilant regarding the Slytherin students this evening. Snape momentarily hesitates as he reaches for his goblet, then, maintaining an impassive expression, takes a sip. After setting down his goblet, he deliberately lowers his voice to ask what misfortune is expected to occur and whether it is somehow linked to the Slytherin students. Clarence shakes her head slightly, indicating that she has no intention of elaborating, merely cautioning him to keep a close watch on the Slytherin students tonight. Unable to extract further details from Clarence, Snape suppresses his curiosity and the faint sense of foreboding that lingers in his mind, choosing instead to steer the conversation in another direction. He understands that the more individuals who are aware of a prophecy, the greater the potential for its alteration. This is not merely a matter of confidentiality among the informed. Rather, it involves an exceedingly intricate web of cause and effect. To put it more plainly, the moment a seer utters their prophecy, the predicted future has already begun to shift. Thus, the greater the number of those privy to the prophecy, the more substantial the changes, potentially leading to a complete transformation of the original foresight. As the two engage in their quiet conversation, Dumbledore enters the hall, glancing around to assess that most faculty and students have gathered. Once satisfied, he announces the commencement of the banquet. With his words, a lavish feast materializes upon the long tables of each house. Clarence surveys the professors seated at the high table, noting the absence of Quirrell, before resuming her meal with an expression of composure. Though her eating is marked by elegance, her pace is remarkably swift. Observing Clarence's rapid consumption, Snape seems to have an epiphany of sorts, hastening his own dining speed considerably. Indeed, just as the two had finished their meal and had not yet had a chance to sip water, the doors of the auditorium were suddenly flung open. Chilo staggered in, his expression one of utter panic as he proclaimed that a monstrous creature had appeared in the underground classroom. After letting out a piercing scream, he collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. The once vibrant atmosphere of the auditorium was momentarily silenced by Chilo's outburst. It took the students a few moments to regain their composure, but when they did, the hall erupted once more, this time filled with the frantic and terrified screams of the students. In stark contrast to the chaos below, the professors seated at the high table appeared remarkably composed. Even among those who shared in the alarm, there was no trace of fear. After all, they were professors. While some may not have been adept at combat, they possessed the capability to deal with a monstrous creature. Thus, the professor's panic stemmed not from fear of the beast itself, but rather from concern that a student might encounter it. Despite the festivities of Halloween Eve and the sumptuous banquet laid out, it was certain that some students were absent from the hall for various reasons. As the frightened students sought to escape the auditorium, Clarence remained seated, casting a glance towards Dumbledore, only to find that the old wizard showed no inclination to restore order. Instead, he seemed lost in thought. Noticing Dumbledore's lack of action, Clarence cast a spell to amplify his voice, then stood to calm the panicked students. Silence. The command echoed through the hall, immediately quieting the distressed students. Naturally, their attention turned to Clarence. Everyone, remain calm. He spoke in a soothing tone. Perhaps it was his steady demeanor and unflappable voice that instilled a sense of calm among the frightened students, allowing them to regain their composure. The professors are here in the auditorium. You are quite safe, so there is no need for alarm. Next, Clarence's words were abruptly interrupted by Dumbledore. Next, I ask the heads of houses to escort the students back to their dormitories, while the professors accompany me to the underground classroom to search for the creature. With that, Dumbledore rose from his seat and prepared to exit the auditorium. However, upon noticing that the other professors followed closely behind him, yet Clarence and Snape remained motionless, Dumbledore's expression darkened slightly. The expression upon his face was not a result of Clarence and the others failing to heed his instructions, but rather an unsettling realization that suddenly dawned upon him. Clarence possessed the gift of divination, which birthed a foreboding sentiment within him. This implied that she had likely foreseen his forthcoming actions, even if the notion and scheme had only just germinated in his mind based on Chilo's maneuvers. Indeed, after casting a disdainful glance at Dumbledore, Clarence audibly signaled for the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students to temporarily desist from returning to their respective dormitories. The students of Slytherin and Hufflepuff were advised against returning to their chambers, for Chilo had just informed them that a troll had appeared in the vicinity of the underground classrooms. Should they return now, they would likely encounter the very troll that had breached the castle. Clarence held a uniquely esteemed position in the hearts of the Slytherin students, which made them more inclined to comply with her commands. Particularly when both Dumbledore and Clarence spoke in unison, the Slytherin students invariably chose to follow her directives. Consequently, the students of Slytherin immediately ceased their movements, and even the Hufflepuff students followed suit. The latter paused because they recognized the validity of Clarence's words. After all, both houses resided in the castle's underground, precisely in the same area as the underground classrooms. The likelihood of encountering the intruding troll was indeed considerable. Clarence's statement validated the ominous feelings harbored by Dumbledore. Yet, the truth of the matter was that the students of both houses returning to their dormitories would indeed face a high probability of colliding with the troll. Thus, even though his plans had been thwarted by Clarence, he found himself bereft of any rebuttal or justification. What alternative could he propose? To compel the students to return? If Dumbledore were to voice such a command, suspicions regarding his intentions would undoubtedly arise. After the disruption of his scheme, Dumbledore's mind quickly conjured another thought. However, this idea barely took root before he was compelled to abandon it, for if Clarence had already predicted his actions, she undoubtedly had taken corresponding precautions. No wonder he had not seen Windsor at her side in the Great Hall for the meal. It was likely that Clarence had kept Windsor at the Ice Tower. And even that assistant, the young witch named Granger, was probably in the same circumstance, leaving him with no opportunity to devise a scheme against them. It appears that this cunning old man, much like Clarence had anticipated in the early hours of the morning, would indeed redirect his schemes towards Windsor and Hermione due to the disruption of his plans. Regrettably for him, Clarence had already foreseen such a maneuver and had taken the precaution of advising both Windsor and Hermione to remain within the confines of the Ice Tower that evening. As a result of Clarence's foresight, Dumbledore's nascent idea was thwarted before it could even begin to materialize. At this juncture, one would expect Dumbledore to relinquish his ambitions, especially considering the presence of a perilous troll lurking in the underground classroom. The primary concern should be to address the troll first and foremost. However, this obstinate old man was loath to concede, for this opportunity was indeed rare. If orchestrated properly, it could significantly benefit Harry Potter's development. Thus, how could Dumbledore possibly resign himself to forfeiting such a fortuitous chance? He concocted a rather forced rationale, suggesting that the students remain in the Great Hall, pondering the potential consequences should the troll be lured by the aroma of food. Clarence, with a sardonic smile, assured him that he would leave a genuine avatar in the Great Hall. With such a presence, not even a troll, let alone a dragon, could harm a single hair on the students' heads. Noticing Dumbledore's intent to voice further objections, Clarence grew impatient. Dumbledore, have you forgotten that I possess the gift of foresight? Your little schemes and objectives were made abundantly clear to me this very morning. Therefore, Do not entertain thoughts of using this troll's incursion into the castle as a means to train your so-called savior. If your sole intent is to hone his abilities without endangering others, I would be disinclined to intervene. However, what you must not do is involve other Slytherin students in your efforts to cultivate your so-called savior. It is even more egregious to think you might exploit the troll incident to elevate Harry Potter's standing. Should Harry exhibit bravery in confronting the troll, it would bolster the influence of his savior title. Or, should he manage to rescue a fellow student, he could garner their gratitude. While the strategy appears sound, you cannot disregard the safety of the other students for the sake of one Harry Potter. Do you truly believe I would allow you to engage in such a perilous endeavor? Clarence's voice resonated throughout the Great Hall, ensuring that every student present, whether remaining or preparing to return to their dormitories, could hear his admonition. Without delving into the students' thoughts and reactions, it is noted that Dumbledore sighed upon hearing Clarence reveal his previous scheming. He refrained from voicing any rebuttal, for had this matter not been exposed, he would have acted as if nothing had transpired. However, if it were to be unveiled, particularly by someone as credible as Clarence, he would choose not to contest it. Nor would he stoop to fabricating lies for the sake of contradiction, even in his silence, which could be interpreted as tacit acceptance. He understood the severe blow it would deal to his reputation. Yet, Dumbledore remained disdainful of such concerns. It could also be posited that he found himself incapable of refuting the claims, or that even if he attempted to, no one would believe him. One certainty remained. Clarence undoubtedly possessed evidence of the actions Dumbledore might undertake. Therefore, it would be far wiser for him to candidly acknowledge the truth now rather than face the eventual exposure of evidence later. As Dumbledore chose not to contest Clarence's assertions, it was as if he tacitly confirmed their veracity, leading the professors beside him to regard him with a peculiar intensity. They were all somewhat aware of Dumbledore's deep investment in Harry Potter, the so-called savior. The professors understood his intentions to nurture Harry for a more successful and seamless development. However, what they did not anticipate was Dumbledore's willingness to jeopardize the safety of other students in pursuit of this goal, though they held unwavering trust in Dumbledore's capabilities. Believing he could ensure the safety of those affected, such thoughts did not equate to their endorsement of his actions. After all, the fear of unforeseen circumstances loomed large. What if something went awry, beyond Dumbledore's control? Who could guarantee that no accidents would occur? Who would dare wager the lives of students on such uncertainties? Thus, while the professors could comprehend the situation, they could never truly endorse it. Clarence, indifferent to the reactions of others stemming from Dumbledore's silence, simply stated that he could remain in the hall to protect the students. Alternatively, he suggested that he and Snape could escort the students of their respective houses back to their dormitories. Meanwhile, the other professors would proceed as Dumbledore directed, seeking out the intruding troll, with urgency to locate the dangerous creature before it wandered into other parts of the castle. As soon as Clarence finished speaking, Dumbledore nodded in agreement, indicating that she should remain in the Great Hall to protect the students. He then urged the other professors to follow him. Seemingly reluctant to linger in the presence of Clarence and the students, he hastened them along to search the underground classroom area. However, once the professors, including Snape, departed from the hall, it was peculiar that the students who had intended to leave, specifically those from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, chose to stay in the Great Hall. The prefects even instructed the students to return to the long tables and continue their meal. They clearly understood that as long as Clarence remained in the Great Hall, it would be the safest place within the entire castle. With her presence, no danger could possibly harm the students. While the younger students may not have grasped this reality, the older students, particularly the prefects from each house, quickly recognized the truth after regaining their composure. Although some students might question Dumbledore's strength, none would ever doubt Clarence's formidable power. Thus, upon realizing that Clarence would stay in the Great Hall, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students abandoned their thoughts of returning to the dormitories. Despite the powerful protective enchantments in their dorms, none could compare to the profound sense of security that Clarence's presence provided. Therefore, rather than retreating to their house dormitories, it was far more appealing to remain in the Great Hall and enjoy their meal. The students who returned to the tables to partake in the feast, perhaps influenced by the delicious food and the comforting presence of Clarence, found the previously tense atmosphere beginning to ease. Especially the Gryffindor students, known for their bravery, gradually revived the lively ambience that had once filled the hall. On the other hand, the atmosphere at the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables remained somewhat subdued due to lingering concerns. Meanwhile, the mood among the Slytherin students was particularly peculiar. Slytherins, inherently astute and calculating, had overheard Clarence's remarks directed at Dumbledore and, to varying degrees, realized that their house might have fallen victim to Dumbledore's schemes. Furthermore, the purpose of these machinations appeared to be in favor of nurturing Harry Potter, the prophesied savior. Caught in an inexplicable plot, the Slytherin students felt discomfort. It seemed they would neither gain any advantage from this situation, nor could they escape the possibility of being rescued by Harry Potter, which could lead to them incurring significant losses. This left them feeling quite unsettled. However, The key distinction between Slytherin and Gryffindor lay in the fact that, regardless of their discontent, the Slytherin students would still maintain their composure. However, this sentiment is not overtly expressed, particularly concerning Harry Potter, the so-called savior, who holds value and from whom they can derive benefits. They maintain amicable relations with him, even if their own misfortunes stem from his actions. The older students, perhaps due to prolonged familial training, manage to feign ignorance and regard Harry Potter with an air of normalcy. In contrast, the younger students lack such composure, resulting in an odd atmosphere at the Slytherin table. This peculiar sentiment is not confined to Slytherin. Following Clarence's revelation of Dumbledore's intentions, many have altered their perceptions of Harry Potter, leading to hushed discussions across the other three houses. Students from Hufflepuff, upon learning of these developments, resolve to distance themselves from Harry Potter. This decision is not rooted in exclusion or isolation, but rather stems from an instinctive desire to avoid peril and seek safety. In their eyes, after the events of the evening, Harry Potter has been labeled as a harbinger of trouble and danger. Consequently, Hufflepuff students, prioritizing their safety, opt to maintain a considerable distance from him to avert any unforeseen entanglement in Dumbledore's schemes. Though Hufflepuff students may occasionally be derided by others as inept or as belonging to a lesser house, this perspective is superficial. The true essence of Hufflepuff lies in their diligence, patience, and humility, characterized by a peaceful disposition and remarkable inclusiveness. While they may not always exhibit sharp intellect, they are certainly not foolish. They possess the wisdom to make appropriate and judicious choices. Presently, the students of Hufflepuff have collectively decided to steer clear of Harry Potter, unwilling to be ensnared by the troubles and dangers associated with him. As for the Ravenclaw students, one should not assume that their scholarly pursuits render them mere bookworms. As many from other houses suggest, while a few may fit this stereotype, the majority do not. There is a saying that knowledge brings wisdom. Through reading, one acquires knowledge, experiences, and modes of thought, thereby enhancing judgment, insight, and problem-solving abilities. Thus, true Ravenclaw students are astute and even shrewd. Yet their cleverness does not manifest in the cunning pursuit of power and advantage as seen in Slytherin. Rather, it is devoted to the boundless quest for knowledge and learning. In essence, I find it rather tedious to engage with those lacking in intellect. Consequently, the astute students of Ravenclaw, much like their Hufflepuff counterparts, made the prudent choice to distance themselves from Harry Potter, striving to avoid any association with him. Over at the Gryffindor table, discussions regarding this matter had dwindled, with conversations shifting to the more pressing issue of the troll that had invaded the castle. It appeared that, in their minds, both Dumbledore and Harry Potter paled in comparison to the allure of the troll. The students of Gryffindor were not lost in fantasies of dueling the troll and emerging victorious to earn the admiration of their peers. Rather, they engaged in dialogues about the spells and charms that might be effective against such a formidable foe. Chapter 36. Destruction. Clarence paid little attention to the students below, instead retrieving a book from the pendant box and quietly perusing it at the high table. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the doors of the hall to ensure that the troll would not be drawn in by the enticing aroma of food. As for the earlier fainted Quirrell, he had long since disappeared, and it was unclear when he had slipped out of the hall. However, Clarence felt no inclination to concern herself with his whereabouts. After waiting for over an hour without sight of the troll, she also noted the absence of professors returning to the hall. The students had finished their dinner, yet due to the unresolved situation with the troll, they were unable to return to their dormitories for rest. When Clarence glanced at the time and sensed something amiss, she decided to use the magical network to inquire about the professor's status. Just then, messages from Snape and Flitwick arrived. The essence of their communications revealed that the intruder in the castle was not merely a single troll, but rather an unknown number of them. Consequently, the professors were dispersed throughout the castle, searching for the troll's whereabouts, which explained their prolonged absence from the hall. Even at that moment, they had yet to ascertain the total number of trolls that had entered the castle. As Clarence finished reading the messages, she had little time to digest the information before receiving another from Professor McGonagall. The message indicated that, due to the presence of multiple trolls, Clarence was to remain in the Great Hall, and the students were to refrain from returning to their dormitories for the time being, as the castle was now fraught with peril. Furthermore, if the professor's search extended too long, Clarence was to organize the students to spend the night in the Great Hall. After reading McGonagall's message, Clarence found herself puzzled. Her morning prophecy was known to only 3 individuals. Later, in the grand auditorium, a vague reminder was given to Snape. How could the future foretold by divination undergo such a significant transformation? Previously, during the predictions, it was merely observed that Quirrell had brought in a single troll. How could it now evolve into a scenario where numerous trolls infiltrate the castle? After careful contemplation, Clarence deduced that the issue could not lie with herself, nor with Windsor, as she would never divulge the prophecy's content to others. She understood that the more individuals who are aware of the prophecy, the greater the variables become. If neither herself nor Windsor were the culprits, then only 3 individuals had knowledge of the prophecy, leaving Hermione as the only possible source of the leak. Could it be that Hermione had inadvertently let slip some information? Upon reflection, this was not entirely implausible, as the girl was unaware that an increase in the number of those privy to the prophecy could lead to greater unpredictability. Additionally, she had made several friends during her time at Ravenclaw House. Thus, it would be quite natural for Hermione, out of concern for her friend's safety, to reveal that danger would arise that very night, even if she had not disclosed the complete prophecy. Merely warning of impending peril could easily reach Quirrell's ears and inadvertently set off alarm bells. If this were indeed the case, it would explain the current situation, no longer just a single troll entering the castle. Quirrell must have sensed something amiss or overheard students from Ravenclaw discussing the imminent danger, leading him to believe his scheme had been uncovered. Consequently, he would increase the number of trolls unleashed to create greater chaos, diverting the professor's attention away from other matters. This would facilitate Quirrell's access to the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Given these developments, Clarence could not hold Hermione accountable for her well-intentioned misstep. Rising to her feet, she cast a spell to amplify her voice and conveyed the situation to the students. Everyone, please be quiet. I have just received a message from Professor McGonagall. She has informed me that the trolls invading the castle are not merely one, but an unknown number. The professors are currently searching throughout the castle, and to ensure your safety, it is likely that we will all be residing in the auditorium tonight. After delivering her message, Clarence tapped lightly on the table before her, signaling the house elves in the kitchen below to commence their preparations. The house elves did not make an appearance, nor did they ascend to the auditorium. Instead, they utilized magic to swiftly relocate the remaining food back to the kitchen. To the students' eyes, it seemed as though Clarence had employed some arcane magic, causing the leftover food and utensils to vanish in an instant from the long table. After the leftover food and utensils were cleared away, Clarence cast a spell to teleport the long tables of the 4 houses to another location. With a mere wave of his hand, he not only expanded the hall's space several-fold, but also conjured a multitude of sleeping bags, each divided into 4 colors corresponding to the respective houses. The red represented Gryffindor, green for Slytherin, sky blue for Ravenclaw, and earthy yellow with green stripes for Hufflepuff. Each person received a sleeping bag, and those without were instructed to have their house leaders tally up and come to me to collect theirs. When the clock struck midnight, the professors returned to the hall. Observing their weary and somber expressions, Clarence approached Professors Snape and Flitwick, inquiring softly about the situation. By the looks on your faces, it seems the ordeal with the trolls is not yet over? Snape merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to sit near the Slytherin students while gulping down a glass of water. Professor Flitwick, however, began to explain the circumstances as he took his seat. Upon hearing Flitwick's explanation, she understood the source of the professor's grim expressions. It turned out that the 7 trolls that had invaded the castle had been successfully dealt with. The issue lay in the extensive damage they inflicted while wandering through the castle. If it were merely the castle structure that had suffered, it would not have been a significant concern, as it could be remedied with a simple repair charm. However, the trolls had also destroyed numerous magical circles and protective enchantments within the castle, damages that could not be mended with mere spells. The most severe loss occurred when one of the trolls inexplicably managed to breach the Slytherin common room, shattering the glass above it. The result was catastrophic. The foolish creature not only drowned itself, but also inundated the entire Slytherin dormitory. Upon hearing this, Clarence could not help but twitch his lips, pondering whether the troll's intrusion into the Slytherin common room was mere coincidence or if someone had deliberately guided it there. Otherwise, why was Slytherin's common room so unfortunate? The misfortune was not solely due to the troll's invasion. Its location beneath the Black Lake was also a contributing factor. Inside, one could gaze upward through the glass and behold the scenery of the lake bed above. Ordinarily, that glass would have been fortified with protective magic. Otherwise, who would dare reside there, fearing that one day the glass might shatter and flood the entire dormitory? Even if the giant had broken in, it might not have been able to shatter the glass. Yet, in an ironic twist of fate, the creature indeed managed to demolish it, drowning not only itself, but also inundating the Slytherin dormitory. This led Clarence to ponder whether the giant's intrusion was merely a stroke of luck or a premeditated act. With this thought, she cast a glance at the silent Severus Snape sitting nearby, initially believing his quiet demeanor was due to exhaustion from the hunt for the giant. However, it seemed more likely that he was rendered speechless by the devastating flood that had engulfed his house. Come now, Severus, do not be so despondent. Once dawn breaks, I shall venture to the Slytherin common room to assist you in the cleanup and repairs. Clarence consoled him before redirecting her attention to Professor Flitwick, inquiring about the damaged magical runes and protective enchantments, and what the professors intended to do about them. Upon hearing her question, Flitwick sighed. What else can be done? Of course, it falls upon the professors to undertake the repairs. Yet, to be candid, among all the faculty, it is likely only you and Dumbledore possess the requisite expertise in alchemy. Only the two of you can restore the damaged runes and protective spells. As for the rest of us, we can merely assist you in minor ways, which will hardly be of significant help." At this point, Clarence was still processing his words when Snape snickered derisively. "This is the consequence of Dumbledore's negligence towards Quirrell. Now we find ourselves embroiled in such a colossal debacle. And it is the professors who must clean up the mess." Acknowledging Snape's complaint, Clarence nodded in agreement. Indeed, that old man had devised a perilous trial for Harry Potter, creating a labyrinthine chamber designed for his training. What perplexed her most was Dumbledore's audacity in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone from Nicholas Flamel, intending to use it as bait to lure Quirrell, a mere pawn, into the chamber, where he could engage in trivial games with Harry. Setting aside how Quirrell had transformed into his current state, it was astonishing that Dumbledore would allow such a dangerous individual within the school, unconcerned about the potential threat he posed to the students. Perhaps it was Snape's grievances that stirred Clarence's own feelings of discontent toward Dumbledore, prompting her to join in the lament. However, while the three were engrossed in their hushed discussion, they failed to notice that their location was, in fact, the closest to the Slytherin students. Coincidentally, among those slumbering students near the high table was none other than Harry Potter himself. Certainly, they had all fallen into slumber. Yet the commotion caused by the professor's return to the auditorium, coupled with their proximity, awakened several students despite Clarence and her companions' efforts to lower their voices. This disturbance roused Harry Potter, who inadvertently overheard several key phrases uttered by Clarence, such as the Chamber of Secrets, the Philosopher's Stone, bait, and Quirrell. Harry, already troubled by the earlier events at dinner, found himself in a whirlwind of confusion upon learning that Dumbledore had contrived to create a chamber specifically to cultivate his own skills. Astonishingly, this chamber was located precisely in the forbidden area of the 4th floor, which Dumbledore had previously cautioned students against visiting during the opening feast. Although Harry had no knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, he did hear Clarence mention that Professor Quirrell desired it, leading him to conclude that Quirrell was the antagonist. It seemed that Dumbledore intended to use the stone as bait to lure Quirrell into the chamber, all in an effort to enable Harry to thwart Quirrell's ambitions. Yet, Harry questioned his own qualifications. Regardless of Quirrell's dismal performance in class, he remained a professor and, crucially, an adult wizard. What power did Harry possess to impede him? Was Dumbledore genuinely seeking to hone Harry's abilities, or was he merely intent on putting Harry in peril through Quirrell's machinations? Harry found himself utterly perplexed by Dumbledore's actions, his thoughts spiraling into further chaos, until he eventually drifted back to sleep. The last thing he recalled was Clarence expressing her concerns that if Dumbledore continued on this path, it could lead to irreparable harm. He vaguely heard her voice worrying that Dumbledore might endanger Harry. Unbeknownst to Clarence and her friends, who were oblivious to Harry's plight, they exchanged a few more words before seeking their own resting places. As dawn broke, Harry awoke and resolved to wash up. But his previously hazy mind was jolted into clarity by the sight of students hastily avoiding him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the majority of those evading him were from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, though some Slytherin and Gryffindor students were among them as well. While many Slytherin and Gryffindor students maintained their usual demeanor towards him, the peculiar glint in their eyes was unmistakable. Their behavior and strange gazes not only roused Harry from his earlier stupor, but also compelled him to lower his head, unable to meet their scrutinizing stares. He hurried into the washroom, seeking an unoccupied sink. After turning on the tap, he splashed cool water onto his face, neglecting the glasses still perched on his nose. To an onlooker, it appeared he was merely washing up, but in truth, he sought to wash away the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. In his moment of sorrow, Harry Potter remained oblivious to the wisps of dark mist that began to emanate from the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. This ethereal vapor was so insubstantial that the mere airflow generated by his face washing dissipated it entirely. Regrettably, the other students in the washroom failed to witness this peculiar occurrence. Chapter 38, Restoration and Quidditch. No one noticed this phenomenon, nor did they know whether it was a singular event. After finishing his ablutions and cleaning his glasses, Harry exited the washroom. Although he managed to meet the averted gazes and peculiar expressions of his peers with a stoic demeanor, the turmoil within him was known only to himself. Following this incident, his classmates noted a marked change in Harry. He had become even more reticent than before. Amidst this backdrop, Ron Weasley, who had been observing Harry from the shadows, seized an opportunity to befriend him, capitalizing on a chance even Harry himself had not perceived. Meanwhile, Clarence had accompanied Snape early that morning to the underground classrooms, preparing to clear and restore the Slytherin common room, which had been inundated by lake water. However, upon their arrival in the subterranean area, they found that the murky water had risen to knee level. It seemed the situation in the Slytherin common room was indeed dire. Clarence, witnessing the flooded floor, spoke with a tone of resignation. Snape, however, scoffed, expressing his conviction that the giant's intrusion into the common room was no mere coincidence, but rather the machinations of that old meddler Dumbledore. Clarence nodded in agreement, aware that a labyrinthine corridor existed leading to the Slytherin common room. Given the creature's limited intellect, it would hardly have found its way through such a maze without deliberate guidance. Thus, she concurred with Snape's assessment, dismissing the idea of coincidence. Having acknowledged his viewpoint, she chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she transformed the ring on her hand, the Sarah wheel, into the form of a wand and began casting spells to clear the accumulated water. They worked in tandem as they progressed toward the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Upon reaching the door, Snape cast a spell before glancing at Clarence, silently inquiring if she was prepared. For once the door opened, the lake water would surge forth. Upon receiving a nod from Clarence, Snape felt reassured and promptly opened the door to the lounge. Thanks to prior preparations, the water from the lake within the lounge did not surge forth. Instead, it was halted by an invisible barrier. Subsequently, after consolidating all the accumulated lake water from the underground classroom area and guiding it back into the Black Lake, Clarence began the restoration of the glass above the lounge. More precisely, it was a special type of crystal, notable for its unique property of refracting sunlight, allowing rays to penetrate the lake water and illuminate the lounge. Otherwise, who could endure residing underground, directly beneath the Black Lake, in such a dim and damp environment? Once the restoration was complete, to ensure the integrity of this extraordinary crystal against potential physical damage, Clarence cast numerous spells and enchantments, even inscribing a magical array within the crystal. This rendered it more impervious and enhanced its distinctive capabilities. Following this, the two began to tidy the disheveled lounge and dormitory with their spells. As they departed, it was apparent that the light within the lounge had grown noticeably brighter. After ascending, Clarence parted ways with Snape, who went to summon the Slytherin students back to the common room to assess any losses of personal belongings. As for Clarence, she originally intended to seek out Dumbledore to discuss the restoration of the damaged magical arrays and barriers within the castle. However, en route to the headmaster's office, she encountered Professor McGonagall, who informed her that Dumbledore was not in his office but rather at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. He was there to initiate repairs, lest the castle's temporary lack of defenses allow some creature from the forest to intrude, particularly the more perilous ones. After contemplating, Clarence decided that since Dumbledore was attending to the Forbidden Forest, she would focus on mending the magical damage within the castle. As the one responsible for the restoration, McGonagall had no objections and personally guided her to the various damaged locations. With Clarence's assistance, particularly as she could conjure numerous authentic avatars to aid in the efforts, the pace of restoration was remarkably swift. Moreover, her repairs were not merely rapid. She also optimized and improved the magical arrays and barriers, ensuring that the restored areas would operate more smoothly. Additionally, several new functionalities were introduced, the specifics of which need not be detailed here. The only point worth mentioning is that perhaps due to Clarence's restoration and improvement efforts, it remains uncertain whether these actions align with some concealed regulations within Hogwarts Castle. Consequently, her original authority as a professor has ascended to the rank of deputy headmaster. This implies that Clarence now wields powers equivalent to those of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, if not subtly surpassing them. The reason for suggesting that her authority slightly exceeds theirs lies in Clarence's awareness that her deputy headmaster privileges encompass the ability to alter certain aspects of the castle. It is this very authority that, during specific extraordinary circumstances, can supersede the deputy headmaster's commands issued by Dumbledore and McGonagall. Only the official headmaster holds the ultimate authority. For instance, in the original narrative arc, during the climactic battle at Hogwarts, McGonagall activated a defensive charm that animated the stone statues to fend off the enemy's assault. In relation to the authority over this defensive magic, Clarence can issue special directives that override McGonagall's commands, thereby commandeering control over the statues. Numerous such instances exist, which is why Clarence confidently asserts that her authority surpasses that of a deputy headmaster, yet remains inferior to that of the official headmaster. This unexpected enhancement of power, while it bears some utility for Clarence, is not overwhelmingly significant. The utility stems from the fact that with such privileges, Clarence can monitor certain functionalities of the castle. For example, she can command the portraits and the ghosts within the castle. Consequently, these portraits and specters effectively become her informants. However, the crux of the issue is that Clarence does not reside within the castle. Furthermore, she possesses additional means to oversee the entire castle. Thus, while this unexpected elevation of authority is indeed somewhat beneficial, its practical application is rather limited. Chapter 39, Quidditch and Clarification. Perhaps due to the need for repairs on the castle, the Quidditch match, originally scheduled to occur after Halloween, has been postponed for several days. It is not until Dumbledore completes the restoration of certain protective measures against the Forbidden Forest that the school can commence the Quidditch matches. Lacking any interest in the sport, Clarence naturally does not pay attention to the details of the delayed match, nor does she attend in person. Afterwards, I heard Hermione mention that during a match, Harry Potter inexplicably fell to the ground, possibly due to an issue with his broom. Fortunately, the ground was enchanted with protective magic. Otherwise, a fall from such a height could have proven fatal or resulted in severe injury. With Harry, the Seeker, incapacitated, the outcome of the match was inevitable. Slytherin emerged victorious. Clarence, upon hearing this, exhibited a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to whether Hermione had successfully prevented Quirrell from cursing Harry's broom, as fate would have it. He was equally unconcerned that Harry's fall might have been attributable to the absence of Snape's covert protection. After all, this was a scheme orchestrated by Dumbledore himself. As long as it did not adversely affect others, Clarence felt no obligation to intervene on Harry's behalf. He continued organizing his lesson plans and preparing the materials for the upcoming class. Noticing Clarence's apparent apathy towards the Quidditch match, Hermione brought up another matter relayed to her by friends from Ravenclaw. It seemed that Harry had inexplicably allied himself with Ron Weasley, the youngest Weasley, who had become Harry's follower. Moreover, the two of them appeared to be investigating information related to the Philosopher's Stone. At this, Clarence raised his gaze to the young girl and solemnly cautioned her. Hermione, you must not involve yourself in this. It is Dumbledore's design aimed at outsmarting Quirrell and testing Harry. Should you choose to meddle, Dumbledore would undoubtedly find great amusement, as I am the one standing behind you. And that old man would relish dragging me into this mess as well. Therefore, Hermione, you must comprehend your position and be aware of the potential consequences of any missteps. Upon hearing Clarence's words, particularly the final admonition, Hermione felt a chill within her. It dawned on her that the individual before her was not as gentle and harmless as he appeared. As he had stated, the reason she was appointed as his assistant in elemental studies was due to his recognition of her intelligence and eagerness to learn. This opportunity allowed her to reside in the Ice Tower, creating a facade of intimacy between herself, Clarence, and Windsor. Yet, Hermione could distinctly perceive the disparity in Clarence's attitude towards Windsor compared to his demeanor towards her. There is nothing particularly surprising about this, for Windsor has always been a student of Clarence, having been raised by her from a young age. Naturally, their relationship is far more intimate than that of a mere assistant in the elemental class, such that it could be said, rather bluntly, that the role of the elemental class assistant is not solely hers to occupy. In fact, Clarence could easily seek out other students for this position. This revelation prompted Hermione to reminisce about the true nature of her relationship with the two of them. Moreover, she grasped the underlying meaning of Clarence's words. The essence of her message was clear. One must choose a side, for a misguided decision would lead Clarence to replace her with another assistant, resulting in a different occupant in her dormitory within the Ice Tower. With this understanding, Hermione became acutely aware of the choices she would need to make moving forward. Clarence paid little heed to Hermione's reaction upon hearing her words. Even if she were to notice, it would matter little to her. After all, she is a clever young witch who knows how to make choices that serve her best interests. Furthermore, her remarks were merely intended to intimidate the girl. It was not that a wrong choice would result in the immediate revocation of her assistantship. Rather, it was a warning that she would simply eliminate the source of any misguided decisions. After all, Clarence possesses the prowess to resolve issues and eliminate those who cause her trouble. It merely comes down to whether such actions are deemed worthy of her effort. Clarence's choice to appoint Hermione as her assistant was not merely due to her status as one of the principal female characters in the narrative, but rather because of her exceptional talent and aptitude. Among all the first-year students, be they young witches or muggle students, none surpassed Hermione in terms of skill and potential. Otherwise, would Clarence truly keep a mere ornament by her side, bestowing upon her abundant resources, even if that ornament were a significant character in the tapestry of fate? In essence, what truly captivated Clarence was Hermione's talent and capabilities, devoid of any considerations of superficial attributes, including beauty. Let us not forget that the women Clarence has encountered are all of the highest caliber in terms of beauty. Without regard for Hermione's reaction, Clarence proceeded to pose another question. How fares your study of the Patronus charm? Are you able to manifest it into a corporeal form? This inquiry jolted Hermione from her reverie, as she looked at Clarence, whose demeanor remained unchanged, as if the previous conversation had merely been a figment of her imagination. However, Hermione understood that the words she heard were not merely figments of her imagination. Clarence had indeed spoken them. A rough outline had already begun to take shape, and with some practice, she believed she could meet the professor's expectations. Clarence nodded thoughtfully, then inquired if she had encountered any difficulties or challenges during her practice. What sort of issues have you faced in your exercises, or what aspects have you found difficult to comprehend? Hermione hurriedly retrieved a notebook from her small bag and articulated all the problems and challenges she had encountered. Without hesitation, Clarence began to provide answers, addressing even some issues that Hermione herself had overlooked. After resolving her queries, he cautioned her not to engage in the study of dark magic just yet, explaining that dark magic often draws upon the negative emotions of the caster. Chapter 40. Clarification and the Mirror of Ariste. In essence, the majority of dark magic is rooted in negative emotions, which is what lends dark magic its formidable potency. Additionally, the knowledge of dark magic itself can corrode the caster, influencing their mental state and character in various ways. This is why dark wizards often appear so deranged, akin to individuals suffering from mental illness. Such effects are a result of the insidious influence of dark magic. Consequently, Hogwarts, like most magical institutions, prohibits students from engaging with dark magic for this very reason. Of course, the situation at Durmstrang is different. While that school does not outright ban the study of dark magic, it imposes certain restrictions. For instance, curses such as the unforgivable curses, which lack counterspells and can severely affect the caster, are similarly off-limits to students. Thus, I must insist, Hermione, that you refrain from delving into dark magic until you have fully mastered the Patronus charm, especially given that your Patronus has yet to take form. Otherwise, your current grasp of the charm would leave you ill-equipped to resist the corrupting influence of dark magic, even if it were merely a minor curse that necessitates negative emotions for its release. After hearing this, Hermione nodded in understanding, but soon posed a question. Professor Clarence, does that mean that once I master the Patronus charm, particularly achieving a complete manifestation of my Patronus, I could freely study dark magic? However, upon hearing Hermione's query, Clarence raised his gaze to her once more. It is not so simple. The Patronus charm may help you resist the encroachment of dark magic, yet it cannot eliminate its effects. Do you remember what I just mentioned? Dark magic is fundamentally released through the caster's negative emotions. The Guardian charm merely serves to shield one from the corrosive effects of dark magic itself, yet it cannot eliminate the influence of the caster's negative emotions while wielding such malevolent forces. Over prolonged exposure, subtle shifts may occur within the caster's psyche, will, and even character, often without their own awareness. Thus, it is erroneous to assume that mastery of the Guardian charm permits one to cavalierly delve into dark magic. Rather, it necessitates continuous practice and exploration of the Guardian itself, as well as an understanding and application of positive energy within this magic. At this juncture, Clarence paused momentarily before imparting another revelation to Hermione. Naturally, the conventional Guardian charm only extends to such limits. However, there exists a significantly advanced magic that, upon thorough mastery, allows an individual to study and employ dark magic without restraint. Hermione, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief, instinctively yearning to inquire further, but seemingly recalling something. She promptly closed her mouth, swallowing the words that had almost escaped her lips. It was evident that she recognized the rarity of the advanced magic described by Professor Clarence, understanding that it was not knowledge she was entitled to access, which is why she hastily silenced herself. Observing Hermione's demeanor, Clarence could not help but chuckle softly. Without overthinking, he acknowledged that while this advanced magic was indeed precious, its capacity to resist the encroachment and influence of dark magic was merely ancillary. The true significance lay elsewhere. Having concluded his thoughts, Clarence recounted the ancient Guardian charm that Dumbledore had entrusted to him, explaining that this ancient spell is the original from which the modern Guardian magic is derived. In essence, the contemporary Guardian charm is a refined iteration of its ancient predecessor. Correspondingly, the learning curve for the ancient Guardian magic is immensely steep, far surpassing that of the modern variant. Otherwise, wizards would not have sought to reform it. After sharing this, Clarence retrieved the original manuscript of the ancient Guardian charm from its pendant case and handed it to Hermione. The contents of this tome have long been uploaded to the magical web, allowing you to search for and study this spell online. However, since it would merely gather dust in my possession, I would be pleased to gift it to you as a collectible. Yet, I must caution you. To learn the ancient Guardian magic, it is imperative that you first master the modern Guardian charm. Otherwise, you may find the material incomprehensible. Furthermore, do not practice alone. You may seek assistance from me or Windsor. It is essential to have someone present to supervise, for any unforeseen mishaps could lead to considerable trouble. However, Hermione hesitated, uncertain whether to grasp the invaluable tome resting upon the desk. For its worth was indeed overwhelming, so much so that it instilled within her a sense of trepidation. Take it. This grimoire is not as precious to me as you might envision, Clarence declared, returning his focus to his writing. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione decided to retrieve the magical book from the desk, treating it with utmost reverence as she carefully stowed it in her small satchel. Following the conclusion of the Quidditch match, the school swiftly returned to its usual tranquility, save for the occasional ruckus during dueling club activities. Otherwise, no unusual incidents transpired. As time passed, half a month slipped by, leading to mid-December, when the school was poised to commence its holiday break. The Christmas recess would span approximately 2 weeks, prompting the professors to begin compiling a list of students intending to remain on campus. Unexpectedly, Clarence learned that Hermione, who was expected to return home for the Christmas holiday, had resolved to stay at school. While he was taken aback by this revelation, he refrained from inquiring further, After all, whether she chose to spend the holiday with her family was not his concern. Moreover, the young girl had already registered her intention to remain with Professor McGonagall. Nevertheless, Hermione took the initiative to approach him, expressing her desire to utilize the Magical Network's spellcasting function on Christmas Day to use apparition to return home and celebrate with her family. You certainly have some clever ideas. However, have you fully mastered apparition? It is essential to understand that while you may be employing the Magical Network's capabilities, your own proficiency in the spell is critical. Otherwise, significant discrepancies may arise. It would be quite troublesome if you were to arrive at the wrong location. The young girl awkwardly admitted that her apprehension regarding her mastery of apparition prompted her to seek Clarence's assistance. Chapter 41. The Magic Mirror and the Reunion. Your mind is quite agile, adept at exploiting the loopholes. I can indeed transport you home on Christmas Day, but I shall not be responsible for your return. You will need to apparate back to school on your own. As for the Hogwarts Express, do not entertain such thoughts, as you have already registered with Professor McGonagall, and the school will not send your ticket via owl post. You may consider this a test of sorts for me. What do you think? Hermione recalled the countless times she had practiced apparition, each teleportation leaving her feeling nauseous and disoriented, which filled her with dread. Yet, in the end, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Observing the blend of fear and determination in Hermione's gaze, Clarence nodded approvingly. He thought to himself, truly, she is the one I believe in. It was evident that she was well aware of the discomfort she endured during each practice of apparition, yet this young woman, despite her struggles, would persistently return to her training after every setback. Although Hermione's resolve was commendable, the method she employed for her practice was not without its drawbacks. Indeed, prolonged engagement in such training could foster psychological barriers. While these barriers might pose little issue in day-to-day use, any moment of hesitation during combat, no matter how brief, could lead to dire consequences, placing her in perilous situations. Thus, upon recognizing that Hermione's approach had begun to instill a psychological hindrance, Clarence had been contemplating ways to assist her in overcoming this obstacle. Fortunately, she had unwittingly presented him with the opportunity. As Christmas Day arrived, Clarence upheld his promise, rising early before dawn to prepare himself, and subsequently rousing Windsor and Hermione. After enjoying a breakfast provided by the house elves, he utilized apparition to transport the two of them directly to the doorstep of Hermione's home. One might wonder why he brought Windsor along if his sole purpose was to escort Hermione home. Hermione assumed that they had other tasks to attend to after dropping her off, thus she did not dwell on it nor inquire further. However, the truth was that after delivering Hermione, Clarence intended to return to the Ice Tower with Windsor. The reason for bringing Windsor on this journey was that, although Clarence had stated he would ensure Hermione's return to school on the designated day, he could not simply ignore the matter entirely. Hence, he wished for Windsor to familiarize herself with Hermione's home, so that on the day of their return, Windsor could discreetly observe Hermione, safeguarding against any unforeseen circumstances. Upon their return to the Ice Tower, each attended to their own affairs. Clarence had numerous matters to address, but given that it was Christmas Day, he preferred to take a break and enjoy a day of relaxation. As evening approached, Clarence took Windsor to the Great Hall, where they shared a festive Christmas dinner with the professors and students who remained at Hogwarts. The atmosphere was quite delightful, lively and far from the desolate scene one might expect from a smaller gathering. After finishing the sumptuous Christmas feast, Clarence and Windsor strolled back to the Ice Tower, taking the opportunity to aid digestion. However, in the following days, Clarence anticipated a tranquil passage of time until an unexpected event transpired one night, just before the stroke of midnight. At that moment, Clarence lay upon his soft bed, eyes closed, appearing to be in slumber, yet in truth, he was traversing the magical web, entirely awake. Just as he stumbled upon an intriguing paper he intended to examine closely, he sensed someone had activated the magical mechanism deliberately left on the shore, designed to create an icy pathway across the surface of the Black Lake. This magical contraption existed to allow students to forge their own frozen route to the Ice Tower during their leisure hours, apart from their classes. One might wonder why Clarence opted to leave such a mechanism instead of guiding the students to learn elemental magic and create their own pathways. It could be said that he greatly overestimated the capabilities of these students. As of now, none had reached the level necessary to study ice magic. Consequently, no one could venture to the Ice Tower independently. Moreover, not a single student had the ingenuity to think outside the conventional framework. They were all rather rigid, fixated solely on ice elemental magic, completely oblivious to alternative methods to reach the Ice Tower. Thus, in a state of resignation, Clarence found it necessary to leave this magical mechanism on the banks of the Black Lake, enabling students to create a passageway to the Ice Tower when not engaged in classes, whether to seek his wisdom, practice the new meditation techniques on the second floor, conduct elemental magic experiments, or visit the library on the third floor. Upon sensing the activation of the magical mechanism, Clarence abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. As he changed his attire, He grumbled about who would dare disturb the tranquility of the night by venturing to the ice tower. When he finally dressed and descended to the first floor, he opened the grand door of the ice tower only to discover that the visitor was none other than Harry Potter. Observing the young lad clad in nothing but a thin coat, shivering in the biting wind, Clarence felt it unwise to admonish him for being out at such a late hour. Instead, he welcomed the poor boy inside, closing the door behind him to shield them from the cold and the swirling snowflakes. Once seated, Clarence summoned a house elf to bring a cup of hot milk and some snacks, before inquiring about Harry Potter's reasons for visiting the ice tower at such an hour. After Harry's explanation, Clarence finally grasped the context and the purpose of the boy's nocturnal visit. During a nocturnal wander, you inadvertently stumbled upon a peculiar mirror in an empty classroom, where you glimpsed the visage of your parents. They even beckoned you to seek them out, claiming that I could facilitate a meeting of your souls. Is that not accurate? In response to Clarence's succinct summary, Harry Potter nodded earnestly, affirming that indeed. It was within that mirror that he had heard his father convey such words. Observing the glimmer of hope in the boy's eyes, Clarence felt a surge of frustration, his teeth grinding in irritation. Chapter 42. The Mirror. In the meeting, Clarence was not naive. She recognized that Harry had sought her out as yet another maneuver orchestrated by Dumbledore. The mirror he had encountered was, if she surmised correctly, the fabled Mirror of Erist, a magical artifact capable of reflecting one's innermost desires. This mirror had the potential to ensnare those burdened by regret within the false illusions it projected. The greater the regret, the deeper the descent into its alluring depths. However, for those whose lives were relatively fulfilled and whose perspectives were broad, the mirror merely served as an intriguing magical object, incapable of ensnaring them. Thus, the sole peril of the mirror lay in the enchanting yet deceptive visions it displayed, which were mere representations and not reality. It was impossible for figures, as Harry had described, to engage in communication with the beholder, for the mirror possessed no such capability. Consequently, Clarence concluded with certainty that the voice Harry had heard was merely a ruse orchestrated by Dumbledore. Contemplating this, Clarence could hardly suppress her anger. The couple had long since departed this world, yet Dumbledore sought to exploit their memory once more. Harry, I can indeed allow you to perceive the essence of your parents, but I must first impart two vital pieces of information. Before the child could manifest a look of joy, Clarence's initial revelation rendered his expression abruptly frozen. The first matter I must disclose is that the magical mirror you have encountered is known as the Mirror of Erist, and its function is. Clarence proceeded to enlighten him about the Mirror of Erist, emphasizing that it would only reveal beautiful illusions, all of which were illusory and devoid of any capacity for genuine interaction with the observer. This revelation struck Harry like a frigid torrent of water, not only solidifying his expression but also instilling a chilling sense of foreboding within him. Clarence, who had been intently watching, noted the fleeting expression that crossed Harry's face before he lowered his gaze. Indeed, just as you are contemplating now, the voice emanating from the Mirror of Erist must undoubtedly be the machinations of that old rascal, Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Harry Potter's body trembled slightly, yet he refrained from raising his gaze. However, why would Professor Dumbledore engage in such actions? It is because he intends to manipulate you to scheme against me, and moreover, I can indeed facilitate a meeting with the souls of your parents. So, Professor Stewart, you will not allow me to meet the souls of my parents, will you? Harry questioned, his voice thick with emotion. I am not like that old coot Dumbledore, and I would not deny you the chance to meet the souls of your parents merely due to his cunning. However, this brings me to the second matter I wish to convey. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Harry immediately lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he looked at her. The second point I wish to clarify is that I can allow you to meet the souls of your parents, but from this point forward, our relationship will be strictly that of professor and student. Do you comprehend what I mean, Harry? Seeing the bewildered expression on the boy's face, Clarence could not help but sigh. What I mean is that after I facilitate your meeting with the souls of James and Lily, my friendship with them will cease. Henceforth, I will not extend any assistance to you based on my friendship with them. Before Harry could respond, Clarence directly stated that since he was sent to be raised by his mother's family, he had been sending them a sum of money each year. To this, Harry gazed at her in sheer astonishment. Wasn't that money sent by Professor Dumbledore? However, upon hearing his question, Clarence could no longer contain her laughter. Let me take a guess. Perhaps that old fellow never explicitly stated that he was the one sending the money each year, and whenever the matter arose, he would speak in vague terms, all the while engaging in actions that would mislead you into believing that the money was indeed from him. Harry reflected on this and soon realized that, as Clarence had suggested, Dumbledore had never acknowledged that the money was sent by him. Before the boy could voice any inquiries, Clarence preemptively countered, "So why do you not inquire with your relatives, but instead seek answers from Dumbledore, who shares no blood relation with you?" I have asked them, but they only said he was a friend of my parents, never mentioning his name. Moreover, whenever I attempted to inquire about the name, It seemed they deliberately evaded the question, unwilling to disclose it. Once at Hogwarts, I also sought an opportunity to ask Professor Dumbledore. But I mistakenly believed the money was sent by him, and I held no suspicions, Harry stammered in explanation. Clarence expressed his concern that the family who adopted Harry had likely faced some subtle intimidation or warning from Dumbledore, a tactic he frequently employed, regardless of any misunderstandings. It was of little consequence. My annual financial contributions were merely a testament to the bond shared with your parents, and I harbored no expectations of reciprocity. Initially, I intended to continue these remittances until you reached adulthood, at which point you would be expected to possess the capability for independent living. However, due to Dumbledore's desire to manipulate you as a means to undermine me, even resurrecting the memories of your deceased parents for his purposes, I can now facilitate a meeting between you and the spirits of your parents. Yet, from this moment forward, our relationship shall be strictly that of teacher and student. Therefore, Harry, reveal your choice to me. Harry Potter, however, did not offer a choice. Instead, he inquired about another matter. Why was it Professor Stewart who sent the money, rather than Headmaster Dumbledore? During a previous visit to Gringotts with Hagrid, I had heard that my parents had left me an inheritance, with the vault key still in Dumbledore's possession. So why did he not send the funds himself? Moreover, the goblins at Gringotts had indicated that no one had accessed the wealth left by my parents, implying that the money sent was entirely your own. Additionally, Harry pressed on, questioning why Dumbledore refrained from providing financial support for his upbringing, despite possessing the key to his parents' vault. Why did he resort to intimidating the very family that took him in? Was it merely to obscure the truth from him, that it was Clarence who was truly sending the money, while leading Harry to mistakenly believe it was Dumbledore? Chapter 43. The Truth and Anomalies. Clarence glanced at him, stating plainly that there was no need for further contemplation. He was not financially constrained, and the only thing he could do was send money as Harry's support, lest life become unbearably difficult for him. In fact, making your life arduous was precisely Dumbledore's intent, as it would serve to forge you into the ideal savior he envisioned. Professor, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to forge me into Dumbledore's ideal savior? Harry Potter asked, his voice trembling. With a sympathetic glance, Clarence unveiled the cruel truth. Harry, although you bear the title of savior, it was deliberately orchestrated by Dumbledore. Even your parents' demise was part of his intricate scheme to outmaneuver Voldemort. However, this matter is not one you are yet prepared to comprehend. However, to a certain extent, you have indeed eradicated the physical form of Voldemort, which naturally leads many who fear him to regard you as the true savior. This is primarily why you have gained such remarkable renown within the magical community, particularly in the British magical realm. Yet, the question arises, what truly defines a savior? Clarence paid no heed to Harry Potter, who was momentarily stunned by the sudden revelation of his parents' demise. He had no intention of seeking any answers from him. Instead, he directly imparted the truth. Regardless of your perceptions of what a genuine savior should embody, one thing remains unequivocal: a normal life, environment, and commonplace experiences cannot cultivate a savior. Only through enduring various hardships, comprehending the suffering endured by others, nurturing hope, and possessing a sincere desire to assist those in need can one evolve into a true savior. At the very least, when considering the matter of character alone, one could argue that you possess the qualifications to become a savior. Thus, how could Dumbledore possibly send you money to ensure you grew up in a privileged environment? If that were the case, would it not have been more prudent for him to raise you within the magical community? Why go to the trouble of placing you with your mother's relatives? Although, another reason for sending you there was that your mother, prior to her untimely death, cast an ancient and immensely powerful protective charm upon you. The requirement of this enchantment was that you must spend a portion of each year in the company of blood relatives. Therefore, not only would Dumbledore refrain from sending money, he also calculated that the family raising you would, without a doubt, treat you harshly due to financial constraints. Without waiting for his reaction, Clarence took the initiative to elucidate why your guardians would be unkind to you because of money. Harry, consider this from their perspective. Reflect on the number of children in the family raising you, the expenses associated with each child, and their overall income. Even though you share a blood connection with them, in the absence of any financial support for your upbringing, your presence would only complicate their already challenging circumstances. Under such conditions, how do you think they would perceive you? It is only in this manner that Dumbledore could fulfill his intention of nurturing and challenging you. Harry Potter was not truly dim-witted. He quickly discerned the flaw in Clarence's reasoning. Although he yearned to inquire about the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths, he abandoned that thought upon observing Clarence's expression, which clearly indicated that he would not divulge such information. However, why did Headmaster Dumbledore wish to cultivate me into a savior? My question is, since the mysterious figure is already deceased, why would Dumbledore still wish to nurture me? Or, what purpose does he have in cultivating a savior? Clarence gazed at him with profound significance, retorting with subtle implications. What corresponds to a savior? Or rather, under what circumstances would a savior be necessary? At her words, Harry Potter seemed to grasp something, inhaling sharply and instinctively widening his eyes. Professor, are you suggesting that the mysterious figure is not truly dead? Clarence shrugged. In a certain sense, he indeed has not perished. Now is not the time to discuss this topic. Moreover, you should not be debating with me whether Voldemort is truly dead or not, but rather with that old B, Dumbledore. Now, it is time for you to reveal your choice, Harry. After taking Harry Potter to the artificial underworld to meet his parents. By the time they returned to the ice tower, the sky was beginning to brighten. All right, Harry, you should return to the castle dormitory for a good rest. However, before you head back, I believe you ought to visit the Great Hall. You might just catch breakfast, order something, and then return to sleep. Upon her suggestion, the weariness that Harry had suppressed in his excitement from seeing his parents surged forth. Struggling against the urge to yawn, tears welled in his eyes. After bidding farewell to Clarence, he intended to return to the castle. Initially, he was solely focused on hastily reaching the dormitory for a proper sleep. But recalling Clarence's words as he departed, he redirected his path towards the Great Hall. Yet, halfway there, he fortuitously encountered Dumbledore returning from the Forbidden Forest, with Hagrid following closely behind, cradling a large wooden chest. The crisp sound of glass clinking within the chest accompanied Hagrid's movements. Although Harry was immensely curious about its contents, he found himself compelled to concentrate solely on Dumbledore, drawn in by his probing gaze. The events of the previous night, particularly concerning the circumstances of his parents' demise and the matter of the guardianship, alongside Dumbledore's deliberate manipulation of the Mirror of Eris to lead him to Clarence, filled Harry's eyes with a mixture of vigilance and resentment as he regarded the older wizard. This expression perplexed Dumbledore, who felt a pang of sorrow while also wondering why Harry harbored such sentiments. It is worth noting that last night, although he had intentionally guided Harry to the empty classroom housing the Mirror of Eris, he had only observed the reflections of Harry's inner world before departing without further interference. He turned to the nearby Hog's Head Inn to consult an old acquaintance regarding certain matters. Dumbledore initially presumed that Harry Potter would be utterly captivated by the Mirror of Eris, losing himself for an entire evening before returning to the dormitory to rest. What he had not anticipated, however, was that Harry had left the castle, the whereabouts of which remained a mystery. This information came to him after he inquired with the portraits and ghosts within the castle upon returning from next door. The responses he received indicated that the boy had hastily departed, with no one aware of his destination, and he had yet to return. Upon learning of this, Dumbledore felt a slight concern, yet he was not overly anxious, believing that even if the boy had exited the castle, he would remain within the bounds of the school. As long as he stayed within the school grounds and did not venture into the Forbidden Forest, he was unlikely to encounter any peril. Furthermore, both the school and the Forbidden Forest were enveloped in magical barriers, which would alert Dumbledore if Harry were to stray beyond or trespass into the forest. However, as dawn approached and the boy still had not returned, Dumbledore's worry began to escalate, prompting him to search for Harry. His first destination was Hagrid's hut. Given the bond between Hagrid and Harry, Dumbledore speculated that if Harry had not left the school grounds nor entered the Forbidden Forest, he was likely seeking Hagrid. Beyond that, the only other location he could consider was the ice tower where Clarence and Windsor resided. Dumbledore planned to check the ice tower if he found no sign of Harry at Hagrid's. After all, those were the only two places Harry would likely visit. However, upon finding no one at Hagrid's, Dumbledore returned to the castle, intending to consult a portrait or ghost to inquire whether Harry had returned. If not, he would proceed to the ice tower. To his surprise, upon his return, he encountered Harry, who was preparing to head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Casting him a peculiar glance, ignoring the intensity of Harry's gaze, Dumbledore cautiously inquired if he had just risen to go to breakfast. Having been sorted into Slytherin, Harry had, to some extent, absorbed the demeanor of the pure-blooded children around him, suppressing the simmering resentment within. He averted his gaze from Dumbledore, showing no intention of responding, merely nodding slightly before continuing towards the Great Hall. Dumbledore exchanged a few words with Hagrid before hastily following Harry, while Hagrid continued to carry the large wooden crate towards the castle. The two walked in silence for a while, after which Dumbledore ventured to speak again. Harry, it is wrong to lie, so you did not spend the night in your dormitory, but rather went to the ice tower, did you? Although Harry had cultivated a degree of composure, he was already mentally exhausted from a sleepless night, compounded by the revelations he had received from Clarence. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, he could no longer suppress the fury bubbling within him. If lying is indeed wrong, then how many lies have you, headmaster, uttered to me? You deliberately misled me to seek out Professor Stewart. The death of my parents. You allowed me to believe that the funds for my upbringing came from you, and even went so far as to intimidate the family that raised me, preventing them from revealing that the true benefactor was Professor Stewart. So please, headmaster, tell me, who was the first to deceive the other? Upon hearing Harry Potter's furious inquiry and witnessing the bitterness in his gaze, Dumbledore felt a sudden stiffness in his body. His mind was a tumult of confusion. He could scarcely fathom that Harry had uncovered so many truths, or that Clarence had divulged such information to him. Yet, despite the turmoil in his thoughts, Dumbledore, once the great white wizard, swiftly discerned the gravity of the situation. His demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he asked, "You claim I intentionally guided you to Clarence. What, then, did you witness last night? I mean, what images did you see in the mirror of Erased? As for the intimidation of your foster family, that matter is rather complex, and I shall explain it to you in due course." In his rage, Harry was oblivious to the subtle shift in Dumbledore's expression and tone, nor did he intend to respond to his questions, opting instead for a sarcastic retort. "What is the matter, Headmaster? Have I unmasked your true self, rendering you too weary to maintain your facade?" Observing Harry's current demeanor, Dumbledore felt a weight in his heart, a disquieting premonition stirring within him. He longed to inquire further about what Harry had seen in the mirror that prompted him to seek Clarence. But he sensed that Harry would likely withhold his answer. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Dumbledore suppressed his unease, momentarily entertaining the notion of employing the legilimency spell on Harry. Instead, he calmly suggested that Harry first go to the Great Hall for breakfast, and then return to his dormitory for a proper rest, promising that after lunch, they would discuss these matters in his office. Harry merely scoffed and turned away, dismissing Dumbledore's request to meet after lunch. Certainly, although no promises were made, Harry nonetheless intended to visit the headmaster's office after lunch. He was curious to discover what Dumbledore would say to him. Now that he was aware of the truth, whether he would continue to weave lies or directly confess. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood silently, watching Harry enter the Great Hall before promptly turning and striding towards the Ice Tower. He needed to inquire with Clarisse about the Elysian Mirror, to ascertain whether she had manipulated it in any way that would lead Harry to the Ice Tower the previous night. Although Dumbledore did not believe Clarisse would engage in such actions, nor deemed it necessary, he felt compelled to seek clarity. He would prefer the notion that Clarisse had tampered with the Elysian Mirror rather than face the possibility of an unforeseen incident. For even if it were true that Clarisse had intentionally drawn Harry to her, while Dumbledore might remain ignorant of her intentions, he could be assured that her motives were not perilous. However, should an unexpected occurrence transpire, leading Harry to seek Clarisse late at night, it would mean the situation had slipped from his control. Thus, Dumbledore favored the idea of Clarisse's involvement, despite its slim likelihood. Indeed, as he reached the banks of the Black Lake, he spotted Clarisse and Windsor approaching from the icy path. "If you wish to take a plunge for a winter swim, I may not mind, but I suspect the other magical creatures in the Black Lake would be rather displeased. Therefore, if you truly desire to, it would be prudent to consult with the creatures within first," Clarisse remarked, observing Dumbledore standing idly by the lake. Ignoring her taunt, Dumbledore, with a serious expression, inquired whether she had deliberately guided Harry to the Ice Tower the previous night. Taken aback by his question, Clarisse soon revealed a malicious grin. "Yes," she replied, before leading Windsor toward the Great Hall, dismissing Dumbledore with a glance. However, as they made their way to the hall, Clarisse pondered why Dumbledore would come to inquire whether she had led Harry to the Ice Tower. Was this a new tactic of his, or had Harry's arrival been due to some other circumstance? If it were the former, she could simply be more vigilant, but if it were the latter, it promised to be quite the spectacle. So, was it the remnants of Voldemort within that child causing mischief? Chapter 45, The Philosopher's Stone and the Dragon. As Clarence muttered to herself, her mind pondered the possibility that such a scenario was not devoid of merit. The soul artifacts, apart from their immortality, possess a unique trait. As long as a single soul artifact remains, the soul shall not traverse into the realm of the dead, thereby avoiding true demise. Instead, it exists in this world in a peculiar manner. Beyond their immortality, these artifacts are exceedingly resilient to destruction. They are fortified by formidable dark magic, making them impervious to conventional methods or spells. To obliterate a soul artifact, one must wield an extraordinary force, potent enough that the artifact can no longer self-repair. From her knowledge, the means of destruction include the venom of a basilisk, fierce flames, and the killing curse. Yet, aside from their immortality and resistance to destruction, these artifacts likely harbor other extraordinary abilities, the knowledge of which is perhaps reserved for their creators alone. Originally, in the narrative of Fate, Harry's residual soul began to manifest issues only after being influenced by the primary soul, prior to which it merely induced headaches. However, what era are we in now? We are amidst a resurgence of dark forces. It had previously been mentioned that this awakening dark power affects not just demons and ordinary humans, but also wizards and the magical realm. Thus, Clarence began to suspect that the disturbances were instigated by Harry Potter's fragment of Voldemort's soul. Even though this fragment is not a complete soul artifact, it inadvertently possesses some of its characteristics. Clarence was too weary to dwell on it further. If indeed it was Harry's residual soul that had awakened and begun causing trouble due to the resurgence of dark forces, it would merely be a predicament for Dumbledore, of no concern to her. Even if it were bothersome, it was Dumbledore who should be troubled, while she could merely observe the unfolding spectacle. Upon their arrival in the Great Hall, as they made their way to the high table, she cast a glance toward the Slytherin table and, to her surprise, spotted Harry Potter. He was remarkably obedient, having indeed come to partake in breakfast. Satisfied with Harry's compliance, Clarence averted her gaze. After enjoying breakfast with Windsor, she returned to the Ice Tower, where she continued her various research endeavors using her real avatar, while also personally contemplating the design of the combat club's planning proposal. As she surveyed the nearly completed proposal, Clarence felt a familiar pang of frustration. The source of her discontent was the sudden realization that this plan seemed to be crafted with her own capabilities in mind. More accurately, it was designed through the lens of her magic, which allowed for the existence of true avatars. With this real avatar, she could effectively manage all aspects of the combat club's activities and ensure safety measures, guaranteeing that no unforeseen incidents would arise. If, in the future, the Practical Combat Club were to be hosted solely by Clarence during each event, then this proposed plan would undoubtedly encounter no issues. However, the reality is that while she can design and conceptualize the plan and even oversee a few events personally, it is entirely implausible for her to assume responsibility indefinitely. Ultimately, the task of organizing events will inevitably fall to other professors at the school. This raises a significant concern. Delegating the plan to other faculty members is feasible, but it necessitates a substantial number of personnel, and there is no assurance against unforeseen circumstances arising. Thus, Clarence finds herself in a quandary. The plan she has devised is functional, yet not the most suitable. After a moment of contemplation, she let out a resigned sigh and discarded the nearly completed document into the wastebasket beside her desk. She then retrieved a fresh sheet of paper to continue her work, striving to ensure that when the events are entrusted to other professors, they can proceed smoothly without significant mishaps, particularly avoiding any tragic incidents such as student fatalities. This led Clarence to reconsider the necessity of hosting the activities within the Forbidden Forest. Although the forest is indeed home to numerous perilous creatures suitable for students to practice their combat skills, including encounters with intelligent magical beings like centaur tribes, the assurance of her own presence, with the protection of her real avatar, would guarantee the avoidance of calamities. However, this consideration becomes impractical when the events are to be led by other professors. Therefore, recognizing this reality, she determined it unnecessary to confine the event to the Forbidden Forest, opting instead to create a unique and adaptable environment for the activities. Even the adversaries for practical training could be simulated using magical automatons or constructed illusions via magical circles. After all, it is not a true combat scenario. As for how to create such a distinctive venue, Clarence's first thought was alchemy. Time swiftly passed, and as the day for students' return approached, Clarence successfully completed the construction of the special venue designated for the Practical Combat Club's activities just days before their arrival. The finalized plan was presented to Professors Snape, Flitwick, and McGonagall, who offered numerous constructive suggestions. The three of them even ventured to the specially built site, located just outside the Forbidden Forest, to personally experience its various functionalities. Although they praised the site's diverse capabilities following their hands-on exploration, it seems likely that its full potential will not be realized in the immediate future. Although the dueling club had been holding activities for some time, the students' experience in dueling remained rather inadequate. With such a lack of proficiency, it was futile to consider participating in advanced combat club activities. Thus, should the students wish to engage in the practical club's endeavors, they would likely have to wait a while longer. Clarence did not express any discontent regarding this. After all, she merely intended to oversee a few sessions personally before entrusting the responsibility to Snape and his colleagues. On the day of the return to school, Clarence had Windsor teleport to Hermione's residence early in the morning, concealing her presence to keep a watchful eye on the young girl to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, Hermione successfully teleported back to the Ice Tower in one attempt, as only within the confines of the tower would she be shielded from the anti-apparition enchantment that enveloped the castle. Although the young girl felt quite nauseated upon arrival, nearly losing consciousness, she ultimately succeeded. After casting several healing spells on her, Clarence noticed Windsor following closely behind, having also teleported alongside Hermione. Clarence nodded slightly, recognizing that Windsor had likely traced Hermione's magical signature and the residual spatial traces left during her apparition. Very well, Windsor, please take Hermione back to her room to rest, Clarence instructed. Windsor complied, effortlessly lifting the limp Hermione and carrying her up to the 4th floor, leaving Clarence behind to magically clean the remnants of Hermione's distress from the floor. Despite the various healing spells administered by both Clarence and Windsor, the young girl remained in a state of exhaustion for most of the day. After all, this was Hermione's first time teleporting such a considerable distance. Unlike during her previous experiences when Clarence had been present to utilize her innate abilities to manipulate spatial energies for protection. Fortunately, there were no classes at school that day. Otherwise, Clarence would have been compelled to excuse Hermione. However, Just a few days after the return to school, one afternoon nearing evening, Hermione suddenly sought out Clarence to share two significant pieces of news. She revealed that while working on assignments with her friends in the library, she had overheard Harry Potter and Ron Weasley discussing information regarding the Philosopher's Stone. At the very least, they had come to understand what the Philosopher's Stone was and who had created it. Ron had even speculated that the stone was likely being kept at the school by Dumbledore, specifically in the restricted area on the 4th floor. He had learned from his twin brothers that the 4th floor had not always been a restricted zone. Subsequently, the two boys, for reasons unknown, had begun to suspect that Professor Snape and Clarence might attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Due to the involvement of Clarence, Hermione was on the verge of losing her composure, nearly leaping forth to deliver a proper reprimand to Ron Weasley. Had it not been for the intervention of Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, she likely would have dealt a harsh blow to that fool, and perhaps even to Harry Potter as well. Subsequently, Hagrid's visit to the library, ostensibly to return books, piqued the curiosity of Harry and Ron. They speculated that Hagrid, not known for his fondness for reading, must have had a compelling reason for such a visit. After his departure, they rushed to investigate the returned tomes, leading to an unexpected revelation. They surmised that Hagrid might be nurturing a baby dragon, as the books he had perused were primarily about the care of young dragons. At that moment, perhaps overwhelmed by their astonishment, they failed to notice that their conversation was clearly audible to Hermione and her friends seated nearby. Once Harry and Ron had left, Hermione hurried back to the ice tower to inform Clarence, hoping she could intervene and prevent Hagrid from keeping a dragon. After all, even if it were merely a baby dragon, it was still a dragon, and its rapid growth posed significant risks. Regardless of Hagrid's motivations, the presence of such a creature was undeniably perilous, particularly for the students of the school. Clarence was not particularly surprised by this revelation, nor by the audacious speculation of the two boys, who imagined she and Snape might conspire to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, you need not concern yourself with this matter further, nor should you inquire any more about it. Moreover, for the time being, it would be prudent to avoid the Forbidden Forest. As for their conjecture about me and Snape attempting to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, should you hear such nonsense again, refrain from engaging in futile arguments with those imbeciles. Do not lower your intellect to their level. Upon hearing her words, Hermione's face was etched with worry as she pondered what would happen if that baby dragon harmed a student. Hermione, you are merely a student, not a professor or the headmaster. Such matters are beyond your purview. Your primary concern should be your own safety. As for the baby dragon, rest assured that Dumbledore will attend to it. Surely you do not believe that the old man is oblivious to Hagrid's acquisition of a dragon. If that dragon were to injure a student, it would not only spell trouble for Hagrid, but also jeopardize the old man's position at the school. In truth, I would prefer not to see that old fool causing further disturbances within Hogwarts. This institution is meant for students to learn the art of magic. And yet look at what that old man has wrought. Clarence seldom expressed such grievances openly before Hermione. The young girl bit her lip, eager to voice her thoughts, yet uncertain of how to articulate them. She even hesitated to voice her troubling suspicions. However, although Hermione did not voice her thoughts, Clarence, upon observing her conflicted expression, could surmise some of the young girl's internal musings. You are not, at this very moment, contemplating whether I might seize this opportunity to deliberately release that young dragon to harm students, with the intent of ousting that old coot Dumbledore from the school, are you? Before Hermione's expression could solidify into a panic-stricken denial, as she was about to offer an explanation, Clarence preemptively extended her finger and playfully poked the girl on the forehead. No need for explanations. Merely by observing your face, I have already deduced your thoughts. How dare you harbor such doubts about a professor, especially me? It seems you are not much brighter than Harry Potter or that dimwit Weasley. Setting aside whether I would ever engage in such behavior, do you truly believe that Dumbledore, fully aware of the inherent dangers posed by a dragon, would not keep a vigilant watch to prevent it from harming students, even if it is merely a young dragon? Therefore, do not speculate whether I would exploit this opportunity for mischief. Even if I wished to, I would be unable to circumvent Dumbledore's meticulous oversight of the young dragon. Furthermore, it is just a young dragon. Do you genuinely believe it could inflict harm upon students? Perhaps Clarence's interpretation of harm differed slightly from Hermione's, as not long after, the young girl returned to seek her out, claiming that Ron Weasley might have been bitten by Hagrid's pet young dragon. This revelation came to light when she visited the infirmary to check on her ailing friend. At that moment, she happened to see Harry and Ron rushing to Madame Pomfrey for assistance. Hermione coincidentally caught sight of Ron's injury, and it was not just her. Other students in the infirmary witnessed it as well. However, neither Hermione nor anyone else truly understood how Ron had been injured. Yet she was aware of Hagrid's possession of a young dragon. Not to mention, Madame Pomfrey, while treating Ron, lamented how he could have been bitten by such a dangerous creature within the school. Clearly, Madame Pomfrey had recognized what had bitten Ron. Yet she refrained from disclosing the identity of that perilous beast. Thus, Hermione immediately associated that so-called dangerous creature with Hagrid's young dragon. This was a stark contrast to Clarence's earlier assertions that it would not harm students. Consequently, the young girl hurried to find Clarence, eager to clarify the matter. Upon hearing this, Clarence first regarded the girl with a curious glance, then responded with an oddly inquisitive tone. "What do you mean by harm?" Hermione indicated that her interpretation of harm was akin to that of Ron Weasley, who was foolish enough to be bitten by the young dragon. Upon hearing this, Clarence sighed, refraining from explicitly detailing the nature of his so-called harm. Instead, he first reminded her that as a wizard, one must not approach problems with the mindset of a mere muggle. The meaning was abundantly clear. He was conveying to Hermione that, for a wizard, true harm is that which is irrevocable, with death being the only real measure. Otherwise, it is merely a matter of injury, be it the loss of a limb or other afflictions, but as long as one is not afflicted by irreversible dark magic, recovery is always possible, with the only distinction being the duration of healing. Thus, Ron Weasley had merely suffered a bite from a young dragon, the venom of which was not lethal. Had it been an adult dragon, he likely would not have survived long enough to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. He would either have been devoured whole or succumbed to the deadly poison on the spot. For wizards, only such incidents qualify as genuine harm. Otherwise, it is hardly considered serious. Understanding the implications of Clarence's definition of harm left Hermione momentarily dumbfounded. No wonder she had previously heard Clarence confidently assert that a young dragon, coupled with Dumbledore's vigilant oversight, posed no threat to the students. The implication was clear. No student would be at risk of being killed by that young dragon. Very well. Hermione, in matters such as this, you need not seek my counsel. Instead, ponder them carefully on your own, particularly from a wizard's perspective. Of course, she must also be mindful that whether her knowledge stemmed from genuine curiosity or accidental discovery regarding Harry Potter and his companions, she must not become entangled in their affairs. Should she find herself ensnared, Clarence deliberately paused, allowing Hermione's complexion to pale with trepidation, before indicating that if she were to be caught up in such matters, she would have to bear the school's consequences alone, without the expectation of his aid. At that point, he would not intervene to assist her. Though Hermione's face remained somewhat ashen, she felt a modicum of relief. For if she were to become involved, the worst consequence would be her inability to seek Clarence's help. Relying solely on her own resources, the repercussions would not be overly severe, merely the potential for being outmaneuvered and facing some danger. As the professor had remarked earlier, with Dumbledore at Hogwarts, although danger may still loom, one would at least not lose their life. Hermione's greatest fear was losing Clarence's favor, or more accurately, his guidance, and the invaluable resources he provided, especially his profound knowledge of magic. Shortly after Hermione rushed to inform Clarence about Ron Weasley being bitten by a young dragon, another grave incident unfolded within the school, igniting fervent discussions among the students. The news of this incident was hastily disseminated through the magical network by well-meaning students, capturing the attention of the entire world. The essence of the situation involved Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, who had recklessly taken it upon themselves to care for a young dragon, ultimately leading to catastrophic consequences. Clarence, having overheard the hushed conversations of students attending classes at the Ice Tower, sought out Hermione for clarification, thereby uncovering the sequence of events. It became evident that the dragon they were nurturing had grown at an alarming rate, particularly in size, rendering Hagrid's dwelling nearly incapable of accommodating it. The young dragon had reached a stage where it could breathe fire, nearly incinerating Hagrid's home. Clearly, the dragon could no longer be housed within Hagrid's abode. Otherwise, its size coupled with its propensity to breathe fire would inevitably lead to the destruction of the house. However, the trio lacked a singular intelligent mind, as they were devoid of Hermione's guidance. In their folly, Harry and Ron proposed a rather foolish solution, to let Hagrid take the young dragon into the Forbidden Forest for continued care, rather than sending it to the dragon sanctuary owned by Ron's brother, as would have been the logical course of action. In a moment of panic, Hagrid surprisingly acquiesced to the misguided suggestions of the two inexperienced young wizards, indeed bringing the dragon into the Forbidden Forest. This unforeseen event was likely not part of Dumbledore's plans, especially since he was away in Hogsmeade at the time, consulting with an old acquaintance, thus missing the opportunity to intervene. The three misguided individuals, by introducing a rapidly developing dragon into the Forbidden Forest, incited chaos within its confines. Although the disturbance occurred within the forest, had Dumbledore returned in a timely manner, it could have been managed discreetly. Regrettably, Dumbledore did not arrive until after the situation escalated. Summoned back by Professor McGonagall only to discover the turmoil. By the time Dumbledore returned to the school, it was too late. The young dragon had wreaked havoc in the Forbidden Forest, causing numerous dangerous magical creatures and fantastical beings to flee towards the castle. Fortunately, Dumbledore had previously restored the castle's defenses against the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, if so many perilous creatures and animals were to rush into the castle in a state of panic. Even Merlin might remain oblivious to the extent of the devastation and potential casualties that could ensue. However, despite the presence of preventive measures successfully deterring these frantic beings from breaching the castle's sanctum, the commotion inevitably roused all the faculty and students within the school. Almost the entire school populace flocked to the Forbidden Forest to witness the spectacle, except for those at the ice tower in the center of the Black Lake, where Clarence was engaged in lecturing students and remained unaware of the unfolding events. In truth, had Hagrid and Harry Potter, along with their companions, chosen to conceal themselves amidst such turmoil, no one would have discerned that the chaos in the Forbidden Forest was instigated by them. Yet, curiously, these three individuals, driven by an inexplicable urge to safeguard the hatchling dragon, feared that it would be unable to fend off the menacing creatures, and thus resolved to rush forward to protect it. Had it been solely Hagrid who advanced, it would have posed no significant issue, despite his lack of intellect. He is a half-giant and the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, tasked with this very duty. However, what purpose did it serve for the diminutive Harry and Ron to join in? Even if they ventured forth, what could they possibly achieve? Could they truly shield the hatchling from such a multitude of perilous beasts? In reality, their intervention merely complicated matters for Hagrid, who was already expending considerable effort to protect the hatchling, while also having to look after the two bumbling fools. If their reckless charge had been solely to defend a hatchling, they might have concocted some plausible excuse to justify their actions. Yet, regrettably, Harry and Ron subsequently committed a blunder that was utterly suffocating. Chapter 48, The Uprising in the Forbidden Forest 2. These two dim-witted fellows, perhaps alarmed by Hagrid's increasingly precarious situation, frantically sought assistance from the distant faculty and students. It would have sufficed had they merely called for a professor's help. However, fueled by their concern for the hatchling, they blurted out that they had been raising it and had brought it into the Forbidden Forest. It is worth noting that due to the magnitude of the incident, numerous students had gathered to witness the unfolding drama, utilizing the magical network to broadcast the event live. Consequently, the foolish remarks made by the two were transmitted clearly through the magical network, effectively leading to their immediate exposure. In fact, the professors who rushed to the scene were not averse to intervening. Many students also brandished their wands, eager to assist, but were firmly restrained by the professors. However, even upon hearing the pleas for help from Harry and Ron, the professors found themselves unable to immediately rescue them, as the scene was overwhelmingly chaotic. Furthermore, they were apprehensive about the possibility of inflicting harm, which made them hesitant to use even moderately powerful spells. It was only when McGonagall observed that Hagrid and Harry were in increasingly perilous circumstances, while the professors remained unable to intervene, that she instinctively used the magical network to contact Dumbledore, urging him to return swiftly to provide assistance. Initially, after communicating with Dumbledore, McGonagall intended to send a message to Clarence as well for help. However, it remained uncertain whether Dumbledore noticed the message as soon as it was sent, especially since it pertained to the life of the savior, Harry Potter, whom he held in the highest regard, prompting him to teleport back to the school immediately. Because Dumbledore returned so promptly, McGonagall refrained from contacting Clarence and instead collaborated with the other professors to subdue the chaos alongside Dumbledore. Nevertheless, even with Dumbledore's intervention, resolving such a degree of turmoil and unrest was no simple task. Ultimately, while the chaos and riot were quelled, it was not solely due to Dumbledore's presence. Rather, the creatures and beasts that had erupted from the Forbidden Forest had perished in the mayhem, allowing for the situation to stabilize. Although these beings had fled the forest out of panic and chaos, they did not represent the entirety of the creatures within, yet they constituted nearly half of them. Now, almost all lay dead at the forest's edge, resulting in catastrophic losses. Post-incident analyses indicated that the number of creatures and animals lost in this upheaval was staggering. Restoring the ecosystem to its pre-riot state would require centuries. This assessment did not even account for those species already endangered. If endangered species were included, numerous magical creatures and extraordinary beings had been completely wiped out due to this single riot. Given the magnitude of the situation, Dumbledore merely glanced at the scene and the curious students and recognized that this incident could not be concealed. Particularly upon learning that many students had broadcasted the unfolding chaos via the magical network, he realized that any attempts at secrecy were futile, as the entire world was likely already aware of the events. It was time to contemplate the repercussions that the instigators of this riot, including the trio and the young dragon, would face. Dumbledore's primary concern was how he could rescue Harry Potter unscathed from this calamity. As for Ron Weasley and Hagrid, to speak candidly, Dumbledore has become utterly preoccupied, for the incident has escalated to such a magnitude that he can scarcely safeguard even Harry Potter, let alone Hagrid and Ron Weasley. Upon hearing this, Clarence inquired of Hermione about the current state of affairs at the castle. Ron's parents and several relatives have already rushed to the school and are presently gathered in the headmaster's office. According to the students, Professor McGonagall has sought out the family that raised Harry, and it seems they may be called to testify. As for Hagrid and the young dragon, they were previously taken away by the Ministry of Magic's Aurors. Then, the young girl eagerly revealed another piece of news. According to her friends in Hufflepuff, the renowned magizoologist, Newt Scamander, appears to have arrived at the school. She expressed her keen desire to meet the illustrious magizoologist in person, and of course, obtaining an autograph would be an added delight. Clarence regarded Hermione with a peculiar expression and advised her against approaching Newt at this moment. He surmised that the esteemed magizoologist would likely be preoccupied and uninterested in signing anything or engaging in conversation. Upon receiving Clarence's counsel, Hermione's face contorted with confusion. Struggling to comprehend why now would be an inappropriate time to meet him, she found it perplexing that he might be disinclined to converse or provide an autograph. After all, she had just heard that Scamander was a celebrated magizoologist with remarkable achievements in his field, which suggested a deep passion for magical creatures. It was worth noting that many of the magical beings in the Forbidden Forest had seemingly been released there by Newt himself. She pondered the fate of countless creatures that had perished in the chaos of this incident. Hence, it was evident that he would not be in the right frame of mind to engage in dialogue. He might even harbor a desire to confront Dumbledore himself. Upon this realization, Hermione's demeanor shifted, and she wisely abandoned her intention to seek out Newt at this time, worried that her approach might lead to unintended repercussions. Had Clarence been aware of Hermione's thoughts, he would have reassured her that Newt was not the type to take his frustrations out on others. On the contrary, he was known for his gentle temperament. If she were to approach him now, he would not scorn her merely because of Dumbledore's circumstances. However, as Clarence had pointed out, Newt truly lacked the inclination to engage in conversation at this moment. In truth, her assumptions were correct. The situation in the headmaster's office had devolved into utter chaos. If it were not for the numerous individuals restraining Newt, he might have lunged at Dumbledore, ready to sink his teeth into the old man. Even those who held him back dared not exert too much force, as Newt was not only advanced in age but also consumed by a tempest of anger at that moment. Should they apply excessive pressure, they risked losing this renowned magizoologist. Chapter 49. Aftermath and Pleas for Help. However, allowing the two elderly men to engage in a confrontation was equally unwise, for it could lead to mutual destruction. In the midst of this chaos within the headmaster's office, Snape entered without so much as a knock. Dumbledore, Fudge has arrived, accompanied by numerous high-ranking officials, and nearly all the governors are here. Snape's voice carried an anxious urgency. His announcement succeeded in silencing the tumultuous office, bringing about a stillness so profound one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of Arthur and Molly Weasley stiffened upon hearing Snape's words, and they swiftly turned their attention to Dumbledore. Arthur stepped forward, grasping Dumbledore's hand tightly, pleading for assistance for their son, Ron. He's just a child. He doesn't understand the grave consequences of his actions. Molly, too, abandoned her tears and clutched Dumbledore's other hand, fervently imploring him to save her son. No matter the cost, they could not allow the Ministry of Magic to imprison Ron in Azkaban. Meanwhile, Ron stood with Harry against the wall of the office, watching his parents desperately beseech Dumbledore for his salvation. His eyes were vacant, pupils unfocused, clearly in a state of shock. He likely had no recollection of how he had arrived in the headmaster's office. Nevertheless, upon hearing the name Azkaban, he instinctively shuddered, momentarily regaining some awareness. Yet, he would rather remain in his previous day's state than confront the grim reality of potentially being incarcerated in Azkaban. No, please, I don't want to be sent to Azkaban. Mom, Dad, help me. I don't want to go there. In his terror, Ron had completely lost his grip on rationality, screaming for his parents to save him. Ginny, already frightened by the atmosphere in the office, had previously been comforted by her mother's presence. Although she was still terrified, she had merely cried silently. However, witnessing her brother Ron's frantic state, she could no longer contain her fear and began to wail uncontrollably. As the atmosphere within the office teetered on the brink of chaos, the door was thrust open once more, allowing Fudge, along with a cadre of high-ranking officials and school governors, as well as a number of Aurors, to burst into the room. Notably, for young Aurors gravitated towards Harry and Ron, who stood against the wall, forming a subtle perimeter around them, seemingly to prevent any sudden escape attempts. Whether it was the intrusion of the ministry officials or the unwavering gaze of the four Aurors that instilled fear, Ron, already spiraling into madness, quickly subdued himself. Trembling uncontrollably, his expression of sheer terror resembled that of a frightened quail. The four young Aurors exchanged bemused glances. They wondered how this boy could possess such timorousness. They felt a pang of fear themselves, concerned that any sudden movement might frighten him to the point of collapse. Thus, they remained awkwardly still, refraining from any significant action. Although the crimes committed by the two boys warranted a lengthy sentence in Azkaban, they were still merely children. The Aurors made an effort to temper their usual ferocity when confronting criminals, fearing they might inadvertently frighten him to death. In less charitable terms, While the two could indeed face dire consequences, they certainly could not perish at their hands. Simply put, they feared the ramifications of such an event. Turning away from the scene in the corner, we returned to Dumbledore and the high-ranking ministry officials. Upon entering the office, Fudge surveyed the situation before casting a troubled glance at Dumbledore. Albus, you must understand the purpose of our visit. Therefore, I regret to say, but I must insist that you surrender Harry Potter and Ron Weasley to the ministry for proper handling. Dumbledore sighed internally. Although Fudge and the other officials had not arrived swiftly, they had yet to devise a solution. He approached, lowering his voice in an attempt to appeal to their emotions, hoping for a possible shift in circumstances, though he doubted that such a significant incident could yield any favorable outcome. Cornelius, my dear friend, this situation has indeed escalated immensely. However, you must recognize that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are still just children, and the third party present at the scene was none other than Hagrid, a half-giant of limited intellect. So, my old friend, is it truly impossible to consider a more lenient resolution? Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Fudge stifled a derisive laugh, feigning a look of deep concern. Albus, you are well aware of the magnitude of this incident. It has transcended the boundaries of our British magical community. The entire world is now watching the British Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, I have already done my utmost to delay this matter upon learning of this matter. The Ministry of Magic convened a full assembly where nearly all officials, along with the support of parliamentary members and half of the Wisingamot, unanimously passed a resolution to apprehend Harry and Ron, detaining them in the ministry prior to a grand trial. Furthermore, the International Confederation of Wizards has also intervened in this case. Therefore, Albus, I implore you not to press me further. Fudge feigned a near slip of the tongue, expressing how difficult his position was, openly stating that even the International Confederation has taken an interest in this matter, indicating that it is no longer merely an issue for the British magical community. It cannot simply be resolved behind closed doors. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore was not particularly surprised that the International Confederation had intervened, given that nearly the entire world was aware of the situation. It would indeed be remarkable if they chose to remain uninvolved. Let us not forget that we are currently at a juncture where the mundane and magical worlds are beginning to intertwine. In such a unique period, with events escalating to the point of widespread notoriety, it would be far more peculiar if the International Confederation chose not to engage. Yet, despite knowing that his inquiry was a source of discomfort for Fudge, Dumbledore could not simply stand by and watch as the ministry took Harry Potter away. As Dumbledore appeared ready to speak again, Fudge interjected. Albus, I am aware of your intentions and the maneuvers you might contemplate. However, I advise against any underhanded schemes. For the international community aims to use this incident as a precedent for legal modifications concerning the integration of our worlds. Therefore, regarding the merging of the mundane and magical communities, you truly must refrain from further complicating matters. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you, and no one will dare to support you, especially with Lord Stewart currently at Hogwarts. Fudge's words seemed to carry a tone of threat, yet his expression betrayed a hint of concern for Dumbledore. Ignoring Fudge's remarks, Dumbledore pressed on with his inquiries. Cornelius, I recall that the ministry has established laws specifically pertaining to underage wizards. Is it not possible to apply these regulations in this situation? Before Dumbledore could finish his thought, Fudge interrupted once more. Albus, have you truly comprehended what I just conveyed? This incident is no longer a matter confined to our British magical community. We can no longer handle it internally. Consider the legal framework of the American magical community. It is exceedingly stringent and devoid of compassion. There, age is irrelevant. Anyone who transgresses the law faces arrest and subsequent trial according to their statutes. Even beyond the magical realm of America, the legal statutes concerning underage wizards in Egypt and Hans are equally stringent. You must comprehend that since this case has garnered international attention, we can no longer adjudicate it solely under the laws of the British magical community. Furthermore, despite the relative leniency of our own laws regarding young wizards, the actions of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley would still warrant a sentence of imprisonment in Azkaban as punishment. Therefore, Albus, it would be prudent for you to refrain from further complicating matters. At this juncture, Cornelius glanced pointedly at Harry in the corner before guiding Dumbledore aside. Albus, I am acutely aware of your reluctance to relinquish Harry Potter. I was present during your discussions with the former minister and Mr. Stewart. However, to speak frankly, we both understand that the boy is not the true savior you have crafted him to be. Thus, in light of this incident, you cannot protect him. I implore you. Albus, I have only just assumed the role of minister, and my position is still precarious. Please do not instigate any further turmoil at this moment. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic could descend into chaos. Dumbledore, uncertain whether he wished to avert a crisis at the ministry due to his involvement or because the matter pertains to the legal frameworks following the merger of our worlds, opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. It could also be posited that this incident serves as a pivotal case in the formulation of laws post-merger. Should his actions influence the outcome unfavorably, Clarence would not hesitate to take decisive action against him. Given Dumbledore's understanding of Clarence's character, he knew she would act without hesitation if he dared to disrupt the delicate balance of the two worlds. Afterward, no further incidents transpired, and the Aurors successfully escorted Harry Potter and Ron Weasley back to the Ministry of Magic, where they would be temporarily detained in anticipation of their trial. Before departing, Cornelius informed Dumbledore and the other members of the office regarding the specific date of the trial for Harry and his companions, as several individuals present were required to testify. Once the ministry officials had escorted Harry and Ron away, the Board of Governors began to voice their concerns. It was not their intention to exacerbate the situation. While a few among them harbored such thoughts, the majority were compelled to confront Dumbledore due to the unbearable consequences of this incident. Might the losses incurred by this unfortunate incident truly have an impact on the board members? Indeed, they will have a significant effect. Do they really think these board members are mere fools? Would they frivolously squander their wealth year after year merely for the title of board member? It is precisely because the institution can yield substantial returns for them. The major source of revenue comes from the magical creatures and fantastical beasts residing within the Forbidden Forest. Other sources, such as herbs, precious minerals, and timber, also contribute significantly to their income. Moreover, the professors at the school, such as Severus Snape from potions and Pomona Sprout from herbology, can likewise provide benefits to the board members. For instance, Snape, in his capacity as potions master, has unrestricted access to the raw materials produced by the school for potion making. He could even exploit this privilege by including his personal potion-making supplies in the school's procurement list. Naturally, the potions he brews must be offered to the board members first, provided he is willing to sell them. Similarly, Pomona Sprout, who serves as both the herbology professor and the head of Hufflepuff, enjoys the same privileges. She can freely utilize all the land within the school to cultivate various herbs. It is worth noting that not all locations are suitable for growing magical herbs, especially considering the vast expanse of the Forbidden Forest. She could even list the seeds she wishes to cultivate as part of her course materials in the procurement list. Just like Snape, if she desires to sell them, she must first offer them to the board members. There are many such instances, but I shall refrain from enumerating them all. In summary, the galleons the board members invest in the school each year yield considerable returns, undoubtedly a win-win situation. However, due to this recent calamity, nearly half of the magical creatures and fantastical beasts in the Forbidden Forest have perished, resulting in substantial losses for the board members concerning their anticipated profits from the school. Therefore, even those board members not inclined to revel in another's misfortune cannot help but direct their ire at Dumbledore. The magnitude of this loss is indeed grievous, causing their hearts to bleed. As the board members expressed their grievances, Dumbledore swiftly brought forth Newt, asserting that with the assistance of such a master of magical creatures, the populations of the magical beings in the Forbidden Forest could be restored promptly. However, despite Dumbledore's optimistic calculations, Newt remained unyielding. I'm afraid, Dumbledore, that I am quite advanced in years and lack the energy to assist you with this endeavor, even to the extent that I must remove those magical creatures and extraordinary beings that I once released into the Forbidden Forest from Hogwarts. After Newt made this statement, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, while the Board of Governors hastily sprang into action, eager to intervene. As previously mentioned, the primary source of profit for the governors stemmed from the Forbidden Forest, particularly due to the magical creatures and extraordinary beings therein. Thus, it was inconceivable that they would allow Newt to take away yet another batch of these enchanting animals under the current circumstances. However, the governor's attempts to impede him proved futile. For Newt was no fool. Having once dared to release these magical beings into the Forbidden Forest, he had naturally prepared countermeasures for such eventualities. These countermeasures were specifically devised to address situations like the one at hand. Consequently, the governor's obstruction was utterly ineffectual, and they were powerless to stop Newt. One of the governors, still perplexed or perhaps slow to comprehend the situation, inquired whether Newt had any conditions he wished to discuss. Newt's response was simply that he feared Dumbledore might inadvertently cause a similar incident once more, which prompted his current course of action. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore, regaining his composure, hastily offered assurances. However, Newt was entirely unconvinced. After all, when he had been expelled years ago, he had received similar reassurances from Dumbledore, and the outcome had been far from favorable. Thus, as per Newt's reasoning, he should never have left those magical creatures and extraordinary beings in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, today's catastrophe would not have resulted in such grievous losses. Observing that Newt and Tina disregarded his assurances and turned to leave the office, Dumbledore felt compelled to attempt further persuasion. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, he was restrained by Arthur and Molly, whose desperate pleas left him exasperated and robbed him of the opportunity to dissuade Newt. Just as Newt and Tina were about to exit the office, they encountered Professor McGonagall, accompanied by the family who had raised Harry. Upon seeing McGonagall's return, particularly with that family in tow. Dumbledore lost all interest in persuading Newt, and instead turned his attention to discussing Harry Potter's circumstances with them. As for Newt and Tina, after departing the castle, they made their way directly to the Forbidden Forest, carrying the magical suitcase they had used in their youth. It appears that his intention to remove the magical creatures and beings he once liberated into the Forbidden Forest from Hogwarts is not merely a jest, but a genuine plan. However, as the two made their way toward the Forbidden Forest and passed by the Black Lake, they beheld the magnificent ice tower standing majestically at the lake's center, radiating an enchanting magical glow. Tina, having retired, had seldom kept up with the magical world's publications, and thus was unaware of the tower's significance or its existence in the midst of the lake. Is that ice tower also a part of Hogwarts? Newt, glancing towards the Black Lake, shook his head before elucidating the origins and details of the tower to his wife. Strictly speaking, the ice tower does not belong to Hogwarts. Rather, it is the tower of the esteemed wizard Clarence Stewart. According to reports, Stewart constructed this tower specifically to teach students courses on elemental magic and the magical web. He, alongside his pupil Windsor, conducts lessons within that very tower. Tina nodded in understanding and then playfully teased her husband, suggesting that, by that logic, he would be considered a senior to the illustrious Stewart. I trust you haven't forgotten that both Grindelwald and I did not graduate from our alma mater. So in strict terms, I cannot claim to be his senior. As a devoted wife, Tina was well aware of this fact. Her earlier inquiry was merely a light-hearted jest aimed at her husband. The magical web is indeed a remarkable invention. Had we known earlier, we should have invited Queenie and Jacob, for without the emergence of the magical web, they might still be living in secrecy. Reflecting on their marriage in America, which contravened the law of Rappaport, they chose to live clandestinely to uphold their love for one another. As a side note, although the Rappaport law was officially repealed in 1965, its enforcement had spanned nearly 2 centuries, and its extensive implications cannot simply be dismissed with a repeal. Consequently, numerous complications arose during this period, leading the American Congress to continue enforcing the law despite its official abolition, resulting in little change. In essence, the American Congress still pursued those who violated this law. It was not until the advent of Clarence's artificial underworld, coupled with her declaration to eradicate the fundamental discord between Muggles and wizards, that the American magical community began to truly abolish the Rappaport law. Although they encountered several obstacles, the law was ultimately nullified following the introduction of the magical web. It is precisely due to the emergence of the magical network and the profound impact it has had on the global magical community that Jacob and Queenie are able to live together openly. This thought brought a smile to Newt's face. Indeed, we ought to summon Queenie and Jacob, for they should express their gratitude to Sir Stewart. It is entirely my fault for allowing my anger to overshadow this matter. Tina, recalling her husband's words, remembered the fury he exhibited upon learning of the events at Hogwarts, a fury that nearly caused him to faint. It was truly remiss of Dumbledore, as the headmaster, not to perceive the occurrence of such an incident, and even more so, to fail to intervene promptly. How could he be indifferent to the students within Hogwarts? Upon hearing his wife's remark, Newt fell into silence, his expression inscrutable, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. Tina, however, did not dwell on her husband's lack of response. Chapter 52, Subsequent Developments and Pleas for Assistance. After all, she was not well acquainted with Dumbledore, nor was she a professor at Hogwarts, and she was not even a native wizard of Britain. As an absolute outsider, she felt she had no authority over Dumbledore's thoughts and actions. Therefore, Tina did not expect any answers from her husband. Rather, she pondered another matter. She hesitated over whether to heed her husband's advice and allow their grandson to attend Hogwarts. Yet, with Dumbledore as headmaster, his negligence left Tina uneasy about her grandson's potential enrollment, fearing that a similar incident could pose a danger to the students. Perhaps considering that there was no urgency to the matter, coupled with the inappropriateness of discussing their grandson's education in their current setting, Tina chose to suppress her concerns for the time being, intending to discuss them with her husband later. She then broached another topic, seeking her husband's opinion. Should we visit Sir Stewart in the Ice Tower to express our gratitude for the magical network on behalf of Queenie and Jacob? Newt pondered for a moment, sighed, and suggested they could discuss it another time, or perhaps arrange for Jacob and Queenie to come specifically for that purpose. The most pressing concern at present was the magical creatures and extraordinary beasts within the Forbidden Forest. Due to the necessity of rescuing and transporting these magical beings, the couple regrettably had to forego their opportunity to visit Clarence. They resolved to consider a future visit, should the opportunity arise, or to invite Queenie and Jacob to come specifically for that purpose. Returning to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was uncertain whether Newt and his wife had ventured directly into the Forbidden Forest after their departure. His mind was too preoccupied to concern himself with the couple. Instead, he and the remaining individuals present were brainstorming, deliberating on how to prevent Harry, Ron, and Hagrid from facing imprisonment in Azkaban, the dreaded wizarding prison. However, after much contemplation, They were unable to devise a feasible solution, for the trouble the trio had caused was far too grave for any means of salvation. Naturally, Dumbledore could not openly confess that his sole desire was to protect Harry Potter, while Ron and Hagrid's fates were of lesser concern. Alas, even if he disregarded Ron and Hagrid, rescuing Harry alone proved to be an insurmountable challenge. As the group pondered possible solutions in a heavy silence, Professor Pomona, head of Hufflepuff House and the herbology instructor, hesitated for a moment before breaking the stillness. Perhaps we should seek assistance from Clarence. She might be our only hope of safeguarding Harry and the others. Upon hearing her suggestion, the expressions of the others in the room shifted to a mix of complexity and disbelief, particularly Severus Snape, who could not suppress a laugh. Seek help from Clarence? Who will go? You, me, or our esteemed headmaster who has utterly botched this situation? I refuse to waste my time on a fruitless endeavor, knowing the outcome already. Nevertheless, Pomona did not allow Snape's derision to deter her. She was about to respond when Snape interjected once more. Given that this incident involves the intersection of the ordinary and the magical realms, Clarence might have considered intervening under different circumstances. However, as you all heard from Fudge, the situation has changed. Therefore, not only is seeking her assistance futile, but anyone who dares to meddle in the affairs of these two worlds will face her wrath, regardless of who they are. They will not only incur Clarence's fury, but also have to contend with the International Confederation of Wizards. As he spoke, Snape's gaze was fixed intently on Dumbledore, as if insinuating that the one who might engage in such clandestine actions was he. Pomona fell silent, acutely aware that while she did not fully comprehend Clarence, she had enough understanding of her character to recognize the truth in Snape's words. At that moment, Minerva McGonagall also spoke up, directing her inquiry at Dumbledore. Is there truly no way to negotiate with the International Confederation and Wisingamot? After all, you are the president of the Confederation and also serve as the chief warlock of Wisingamot. It is not that I wish for him to exploit his power for personal gain. Rather, his two identities should, to some extent, hold some significance, should they not? Dumbledore sighed as he elaborated, admitting that he had contemplated this method previously, but it was utterly impracticable. The entire world was watching this matter, rendering the Wisingamot, an institution of authority solely within the British magical community, completely unqualified to participate in the grand trial of Harry and his companions. At most, they might send a representative to act on behalf of the Wisingamot, but even then, their voice would likely carry little weight. As for the International Confederation of Wizards, although he still held the title of president, since the official inclusion of Muggles, he had already lost the majority of his powers associated with that position. It seemed inevitable that the Confederation would soon face dissolution. After all, with the Muggles' official entry, the original power structure had become obsolete, necessitating its disbandment. Once the Confederation was dissolved, a more suitable institution would be jointly established by both the Muggle and magical worlds. By that time, it was highly probable that he would no longer hold a title such as president. In simple terms, Dumbledore's dual identities served no practical purpose. The Wisingamot lacked the standing to partake in the trial of Harry and the others, which would instead be constituted by a jury formed by the Ministry of Magic from various countries alongside the Muggle authorities. Meanwhile, his presidential title at the Confederation had become little more than a hollow honor, devoid of any real authority, rendering him incapable of issuing commands. In light of this situation, what influence could Dumbledore possibly wield through these two identities? After Dumbledore's explanation, McGonagall fell silent. Molly, Ron's mother, could not restrain herself from interjecting, questioning whether there was truly no alternative left. Observing the silence of the others, she implored Dumbledore to take her to meet Clarence. Unwilling to concede defeat and eager to seek assistance. Give up. You likely won't even be able to approach that ice tower, Snape coldly interjected, advising them to refrain from wasting their efforts. Instead of squandering time seeking Clarence's aid, it would be wiser to contemplate other solutions. Snape's remark abruptly extinguished the glimmer of hope that had begun to blossom in Molly, and had it not been for her husband Arthur supporting her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, Molly found herself inclined to heed Snape's warning, while the Weasley twins evidently held a different perspective. Our parents cannot reach the ice tower, but as students, we should be able to approach it, should we not? Before the others could respond to the twins' assertion, Snape's voice, cold and indifferent, cut through the air once more. Perhaps your status as students may allow you to get close, even to meet Clarence, but what then? What gives you the audacity to believe that merely opening your mouths in plea would sway her? I am inclined to think that you will not persuade her, and you might even forfeit your eligibility and rights to attend elemental and magical courses. While Clarence may not be able to strip you of your student status, she alone holds dominion over the magical and elemental classes. Thus, she possesses the authority to bar you from attending lessons within the ice tower. Nevertheless, George, we must at least attempt. Fred interjected, for it is certainly preferable to do something rather than nothing at all. The two spoke in unison. After pondering for a moment, Snape nodded in agreement, for as the twins had articulated, even with the outcome seemingly predetermined, the endeavor of attempting is far superior to inaction. Perhaps. But I suggest you bring that little girl along, Snape remarked, casting a pointed glance at Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family. Do not misconstrue Snape's suggestion as an inclination to assist the Weasley clan. Rather, it stemmed from his desire to cease wasting time with the rest of them. After all, this matter bore no relation to him, so why squander his time and mental faculties in devising solutions for them? Given his historical rapport with James Potter, it would be morally commendable for him not to exacerbate their plight. Expecting him to assist in crafting a solution was quite the stretch. Thus, he proposed a seemingly reasonable suggestion, with the intent of extricating himself from the headmaster's office as swiftly as possible. As to whether his suggestion would yield any fruit, Snape himself could not ascertain. However, one thing was certain. Bringing that little girl along might soften Clarence's heart, at the very least allowing the twins an audience. This would prevent them from being entirely barred from the ice tower. Whether the twins and that little girl could persuade Clarence to lend a hand, however, was another matter altogether. Snape held little hope for this outcome, for as he had previously articulated, if the circumstances were of a different nature, particularly one that would not adversely affect something Clarence valued, she might indeed be inclined to assist. Yet, should it jeopardize something she held dear, especially if it posed a detrimental influence, she would likely disregard any notions of personal connections. In truth, Snape's assessment proved remarkably accurate. Upon arriving at the Black Lake, the twins and Ginny found themselves able to approach the ice tower, even encountering Clarence, who was engrossed in a book. Yet, before the twins could utter a word, Clarence preemptively interrupted them, stating that if their intention was to discuss Harry Potter and their brother Ron, there was no need for further dialogue. She would not offer assistance, nor would she extend a helping hand. Such a blunt and unequivocal rejection left the twins and their little sister Ginny utterly dumbfounded, unsure of how to continue their plea for help. Clarence, after finishing his statement, returned his gaze to the book in his hands. A span of 5 or 6 minutes passed before he casually glanced up, feigning surprise at the sight of the 3 little ones still standing there in a daze. His expression seemed to convey the message. Why are you still lingering here? Are you hoping to stay for dinner? Observing the pitiable glances exchanged among the trio, particularly Ginny's tear-stained face with her pouted lips, it was evident she was on the verge of tears, yet valiantly holding them back. Clarence rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of regret for having softened at the sight of them approaching the Black Lake and allowing them entry into the ice tower. Now, he realized that if he did not provide a substantial response, they would likely remain. You need not hope for my assistance, he stated. I will not intervene. In fact, my decision to refrain from imposing a severe punishment on Harry Potter and your foolish brother is already a concession, considering they are but children. Regardless of your awareness of my reasons for teaching at Hogwarts, I must clarify that my primary purpose for returning is not to instruct you in elemental magic or the intricacies of the magical network. Rather, I have chosen Hogwarts as a focal point for the convergence of our 2 realms. From the moment I arrived, Hogwarts has drawn the attention of all humanity and sentient beings alike. Just recently, we faced a crisis with the giant incursion, and now we find ourselves embroiled in yet another significant upheaval. Given the circumstances, how do you think I, as the principal overseer of this interdimensional experiment, will address the culprits, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley? Upon hearing Clarence's words, a cold sweat broke out on the twins' foreheads. They understood all too well that Ron's antics had caused considerable disruption, undoubtedly complicating the experiment Clarence was overseeing and creating unnecessary trouble for him. In this context, seeking his help seemed utterly futile. Should they further provoke Clarence, he might indeed take action and impose a severe punishment on Ron and his companions. As Clarence had previously indicated, his reluctance to directly confront the 2 buffoons was already a leniency, considering their youth. Had they been adults, they would likely have found themselves imprisoned in Azkaban, consorting with Dementors, or worse, receiving the dreaded Dementor's kiss, which would drain their very souls. Before the twins could muster a response, their younger sister Ginny could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Although the young girl had not comprehended Clarence's words, she grasped the implication of severe punishment. The young girl's wailing caused Clarence considerable distress, prompting him to retrieve a piece of chocolate from his pocket. He unwrapped it, and, with a flick of his magical prowess, sent it soaring directly into Ginny's mouth. The sudden intrusion startled her, and the moment she tasted the sweetness of the chocolate, she instinctively began to munch happily. The twins observed this scene, their lips twitching in surprise. They had never anticipated that such a method could effectively interrupt their little sister's spellcasting. Sighing at the sight of the twins lingering stubbornly, Clarence felt compelled to offer them a hint to send the trio on their way. Chapter 54. The hint: I may not assist you directly, but I can provide you with a hint. Upon your return, share this with the others. Take a closer look at the laws governing the Muggle world, particularly those concerning minors and prisoners. Upon delivering this guidance, Clarence gestured for them to depart. The twins, unperturbed by the notion that Clarence would deceive them. Even though they couldn't fathom the hint's meaning, thanked him. They took Ginny by either arm and hurriedly exited the ice tower. Back in the headmaster's office. After relaying Clarence's hint verbatim, Dumbledore and the others were left perplexed, unable to decipher its implications. After a moment of contemplation, without any clarity, Dumbledore instructed the attendees to set about seeking legal text from the Muggle world as a first step, in accordance with Clarence's suggestion. Just as the others prepared to act, the twins halted their movements with a question. Why don't we search directly on the Wizarding Net, instead of hunting for books first? Perhaps driven by genuine curiosity. Their inquiry left everyone in the office, including Dumbledore, momentarily stunned. Professor McGonagall instinctively turned to Dumbledore. Albus, could there be such information available on the Wizarding Net? Let us investigate the Wizarding Net first. I am uncertain whether it contains references to Muggle laws, Dumbledore replied hesitantly. Clearly unsure of what the Wizarding Net might encompass regarding the laws of the non-magical world. The minds of those present collectively plunged into the depths of the Wizarding Net, commencing a search for legal information pertaining to the Muggle realm. To their astonishment, a plethora of legal content surfaced immediately. Not only did it encompass the complete legal frameworks of various countries within the Muggle world, but it also detailed the laws of the magical communities across nations, astonishingly comprehensive, including even those statutes that had long been abolished. Though Dumbledore and his companions were indeed perplexed, unable to comprehend why Clarence had included such knowledge within the magical network, they deemed it inappropriate to dwell on such matters at that moment. Instead, they focused intently on the provided guidance, particularly concerning the laws applicable to minors and prisoners in the realm of ordinary individuals. Initially, Dumbledore found himself bewildered by the implications of the prompt. Yet as he perused the legal statutes of the mundane world through the magical network, he gradually began to grasp Clarence's intentions. Upon emerging from the depths of the magical network, Dumbledore reflected quietly to himself. I believe I have discerned Clarence's meaning. The damage has been done. A fact that is immutable. Thus the Ministry of Magic's ruling remains unalterable. However, it is possible to leverage their status as minors to evade incarceration in Azkaban, and even utilize their identities as Hogwarts students to buy some time. The more he contemplated this strategy, the more feasible it appeared. Yet, a frown remained etched upon Dumbledore's brow, for while this approach might indeed prevent Harry and Ron from being imprisoned in Azkaban, it would only serve as a temporary reprieve. Ultimately, they would still face confinement. Even if the two could manage to evade immediate imprisonment and continue their studies at Hogwarts, they would bear the stigma of being labeled as prisoners. This designation would be a devastating blow to Harry's reputation as the savior. After all, who would consider a legitimate hero while burdened with the title of a convict? This was the crux of Dumbledore's concern. The ramifications of such an identity were far beyond what two young boys could endure. Nevertheless, this option was still preferable to being unceremoniously cast into Azkaban, especially considering that at least within the school, Dementors would not be present. Dumbledore, undeterred, continued to access the magical network, tirelessly searching for any legal knowledge that might yield a better solution. However, after half an hour of fruitless effort, he concluded that there were no alternatives. The only viable course of action was to temporarily avoid confinement in Azkaban by virtue of their dual identities as minors and Hogwarts students. Other options were either unrealistic or exceedingly difficult to execute, particularly with Clarence's scrutiny looming over them. With a sigh, Dumbledore articulated this approach, emphasizing that it was indeed the sole feasible solution. Otherwise, Harry and Ron would face a fate akin to Hagrid, who had been unceremoniously thrown into Azkaban as one of the primary culprits of the incident, having a criminal record that led the Ministry of Magic to bypass even the judicial proceedings. In truth, there is little necessity for a trial, as the evidence is irrefutable. With both witnesses and material proof abundantly present, what remains to be adjudicated? Even though such proceedings may deviate from protocol, it would be a waste of time, as the outcome would remain unchanged. In fact, should a trial take place, it is likely that a multitude of offenses could be unearthed from that individual. For instance, within his pink umbrella lies a wand, acquired through dubious means, which is strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic. It is pertinent to recall that this individual was convicted for the unauthorized breeding of the highly dangerous acromantula during his time at Hogwarts, leading to the tragic death of a female student. Consequently, the Ministry shattered his wand. While the deceased student was not killed by the acromantula, merely harboring such perilous creatures within a school teeming with young witches and wizards is sufficient to warrant a lifetime in Azkaban. Furthermore, following the chaos in the Forbidden Forest, when Aurors were dispatched for apprehension and procedural investigation, they received complaints from the centaurs residing therein, alleging that Hagrid was breeding acromantula in the forest. There are numerous other issues, and should they all be uncovered, they would surely merit a Dementor's kiss. Thus, it is stated that there is no need for a trial of Hagrid, for regardless of whether it takes place or not, the ultimate outcome remains that he shall be confined in Azkaban until death, with no hope of release, barring escape, of course. However, given Hagrid's honest disposition, it is unlikely he would dare attempt to flee. Chapter 55. Two prisoners. Ever since the Weasley twins and their younger sister sought assistance at the Ice Tower, the end of January swiftly approached. During this period, Clarence paid little attention to the situation of Harry Potter and his companions, only aware that the Ministry of Magic had convened a hearing shortly after the incident involving them. Yet, due to Dumbledore and others' vigorous defense, firmly holding on to Harry and his companions' status as minors and students of Hogwarts, the proceedings were delayed until the end of January, resulting in no final verdict being reached. However, the extent of Dumbledore's ability to prolong the matter had reached its limit. No further favorable ruling could be secured for Harry and his friend. Thus, on the morning of January 30th, the trial of Harry and Ron came to a definitive conclusion. The verdict was a sentence of 10 years imprisonment in Azkaban. Initially, the sentence was to be 15 years, but through the efforts of Dumbledore and others, it was ultimately reduced to 10 years. Of course, their status as minors and their continued education at Hogwarts played a role. As long as Hogwarts had not formally expelled them, they remained students bound by a magical contract. Thus, these two individuals, as long as they are within the confines of their academic tenure, are spared the grim fate of returning to Azkaban. Yet, there appears to be an unsettling incongruity in this notion. Indeed, it is deeply troubling, for during their absence from Hogwarts, they are mandated to be confined back to Azkaban. Even when they are permitted to attend classes at Hogwarts, their movements are severely restricted, bound within the castle's precincts. Should they venture beyond its walls, even to the nearby Hogsmeade village for a mere errand, it would be deemed an act of escape. At that juncture, despite retaining their status as students and their magical covenant with Hogwarts, they would be barred from returning to their studies, instead facing the grim prospect of being imprisoned once more in Azkaban. While the limitations imposed on their movements might not seem excessively burdensome given the expanse of Hogwarts, other restrictions render their situation quite intolerable. What constraints might provoke such discomfort? It is the concern that these two might instigate incidents within the school, or, to put it more candidly, the apprehension that they could potentially harm their fellow students. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic's decree included various limitations on their accommodation, social interactions, and spellcasting during their time at school. In essence, while at Hogwarts, they are prohibited from residing in the dormitories and must instead be assigned a separate location, heavily fortified with restrictive enchantments to prevent their escape. They are forbidden from engaging with flying objects, including broomsticks and magical creatures, when interacting with others. A safe distance must be maintained. Any sign of conflict with fellow students would be regarded as an indication of violent tendencies, leading to the implementation of additional magical constraints. Even during mealtimes, they cannot occupy the long table in the Great Hall, but must instead be relegated to a designated area. If these restrictions appear severe, the Ministry's imposition of magical constraints is rather egregious. They are compelled to wear alchemical bracelets and shackles that inhibit their magical prowess, removable only during practical lessons. At all other times, regardless of the circumstances, these restraints must remain in place. Their access to the magical network is similarly curtailed, only available during designated lessons and practical activities. Such limitations are indeed excessive. Even adults might struggle under such conditions, let alone two children. Yet, the verdict stands resolutely, leaving Harry and his companion with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, there exists no precedent within the entirety of the British magical community, or indeed the global magical realm, comparable to the plight of Harry Potter and his friend. Historically, when underage wizards transgressed the law, they faced far less severe repercussions, as judicial proceedings were straightforward and devoid of such extreme measures. Acceptance is the only path forward. Those who resist shall find themselves cast into Azkaban, to dwell among the Dementors. The choice lies solely with the two of them, for the Ministry of Magic would prefer to see them decline any resistance. After all, even though Harry and Ron are merely children, as prisoners, they represent an unpredictable element. The Ministry is far more inclined to have them confined within the prison walls rather than roaming freely, particularly in a school like Hogwarts, teeming with students. Should any incidents arise from their presence, resulting in injury or even death to a student, who would bear the responsibility? Thus, it is this very concern that drives the Ministry's preference for their incarceration in Azkaban. Initially, Clarence was unaware of the extent of restrictions imposed upon Harry and Ron. She only knew that the Ministry's judgment had concluded, and she was quite pleased with their decision, allowing the boys to continue their education at Hogwarts. As she had previously mentioned to the Weasley twins, her reluctance to impose harsher penalties stemmed from their youth. However, she would not extend any assistance, for those three foolish boys had indeed entangled her in a significant predicament. The incident involving the troll had already sparked unfavorable reactions from the outside world. But as long as the truth remained concealed, it could be dismissed as merely an unfortunate accident with a plausible excuse. The most crucial factor was that no one had been harmed. In contrast, The uproar in the Forbidden Forest left no room for excuses. Upon learning of this debacle, Clarence felt a pang of regret for not having foreseen the events through divination. Had she done so, she might have prevented the three imbeciles from acting so foolishly. Regrettably, she had assumed that a mere young dragon could not possibly endanger students, believing that the worst outcome would be some minor injuries. Thus, she allowed the situation to unfold unchecked. Little did she anticipate the depths of their folly. Yet, despite her anger, the incident had already transpired, and the damage was done. There was little she could do, nor could she direct her ire towards the children themselves. Even if Harry and Ron were the primary culprits, she would not unleash her frustration upon them. Consequently, her indignation led her to pay little attention to their affairs, preferring to maintain a distance. It was only when Hermione returned to the Ice Tower and mentioned the matter that Clarence became aware of the extensive limitations placed upon Harry and Ron. However, even with this newfound knowledge, she had no intention of intervening, nor did she harbor any feelings of sympathy for the duo. After all, wrongdoing, whether intentional or not, must be rectified, and the consequences must be borne. Chapter 56, Two Prisoners 2. During the Elements class, Clarence observed the woeful condition of Harry and Ron. Clad in handcuffs and leg irons, each step they took echoed with the clinking of chains, and they dared not approach their fellow students. They entered the classroom only after everyone else had already settled, heads bowed in submission. Once inside, they refrained from choosing a seat as they usually would, instead standing at the foot of the podium, awaiting Clarence's instruction. After all, their seating arrangement during class was to be maintained at a distance from the other students. When they lifted their heads, Clarence could discern from their pallor that their spirits were far from high. The sight of the two young boys in such a pitiful state stirred a sense of compassion in one's heart. Yet, Clarence did nothing, nor did he intend to intervene. This was the consequence of their own thoughtless actions, a burden they were obliged to bear. Thus, it was not only Clarence, but all the professors, who would not alleviate their constraints out of pity. The only course of action was to disregard their shackles and prisoner status, treating them with impartiality. With a wave of his hand, Clarence conjured two solitary desks and chairs at the back of the classroom. You two shall sit there from now on. As for practical work, arrangements will be made in due course. He gestured for them to take their seats, signaling the commencement of the lesson. As life within the school returned to its customary calm, the presence of the two prisoners subtly altered the atmosphere within the castle. The most significant change was not the students' attitudes towards Harry and Ron, but rather Dumbledore's demeanor towards Harry, which had unexpectedly shifted. To outsiders, Dumbledore remained as affable as ever, displaying no change even in his interactions with Harry and Ron. However, those familiar with him could perceive a distinct alteration in Dumbledore's attitude towards Harry Potter. It had grown somewhat colder. Prior to the Forbidden Forest incident, despite Harry's knowledge of the truth regarding his parents' death and his heart filled with resentment towards Dumbledore, he had maintained a consistent demeanor. Although Dumbledore still harbored intentions to utilize Harry, there had been a trace of emotion in his gaze. Now, however, the look he cast upon Harry was devoid of warmth. In summary, if Dumbledore had previously employed gentle methods to nurture Harry, he now seemed indifferent to the means of his cultivation. No longer will he be as considerate of Harry Potter's inner feelings, fearing the potential for harm, and thus striving to ensure that he does not suffer any serious injuries. The current Dumbledore, while still protective of Harry, will only guarantee that he remains alive. As for everything else, his attitude, according to Clarence, suggests that whereas Dumbledore once regarded Harry as a human being, now he perceives the boy merely as a weapon to combat Voldemort. As for the reasons behind Dumbledore's drastic change in demeanor, Clarence speculates that it stems from Harry's identity as a prisoner. In simpler terms, the Savior may possess certain flaws, yet these imperfections must not be excessive, otherwise, he ceases to be a savior and becomes an ordinary individual. However, due to Harry's actions, Dumbledore finds himself incapable of erasing that prisoner identity, leading to the conclusion that he has abandoned the notion of nurturing Harry into a savior, instead opting to mold him into a tool specifically designed to confront Voldemort. In truth, Clarence's conjecture proves remarkably accurate, as evidenced by Dumbledore's subsequent behaviors and his increasingly callous attitude and training methods concerning Harry. Particularly evident is this shift in Dumbledore's approach during the numerous dueling club activities held with Professor Flitwick and others. Once he believed that the students had adequately grasped the art of dueling and gained some experience, he planned to inaugurate an advanced combat club, utilizing the special venue that Clarence had previously constructed through magic. It was during the organization of the combat club activities that Dumbledore sought out Clarence, proposing to allow Harry to enter the special venue to hone his combat skills and experience. In response, Clarence simply entrusted the management of the venue to Dumbledore himself, asserting that if he wished to train Harry individually, then he should take charge. Clarence remained indifferent to the particulars of how Dumbledore would train Harry, and after presiding over several combat club sessions, she delegated the responsibility to Snape. Aside from her regular elemental magic classes, Clarence occasionally offered assistance to Windsor in the neighboring magical web classroom. Most of her time, however, was devoted to various research endeavors. Unfortunately, her true avatars had been significantly occupied, leaving her with only a little over 10 that she could spare. The occupied avatars remained in a secret location, constructing a floating city. Consequently, the insufficient number of true avatars has considerably slowed the progress of Clarence's research. However, this predicament is unavoidable. As the construction of the floating city holds significant importance, it would be imprudent to recall the real avatars from there merely for the sake of research. As days pass, time swiftly approaches the end of term. The students, burdened by the impending final examinations, become exceptionally busy and anxious, leaving little room for leisure pursuits. They immerse themselves in their studies, with the school library brimming with eager learners daily. Each student aspires to achieve commendable results in the forthcoming exams, at the very least ensuring they pass. In light of the approaching finals, the student organization known as the Truth Society becomes increasingly active, with nearly all first-year students joining, save for a select few. Among this minority are Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Their reluctance to join is not due to personal choice, but rather stems from the current leader of the Truth Society's refusal to accept them. The rationale is that although the two must still take the exams, their academic performance holds little significance. Let us not forget that the Ministry of Magic has sentenced them to a decade of imprisonment in Azkaban. Notably, their time in school does not count towards their sentence. They must be physically present in Azkaban for their incarceration to be valid. In other words, their time at school is not considered as serving their sentence. To be more precise, they must reside in Azkaban for their confinement to be accounted for. Thus, while other students prioritize their exam results, knowing that their academic performance directly influences their futures and career choices upon graduation, Harry and Ron are unconcerned with such matters, as they will be incarcerated in Azkaban immediately after leaving school. Considerations for professions and careers can only be entertained post-release. Furthermore, due to their status as prisoners and the accompanying restrictions, the leader of the Truth Society outright rejected their application for membership. As the examination date looms closer, the atmosphere within the castle grows increasingly tense. Just as Clarence ponders how Dumbledore plans to arrange for Harry and Ron to confront Quirrell and Voldemort's residual spirit to protect the Philosopher's Stone, the two boys approach her. Their purpose in seeking Clarence's assistance is not to thwart Quirrell in his attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but rather because Dumbledore intends to compel them to go into the restricted area on the 4th floor to thwart Quirrell's efforts to safeguard the stone. However, Harry and Ron are reluctant, as Quirrell, being a professor and an adult wizard, possesses powers that far exceed those of two first-year students. Let them go thwart Quirrell from protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Is this not akin to sending the two to their demise? As for why these two sought Clarence's assistance instead of approaching other professors, it is not that they had not sought help from others before. However, the remaining professors feigned disbelief, neither trusting that Quirrell would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone nor believing that Dumbledore would compel two children to safeguard it. Thus, in the face of the indifference exhibited by the other professors, the duo had no choice but to turn to Clarence for aid. After listening to their account, Clarence nodded in understanding and first clarified that the other professors were not disbelieving of the situation. Rather, they had received directives from Dumbledore, rendering them unwilling to intervene or offer assistance. He then inquired with curiosity how Dumbledore had coerced them, or what means he had employed to compel them to obstruct Quirrell. Dumbledore, that old rascal, informed you that should Quirrell obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he would use it to resurrect Voldemort. And once Voldemort is revived, his first act would be to eliminate Harry, which would inevitably implicate Ron due to their association. Moreover, he threatened that during the school holidays, they would be imprisoned in Azkaban until their return to school as leverage against them. So, he possesses a means to prevent the Ministry of Magic from incarcerating you in Azkaban during the school holidays? After hearing their narrative, Clarence summarized his thoughts while expressing his own doubts. However, Harry Potter shook his head, explaining that it was not Dumbledore who could avert the Ministry's imprisonment of him and Ron. Rather, he would teach them a powerful spell that would protect them from the Dementor's harm. The Patronus Charm, you say? Clarence murmured to himself before regarding the two with a serious expression, indicating his willingness to impart this advanced magic to them. He even promised that when the Ministry escorted them to Azkaban, they would have the privilege to use the magical network's spellcasting capabilities to safeguard themselves against the Dementors. This was a form of assistance he could provide in his capacity as a professor. However, regarding Dumbledore's insistence that they prevent Quirrell from protecting the Philosopher's Stone, he could offer no further help. The course of action lay entirely in their hands. Ultimately, Clarence assured them that they would be able to utilize the magical network's capabilities while in Azkaban to shield themselves from the effects and harm caused by the Dementors. This assurance effectively nullified Dumbledore's leverage over them. The remaining question, then, was whether they should endeavor to thwart Quirrell and safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. The decision rested solely with them. Dumbledore's assertion holds merit. Voldemort, having stumbled so grievously with Harry, would undoubtedly harbor intentions of eliminating him upon his resurrection, and would certainly seek retribution against his friends and family. Thus, under the reasoning of any rational individual, the logical course of action would be to thwart Quirrell, or at the very least, to prevent him from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone that would enable Voldemort's revival. With Dumbledore discreetly overseeing the situation, the likelihood of being harmed by Quirrell would be negligible. However, this reasoning applies solely to those of a sound mind. The reality, alas, is that Harry and Ron, in their folly, failed to contemplate this crucial aspect. Furthermore, following the tumult in the Forbidden Forest, the subsequent coldness of human relations, particularly the alteration in Dumbledore's demeanor, heightened Harry's sensitivity to the loss of protection that he had once enjoyed. In a state of insecurity, his choices inevitably deviated from those of a typical person. Indeed, it was not solely Harry who opted against intervening. Even Ron chose not to deter Quirrell. Nor did he entertain the notion that he possessed the capability to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. Clarence, disregarding Ron's choices, deemed them inconsequential. What truly mattered was Harry Potter's decision to abstain from interference, which rendered the situation all the more intriguing. If one does not wish to act, then one should refrain from action altogether. Should Dumbledore seek them out again, a simple refusal would suffice. Rest assured, with my presence at Hogwarts, he would dare not impose any threat upon you. Nevertheless, to preempt any underhanded tactics from that old coot, I shall cast a protective charm upon you both. In order to thwart any potential machinations from Dumbledore, Clarence infused the protective spell with considerable magical energy. With such safeguards in place, not even Dumbledore, nor any alliance he might forge with Grindelwald, could pose a danger. Following this incident, Dumbledore's plans regarding Quirrell and Harry were inevitably thwarted, for without one of the protagonists, how could the scheme proceed? Would he truly allow Quirrell to acquire the Philosopher's Stone? Though merely a replica, it still contained fragments of the genuine stone's power. Admittedly, such partial power might not suffice to resurrect Voldemort, yet it must not fall into the hands of a perilous individual like Quirrell. As the plan faltered, Dumbledore would naturally not permit the continued presence of the Forbidden Zone on the 4th floor of the castle, nor would he allow Quirrell to remain at the school. Subsequently, it remains unclear what means Dumbledore employed against Quirrell, but the latter's condition deteriorated daily, and by the conclusion of the term's examinations, he appeared on the brink of collapse. Out of curiosity regarding Dumbledore's methods, Clarence visited the hospital wing to check on Quirrell. To his surprise, he discovered that Quirrell's plight was the result of a curse, though not one cast by Dumbledore. And thus, the narrative unfolds. Chapter 58, The End of Term Feast. Moreover, it is the curse of unicorn blood, an enigma that remains unsolvable. Or rather, as long as one has not transcended the realm of humanity, the ability to lift it remains unattainable. Upon realizing this predicament, Clarence recalled that in the original narrative, there indeed existed a segment of events pertaining to this. However, it was evident that this individual had commenced the hunting of unicorns for their blood prior to the upheaval in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, following the tumultuous incident, the area would have been ensconced within magical barriers, leaving no opportunity for such pursuits. When calculating the timeline, it becomes apparent that the curse of unicorn blood, coupled with the remnants of Voldemort's soul clinging to Chilo's nape, incessantly siphoning his vitality, would naturally lead to his current state of near demise. During the end-of-term feast, due to the alteration of fate, Dumbledore would not, as per the original storyline, allow Gryffindor to seize the House Cup. In retrospect, this is quite reasonable. In the original fate, Harry Potter was a member of Gryffindor. Thus, it was only natural for Dumbledore to employ subtle tactics to ensure Gryffindor's victory. However, this was not merely an act of vanity, stemming from his own affiliation with Gryffindor, nor did it reflect a desire to manipulate for personal gain. Moreover, even if he wished to do so, Gryffindor's standings, while not the lowest, were scarcely above those of Slytherin, the latter being far behind the leading Ravenclaw. The disparity in scores was considerable. One could not simply concoct an excuse to surpass them. This illustrates that Dumbledore was not particularly invested in the outcome of the House Cup, nor did he hold any particular concern for Gryffindor's attainment thereof. Indeed, if he were to wish for any house to claim the cup, it would likely be Slytherin, given Harry's presence there. Unfortunately, he had no intention of raising Harry as a savior. Rather, he sought to mold him into a weapon. Consequently, there was no need to expend mental energy contemplating how to pave the way for Harry. A weapon requires not fame or accolades. It merely needs to be wieldy and sufficiently sharp to vanquish foes, with all else being of little consequence. Nonetheless, what troubled Dumbledore was the influence of Clarence, which rendered this weapon increasingly unmanageable. Yet, even so, he remained unperturbed, for Harry Potter's destiny was already sealed, even without further scheming or machinations. The relationship between Harry and Voldemort would inevitably be one of mortal enemies, a truth that would remain immutable. In the end, their confrontation was inevitable. The only difference lay in whether Dumbledore's designs would play a role in the unfolding of events. With Dumbledore's interference absent, the end-of-term feast proceeded smoothly, and Ravenclaw's acquisition of the House Cup unfolded without any unforeseen incidents. After the end-of-term banquet, the students began to pack their belongings, preparing to take the train home, only to return when Hogwarts reopened. Meanwhile, Clarence seized the opportunity in the days leading up to the official school holiday to instruct Harry and Ron on the Patronus charm. To facilitate their swift mastery of this enchantment, Clarence conjured a Dementor through magic, intending to stimulate their latent potential. Although she assured them that when they reached Azkaban, they would have access to the magical network's casting functions to shield themselves from the Dementor's influence and harm, nothing could compare to truly mastering the spell on their own. The Patronus charm is not solely designed to repel dark magical creatures like Dementors. Its true power lies in the manipulation of positive emotional energies. This aspect cannot be achieved through the magical network's casting functions. While the magical network does contain the Patronus charm, unless the caster engages in profound study and attains proficiency, they will only summon a generic Patronus, a version specifically crafted by Clarence for this spell. Thus, she utilized this time to teach the two, hoping they would quickly grasp the charm. As for the Weasley twins, who insisted on following along to learn, Clarence did not dismiss them. Instead, she allowed them to listen from the sidelines, yet made no effort to guide them. Whether they could learn the Patronus charm depended solely on their own aptitude, a matter of little concern to Clarence. Her focus remained on Harry and Ron. As long as they could manage to grasp the spell, their time in Azkaban would be considerably more bearable. This bearable was not to be interpreted in material terms. Even residing in a lavish palace would not bring comfort in the presence of Dementors. These perilous dark creatures feed on positive emotional energy and possess an aura that can incite negative emotions. Therefore, if they could not manage to grasp the Patronus charm, especially the techniques for harnessing positive emotional energy, summoning a Patronus through the magical network would still leave them vulnerable to the Dementor's influence. Whether it was due to Clarence's teaching method or simply Harry and Ron's combination of intelligence and innate talent, they surprisingly learned the Patronus charm quite swiftly. Harry Potter managed to barely conjure the outline of an animal, while Ron could only emit a faint white glow. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to shield them from the oppressive aura of the Dementors. This indeed attested to their remarkable innate abilities, for had it been anyone else, even under the tutelage of Clarence himself, they would not have achieved such proficiency so swiftly. It is likely that once they arrived at Azkaban, surrounded by the pervasive presence of Dementors, their skills would be further honed, enabling them to master the Patronus charm with greater finesse. If one were to say that Harry and Ron possessed moderate intelligence paired with commendable talent, the twins, on the other hand, exhibited both sharp intellect and exceptional aptitude. Even in quiet observation, they managed to learn, and thus far, the Patronus they conjured had coalesced into a complete ethereal form. The remaining challenge lay in extensive practice to solidify this apparition, thereby fully mastering the Patronus charm. In Chapter 59, Farewell to Sirius, the twins' level of Patronus had transcended mere defense against Dementors. It possessed the power to vanquish them. Such talent surpassed that of Harry and Ron by a considerable margin. A few days later, as the school officially broke for vacation, students gathered their belongings and made their way to the platform to board the train. Clarence and Windsor accompanied Hermione, Harry, and Ron, preparing to travel to King's Cross Station. Their presence was not without purpose. They aimed to take Harry to Diagon Alley to visit Lily and Mia, and also to personally escort Harry and Ron to Azkaban. Although Clarence did not intend to assist them and believed they should face the consequences of their actions, he certainly did not wish for them to perish within Azkaban's confines. The issue of Dementors within Azkaban was somewhat mitigated by Clarence's instruction on the Patronus charm. Yet it is crucial to remember that this was a wizarding prison housing the most dangerous of criminals. Even though the Ministry of Magic had stripped these inmates of their wands, rendering them incapable of casting spells, it did not imply a lack of other means at their disposal. Thus, how could two young boys like Harry and Ron contend with such malevolent prisoners? It is essential to acknowledge that these inmates possessed more than just magical abilities. Therefore, Clarence's purpose in this endeavor was to create a safe space for them within the prison, ensuring their protection from those criminals, and to find a caretaker and bodyguard to attend to their needs. Clarence had already decided on the candidate for the dual role of nanny and bodyguard, none other than Sirius Black, who had once been mistakenly labeled a traitor and a leak. Much like in the original narrative, he harbored concerns that should he assume the role of the secret keeper, he would inadvertently draw the attention of the Death Eaters, thereby jeopardizing the very secrets he was meant to protect. Consequently, he clandestinely appointed Peter Pettigrew as the secret keeper, unaware that Peter was, in fact, the traitor who betrayed the location of James and his family to Voldemort. Following the tragedy that befell the Potters, Sirius quickly realized that the breach of secrecy lay with the secret keeper, thus coming to the grim understanding that Peter was the traitor. Unfortunately, With Voldemort's demise and the impending collapse of his Death Eater forces, Sirius was consumed by guilt, believing that his decision to substitute the Secret Keeper had led to the deaths of James and Lily. Upon locating Peter and believing he had avenged his friends by eliminating him, Sirius's overwhelming remorse led him to offer no defense when captured by the Ministry's orders. He sought to atone for the deaths of James and Lily by willingly submitting to imprisonment in Azkaban. In fact, when Sirius was apprehended and taken to the Ministry, Algeta had already reached out to Clarence via the pendant box, inquiring whether they should rescue Sirius. Clarence, knowing Sirius well, simply replied that Algeta should ask Sirius if he wished to clear his name. The outcome was that Sirius, resolute in his desire for atonement, chose not to escape. With his family still around, his time in Azkaban was far from the abject misery depicted in the original story. While he still faced the torment of Dementors, he was at least no longer deprived of sustenance. Now, although Sirius continued to endure the presence of the Dementors, he was no longer lacking food. As the members of the Order of Truth gradually infiltrated and took control of various critical departments within the Ministry, particularly after seizing complete control of Azkaban, Sirius's circumstances improved significantly. According to Clarence, if Sirius grew weary of his confinement in Azkaban, he could even take leisurely strolls on the isolated island. The Ministry officials and Aurors on duty, being allies of the Order, showed little concern for his excursions as long as he remained on the island. Besides his guilt over James and Lily, Sirius remained the godfather to Harry. Thus, it was only natural for Clarence to select Sirius as both caretaker and bodyguard, for he was the most suitable candidate, rather than choosing the Ministry of Magic's guard stationed in Azkaban. As Clarence and his companions disembarked from the train and exited the station, they were greeted by the Granger couple, who had come to welcome Hermione, as well as the Weasley couple with their young daughter Ginny. After exchanging a few cordial pleasantries with the enthusiastic Grangers, Clarence approached the Weasley couple, suggesting that they could first take Ron home to gather some belongings. He assured them that he would soon bring Harry to their residence and personally escort the two boys to Azkaban. "You need not worry too much," he continued. "During their time at school, I have already taught them the Patronus charm, and both Harry and Ron have managed to grasp it reasonably well. Therefore, there is no need to fret about their potential encounters with Dementors." Furthermore, his personal involvement was intended to provide assurance, establishing a safe zone on that desolate island to prevent them from falling victim to the other prisoners confined there. Upon hearing this, the Weasley couple visibly relaxed, understanding the deeper significance of Clarence's actions. What was this deeper significance? Beyond what Clarence had articulated, his approach carried another implication. By personally escorting the boys and constructing a secure area, it signified that Harry and Ron, whether returning to serve their time during the school break or continuing their sentences post-graduation, would not experience life as true prisoners. At the very least, their existence within those walls would not resemble that of actual inmates. After all, genuine convicts would not enjoy such comforts, nor would they benefit from the protection of a secure zone. Moreover, with both boys having mastered the Patronus charm, especially one taught by Clarence himself, the underlying message was that although they bore the burden of being labeled as prisoners due to the incident in the Forbidden Forest, they could still lead a semblance of a normal life within Azkaban. The limitations they faced would merely involve restricted freedom and the looming threat of Dementors. This semblance of normalcy would persist until their sentences were served. Otherwise, the secure zone that Clarence established was specifically designed to shield Harry and Ron. Thus, unless Clarence himself were to declare otherwise, who would dare dismantle that sanctuary or prevent Harry and Ron from seeking refuge within it? However, if the intention was merely to provide Harry and Ron with a different living arrangement while leading an ordinary life in Azkaban, then why did Clarence not intervene directly from the outset? The Weasley couple harbored a subtle suspicion regarding Clarence's intentions. They believed that Clarence's actions were aimed at compelling Harry and Ron to face the consequences of their misdeeds. Furthermore, the global scrutiny surrounding the incident rendered Clarence unable to offer any assistance. She had to ensure that the outcome of this matter was unequivocally just, otherwise, it would not garner public acceptance. In fact, the verdict rendered by the Ministry of Magic proved to be remarkably fair, beyond reproach. Both Harry and Ron faced stringent restrictions during their time at school, and even after the term, they were required to serve their sentences in Azkaban prison, which sufficiently silenced public dissent. However, the nature of their existence while incarcerated remained outside the purview of the Ministry's judgment. After all, the ruling did not stipulate or regulate their living conditions within the prison walls. Thus, it was evident that Clarence's approach was a clever exploitation of the loopholes in the judgment and the Ministry's laws. Upon realizing this, the Weasley couple looked at Clarence with renewed gratitude, understanding that their earlier misinterpretation of her motives was unfounded. Her refusal to assist was not born out of anger due to the trouble caused by Harry and his companions, but rather a commitment to impartiality and a desire to quell the murmurs of nearly the entire world. They should have recognized this sooner. If Clarence had truly been upset and unwilling to help, why would she have offered a hint to the twins? They had, in their haste to devise a solution, overlooked this crucial detail, which they now regretted. At that moment, the Weasley couple felt a profound sense of guilt for their misunderstandings, compounded by reflections on the sequence of events leading to the incident. Their thoughts turned to Dumbledore, feeling a twinge of resentment towards him concerning the aftermath of the affair. After all, they could not believe that Dumbledore, the former headmaster and now the deputy headmaster, was entirely unaware of Hagrid's decision to raise a dragon in his home. It was implausible that such a significant oversight would occur under his watch, especially given his long-standing authority over the school. Therefore, the Weasley couple remained unconvinced that Dumbledore was oblivious to the situation, even if he had known about Hagrid's unconventional pet. His failure to intervene ultimately led to the chaos in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore's inaction might have stemmed from some underlying plan, yet his absence during the crisis prevented him from quelling the turmoil in a timely manner. Certainly, after the incident, Dumbledore made every conceivable effort to safeguard Harry and Ron. Yet his endeavors ceased entirely following the judgment rendered by the Ministry of Magic. In fact, upon receiving a letter from Ron, sent from school, which ominously mentioned that Dumbledore was using their impending imprisonment in Azkaban as leverage against them, the Weasley couple was profoundly disheartened by Dumbledore's actions. They had no doubt about Ron's honesty, as they knew their son would never deceive his family. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that deepened their disappointment in Dumbledore. However, what could they do in the face of Dumbledore's stature as the greatest of the White Wizards, one of the most powerful sorcerers under Clarence Stewart? Consequently, the scales of their hearts had irrevocably tipped in favor of Clarence. Their initial support and loyalty towards Dumbledore gradually transformed into allegiance towards Clarence. Unbeknownst to Clarence, the couple had concocted an elaborate narrative in a brief span, and after interrupting their expressions of gratitude, he urged them to swiftly return home with Ron, to pack their belongings, and even suggested they bring along some seeds for food. After bidding them farewell, Clarence, accompanied by Windsor and Harry Potter, made his way to Diagon Alley, where they met Lily and Mia. After introducing Harry to Lily, he and Windsor settled down for tea, quietly listening as Lily and Mia recounted tales of his mother. After about an hour, they rose to take their leave, placing a multitude of gifts from Lily and Mia into his pendant box, with a nod to Windsor to follow shortly. He then apparat with Harry to the vicinity of the Weasley family's modest abode. Upon seeing Windsor arrive by apparition, they proceeded towards the distant home. As they drew closer, Clarence felt as if he had passed through an invisible barrier. This did not surprise him. He recognized it as the protective magic and enchantments set by the Weasley family. Notably, as they approached, the entire Weasley clan emerged from their dwelling, indicating that the protective spells likely had a warning function as well. Upon nearing them, Clarence did not engage in excessive pleasantries with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Instead, he placed Ron's numerous bags into his pendant box. With a nod of acknowledgement towards Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, he took Harry and Ron by the arms, and they instantly apparat to the solitary island that houses Azkaban. Upon arrival at the prison's entrance, the two guards on duty were astonished to witness someone breach the established restrictions, managing to apparate directly inside. This island, much like Hogwarts, was fortified with powerful magic to prevent such occurrences. However, upon recognizing the identity of the visitors, the guards' expressions shifted to understanding. If it were this individual, it would be no surprise that he could bypass the magical barriers. Indeed, it would be more peculiar if the enchantments could restrain him. Furthermore, they had already received official communication from the Ministry, informing them that Clarence would personally escort the prisoners, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, to Azkaban that very day. They had not anticipated their arrival would be via direct apparition rather than by boat. Thus, upon recognizing the guests, one of the guards promptly approached to greet them, confirming that they had received the Ministry's notice earlier that day. Notably, the minister had personally instructed them through the magical network to find a suitable location on the island as per Clarence's request. Very well, please lead us there, Clarence commanded. He then instructed the other guard, also, ensure that Sirius Black is brought along. Following the lead guard to the designated site, Clarence surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. This location was indeed quite suitable. As a reward, he announced that all personnel stationed here would be permitted to select 3 advanced spells or 2 intermediate elemental spells for transcription and study. Their access had been activated, and one of them would need to inform the others shortly. In addition to the magical benefits, each guard would receive a reward of 1,000 galleons, which would likely arrive shortly. Clarence's generous rewards, comprising advanced and intermediate spells, along with a substantial sum of galleons, were not merely acts of magnanimity. Rather, they reflected the inherent dangers these guards faced in assisting with the selection of this appropriate location. After all, this was the domain of Dementors, creatures notorious for their unpredictability. And the relationship between the guards and these sinister beings was far from amicable, often marred by conflicts and tensions. They were able to assist Clarence in selecting this suitable location, enduring the perilous presence of the soul-sucking creatures that roamed the area. and thus the generous rewards they received were well-deserved compensation. Clarence, indifferent to their expressions of gratitude, transformed the ring-like Caravel into the form of a wand and commenced the incantation to construct a safe haven. The construction process was swift, resulting in a 3-story house with a courtyard, complete with various protective enchantments and barriers. The interior was furnished with an array of comfortable furniture, all meticulously arranged. Afterward, Clarence retrieved his belongings from the pendant box and gestured for the two to enter the newly built residence, encouraging them to select their preferred rooms and organize their luggage. Meanwhile, he remained outside with Windsor, casting a seamless expansion charm on the courtyard while awaiting the arrival of Sirius Black. Perhaps due to the fortunate timing of Sirius not being out, the guards quickly located him and brought him over. As Sirius approached, he was astonished to see the unexpected addition of a 3-story house, filled with curiosity about what had transpired. Upon getting closer and spotting Clarence, he seemed to recall something and hurriedly ran over, eagerly inquiring whether Harry and the youngest Weasley had arrived. Clarence retracted Caravel, reverting it to its ring form, and, casting a glance at Sirius, let out a derisive snort. You seem quite well informed. However, if you care so deeply for your godson Harry Potter, why did you choose to remain in Azkaban instead of taking care of him personally? The bitterness of living under someone else's roof is not to be underestimated. Sirius, once filled with excitement, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him at Clarence's words, and he reverted to his previous despondent demeanor. Even living under someone else's roof is preferable to being near one who caused his parents' demise. His voice was heavy with regret and guilt. Humph. Your task is not to hide in Azkaban and evade reality, but to bravely accept responsibility and make amends for the foolish choices that led to Harry Potter's loss of his parents. Observing Sirius's growing despondency in response to his admonition, Clarence was at a loss for words. He could only sigh and inform him that Harry and Ron were inside the house, tidying up their belongings, and that they would remain there throughout the holiday until it was time to return to Hogwarts. With that, Clarence immediately conjured an invisible barrier at the entrance of the house using his magical prowess. Indeed, upon discovering that his godson Harry Potter resided within the very house before him, Sirius Black dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. Unsurprisingly, he collided with an invisible magical barrier, only to be rebounded and fall to the ground. I knew you would recklessly charge in without considering whether Harry recognizes you, nor reflecting on the fact that you bear the identity of a traitor to the Order of the Phoenix, having betrayed James and Lily. Therefore, I implore you to calm yourself. I will first reveal to Harry the truth about the traitor and subsequently introduce you to him. Furthermore, my intention in having the guard bring you here was to ensure that you would care for these 2 children, particularly in safeguarding them from Dementors and those prisoners who may wish to harm them. After rubbing his nose and regaining his footing, Sirius vowed to protect the children, asserting that anyone wishing to harm them would have to first cross over his dead body. Clarence rolled his eyes in disbelief, wholly unconvinced by Sirius's grandiose declarations, and promptly inquired whether he possessed a wand. The significance of a wand to a wizard cannot be overstated. For those who lack the ability to perform wandless magic, losing their wand renders their considerable magical prowess effectively nullified. Thus, the once confident Sirius immediately deflated. Indeed, he currently lacked a wand. After the Ministry of Magic's judgment, his wand had been forcibly broken, and he had not contemplated obtaining another, not even a second-hand one that might suffice. You remain as thoughtless as ever. Do you not understand the distinction between possessing a wand and being devoid of one? From a pendant box, Clarence extracted a wand and handed it over, explaining that it was crafted based on the specifications of Sirius's wand from his school days. Although it may not perfectly suit him now, it would at least be less incompatible than those unknown second-hand wands. Chapter 62, The Demon's Trace. Since this wand was made according to the specifications from Sirius's youth, why then does Clarence assert that it is unsuitable for him now? This is because, while most wizards possess only one wand throughout their lives, unique circumstances can lead a wizard to undergo changes in their mental and emotional characteristics due to various experiences. When such changes occur, the compatibility between the wizard and their wand may suffer. The greater the changes in the wizard, the more pronounced the issues with compatibility, and in severe cases, the wand may even reject its wielder. In such circumstances, the wizard must acquire a wand that is more suited to him. Otherwise, continuing to wield the original one could lead to exceedingly grave consequences. Sirius, that rascal, had already experienced this when, influenced by Clarence, his relationship with his family began to mend. By then, his first wand had ceased to be an appropriate fit for him. His situation exemplifies the classic dilemma wherein personal transformation disrupts the harmony and compatibility with one's original wand. Sirius had already replaced his wand once in the past. Hence, Clarence remarked that this wand, crafted based on data from his school years, was not entirely suitable for his use. Not to mention, the subsequent betrayal by Peter, which led to the tragic demise of the Potter couple, had an immense impact on Sirius, rendering this wand even less fitting for him. Of course, this wand was also fashioned by Clarence, intended for Sirius to make do with temporarily. Once he acquires detailed data regarding Sirius's current physical condition, a new wand, perfectly tailored for him, will be created. Upon receiving the wand, Sirius casually cast a minor spell to test it, and indeed, it was wholly unsuitable, yet it could still be utilized with some effort. The sense of rejection and obstruction was quite palpable, and while he could manage some simple spells, anything slightly more complex posed significant challenges, possibly even leading to a backlash from the wand. Clarence was not surprised. He had anticipated this when crafting the wand. Soon, I will have Windsor measure your comprehensive physical data, after which a wand that completely suits you will be fashioned. Subsequently, Clarence guided Sirius into the house and summoned Harry and Ron. He first recounted the intricate details surrounding the secret keeper from years ago before introducing Sirius to them. Ultimately, he revealed to Harry that Sirius was, in fact, his godfather. Just as Clarence had previously mentioned, living under someone else's roof is indeed an uncomfortable experience, even if those who raised Harry had not treated him harshly. Thus, upon discovering that Sirius was his godfather, Harry immediately embraced him, burying his head in Sirius's chest and weeping uncontrollably, as if to release all the grievances, loneliness, and anguish that had been pent up within him. Not wishing to intrude upon the moment shared between Sirius and Harry, Clarence called Ron aside and informed him that the yard outside had been enchanted with a non-intrusive extension charm, allowing the three of them to cultivate crops in the garden. I had previously asked your mother to prepare some seeds, so you can plant them in the yard, and I will also provide you with some poultry. After settling Harry and the others, Clarence directly transported back to the ice tower with Windsor. Before she could analyze the detailed data collected by Windsor to select materials for wand making, she unexpectedly received a message from Dumbledore through the magical network. Pondering why the old man would contact her, she began to scrutinize the message's content. However, upon finishing her reading, Clarence's expression shifted dramatically, growing exceedingly grave. After instructing Windsor to prepare the various materials needed for wand creation, Clarence immediately used apparition to arrive at the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, observing Clarence's sudden arrival, was neither surprised nor taken aback. He likely anticipated that she would come to him post-haste after receiving the message. Clarence wasted no words and got straight to the point, her demeanor somber as she inquired about the truth of the matters mentioned in the message. Dumbledore hoped she was not jesting or scheming regarding such serious matters, or else he would have no choice but to take action against her under the accusation of collusion with demons. Sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from Clarence, along with the unmistakable malice in her gaze, especially the overwhelming magical pressure directed at him, Dumbledore hastily defended himself. It was as if he feared that a moment's delay in his response would provoke Clarence's wrath. I would never joke about such matters, Clarence, so you should not question my stance on this. With a scoff, Clarence disregarded his thoughts entirely and candidly expressed that she had never doubted his position but harbored suspicions regarding his motives and objectives. It was clear she insinuated doubt about his intentions to achieve personal aims through this situation or to manipulate it for his own schemes. Therefore, I hope you comprehend the gravity of your actions. Should you dare to engage in any underhanded tactics concerning this issue, do not blame me, Dumbledore. After issuing this warning, and without waiting for his response, Clarence inquired about the location within the school where he had detected the suspected demonic energy. In response, Dumbledore sighed before recounting the events leading to this revelation. I sensed it at Quirrell's occiput, just half an hour ago. His body could no longer withstand the curse of unicorn blood and collapsed entirely. However, the true cause of Quirrell's demise was not merely his physical breakdown. According to Professor Pomfrey's examination, his life force had been utterly drained, which could not solely be attributed to the curse of unicorn blood. The peculiar aspect lies in the significant void on the back of his head, as if something had previously been affixed there. Initially, I suspected it might be related to Riddle. However, upon perceiving the residual energy on the back of Chilo's head, which bore a striking resemblance to the powers of a demon, both teeming with pure negativity and ominous essence, I came to realize that Chilo might not merely be aligned with Riddle, but could indeed possess some form of connection with the demon. Perhaps a more precise assertion would be that Riddle has forged a bond with the demon. At this juncture, Clarence, poised to inquire about the basis of my suspicion regarding Riddle's connection to the demon, pondered whether it was merely due to the remnants of energy resembling that of a demon on Chilo's head that led to such a conclusion. Why could it not be that Chilo himself had some link to the demon, with Voldemort remaining oblivious to this fact? Clarence had intended to voice this query, yet upon reflecting on Dumbledore's astute understanding of Voldemort's character, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to suspect a collusion with the demon. In fact, Clarence himself harbored doubts about whether Voldemort had indeed conspired with the demon. Within this realm of suspicion, the question of possibility was irrelevant. Rather, it hinged on Voldemort's capacity to seek out the demon. In simpler terms, if he could locate a demon and had confidence in his own preservation, he would undoubtedly conspire with it. Contemplating this, Clarence swallowed the words that had nearly escaped her lips. She possessed knowledge that surpassed even Dumbledore's, and according to her conjecture, had Voldemort, previously concealed within the dark forest of Albania, still existed in a state of mere residual soul, he would naturally refrain from seeking the demon. For demons are masters at manipulating souls, and a disembodied Voldemort would scarcely dare to pursue a demon in such a vulnerable state. Such an endeavor would be akin to sending a meat bun to be devoured by a dog. Even with his Horcruxes for protection, it would be futile. However, this situation pertained solely to Voldemort's existence as a residual soul. Yet he had since latched onto Chilo, and although Chilo's inherent power was lackluster, the residual soul, now possessing a corporeal shield, albeit not his own, could afford him a degree of self-preservation when confronting a demon. Thus, the residual energy on the back of Chilo's head being reminiscent of demonic energy became explicable. Though Clarence had her suspicions, she yearned to personally examine Chilo's remains for validation. For there was a possibility that Dumbledore's perceptions had been erroneous. Perhaps that residual energy merely bore a superficial resemblance and was not genuinely demonic in nature. Where's Chilo's body? I must see it for myself. Subsequently, Dumbledore escorted her to the forbidden area on the 4th floor of the castle, specifically to the chamber he had previously devised as a challenge. Following Chilo's demise, his body had been preserved there by Dumbledore. The reason for its storage in this location is due to the residual demonic energy embedded within its form. To avert any unforeseen events, specifically to prevent any interference by demons with Chilo's body, Dumbledore chose to preserve the remains here. Upon entering the chamber, Clarence immediately sensed the myriad magical spells at play within. Casting a glance at Dumbledore, she swiftly approached the body of Chilo, positioned centrally in the room, to conduct her examination using various spells. However, the results of her magical investigation caused her heart to sink. Indeed, there lingered a trace of demonic energy on the back of Chilo's head. Moreover, from this energy, it was discernible that the demon possessed formidable power. After completing her examination, Clarence rose, preparing to articulate her findings, when she abruptly sensed something, causing her expression to mirror Dumbledore's sudden alarm. Concurrently, the remaining professors at the school, who had sensed the disturbance through their positions within the castle, became anxious as they realized that something had nearly breached a portion of the protective magical barrier enveloping the school, and that this entity might have already infiltrated the castle. Fawkes. Upon summoning his pet phoenix, Fawkes, a distinct sound, akin to the tearing of space, echoed as he appeared. Dumbledore glanced around, confirming that Clarence had already vacated the room. This was due to her immediate response upon perceiving that something was compromising the protective magical barrier, likely already within the castle. She had instantly used apparition to reach the scene in an attempt to intercept it. Once Fawkes arrived, Dumbledore promptly instructed the Phoenix to teleport to the location as well. Naturally, the first to arrive at the scene was Clarence, for aside from her, Dumbledore, and Fawkes, the other professors were unable to use apparition within the confines of the school. However, despite her swift arrival, having sensed the disturbance immediately, she failed to detect any trace of the barrier's assailant. The only remnants at the site were the lingering, peculiar energy and the damaged magical barrier, which was in the process of rapid restoration. The energy remaining was indeed strange, for it not only contained the demonic energy, sensed from Chilo's head, but also bore a mixture of other unknown energies. With her magically enhanced gaze, Clarence observed that aside from the intense, unusual energy, there was nothing else but the compromised barrier, now hastily mending itself. Yet, there was no sign of the entity responsible for the breach. She extended her perception to investigate meticulously, even employing tracking spells, but to no avail. The only certainty lies in the fact that the entity responsible for breaching the barrier likely did not originate from the outside, but rather from within. This suggests that its intention was not to invade the castle, but rather to escape from it. It is no wonder that Clarence hastened to the scene first, yet found no trace of the perpetrator. It became clear that the being sought not to enter the castle, but to flee from it. In the briefest of moments, Dumbledore and Fawkes appeared beside Clarence. Observing the magical barrier being restored, they too sensed the peculiar energy present. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore arrived at a conclusion akin to Clarence's. Though he held this thought, he still inquired about the situation. Clarence, did you see what destroyed the barrier? Clarence shook his head, indicating he had not witnessed the act, and proceeded to share his speculation. I believe the purpose of the entity's destruction of the barrier was not to invade the castle, but to escape. Upon hearing Clarence's response, Dumbledore found validation for his own internal hypothesis and then asked whether she could trace the intruder. It is unlikely. The moment it escaped the barrier, it must have employed a form of spatial teleportation, she replied. The remnants of the entity's energy indeed lingered close to the barrier before abruptly ceasing. Upon further examination, Dumbledore confirmed that the peculiar traces of energy left by the barrier breacher were as Clarence had described, halting just outside the barrier and then cutting off entirely. This corroborated that the entity had indeed utilized a form of spatial teleportation at the very moment of its escape. Just as Dumbledore was about to articulate his thoughts, his gaze was drawn back to Clarence, who remained fixated on the repairing barrier. However, upon closer inspection, Dumbledore noted that there appeared to be no abnormalities with the barrier under restoration. Yet, he soon realized the underlying issue. Indeed, the magical barrier had been compromised, and the castle was automatically repairing the damaged sections, a perfectly reasonable response. If the castle had failed to mend this breach, that would have indicated a problem. While the restoration of the barrier was normal, the pace at which it was occurring seemed rather unusual. Or rather, it was manifestly too slow. Although the school was currently on break, resulting in a reduced number of staff and students within the castle should still have been able to absorb the magical energy emanating from them, albeit in limited quantities. However, the magical energy required for the castle's consumption cannot merely rely on the faint magical essence inadvertently emitted by the students and faculty. It also has the capacity to absorb the magic present within the surrounding environment. Therefore, logically speaking, the pace at which the magical barrier is being repaired should not be so sluggish. What, then, is impeding the restoration process? Dumbledore pondered thoughtfully. In truth, his conjecture was astutely accurate. The slow restoration of the damaged barrier was indeed influenced by external factors. The interference stemmed from the residual energy left by the barrier's destroyer, as well as the exceptionally active spatial energy disturbances in that particular location. This was precisely why Clarence was so certain that the barrier's destroyer had utilized some form of spatial teleportation to escape in that fleeting moment, rather than employing any other means of flight. The spatial energy there was evidently agitated, suggesting that some entity had previously employed a method involving space. Clarence's keen observation of this area was primarily to discern the specific nature of the spatial teleportation ability used by the barrier's destroyer, based on the distribution, activity level, and fluctuations of the spatial energy. From her analysis, it was clear that it bore no resemblance to the disapparition charm nor to the transportation effects caused by using a fireplace in the Floo network. Rather, it resembled the spatial fluctuations produced when utilizing a portkey for targeted teleportation. However, portkeys are a combination of the principles of both disapparition and the Floo network, meaning that the magic behind creating portkeys is fundamentally a synthesis of these two methods. Yet herein lies the dilemma. Clarence could not detect any similarities to either disapparition or the Floo network within the spatial energy fluctuations before her. Curiously, it did bear a striking resemblance to the magic of portkeys. While Clarence was deep in thought, Dumbledore interjected, "Clarence, have you made any discoveries?" Indeed, she had unearthed several findings and articulated her observations, eager to ascertain whether this venerable wizard possessed any insights. It turned out that Dumbledore had not lived to such an advanced age without acquiring knowledge. He indeed knew some pertinent details. According to his account, both the Floo network and disapparition were developed through the abilities of magical creatures and fantastical beasts. Thus, the magical methods employed by wizards are fundamentally derived from the capabilities of these magical beings. This was the rationale behind Clarence's perception of the spatial fluctuations resembling portkey magic, yet failing to detect any echoes of disapparition or Floo network disturbances. Clarence was indeed unaware of this matter. What she understood was that many of the spells employed by wizards were developed through the study of magical creatures and the abilities of fantastic beasts. However, she did not realize that even the spells of apparition and the Floo network originated from similar studies. Thus, Dumbledore, what type of magical creature or extraordinary beast do you think the fluctuations of spatial energy before us resemble? He did not doubt whether the other party could perceive the fluctuations of spatial energy. It was proven that Dumbledore indeed could sense it. He first glanced at Fawkes perched on his shoulder and, after a moment of hesitation, began to respond. Although I cannot be entirely certain, the spatial energy fluctuations before us do not correspond to any magical creature or animal ability I am familiar with. Clarence fell silent. She had initially hoped to gain a direct answer from Dumbledore, but it seemed that was not the case. This indicated that the spatial fluctuations akin to the portkey spell bore no relation to the abilities of magical creatures or animals. Therefore, it was highly probable that the power employed by the barrier destroyer stemmed from the portkey magic. Yet it did not involve the principles associated with apparition and the Floo network. Dumbledore understood Clarence's implication. She suggested that the ability causing the current spatial fluctuations might have been developed based on the portkey. Yet it did not involve the knowledge principles of apparition and the Floo network. However, while he grasped her meaning, he did not consider it the true answer. This was fundamentally impossible, for the reason the portkey spell allowed for precise teleportation was inherently linked to the principles of apparition and the Floo network. In other words, if one were to disregard these two principles contained within the portkey magic, the spell would no longer permit teleportation. Thus, under the premise of discarding these two principles, it would be utterly impossible to develop anything based on the remnants. Moreover, To put it bluntly, if one were to exclude these principles from the Portkey magic, how much would remain? I believe, Clarence, that you need not expend energy on this matter, for judging by the peculiar energy lingering at the scene. It is highly likely that the adversary harnessed demonic power, and no one can fully comprehend the capabilities of demons. Therefore, you need not dwell on such questions. Chapter 65. The situation is grave. Clarence nodded in agreement with Dumbledore's words, for as he said, there was indeed no necessity for further contemplation. It held no significance and would likely yield no insights. I suggest, for the sake of caution, that we should conduct another inspection of the castle, lest the barrier destroyer has not truly escaped the school, but is attempting to deceive us in this manner. Clarence proposed. As soon as she finished speaking, the remaining professors at the school hurried over. Although they arrived only after Clarence and Dumbledore had been present for some time, this did not imply a sluggishness in their pace. On the contrary, their arrival was quite swift. Once the other professors gathered at the scene, Dumbledore briefly recounted the situation and promptly instructed them to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire castle. Clarence and Dumbledore, each accompanied by several professors, began an exhaustive search of the school, one inside and one outside. Dumbledore focused on the castle's interior and the Ollery, while Clarence led a group to investigate the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake. This meticulous search consumed much of the day, yet they uncovered no anomalies, save for some demonic-related books and materials discovered in Quirrell's office and dormitory. Notably, beneath the bed in his dormitory lay a floor inscribed with what appeared to be a sacrificial ritual magic circle. However, neither Clarence nor Dumbledore could discern any issues from the demonic texts or the drawn ritual circle. More accurately, they were unable to extract any useful information or clues regarding the nature of Quirrell's dealings with the demon or what he had gained from such an alliance. In the days that followed, the professors remained on high alert, yet the school remained eerily calm, devoid of any further incidents. After Quirrell's body was buried, Clarence presumed the matter would dissipate into obscurity. However, one morning several days later, Clarence was unexpectedly inundated with letters from the heads or deputy heads of magical schools worldwide, including the principal of the Sakura country's magical institution, a school Clarence had never visited. Since embarking on her global travels, she had almost visited every magical school for exchanges and even conducted several lectures. Yet, the thought of visiting the Sakura country had never crossed her mind, as she feared her powers might inadvertently devastate the entire nation. Curiously, there had been no prior communication from the magical institution there. But now it seemed they were also utilizing the magical network to send messages, just like the other schools. Clearly, there was a significant issue affecting magical schools across the globe. Otherwise, they would not have reached out to her, someone with a close-knit rapport and the formidable ability to resolve any challenges. As Clarence speculated on this troubling situation, she did not hesitate to delve into the contents of the messages received from the various heads and deputy heads. She did not finish reading everything. Instead, after glimpsing a few messages, including those from the Sakura country's magic academy, she immediately gasped in shock. The contents of these communications revealed a singular truth within their schools. Despite the varying circumstances, almost all had detected signs indicative of a demonic presence. Clarence continued to peruse the remaining messages, only to find the same disconcerting information. Even the magical institution in Aegis had similarly uncovered traces of a suspected demon. Alarmingly, these traces were located at the very site where Clarence had once established the artificial underworld. This led her to ponder that Voldemort's lingering soul and Quirrell's collusion with a demon were not as simple as they appeared. It was conceivable that the demon in question had actively sought them out. Clarence murmured her suspicions, which were not merely baseless conjectures. As she had surmised earlier, Voldemort, in his diminished state, had found a protective vessel in Quirrell. However, unless significant advantages were to be gained, it seemed unlikely that Voldemort's remnant would dare to engage in such a perilous alliance with a demon. Previously, Clarence had refrained from contemplating the motivations behind their collusion, having distinctly sensed the demon's energy emanating from the back of Quirrell's head. Yet, it now appeared that Voldemort's essence and Quirrell were not the initiators of this pact. Rather, it was the demon that had sought them out. With this realization, Clarence swiftly contacted Fudge through the magical network, informing him of the situation and urging him to reach out to other national leaders and the Ministry of Magic to conduct a covert investigation. She sought to determine whether the demonic activities were confined to the magical academies or if they extended beyond. After more than half an hour, Fudge finally responded, delivering troubling news. The traces of demonic activity were not limited to the magical schools. Rather, any location associated with magic and military power bore signs of demonic presence. Moreover, subsequent examinations revealed that the residual energies within those traces were entirely distinct. This indicated that numerous demons had infiltrated the human realm and had frequented these critical sites. Upon learning this, the officials and the Ministry of Magic engaged in analysis and discussion, speculating that the demon's presence at these locations was likely for the purpose of intelligence gathering. The implications of demons surveilling human affairs, particularly regarding matters of magic and military strength, raised alarming questions. It was evident that their intentions were geared towards preparing for war. After all, demons are not mere mindless beasts. They possess intellect that rivals, if not surpasses, that of humans, all the while anticipating an inevitable conflict with humanity. Thus, it is not implausible that the demons, in preparation for war, would infiltrate the human realm to gather intelligence. After disabling the communication capabilities of the magical network, Clarence could not help but exhale a sigh. It appeared that the time for humanity to confront the infernal forces was drawing near. After all, the denizens of hell had already commenced their reconnaissance of human affairs, indicating that a direct confrontation was imminent. Fortunately, based on the messages from Fuji, the demon surveillance operations seemed to have only just begun, allowing for a reprieve for the time being. While it cannot be definitively asserted that hell would wait for comprehensive intelligence on humanity before engaging in conflict, it is reasonable to expect that they would first need to gather crucial and significant information to justify such an undertaking, or at the very least, to summon the courage to do so. Chapter 66, the beginning of the second year. Indeed, contemporary humanity is markedly different from its former self, possessing not only formidable firearms, but also having ventured into the realm of magic, advancing rapidly within that domain. Consequently, the power wielded by humanity today is not to be underestimated, even by the demons of hell. The existence of the magical network has endowed humanity with the confidence to wage war against extraordinary forces. Thus, should hell wish to engage in battle with humanity, it must be thoroughly prepared on all fronts, particularly in terms of intelligence gathering. Without such preparation, the forces of hell may find themselves at a disadvantage in the ensuing conflict. Subsequently, Clarence paid little attention to how various national magical departments and officials intended to act in response to the demons' intelligence-gathering efforts. The nations had long since deliberated and devised comprehensive strategic guidelines and plans in anticipation of a potential war with hell. Over the years, both ordinary governmental officials and those within the magical departments have made extensive preparations according to these pre-established strategies, ensuring proper arrangements and deployments in anticipation of the conflict. Clarence was privy to this strategic planning and had contributed numerous suggestions, as well as provided significant technical and alchemical support. For instance, she had offered magical and alchemical technologies for the defensive measures of critical institutions, departments, and structures worldwide. Additionally, she had supplied a plethora of alchemical magical equipment for the protection of key figures. Therefore, her involvement in the subsequent actions of the national officials and magical departments was unnecessary. Her focus could remain on nurturing the incoming cohort of adults at Hogwarts. Particularly, the young officers' roles were of immense significance, and the entire world awaited their swift graduation from Hogwarts. It appears that a slight modification to the educational curriculum for adults, particularly for the officers, is imperative. Conventional teaching methods can no longer suffice. After uttering this thought, Clarence rummaged through the drawer of her desk and retrieved the previously tailored teaching plan, extracting the study schedule intended for the young officers, which she then began to amend. As for the arcane arts of warfare, alas, there seems to be a dearth of innovative ideas and inspiration. Pausing at a certain juncture, Clarence began to ponder deeply. She had indeed contemplated this matter before. In fact, she had developed a considerable array of martial magic, particularly within the elemental magic framework, yielding numerous potent war spells. Additionally, these combat spells had been imparted to the cadre of young officers. Yet, Clarence now found herself acutely aware that the newly developed war magic was rather insufficient in quantity. This scarcity, however, did not pertain to the variety of war spells. Rather, the categories of attack, support, and control were quite comprehensive. Yet, within each category, the number of spells was limited to merely 2 or 3, resulting in a lack of universality for these martial incantations. Resolving this issue is not particularly daunting. It merely requires the development of more spells. For instance, fire-based war magic within the elemental system boasts formidable power and range, yet it remains susceptible to terrain, environment, and climatic conditions. But what if one were to substitute fire magic with water magic? Wouldn't the limitations dissolve effortlessly? However, the challenge lies in the fact that creating new war magic cannot be achieved simply by altering an element. Numerous intricate situations and challenges are intertwined with this endeavor. Thus, Clarence found herself bereft of inspiration and direction, and after much contemplation, she grew impatient and dispatched a true avatar to grapple with the complexities. Meanwhile, her original self bypassed this quandary to continue revising the teaching plan. In the ensuing days, Clarence remained ensconced within the ice tower, collaborating with her true avatars on various research endeavors, particularly focused on the development of war magic, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on global occurrences, especially those suspected of harboring demonic presences. Regrettably, the demons dispatched for reconnaissance, though perhaps lacking in strength, possessed formidable skills in concealment and evasion that were truly disconcerting. Not only did she fail to capture any of the scouting demons, but it was not even the watchful guards who detected the intrusions. Instead, it was the array of defensive measures meticulously deployed at critical locations that sensed the presence of non-human entities, triggering alarms that ultimately led to their discovery. Otherwise, one might remain utterly oblivious to how the demon infiltrated, and after gathering intelligence, managed to depart unnoticed. This situation not only instilled a sense of dread, but also compelled an appeal for assistance from Clarence via the magical network. Consequently, Clarence devoted considerable time to crafting specialized alchemical items capable of detecting the presence of demons in advance. It was only as the commencement of the Hogwarts school year approached that he finally succeeded in producing a sufficient quantity, which he then entrusted to Fudge for distribution. With a magical display revealing the date, it became evident that less than 2 days remained until September 1st. At this juncture, Clarence began to contemplate the events that would transpire during Harry Potter's second year. According to the original narrative, the Chamber of Secrets incident was precipitated by Lucius Malfoy's possession of Tom Riddle's diary, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The introduction of this diary into Hogwarts triggered a chain of events leading to the subsequent turmoil surrounding the chamber. While the storyline originally unfolded in this manner, the current dilemma lies in the fact that, due to Lucius aligning himself with Clarence early on, Voldemort never entrusted him with the diary for safekeeping. Nor did he divulge any information pertaining to the chamber, thereby thwarting any plans to utilize the diary to reopen the chamber at Hogwarts. However, Lucius's allegiance to Clarence did not imply the non-existence of the diary itself. The pressing question remains, in this altered fate influenced by Clarence, might Voldemort's diary still manifest within the walls of Hogwarts? Upon reflection, Clarence recalled that in the original narrative, the reason Lucius's diary appeared in Hogwarts, aside from his desire for vengeance against Arthur Weasley, was due to the excessive activity of Voldemort's lingering soul, which activated the Horcrux, awakening the fragment contained within. When Voldemort created this diary Horcrux, it coincided with the aftermath of the death of Myrtle Warren. Thus, it is plausible that he issued a directive to the fragment within the diary, instructing it to return to Hogwarts and reactivate the chamber. In the original storyline, the diary's activation was likely caused by the overactivity of Voldemort's residual soul, prompting the Horcrux to awaken and commence the execution of Voldemort's long-standing command to reopen the chamber. The fragment within the diary may have employed some means to influence Lucius's judgment, leading him to stealthily place the diary among Ginny's purchased items as a means of retaliating against Arthur Weasley. Otherwise, with so many methods available for vengeance, why resort to the diary entrusted to him by Voldemort? Regarding the notion that Voldemort's fragment of a soul became overly active at Hogwarts during Harry's first year, could it be that only the diary, as a Horcrux, was awakened? Clarence speculates that the Horcruxes, influenced by Voldemort's remnant, were likely not limited to just the diary. It is plausible that all of them were activated, yet only the diary presented a fitting opportunity for mischief, following the directives of Voldemort's original form. Seeking to return to Hogwarts and reopen the Chamber of Secrets. Consider the locations of the other Horcruxes. Hufflepuff's cup, secured within Bellatrix's vault, could only be accessed by her, and no one else was aware of the cup's presence there. Thus, even if Hufflepuff's cup were activated, there would be no chance for it to emerge, let alone entice anyone into causing chaos. Ravenclaw's diadem was hidden within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, a place known to very few, and its storage room was cluttered with a multitude of items, resembling a dump. Therefore, the diadem also lacked the opportunity to incite trouble. As for Slytherin's locket, it resided with Kreacher, the Black family's house elf. At that time, the Black family was nearly extinct, with only the elderly Kreacher remaining. The eldest daughter, Bellatrix, and the only male member, Sirius, were imprisoned in Azkaban, while the other daughters seldom visited the family home. Consequently, with only one house elf left, Slytherin's locket had no chance to instigate any mischief, as most elves are fiercely loyal to their masters, bound by powerful magical contracts. Hence, it would be futile for the locket to attempt to manipulate Kreacher, even if it wished to do so. Marvolo's ring was stored in the abandoned Gaunt residence, which bore a formidable curse, and the house itself was heavily enchanted for concealment and protection. Thus, it too had no opportunity for illicit activities. As for the Horcrux within Nagini, it was created by Voldemort in 1994, following the murder of Bertha Jorkins. The one upon Harry's forehead was an unintended consequence. In summary, among the numerous Horcruxes, only the diary possessed a suitable opportunity for mischief, predicated upon Lucius being unaware that the diary was indeed a Horcrux. And because it was kept in the safety of his own home, he would not have any significant defenses against it. In this manner, it is only natural that one could be easily influenced by the diary, unwittingly falling prey to its allure. Thus, the diary could be brought into Hogwarts Castle by Ginny to incite trouble. With Clarence's existence, the trajectory of fate has already been altered. making it quite plausible for the diary to manifest within Hogwarts, and the likelihood is rather substantial. 4. If Voldemort had intended to utilize the diary as a Horcrux to reopen the Chamber of Secrets, even without Lucius, he would undoubtedly have entrusted the diary to another's care. Or rather, if Voldemort had originally delegated the diary to someone for safekeeping, it stands to reason that the diary could very well appear in Hogwarts, mirroring the original narrative's progression, albeit through different means. Upon contemplating this matter, Clarence did not wish to allow the chamber incident to unfold as it originally did. Instead, he aimed to intervene the moment the diary was introduced into the school. The basilisk within the chamber poses an immense danger. It is crucial to recognize that the basilisk's gaze possesses the lethal ability to cause instant death. In the original Fate, those students, along with the cat and the house ghost, who were merely petrified rather than killed, were simply fortunate. The petrified cat, Filchson, had seen the basilisk's eyes reflected in water on the ground, thus escaping immediate death and merely succumbing to petrification. As for the house ghost, they had long since passed away and could not die again, hence they too were merely petrified. Among the petrified students, some had glimpsed the basilisk through a camera, others via mirrors, and some through the unfortunate ghost's body. Therefore, it is said that they were exceedingly fortunate. Had they directly met the basilisk's gaze, they would have experienced a fate akin to Moaning Myrtle's. Could it be that all those who were petrified were spared death solely due to luck? Perhaps. In subsequent petrification incidents, it was not merely luck at play, but rather Dumbledore's covert protection. However, it is certain that at the outset, when Filch's cat was petrified, Dumbledore was utterly unaware and did not know that the chamber had been reopened. Thus, that cat was indeed fortunate to be merely petrified and not killed outright. The uncertainties and risks are far too numerous and immense for Clarence to dare allow the diary to develop in the same manner as the original Fate. Should the basilisk emerge in a crowded area of students, the consequences would not be limited to 1 or 2 deaths, but could result in a significant loss of life. One student's demise would be difficult for the school to account for, let alone the death of many. If so many students were truly to perish, it would seem that even Hogwarts would meet a similar fate. Chapter 68. Thoughts. In Clarence's eyes, the peril posed by the Riddle Diary was indeed greater than that of the basilisk. At the very least, the fragment of soul within the diary, even if it sought to kill, could not do so in large numbers, and there remained a chance for rescue. However, the basilisk was an entirely different matter. It offered no opportunity for salvation. One glance from its eyes meant certain death. Thus, Clarence was resolutely determined to prevent the basilisk from escaping the Chamber of Secrets. As for the diary, Clarence intended to examine the condition of the fragment of soul once it was retrieved. Why not simply eradicate the fragment within the diary? What then? Was Clarence's true intention? Her desire was rather straightforward. She wished to ascertain whether the fragment of soul, the essence of Riddle, could still be salvaged. If she could pull him from the abyss of desire and ambition, humanity would gain an additional powerful wizard of half a Dark Lord's caliber. This would bestow a significant advantage upon humanity in the event of a war with Hell. Under the premise of the magical web, nearly all of humanity, including non-human intelligent races, had acquired the ability to wield magic. Therefore, humanity was not lacking in mid to low-tier combat power, but was severely deficient in high-tier combat prowess. Specifically those elite wizards who reached the level of Dark Lords. Given the acute scarcity of high-tier combat strength, Clarence was compelled to consider uniting all potent wizards available to her, even if one of them was the utterly wicked Voldemort. Of course, this was predicated upon the possibility of redemption, otherwise, it could lead to even greater peril. Why did Clarence choose the fragment of soul within Riddle's diary over other Horcruxes? Naturally, this particular Horcrux differed slightly from the rest, as the fragment within the diary was created during Voldemort's early years at Hogwarts. It even contained memories and thoughts from Voldemort's youth. In terms of memories and ideas, the fragment within the diary exhibited considerable variance from the other Horcruxes and even from Voldemort's main soul, at least during that period. The only life Voldemort had taken was that of Moaning Myrtle, and even that was not a direct act of murder. She had perished due to the basilisk's gaze, an unfortunate accident. In truth, during this time, Voldemort still had the potential for repentance and a chance for redemption, regrettably. Dumbledore's thoughts and attitudes towards him back then were quite the opposite. This elucidates why Clarence opted for the diary Horcrux rather than others. In comparison to other Horcruxes, the diary possesses the potential for salvation, unlike the rest, which are utterly beyond redemption. Even if the dark thoughts and malevolent essence contained within the diary are insurmountable, one could resort to drastic measures to rectify its wickedness. By reviving it, one might direct it to consume the remaining Horcruxes along with the primary soul, ultimately restoring its own essence. In this manner, it may not take long for Voldemort, or rather, the youthful Tom Riddle, to regain his complete soul. Once restored, and with the assistance of Clarence in mending the fissures within his spirit, it is likely that Riddle would soon take the final step towards ascending as a formidable dark wizard of the highest order. At that juncture, a reformed Riddle would stand alongside humanity as a powerful entity. As for the souls, since they are all fragments of the primary essence, they are essentially the same being, thus sharing the burden of the atrocities committed by Voldemort in his adulthood. It would be unjust to absolve Riddle of these crimes merely because he was one of the earlier splinters. On the surface, this notion holds true. However, the reality is somewhat nuanced, for Riddle was severed from Voldemort during his formative years, rendering him akin to an entirely different individual. Consequently, all actions undertaken by Voldemort thereafter bear no relation to Riddle within the diary. Even if Riddle were to absorb the other Horcruxes, including the primary soul, and thereby reclaim all memories, those would simply be recollections, not experiences he personally endured. Thus, a fully restored Riddle can no longer be considered Voldemort. In fact, one might argue that Riddle has vanquished Voldemort along with the multitude of his malevolent fragments. This is not a mere fabrication by Clarence to present a sanitized version of events. It is a reflection of the truth. The Riddle who was severed long ago represents a completely autonomous persona. After all, following his fragmentation, Riddle remained blissfully unaware of Voldemort's subsequent acts of violence and indulgence. Under such circumstances, how could the sins committed by Voldemort be attributed to Riddle? Ultimately, when Riddle absorbs the remaining fragments, he could simply erase all memories except those pertinent to magical knowledge. The more Clarence contemplated this scenario, the more feasible it appeared, prompting her to rise restlessly from the ice tower and make her way towards the castle, intent on discussing this matter with Dumbledore and the other professors. However, her aim was merely to inform them, not to seek their approval. Upon arriving at the entrance of the headmaster's office, Clarence uttered not a single password. A mere glance at the statue was sufficient to activate the staircase mechanism. This was a demonstration of her authority, bypassing the need for a verbal passphrase to forcibly unlock the door to the office. The unexpected visit from Clarence took Dumbledore by surprise as he sat behind his desk, prompting him to ponder her intentions. Ignoring the astonishment on his face, Clarence seated herself opposite him and directly revealed her recent divination. A significant trouble, associated with Voldemort, would soon infiltrate the school at the commencement of the term. At the mere mention of Voldemort's name, Dumbledore instinctively straightened his posture. However, as Clarence continued to elaborate, his expression grew increasingly incredulous. He had not anticipated receiving the truth about Voldemort's survival from her today. Indeed, she disclosed the matter of the Horcruxes to Dumbledore without reservation. Given her firm resolve to rescue Riddle, she deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth regarding the Horcruxes from him. Previously, she had reconsidered her desire for both Dumbledore and Voldemort to meet their demise, especially in light of the impending war between humanity and the underworld. Chapter 69, Thought 2. Voldemort may perish, but Dumbledore must not. Therefore, her purpose in returning to Hogwarts included a plan to save Dumbledore's life. Of course, her intention to spare this old man did not imply any shift in her sentiments towards him, which remained as disdainful as ever. Initially, her sole focus was on preserving Dumbledore's life. However, her aversion to him had led her to withhold information regarding Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes, motivated by a desire to witness the unfolding drama. Yet now, with her intentions to recruit Riddle, she could no longer allow the two to scheme against one another, thus necessitating the revelation of the Horcruxes' existence. Before Dumbledore could fully process this information, Clarence further expressed her desire to resurrect the fragment of Riddle contained within the diary Horcrux and subsequently allow it to consume other Horcruxes, including the main soul. Having weathered many storms, Dumbledore did not react with excessive alarm at Clarence's ambition to resurrect Voldemort. Though still taken aback, he refrained from interrupting her. He understood that her actions were driven by a reason and purpose, so he chose to listen quietly as she continued. Indeed, without prompting, Clarence elaborated on her objectives and motivations for wanting to resurrect Voldemort. It is particularly noteworthy that the diary, soon to be introduced into the school, embodies the essence of the soul fragment of Riddle, emphasizing the singular sin of that fragment, namely, the murder of the Myrtle by the basilisk. Of course, Clarence ultimately expressed that if conventional methods fail to lead Riddle back to the right path, she would not hesitate to take certain liberties with the soul fragment. In summary, she can assure that upon resurrection, Riddle will not follow in Voldemort's footsteps but instead emerge as an upright and formidable wizard. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Dumbledore felt a stirring within him. Although his facial expression remained unchanged, even the earlier shock was concealed beneath a mask of neutrality. Clarence could discern the flicker of hope in his eyes. It seemed that the prospect of rectifying past mistakes had rekindled a sense of yearning within him. He contemplated the possibility of witnessing a completely transformed Riddle. Should one ponder whether Dumbledore felt remorse for his past treatment of Riddle, the answer is a resounding yes. He regretted not only his attitude towards Riddle, but also the fact that he had perpetuated this erroneous stance on Clarence, resulting in one becoming Voldemort while the other, though somewhat reformed, was met with a degree of animosity verging on the desire for annihilation. Thus, Dumbledore was filled with regret, yet in this world, no remedy for remorse exists. Despite his persistent lament for these two errors, he could not alter the reality that ensued. However, Clarence now presented him with an opportunity to amend the mistakes of the past, a chance to alter Riddle's fate, which naturally stirred Dumbledore's heart. Nevertheless, amidst this stirring, he pondered the feasibility of such an endeavor and the potential repercussions it might entail. Dumbledore would not be swayed solely by Clarence's assertions. He needed to analyze the situation critically, weighing the advantages and disadvantages before arriving at a decision. Unbeknownst to Clarence, who was uninterested in Dumbledore's inner thoughts, she informed him that she had already communicated with the other professors through the magical network, instructing them to convene in the headmaster's office. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore realized that Clarence's intention was not to solicit his consent, but merely to inform him and the other professors of the matter. This implied that regardless of their agreement or dissent, Clarence's resolve would remain unchanged. That is all I wish to convey. Furthermore, please include Riddle's name on the 6th-year student roster, categorizing him as a transfer student. At that time, I shall communicate this matter with Principal Maxim of Buzzbidden. Subsequently, I would appreciate your informing the other professors to prevent any undue alarm upon encountering Riddle. After Clarence finished speaking, she rose to leave. Dumbledore, observing her demeanor, clearly contemplated persuading her further. However, upon realizing the futility of changing Clarence's mind, the words of persuasion that had formed on his lips transformed into an assurance that he would arrange for the professors to conduct a thorough examination of returning students and their belongings. Upon locating the diary, it would be promptly delivered to her. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Clarence responded in a neutral tone. Furthermore, there is no need for you to devise any methods regarding the Horcruxes. Aside from the diary, I shall handle the remaining Horcruxes myself. With that, Clarence exited the office. As she closed the door behind her and turned around, she encountered Professors McGonagall and Pomona approaching. "Clarence, what is this?" McGonagall inquired, puzzled as to why she had summoned the other professors only to leave at this moment. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, please enter. Once all the professors have gathered, Dumbledore will provide an explanation. I have urgent matters to attend to." Without delving into how Dumbledore explained matters to the professors or their reactions upon learning of Clarence's intentions, it is worth noting that after departing the headmaster's office, she made her way to the castle gates and the Black Lake. She intended to establish detection spells at both the castle entrance and the shores of the Black Lake to assist in identifying Horcruxes. Given that the professors alone would likely not uncover the diary Horcrux, Clarence resolved to implement specific detection magic to aid the search. The Black Lake was particularly significant, as this year's new students would arrive by boat, and it was plausible that one of them might inadvertently bring the diary with them. Naturally, Clarence would not solely focus on the newcomers, neglecting the upperclassmen. In addition to setting up specialized detection spells, she planned to visit the Slytherin chamber to see if she could tame the basilisk. After all, this creature had existed for nearly a millennium and was a pet of Slytherin himself, meant for the heir of Slytherin. To simply slay it would indeed be a grave waste. Thus, Clarence contemplated the possibility of subduing the basilisk. However, if she found it utterly impossible, she would have no choice but to eliminate it. Chapter 70, Thought 3. The application of detection spells would not be particularly time-consuming, and soon after, Clarence returned to the castle. She then proceeded directly to the girls' lavatory occupied by Myrtle, preparing to enter the Slytherin chamber from there. Upon entering the lavatory, Myrtle was promptly noticed, and she eagerly approached. Before Myrtle could utter a word, Clarence interjected with a question, inquiring why she chose not to dwell in the artificial underworld, opting instead to remain in Hogwarts Castle. Since Clarence's return to Hogwarts to teach, he had indeed visited this lady's lavatory before, but that was solely for Myrtle's sake. His intention was to offer her a contract allowing her to enter his artificial underworld, providing her the opportunity to reside there. In fact, Clarence had not only extended this contract to Myrtle, but had also bestowed it upon all the ghosts within the castle. Some ghosts, upon signing the contract, had moved directly to the artificial underworld, seeking their own places to reside. However, there were still some ghosts who preferred not to leave the castle. For these spirits, Clarence was indifferent. The contract had already been signed, granting them the freedom to traverse the artificial underworld at will, making their choice to stay or go entirely their own. Myrtle was no exception. After Clarence had given her the contract, he had not paid attention to whether she left the castle. However, now, seeing her still lingering in Hogwarts, Clarence felt perplexed. It was well known that Myrtle's rapport with the other ghosts was not particularly amicable. In fact, she was rather unpopular among them, with few spirits willing to engage with her. Her unpopularity stemmed from her tendency to torment the female students who visited the lavatory, and she had outright monopolized the space. Coupled with her less than pleasant demeanor, Myrtle's standing with the school's ghosts was only marginally better than Peeves. Remaining in Hogwarts would likely render her quite lonely, so logically, one would expect Myrtle to prefer the artificial underworld. Yet, it appeared she was reluctant to depart. After all, wherever she went, she would not be welcomed. Rather than face the scorn of other ghosts in his artificial realm, she might as well stay in the school. At least she was familiar with it. Furthermore, she yearned to uncover the truth of her demise, recalling only a pair of large yellow eyes before her death. Clarence opened his mouth, intending to offer some words of comfort and reveal the truth to her. But upon remembering that she had perished because of her glasses, gazed upon by the basilisk, he found himself unable to utter either consolation or truth. The fact that she had been killed rather than petrified was purely a matter of unfortunate circumstance. Had she not been wearing her glasses at that moment, she likely would have survived, suffering only petrification. The mechanism of the basilisk's fatal gaze relied on mutual eye contact to take effect. What did this mean? The essence lies in the notion that the gaze of both the serpent creature and a human must intertwine directly. Only upon clearly perceiving one another's eyes will the lethal mechanism be triggered. A unilateral stare will not suffice to invoke death. Conversely, if the sight is merely reflected or obscured, the consequence will merely be petrification. For instance, the feline cared for by Filch never truly gazed directly at the serpent. Rather, it caught a glimpse through the reflection in the puddle on the ground. As for the camera, the subject's attention was entirely focused on the lens, which obstructed the view of their eyes. Hence, the serpent could not perceive them clearly, resulting only in petrification. Hermione employed a mirror to catch a glimpse, while another student, viewing the serpent through a ghost, remained shielded by the ghost's form, leading to a blurred sighting that similarly resulted in mere petrification rather than immediate demise. All these instances failed to meet the fatal gaze requirement. However, Myrtle was distinct. Had she not donned her spectacles, her myopia would have prevented her from clearly seeing the serpent's eyes, resulting only in petrification. Alas, she wore her glasses, which enabled her to see the serpent's eyes with clarity, and in turn, the serpent beheld her in full view, thus fulfilling the conditions for the deathly gaze. It was this seemingly trivial detail that led to the loss of her vibrant life. How, then, could Clarence offer her solace? How could he convey such a harsh truth to Myrtle? He feared that upon revealing this reality, she might succumb to madness. Ghosts too can descend into insanity, often transforming into malevolent spirits or other dark entities. Myrtle perished at the tender age of 14, her existence forever frozen at that age, a tragedy in itself. Clarence truly wished to avoid witnessing her transformation into a malevolent entity, for in that case, he would be compelled to eliminate her. I have discovered the true culprit behind your demise and intend to confront it, lest it cause harm to other students. Would you like to know what it was that ended your life? Clarence ventured. Myrtle instinctively widened her eyes, astonished by his words. You know? She inquired. Clarence nodded and proceeded to recount the events concerning the serpent and Riddle, deliberately omitting mention of the lethal gaze mechanism, and refraining from suggesting that her encounter with the serpent was merely a stroke of bad luck, coinciding with Riddle's release of the creature. In essence, her death was a mere accident. Thus, when Voldemort met his end at the hands of Harry Potter's protective magic, which rebounded the killing curse, it was akin to avenging her. Now, only the serpent remained. I shall descend to confront the serpent, though I do not intend to slay it. As it is a pet of one of the founders, Slytherin, and a legacy bequeathed to the heirs, it belongs to the property of Hogwarts Castle. Thus, I hope you can, although it may not sound appropriate, I shall offer you compensation, even if you desire resurrection. The matter of resurrection is not merely a trick played by Clarence on moaning Myrtle. Rather, Clarence possesses numerous methods for resurrection, whether they be conventional or unconventional. Therefore, should Myrtle truly opt for resurrection as compensation, Clarence would be equally capable of fulfilling her wish. After pondering, Myrtle chose resurrection. But she expressed that having been deceased for such an extended period, few of her family and loved ones remained alive, and upon her return, she would have nowhere to go. Hence, she wished for Clarence to provide her with shelter, at the very least, assisting her in finding a place to reside. Such trivial matters are hardly a challenge for Clarence. Chapter 71, The Chamber and the Basilisk. It merely involves finding her a residence and employment, enabling her to sustain herself. Such tasks are naturally not problematic for Clarence and can be easily resolved. After reaching an agreement with Myrtle, Clarence forcefully unlocked the mechanism leading to the entrance of the chamber and, without hesitation, leapt inside. The journey into the chamber need not be elaborated upon. Upon entering, Clarence activated the magical mechanism within the Slytherin statue, awakening the basilisk. Without waiting for the creature to fully rouse from its slumber, Clarence ensnared it with her overwhelming magical power, dragging it out from its lair. There was no need for Clarence to resort to force. Merely sensing her terrifying magical pressure and the tumultuous tide of her immense power, the basilisk trembled in fear. Moreover, when faced with Clarence, the sense of danger emanating from a higher echelon of life rendered the basilisk devoid of any thoughts of resistance. This being was far more formidable than Slytherin of yore. The process of subjugation was remarkably smooth, aside from the terrifying prowess exhibited by Clarence and the pressure stemming from her elevated status. Even the influence of her system skills left the basilisk without any inclination to resist, seamlessly pledging its loyalty to Clarence. Not even during the signing of the magical contract did the creature hesitate, fearful that any momentary doubt might result in its immediate demise at the hands of Clarence. Following the establishment of the magical contract with the basilisk, Clarence learned from Medusa the true nature of this Slytherin chamber. Medusa is none other than the basilisk before her. And this name was not bestowed by Clarence, but rather given by Slytherin himself in days gone by. Originally, the expansive hall in which she currently found herself, along with the serpent monster Medusa, constituted a segment of the trials devised by Slytherin. Only by successfully traversing these trials could one gain the right to enter the true chamber. Within that authentic chamber lay the complete legacy of Slytherin. According to Medusa, the trials set by Slytherin required not only the subjugation of the serpent monster, but also a lineage of exceptional purity. In simpler terms, only those of Slytherin's direct bloodline could meet the criteria for entering the true chamber, exemplified by the Gaunt family. However, not every member of the Gaunt family possessed a lineage of absolute purity, despite their practice of inbreeding as a means of inheritance. After such an extensive period of lineage transmission, it would be nearly impossible to maintain the purity of the bloodline unless every generation intermarried closely. Even the Gaunt family faced this dilemma, let alone Riddle, who was of mixed blood. Consequently, although Riddle discovered the chamber, he merely managed to subdue Medusa using Parseltongue, failing to enter the true chamber due to his impure ancestry. This may elucidate why Voldemort, when creating the diary Horcrux and splitting from Riddle, planned for the diary to find its way back to Hogwarts, intending to reopen the chamber, presumably to obtain the complete legacy of Slytherin within the true chamber. Having learned of the true chamber's location, Clarence would not let the opportunity slip away. Employing exceedingly forceful methods, he directly dismantled the magic and mechanisms that barred entry to the true chamber, forcibly breaching its threshold. He meticulously scavenged every item within, leaving no stone unturned. With a pendant box brimming with treasures and the nearly 1,000-year-old serpent monster Medusa in tow, he retraced his steps back to the girl's lavatory. Upon his return, Myrtle floated over, inquiring with curiosity about the circumstances below, particularly concerning the serpent monster that had once taken her life, thus her keen interest. Noticing her concern, Clarence beckoned Medusa to emerge from the plumbing. As such a colossal creature emerged, even the ghostly Myrtle recoiled several steps in trepidation. However, upon locking eyes with the serpent, she recognized it as the last sight she beheld before her demise. Why did Myrtle not succumb to petrification upon gazing into the serpent's eyes? It was simply because Clarence had instructed Medusa to deactivate her innate ability, allowing Myrtle to avoid being turned to stone. Come, join me in the ice tower. With just over a day until school resumes, I shall revive you in time for the new term, Clarence declared, preparing to escort Medusa and Myrtle back to the ice tower. However, upon hearing her words, Myrtilla paused, a foreboding feeling creeping into her heart. Clarence, what did you mean by that statement? What does it mean to coincide perfectly with the start of school? Clarence turned to Myrtilla, and upon noticing her expression twisting as if she had deduced something, he revealed a sinister smile. Did you not mention that you had nowhere to go and wished for my assistance? My arrangement is for you to continue your studies at Hogwarts. Once the school year concludes, I shall help you find accommodation and employment, enabling you to sustain yourself. May I opt out of attending school? Myrtilla timidly inquired. Absolutely not. You must attend. Clarence firmly rejected, disregarding any further words Myrtilla might have wished to express as he turned and strode towards the castle's exterior. As the school year had yet to commence, the castle was devoid of students. Only professors had returned early, yet they were all in the headmaster's office, leaving no one to witness Medusa. Upon returning to the ice tower, Windsor initially regarded Medusa, who followed Clarence, with great caution. The moment she recognized it as a massive serpent creature, she promptly averted her gaze, unwilling to meet its eyes. However, recalling the presence of Professor Clarence, the girl relaxed and sheathed her wand, which she had drawn at an unknown moment. She understood that as long as her teacher was present, she was in no peril. Even a serpent creature could not harm her. Clarence briefly explained Medusa's situation to Windsor and instructed her to establish a magical contract with Medusa, granting her the authority to command and control it. Subsequently, he asked Windsor to deliver the materials required for crafting a wand for Sirius to his office, and then directed her to gather various ingredients necessary for resurrecting Myrtilla. Afterward, Clarence first fashioned a wand that would perfectly suit Sirius and personally visited Azkaban. He then constructed a lair for Medusa behind the ice tower and informed Dumbledore of the situation via the magical network. Chapter 72, Resurrection. The reason for informing Dumbledore was twofold. He wished for the headmaster to address the entire faculty and student body during the opening feast, alleviating any potential panic regarding Medusa's presence. Additionally, Clarence aimed to have the school address Medusa's dietary needs, for technically, the serpent creature could be considered a property of the school, even though he had tamed it as a pet and signed a magical contract. It was primarily to ensure that it would not pose a threat to the safety of the faculty and students. Otherwise, eliminating it outright would have been more straightforward and far less troublesome. It was precisely because the basilisk was considered the property of the school that Clarence refrained from directly eliminating it. Instead, she exerted considerable effort to subdue it. Consequently, the matter of Medusa's sustenance was one that the school must address. Of course, after informing Dumbledore of the situation through the magical network, Clarence received a response. Yet she found it unworthy of her attention and promptly deleted it. She then turned her focus to preparing the magical ritual for resurrecting Moaning Myrtle. After all, Clarence could not openly declare her intention to employ dark magic or any nefarious forbidden spells for Myrtle's revival, which made the ritual rather intricate. In truth, if it were merely a matter of resurrecting Myrtle, the process would not have been so convoluted. However, she also harbored the ambition of reviving Tom Riddle, whose fragment resided within the diary Horcrux. By the afternoon of the following day, all preparations for the resurrection ritual were finalized. She summoned Myrtle to stand at the center of the magical circle, poised to channel her magical energy. When she sensed that someone had triggered a magical mechanism by the Black Lake, prompting her to pause, it appeared that someone was approaching, so the ceremony would have to wait. After voicing her thoughts, Clarence descended to the hall on the first floor of the ice tower to discern who might be arriving at such an hour. However, upon seeing the visitors, she was intrigued to find Dumbledore and the professors present. Before she could inquire, Dumbledore eagerly interjected, questioning whether she intended to resurrect Myrtle. "How did you know?" she replied, narrowing her eyes. "And do you have any objections to my desire to revive her? If so, you might as well keep them to yourself." Clarence's retort left Dumbledore momentarily speechless, the words he intended to voice caught in his throat. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall who could no longer remain silent and attempted to dissuade her. "Clarence, we learned of your intentions from the school's ghosts. After confirming the truth of the matter, we came to prevent you from resurrecting Myrtle. We must maintain a reverence for magic, especially concerning such taboo arts that contravene the natural laws of life and have the potential to restore the deceased. They must not be misused." With a sigh, Clarence acknowledged the necessity of respecting magic, but pointed out that for them, this reverence seemed to hinge on the resurrection of the dead. "However, for me, there is nothing to fear in reviving a corpse. What warrants my reverence is the ability to create a truly complete life. Therefore, if you've come to dissuade me, it is entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, once Myrtle is resurrected, she will still need to continue her education, so her name must be added to this year's transfer student list. I shall add the name of Myrtle Elizabeth Warren." Professor McGonagall conceded, perhaps recognizing her inability to sway Clarence, and with a resigned sigh, she acquiesced to the request. Certainly. Although McGonagall consented to the matter, she expressed a desire to personally witness how Clarence would resurrect the Lady of the Lake. From the glimmering intensity in her eyes, it was evident that McGonagall harbored a profound curiosity about the magic capable of reviving the dead and yearned to witness it firsthand. In truth, it was not solely McGonagall who entertained such thoughts. Among the professors, who was not aware of Clarence's resolute nature, who could not comprehend that once she had made a decision, it was unlikely that mere words from others would sway her resolve. Hence, their presence alongside Dumbledore was driven more by an insatiable curiosity regarding the resurrection of the deceased rather than a genuine intention to dissuade her. What could possibly be so fascinating about the magic of resurrection? Clarence mused quietly, seemingly unable to grasp the professor's motivations, yet she showed no inclination to deter them. If they wished to observe, so be it. What harm could it bring? As the professors, Dumbledore included, ascended to the second level of the ice tower and entered a particular chamber, they were met with a vast magical array upon the floor, surrounded by various materials. Especially upon sensing that the magic circle before them and the impending magical ceremony did not seem to embody dark magic or any nefarious forbidden arts. Even Dumbledore's initial intent to intervene dissipated entirely. It appeared that he had previously misjudged the nature of the magic Clarence intended to employ for the resurrection of the Lady of the Lake, mistakenly believing it to invoke some form of dark sorcery or forbidden techniques. While such methods could indeed achieve the goal of resurrection, they often resulted in dire consequences. Even conventional approaches could incur grave costs and terrifying backlash for defying the natural laws of life. However, what Dumbledore now beheld was that Clarence had no intention of resorting to such taboo sorcery to resurrect the Lady of the Lake, leading him to realize the error of his assumptions. The truth confirmed that Clarence's earlier assertion regarding the reverence owed to the boundaries of magic was wholly sincere. For outsiders, any magic capable of resurrecting the dead was a phenomenon deserving of awe. Yet for someone of Clarence's caliber, the mere act of reviving the deceased held little significance warranting reverence. Indeed, She not only succeeded in resurrecting the Lady of the Lake, but also emerged unscathed, having incurred no backlash or cost. The entire magical ceremony unfolded with remarkable ease, so seamlessly that it resembled a rather ordinary spell rather than a formidable resurrection magic. The professors who bore witness to the entire process were left in a state of incredulity. Clarence, unfazed by the reactions of the professors, regarded the Lady of the Lake, who stood at the center of the magic circle, gently caressing her own form with an air of bemusement, particularly when feeling the touch descend further. A cough escaped my lips as a reminder to this fellow that there are others present. Indeed, this is my body, clad in the very school uniform I wore before my demise, complete with my spectacles. Upon hearing this, Clarence elegantly rolled his eyes, as if to say, of course, this body was conjured through magic, shaped by your very essence. It would be peculiar if it were otherwise. Well then, for the time being, you shall reside in my ice tower. Once the school holiday commences, I shall arrange for your accommodation and employment. Chapter 73, Resurrection 2. As for textbooks, I shall have Windsor escort you to Diagon Alley for procurement shortly. In truth, the purpose of sending Windsor with Myrtle to Diagon Alley for textbooks was merely incidental. The primary objective was to gather supplementary materials required for the upcoming resurrection ritual. After receiving her nod, Clarence addressed Professor Dumbledore and the other faculty, stating that Myrtle had been fully revived, and they had all witnessed the entire resurrection ceremony. Satisfied with their curiosity, it was time for them to take their leave. Once the professors departed the ice tower, Clarence led Myrtle into a room conjured by magic, indicating that this would be her residence henceforth. After she acclimated to her new quarters, Clarence handed Windsor a pouch of galleons, instructing her to take Myrtle directly to Diagon Alley to purchase the necessary school supplies, emphasizing the need to acquire materials for the resurrection ritual. Upon their return to the ice tower, they coincidentally met the house elf delivering dinner, which was prepared for 3. Regrettably, Windsor and Myrtle had already dined in Diagon Alley. To avoid waste, Clarence cast a preservation charm on their meals for later enjoyment. Subsequently, Windsor accompanied Myrtle to her room. Given the late hour and the fact that this room was newly constructed through magic, although furnished, it required organization. The task would prove cumbersome, especially for Myrtle alone, so Windsor offered her assistance. Otherwise, Myrtle might find herself tidying well into the night. Tomorrow marked September 1st, the commencement of the school year, and Myrtle needed to make her way to King's Cross Station to board the train with returning students. There was no escaping the school's regulations. Even Clarence, who possessed the ability to teleport directly to the school, adhered to the tradition of taking the train each year upon returning. Of course, her compliance with the train journey was of little consequence, while it was indeed a time-consuming endeavor. The camaraderie with Lily and Snape made the trip far from dull or lonely. In summary, while she willingly rode the train, it was a choice, and it did not imply that she lacked other means to discreetly arrive at the school. It was simply a matter of convenience and necessity. However, the same could not be said for Myrtle. At least she had not yet reached a level of uniqueness that permitted her to contravene school regulations. On the afternoon of the school return day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Clarence found herself at the small dock by the Black Lake, awaiting the arrival of the new freshmen who would be crossing over by boat. She had arrived early, prepared to take decisive action upon detecting the diary Horcrux, ensuring it would have no chance of escape. Clarence had planned meticulously, even speculating accurately that the diary Horcrux had indeed been smuggled in by a new student. What surprised her, however, was that the bearer of this diary was none other than Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore chose to forego presiding over the commencement feast in the Great Hall, opting instead to quietly listen alongside Clarence as Ginny recounted how she had come into possession of the diary Horcrux. After hearing her tale, Clarence and Dumbledore learned that she had discovered the diary in the train's restroom. Naturally, she had sought its owner, as indicated by the name Riddle on the diary's cover, but after inquiring throughout the compartments, she found no one who acknowledged that name. Unable to locate the diary's rightful owner, and noticing that the diary appeared merely worn on the outside while the pages remained blank, Ginny decided to keep it for herself. Thus, she unwittingly brought it into the school. "Is there something wrong with this diary?" Ginny asked timidly, unnerved by the seriousness of Dumbledore and Clarence's expressions and their evident concern for the diary. Upon hearing her question and observing her evasive gaze, which avoided direct eye contact with both herself and Dumbledore, Clarence surmised that the girl had indeed written in the diary and had encountered its peculiarities. In essence, she had already communicated with the fragment of Voldemort contained within the diary. "I am certain the Weasley parents have advised their children against engaging with magical objects that possess a consciousness yet remain inscrutable in their essence, warning them never to open their hearts to such entities." Ginny nodded earnestly, acknowledging that her parents had shared similar sentiments with her and her brothers. With a sigh, Clarence took a moment to explain to the young girl, refraining from labeling the item as a Horcrux, and instead describing it simply as a malevolent artifact of dark magic. After advising her to act as if she had never seen it and to refrain from speaking of it again, she stood up and led Ginny out of the headmaster's office, preparing to escort her to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. As for the delay that has transpired, can the young girl still make it to the sorting ceremony? Although her encounter with the diary Horcrux led her to be taken directly to the headmaster's office by Clarence, rather than joining the other newcomers in the Great Hall, the influx of first-year students this year surpasses that of the last. Sorting all the new students is no small feat. It would undoubtedly take 2 to 3 hours to complete. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding her absence from the sorting. In fact, even if she were to arrive now, she would likely have to wait a considerable while before her name is called for the sorting. After escorting Ginny to the Great Hall, Clarence promptly returned to the ice tower. The materials required for the resurrection had been fully replenished, and now only a piece of Riddle's soul was needed. Thus, Clarence was eager to hasten Riddle's revival. Of course, this was contingent upon the condition of the piece of soul. If it proved irredeemable, he would have to resort to manipulation before proceeding with the resurrection. Upon reaching the second floor of the ice tower, in a chamber adorned with a resurrection magic circle and rituals, Clarence began to inscribe words in the diary, seeking to communicate with the fragment of Riddle's soul contained within. He boldly broached the subject of the Horcrux, which understandably alarmed the fragment of Riddle within the diary. The overwhelming surge of Clarence's unrestrained, abyss-like magical energy left the fragment speechless, paralyzed by fear. However, remaining silent was not an option. It was far too late to masquerade as an ordinary diary. Particularly in the presence of someone of Clarence's formidable prowess, all of its pretenses would be utterly transparent. Chapter 74, Resurrection 3. The fragment of Riddle hesitated, uncertain how to respond. After all, its true identity and circumstances had been laid bare by Clarence. Noticing the diary's prolonged silence, Clarence discerned the fragment's trepidation and continued to write. He chronicled Voldemort's actions since graduating from Hogwarts, revealing how he had been vanquished by the rebounding killing curse cast by a mere infant. Although this was a result of Dumbledore's cunning strategy, it nevertheless illuminated the precarious state of Voldemort's rationality at the time. Before the fragment of Riddle could react, Clarence candidly expressed his intention to resurrect him, elucidating the reasons and motives behind his choice. Thus, Riddle, the decision lies with you. Will you contemplate your fate and allow me to revive you? Or shall I intervene with your fragment and execute the resurrection directly? Furthermore, do not entertain any notions of deceiving me. My understanding and application of emotional energy transcend your fragmented essence, which, albeit possessing some of Voldemort's memories, lacks the entirety of his past. Therefore, I can sense whether you grasp the situation or not. After a prolonged silence, the journal finally revealed a line of script. Do I have a choice? Indeed. You find yourself bereft of options, yet I still hope you can arrive at your own understanding. For once I intervene, even with my assistance in consuming the remaining Horcruxes, including the primary soul. Restoring your essence to wholeness will render it exceedingly difficult for you to take that final step and ascend to the true echelon of a Dark Lord. This contradicts my intention to resurrect you. Do you recall the reasons I previously shared? After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Clarence, undeterred by the journal's silence, continued to write. I am aware of your desire for immortality and your dread of death. Otherwise, the future version of yourself would not have chosen to adopt the name Voldemort. However, you have strayed from the correct path. While Horcruxes may offer a semblance of immortality, their inherent flaws are both glaring and fatal. Should you attain the level of a Dark Lord through conventional means, you would enter the realm of souls, comprehending the absurdity and insignificance of what immortality truly means to those who reach such heights. Indeed, by advancing further, both your soul and body could transcend into the eternal domain. Thus, Riddle, you are merely a half-step away from the threshold of the magical web. Yet you have chosen the wrong route. Presently, your primary soul and the other Horcruxes are irretrievably lost, devoid of any chance for salvation. Only you, due to your lesser sins and my revival of the Myrtle, possess one final opportunity to choose. So ponder this, Riddle. Before you stands the prospect of immortality, merely a half-step away. Do your ambitions for power, desire, and ambition truly hold such paramount significance? Moreover, even if you yearn for dominion and wish to ascend to the pinnacle, it is unnecessary to do so under the guise of the Dark Lord. Consider an alternative path, perhaps emulating Dumbledore. Thus, resurrecting yourself to stand alongside humanity in the impending war against the infernal realm and ultimately rising as a hero is far more formidable than ascending through violence and fear under the moniker of Voldemort. Having conveyed my thoughts, I shall return in half an hour, hoping you will have come to a realization by then. After speaking, Clarence departed to his quarters, summoning a house elf to inquire about the progress of the sorting ceremony in the Great Hall. The response revealed that only half of the students had been sorted thus far, and it would likely take another hour to complete the process. Upon hearing this, Clarence instructed the little sprite to distribute portions of the evening meal, which were to be delivered to the ice tower. She had no desire to wait until the Great Hall, after all the new students had been sorted, to partake in dinner. While the sprite returned to serve the meal, Clarence summoned Windsor, Hermione, and Moaning Myrtle to join her. As for why Hermione and Moaning Myrtle were not in the Great Hall, but rather at the ice tower, it was because Hermione had not ventured to the Great Hall since returning to school, likely contemplating the issue of this year's influx of new students. Moaning Myrtle, on the other hand, had already been sorted and was a student of Ravenclaw. Furthermore, since Clarence had secured her a transfer student status as an excuse, her attendance at the opening banquet was inconsequential. After all, the school would not introduce a transfer student to the entire student body during the banquet. After the four of them finished their dinner, they each returned to their respective rooms to attend to their own affairs. Clarence lingered for a while, and after half an hour had passed, she made her way to a certain room on the second floor. Opening her diary, she inquired about the thoughts of the fragment of Voldemort's soul. "You were right. I have come to a realization." Clarence did not take this response at face value, suspecting that he might genuinely have come to understand, and she carefully sensed the emotional fluctuations emanating from his soul fragment. Once she confirmed his clarity, she continued to write in her diary, "That is good. Prepare yourself, for I will soon bring you back to life. Additionally, do you have any specific desires regarding your body? I can make some alterations during the resurrection ritual." Clarence's inquiry was merely a casual question. She never anticipated that Voldemort would have any particular demands. Surprisingly, upon learning that Clarence could modify his resurrected body, especially to the extent that there would be no repercussions, he indeed made a request. He wished to eliminate his Muggle bloodline, or, ideally, to maintain the purity of Slytherin blood. Additionally, he expressed a willingness to alter his gender for the sake of blood purity, as it was often believed in both the Muggle world and the magical community that female bloodlines were purer than those of males. Upon receiving this request from the fragment of Voldemort's soul, Clarence felt a stirring in her heart, beginning to suspect the underlying motive behind his demand. If she was not mistaken, he likely wished to enter the true chamber of Slytherin, and this desire played a significant role in his request. Initially, Clarence had intended to inform Voldemort that she had already accessed the true chamber of Slytherin and had scavenged all its contents. However, after a moment's contemplation, she seemed to have thought of something amusing and decided to put her pen away. Then, rising to her feet with a diary in hand, she made her way to the center of the large magical array etched into the ground. If one seeks to maintain the purity of their bloodline while also altering their gender, it becomes imperative to replace the materials originally required for resurrection. Chapter 75, the female version of Tom Riddle. The resurrection of Riddle will undoubtedly take more time than that of Myrtle, which is quite understandable. After all, even during his student years, Riddle's prowess far surpassed that of Myrtle. Furthermore, the desire to modify the purity of the bloodline and gender post-resurrection will demand considerable time. It is essential to recognize that this resurrection ritual is designed to shape the physical form according to the soul. Thus, if one wishes to change the gender and bloodline of the corporeal body, modifications to Riddle's soul must be made first. Merely altering the gender of the soul and excising the aspects that denote the nature of the bloodline, particularly those belonging to the Muggle heritage, is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Hence, resurrecting Riddle will require more time than resurrecting Myrtle. As Riddle was being resurrected, carefully attuning to the subtle changes in her new body, particularly those arising from the gender transformation and the significantly enhanced magical power within, Clarence suddenly spoke, revealing the existence of the true Slytherin chamber. "Let me guess. The reason you insist on preserving the purity of your bloodline to the extent of even changing your gender to female must be linked to the true Slytherin chamber, right?" Before the frozen Riddle could respond, Clarence displayed an evil grin, boasting that she had entered the true Slytherin chamber and had thoroughly looted everything inside. Observing Riddle's transformation into a woman, her facial features now softer and more exquisite, Clarence's words caused her to flush, her beautiful face turning crimson. Yet she dared not utter a word. After all, such a statement would expose her. No, it should be her true intentions of wanting to enter the true Slytherin chamber. And thus Riddle refrained from speaking out. Moreover, one should not assume that because Clarence had resurrected her, Riddle would feel any sense of security. On the contrary, it was precisely because she had been truly resurrected that Riddle gained a clearer understanding of the extent of Clarence's power. It was not merely the current Riddle. Even the most formidable incarnation of Voldemort would find it trivial to be dispatched with a mere wave of her hand. Thus, Riddle dared not reveal her true purpose. Especially since, prior to her resurrection, Clarence had already broached the subject of ambition and desire with her. At that time, Riddle's response had been one of realization. Although she had indeed come to terms with it, coming to terms did not equate to the absence of ambition and desire. It merely meant that she would impose limitations on her own ambitions and desires. Thus, Riddle was deeply apprehensive about revealing his fervent ambition for power. fearing that Clarence would deem him irredeemable and subsequently abandon him, perhaps even resorting to manipulating his very soul or transforming him into a mere puppet. Empathizing with Clarence, Riddle believed that had their roles been reversed, she would have swiftly eliminated any threat the moment it became apparent to maintain control. However, Riddle was not Clarence, nor did she comprehend her thoughts. She might not have even realized that Clarence had likely discerned her true intentions the moment she proposed to uphold the purity of bloodlines. Yet, despite this, Clarence resurrected her, suggesting an indifference to such ambition and desire. Upon witnessing Riddle's flushed face, a result of her reluctance to speak, Clarence chuckled and shook her head, reflecting on Riddle's amusing nature, and then skillfully diverted the conversation. Regardless of whether you genuinely wish to obtain the complete legacy of Slytherin, it has been placed within the library of the Ice Tower on the 3rd level. You may examine it if you wish, but it cannot be removed. Furthermore, you will be residing here in the Ice Tower, unless you prefer to be under Dumbledore's watchful eye in the Slytherin dormitory. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Riddle had no choice but to agree to stay in the Ice Tower, as she wished to avoid Dumbledore's incessant surveillance. Yet, she found it peculiar that she seemed to show little concern for the complete legacy of Slytherin. After all, she had mentioned placing the legacy in the library, a place designated for reading. Clarence, it appeared, held little regard for the integrity of Slytherin's legacy. By placing it in the library for public viewing, did she truly look down upon Slytherin's heritage? Unable to fathom Clarence's indifference, Riddle could not help but voice her curiosity, her tone tinged with melancholy. In response to Riddle's lament, Clarence smiled and began to elucidate the hierarchy beyond the realm of Dark Lords, that of the hero class. She casually remarked that the 4 founding figures may have sensed this domain, but ultimately failed to breach the doors to heroism. Thus, the legacy of Slytherin merely enabled one to attain the pinnacle of Dark Lord status. For Clarence, who had long since transcended into the extraordinary realm of heroes and was now half a step into the demigod tier, the legacy of mere Dark Lord supremacy held little significance. How could such a legacy warrant her attention? It was only then that Riddle comprehended the rationale behind Clarence's indifference towards the Slytherin legacy. However, before Riddle could respond, Clarence interjected once more. If I were you, I would not contemplate treading the path bequeathed by Slytherin. After all, can one truly ascertain whether what belongs to him is wholly suitable for you? Even if it were to fit you perfectly, in the end, you would merely become a second Slytherin. The original Slytherin ultimately failed to take that crucial step, thus illustrating that the path he traversed either leads to an insurmountable barrier preventing entry into the realm of the extraordinary, or it is simply a dead end. Therefore, it would be wiser for you to forge your own path, even if it means following in the footsteps of Voldemort. That would undoubtedly surpass the legacy of Slytherin. Upon hearing Clarence's admonition, Riddle indeed reconsidered his inclination towards Slytherin's legacy. Of course, eschewing this path did not imply that he could not draw inspiration from it. Riddle placed his faith in Clarence's words, fully aware that there was no reason for her to deceive him regarding such matters, as it would serve no purpose. Conversely, the very reason she sought to resurrect him was rooted in her desire to enhance humanity's premier fighting prowess, preparing for the impending conflict between mankind and the infernal realms. Comparatively, it seemed that Clarence would prefer to see her own strength magnified rather than engage in self-deception. Moreover, regardless of how much his own power might grow, it was unlikely he could ever rival hers. Chapter 76, Dumbledore's Redemption. Subsequently, Clarence escorted Riddle to a room constructed with magic, where she announced plans to take him shopping in Diagon Alley the following day, particularly for wands. She also summoned a house elf to bring Riddle dinner, for his body was entirely new, and thus, naturally empty. The absence of hunger was merely a consequence of his recent resurrection. Should he wait any longer, discomfort would ensue. The next morning, after breakfast, Clarence initially intended to personally accompany Riddle to Diagon Alley. However, just as they finished their meal and were about to depart, she sensed Dumbledore approaching the Black Lake, inadvertently triggering a magical mechanism. The old bee arrives rather promptly, Clarence remarked in exasperation, halting her incantation of apparition. Hearing her complaint, Riddle quickly deduced who the old bee referred to, furrowing his brow as he inquired whether Dumbledore had come to visit. He also asked if Clarence had informed him of his resurrection. He hasn't said, but I suspect he has inferred my intentions to resurrect you. What do you think this old fellow is here for? Clarence remarked with a mischievous smile. Dumbledore possessed a profound understanding of Riddle, and conversely, Riddle was equally familiar with the old man. Consequently, she immediately surmised the purpose of his visit. If her assumptions were correct, that old coot sought redemption, a futile attempt to atone for past transgressions. What a laughable notion. Clarence nodded in agreement. Acknowledging one's errors and striving for atonement is indeed a commendable endeavor. However, some mistakes, once made, cannot be rectified merely by the desire for reparations, nor can forgiveness be granted simply through the wish for absolution. Therefore, will you forgive that old bee? Riddle scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Never. And what about you, Stuart? In response to her retort, Clarence mirrored her tone in his reply. Never. But at the very least, I shall save a considerable sum of galleons. Thus, I presume, Riddle, you would not mind if I sought revenge on that old bee's wallet first, would you? As Dumbledore traversed the ice path conjured by magical mechanisms, he suddenly shivered, attributing it to the icy surface beneath his feet. Upon entering the hall of the ice tower, his attention was immediately captivated by the girl standing beside Clarence. Even though she had undergone a gender transformation, Dumbledore recognized Riddle instantly. Perhaps it was because, despite the change, Riddle's essence remained largely unchanged, allowing Dumbledore to identify her without hesitation. Subsequently, Clarence, disinterested in the nostalgic exchange between the two, observed the atmosphere crackling with tension, where even a spark could ignite an explosive situation. Yet, she was too preoccupied to intervene, for Dumbledore's presence meant he would escort Riddle to Diagon Alley for shopping, thus alleviating her need to request a substitute from Windsor for her class. Just as Clarence contemplated this, a group of students approached the ice tower. Noticing that class was imminent, Clarence approached Dumbledore, interrupting their tense dialogue. Well, the time for class is nearly upon us. I shall leave the task of taking Riddle to Diagon Alley in your capable hands, Dumbledore. With that, she turned and hurried toward the classroom for elemental studies, providing no opportunity for a response. As for what transpired afterward, Clarence remained unaware until Riddle returned later with numerous bags in tow, casually mentioning a few details that illuminated the general situation. The process was rather uneventful. Riddle enthusiastically indulged in shopping, while Dumbledore grimaced at the expenses. And when it came time to purchase wands, old Ollivander was left thoroughly startled. Additionally, Riddle's new wand, although crafted from materials of rather humble significance, is undoubtedly superior to his first, which brings a sense of relief to Dumbledore, who has been trailing behind. Aside from successfully avenging Old Bee's finances and incurring considerable debts on his behalf, there are no other noteworthy developments. However, Dumbledore's perspective regarding whether Riddle still belongs to Slytherin House diverges slightly from that of Clarence and the other professors. Although Clarence cannot comprehend Dumbledore's reluctance to allow Riddle to continue as a student of Slytherin, he is disinclined to intervene. Even Riddle himself shows little interest in the matter, as both individuals are preoccupied, one with the search for Horcruxes and the other with the act of absorption, leaving them little time for such trivial concerns. Clarence's quest for Horcruxes has proceeded smoothly without any significant difficulties, even though her presence has altered the course of fate, resulting in some of Voldemort's Horcruxes not being located where they were originally destined. She remains undeterred. The locations of these altered Horcruxes have been accurately predicted through her divination, allowing her to locate each one in turn. The primary complications arise when Clarence brings the Horcruxes back, as Riddle encounters numerous challenges during the absorption process. To Clarence, these issues seem trivial, albeit quite bothersome. For instance, the Horcruxes contain fragments of soul that do not align with Riddle's gender. Thus, direct consumption would undoubtedly lead to complications. Consequently, Clarence must modify the fragments within the Horcruxes. Moreover, each time Riddle absorbs and merges with a Horcrux, a certain amount of time is required. Even though Clarence has managed to eliminate much of the memories contained within the Horcruxes, leaving behind only knowledge pertinent to magic, Riddle still faces fierce resistance during the absorption. In this regard, Clarence finds herself unable to assist. Her sole contribution is to shield Riddle during the process. Otherwise, it remains uncertain whether it would be Riddle consuming the Horcrux or the Horcrux consuming him. It is quite reasonable to consider this, as Riddle was split during Voldemort's formative years, making him inherently the weakest among the Horcruxes. Without Clarence's protection, Riddle would indeed struggle against the others. However, after successfully absorbing and merging with one Horcrux, the situation begins to shift, allowing him to become the strongest of the lot, albeit still inferior to the primary soul. Naturally, the Horcruxes revert to their original forms following the loss of their fragments. For instance, the Diadem of Ravenclaw was the first artifact discovered by Clarence, who subsequently assisted Riddle in consuming one of its Horcruxes before returning it to the ghost of Ravenclaw, known as Helena Ravenclaw. In Chapter 77, Gilderoy Lockhart reveals that Helena's surname, Ravenclaw, is not merely a consequence of her being the Academy's ghost, but rather because she is the daughter of one of its founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. Thus, when Clarence returned the restored diadem to Helena, it was indeed a matter of rightful ownership. Regrettably, Helena had long since perished, leaving only her spirit to wander the halls of Hogwarts, rendering her unable to physically touch the diadem. She could only implore Clarence to safeguard her mother's diadem in a hidden location within the Ravenclaw common room. Both Clarence and Helena chose to keep this matter discreet, merely informing Professor Flitwick without disclosing it to the entire school. This was partly because Clarence had also discovered two other artifacts belonging to the founders, the Hufflepuff's Golden Cup and the Slytherin Locket. However, these relics had been transformed into Horcruxes by Voldemort, and Riddle required some time to stabilize before he could begin consuming the second Horcrux. Clarence intended to wait until the other two artifacts were restored to their original state before discussing the matter with the school, believing that it was better to remain silent for the time being to avoid complications. Conversely, Helena was indifferent to whether the school was informed. Her sole concern was that the diadem returned to Hogwarts, and as long as that was accomplished, the rest was inconsequential. Thus, upon receiving Clarence's request, Helena immediately acquiesced. Subsequently, Flitwick mentioned to Snape and Pomona Sprout that the Founder's artifacts had been located by Clarence and were currently in her possession. However, due to the fact that these artifacts had been made into Horcruxes by Voldemort, purification would require a certain amount of time. Once the purification was complete, Clarence would return the artifacts to their respective houses. Upon hearing this, Snape readily accepted Flitwick's assertion and did not hasten to inquire with Clarence, while Pomona, unable to contain her impatience, made an immediate trip to the Ice Tower. Unfortunately for her, Flitwick had not deceived her. The cup had indeed been turned into a Horcrux by Voldemort, and upon encountering the cup and sensing its dark, malevolent power, Pomona found herself powerless to intervene. She could only leave it with Clarence, requesting her to purify the cup. Although Pomona and others were aware of the Founder's artifacts, it was merely a fleeting incident, primarily because Clarence had already acquired 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. With the addition of the diary, she had thus far obtained 4 Horcruxes. As for Marvolo's ring, Clarence knew its whereabouts, but chose not to retrieve it immediately, due to the curse inscribed upon the ring. Coupled with the myriad of magical enchantments concealed within the ancient Gunter estate, it becomes evident how significantly Voldemort valued the ring as a Horcrux, or more precisely, the resurrection stone it bore. It is challenging to ascertain whether the various enchantments within the estate, or even those on the ring itself, do not harbor some means of surveillance left by Voldemort. To prevent Voldemort's primary soul from becoming aware that someone was seeking his Horcrux, Clarence resolved to postpone retrieving the ring until the very end. Although, even if Voldemort's main essence were to discover this pursuit, it would not greatly affect the outcome, for regardless of his precautions or intentions, he could not thwart Clarence. However, such a course would undoubtedly complicate matters further. Since a more effortless approach was feasible, it seemed unnecessary for Clarence to create additional difficulties for herself. Yet, if Clarence refrained from claiming the Marvolo ring to avoid detection by Voldemort's primary soul, would not Riddle's assimilation of other Horcruxes also elude his attention? In fact, it would not attract any awareness, for the Horcruxes were merely consumed and integrated by Riddle, not destroyed. Even though Riddle had been persuaded by Clarence and now aligned with her, he remained fundamentally a Horcrux. Thus Voldemort's primary soul would remain oblivious to this union. It was precisely because she needed to locate the Horcrux and safeguard Riddle while he absorbed the remaining fragments of soul that Clarence did not appear in the Great Hall for over half a month, until finally rejoining her peers for a meal. It was during this return that she encountered the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. At that moment, Lockhart, who had been boasting with the other professors, immediately lowered his voice upon seeing Clarence enter the Great Hall, as if fearing to disturb her presence. His occasional glances towards her were imbued with admiration and respect. Observing Lockhart's reverence towards Clarence, one might wonder if they were acquainted. However, that was not the case. They had never met before. If they were strangers, what could account for Lockhart's demeanor? The primary reason lay in the fact that the current Lockhart was no longer the same charlatan of yore, a transformation brought about by the advent of the magical network. In essence, the existence of this network had endowed Lockhart with a measure of genuine power, elevating him even to the level of an Auror captain. It remains uncertain whether he was particularly suited to harness the magical network, enabling him to wield such strength. Having acquired real power, Lockhart naturally sought to rectify the shortcomings of his past endeavors. To avoid having his true nature uncovered, he even embarked on a journey of exploration. Thus, the current Lockhart indeed embodies the essence of a true adventurer and writer. This transformation was catalyzed by the magical web, a creation of Clarence, which accounts for Lockhart's profound reverence towards her. Such admiration led Lockhart not only to join the Church of Truth, but also to assume a role of considerable significance within it, marking him as a devout follower of Clarence. Unbeknownst to Clarence, her visit to the Grand Hall for a meal was merely a casual return after an extended absence, and not specifically to seek out Lockhart. After a fleeting glance at him, she chose a seat and engaged in idle conversation with Windsor, occasionally casting her gaze towards the Ravenclaw table. Her attention was not primarily on Hermione, but rather on Riddle, seated beside her, as she observed his interactions with the other students. As for why Riddle occupied a place at the Ravenclaw table instead of Slytherin's, one might question Dumbledore's intentions in exercising his authority as vice principal to place Riddle in Ravenclaw. Consequently, Riddle was now considered a student of Ravenclaw, necessitating his presence at this table. Chapter 78, The Duel Tournament. Perceiving Riddle's dual demeanor towards the surrounding students, an outwardly cheerful facade masking an inner turmoil of irritation and disdain, Clarence chose not to intervene. As long as Riddle harbored no intention of harming the students, she resolved to remain disengaged. It seemed Riddle managed to coexist reasonably well with the Ravenclaw students. Despite her palpable annoyance and distaste for their incessant attention, she bore no significant malice towards them. Thus, Clarence redirected her focus, captivated instead by the words of Snape. Seated to her right, "Are you saying that Harry Potter, after your potions class, voluntarily stayed behind to inquire about the resurrection of Moaning Myrtle?" Snape shook his head, clarifying that it was not an inquiry about Myrtle herself, as Harry was unaware of her existence or her resurrection. Rather, he had heard that Clarence possessed the ability to revive the deceased, prompting his question. If she was not mistaken, it seemed he was seeking to resurrect his parents and would likely come to her soon. After a moment's contemplation, Clarence shook her head, expressing doubt that the boy would approach her for such a request, especially recalling his late-night visit to the ice tower in search of her. Upon observing the curious expression on Snape's face, Clarence proceeded to recount an incident from last Christmas, when Harry Potter had sought him out at the ice tower. This narrative elucidated for Snape the reason behind Clarence's assertion that the boy would not seek her assistance in resurrecting his parents. It became evident that Clarence was fully aware that she could not provide such help. In truth, she indeed could not resurrect James and Lily Potter. Following their previous conversation, their relationship had been reduced to a mere professor-student dynamic, and under such circumstances, Clarence would never aid him in bringing back his parents. Even though the resurrection magic was trivial to her. Upon grasping this information, Snape furrowed his brow and inquired whether Clarence was not concerned that Harry might delve into forbidden magic on his own if left unchecked. Clarence candidly expressed her lack of worry, attributing her confidence to Dumbledore's watchful oversight. Although the old wizard had previously abandoned Harry in favor of molding him into a weapon against Voldemort, his attitude had shifted. Subsequently, Clarence's intention to resurrect the fragment of Voldemort within the diary, along with her commitment to address the remaining Horcruxes, led Dumbledore to relinquish any notion of training Harry as a weapon altogether. In truth, had Harry not been burdened with the stigma of being an Azkaban prisoner, Dumbledore might have entertained the idea of grooming him as his successor after Voldemort's demise. Regrettably, the stain of his past compelled Dumbledore to abandon this aspiration. Nevertheless, as the deputy headmaster, he could not idly stand by while a student veered off course. Thus, had he learned of Harry's quest to discover a means of resurrecting his parents, he would undoubtedly intervene, a concern that Clarence need not harbor. "Are you not afraid Dumbledore might turn a blind eye?" Snape inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. His intrigue stemmed from a desire to understand Clarence's perspective. He did not genuinely believe Dumbledore would neglect his responsibilities. Instead, he sought to ascertain how Clarence would respond should such a scenario arise. If Dumbledore were to ignore it, I would counsel Harry Potter, but ultimately, it would be his choice whether to heed my advice. If he is determined to resurrect his parents, I shall not interfere. Clarence held back an additional thought, that if Harry's actions resulted in dire consequences due to his quest for resurrection, she would remain indifferent. Simply put, he would bear the consequences of his choices alone. Snape, being an astute individual, could deduce this even without Clarence articulating it. Upon comprehending Clarence's thoughts and attitudes, Snape discerned the path he ought to take henceforth. He realized that should Harry Potter indeed contemplate resurrecting his parents, he would need to determine his course of action accordingly. As Clarence had articulated, he would endeavor to dissuade Harry, but ultimately, the decision would rest solely with Harry himself. With a clear understanding of Clarence's stance, Snape chose to refrain from further discussion on the matter, redirecting the conversation instead. Previously, due to your preoccupation with other affairs, you may not have been aware that Lockhart, that flamboyant peacock, proposed a grand duel competition during the faculty meeting based on Dumbledore's initiative to enhance students' dueling skills and practical abilities. A duel competition? Clarence queried, perplexed. Does Lockhart not realize that the school already hosts both a dueling and a practical combat club? Snape, casting a sidelong glance at Lockhart's seat, responded with a complex expression and an odd tone. This demeanor of Snape's evoked memories in Clarence of Lockhart's character and behavior from the original narrative. Don't tell me he proposed this merely to showcase his own prowess. While that might be a contributing factor, the primary objective likely stemmed from the educational program introduced by the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, it was not solely Hogwarts that received this initiative. Rather, every magical institution worldwide was subjected to the same educational scheme, Snape elucidated in his peculiar tone. Only after hearing this did Clarence grasp why Lockhart, fully aware of the existing dueling and practical clubs at Hogwarts, would still suggest organizing a duel competition. It appeared that Lockhart's ambitions were quite grand. If I am not mistaken, this duel competition he proposed is intended not just for Hogwarts, but aims to unite all magical schools globally in a collaborative event. Snape was not surprised that Clarence had deduced this. Indeed, that is the case, and Dumbledore has already acquiesced. Recently, old McGonagall has been frequently visiting the Ministry, likely in relation to this matter. Additionally, I overheard discussions among our contacts at the ministry indicating that there are plans to revive the Triwizard Tournament internationally. Of course, the intention is not to activate the Goblet of Fire and restart the tournament this year, since the aim is to involve all magical schools worldwide. The previous rules of the tournament cannot be utilized. New regulations must be formulated. Therefore, it is implausible that the tournament could recommence this year or next. According to my analysis, the international joint duel competition will be established next year, followed by the revival of the tournament the year after. This year, if my analysis is correct, it appears that a selection process will be conducted within global magical schools, culminating in the chosen participants being able to compete in the joint duel tournament next year. Upon hearing this, Clarence smacked her lips in contemplation, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the concept. Snape, with a somber tone, remarked that it was only natural for her to feel this way. For the joint duel tournament and the championship were akin to the dueling and practical clubs hosted at Hogwarts. The duel tournament serves as a counterpart to the dueling club, aiming to enhance the students' combat skills. In contrast, the impending revival of the championship is aligned with the practical club, designed to transform those combat skills into real-world experience. Moreover, the International Federation's intentions are decidedly more severe. At least the practical club does not result in student fatalities. The championship, however, is an entirely different matter, as its prohibition by the magical ministries of 3 nations is solely attributable to its high mortality rate. Coupled with the ambition to involve all magical schools globally in the championship, it is foreseeable that the revived competition will pose even greater dangers. Thus the familiarity. Clarence chuckled awkwardly, finally grasping why the international community disseminated such educational proposals to all magical institutions, which led Gilderoy Lockhart to suggest the organization of a joint duel tournament. She also comprehended the rationale behind the international push to reinstate the championship. It dawned on her that this was a consequence of her own proposal for dueling and practical clubs at Hogwarts, as a testing ground for the convergence of both realms. And with Clarence personally overseeing it, Hogwarts attracted considerable attention, observing the impact of her proposed clubs on the school and its students. It was only natural for the international community to formulate such ideas, though the revival of the championship, coupled with the participation of all magical schools worldwide, would undoubtedly escalate the associated risks. Such an outcome is unavoidable, especially during these perilous times. Contemplating the impending war akin to a hellish eruption, the risks of the championship, including casualties and losses, seemed tolerable. Regarding Clarence's concerns about casualties, Snape remained largely indifferent. His true concern lay in the evident weaknesses of Hogwarts should the joint duel and championship proceed. He inquired how she intended to address this. Clarence, upon hearing Snape's question, furrowed her brow. She understood his implication. He desired her assistance in training a few students to enable Hogwarts to triumph in both the joint duel tournament and the championship. This was not merely a matter of honor. It would also enhance the school's influence on a global scale, and such an elevation of influence could yield numerous benefits. Individuals harboring thoughts akin to those of Severus Snape are undoubtedly not in the minority. However, if this is the case, it contradicts the very essence of holding joint duels and championship tournaments. Indeed, there exists no inherent conflict between the two. After all, competitions are characterized by strengths and weaknesses, and a hierarchy of rankings is inevitable. Yet, this fundamentally contravenes the original intent and purpose behind organizing these events. While hosting a singular event may pose no issues or repercussions, the dilemma arises from the potential for future warfare. As long as such possibilities linger, these tournaments will persist. Consequently, if the foundational aims of the competitions are misinterpreted, the events may gradually devolve into chaos. It is imperative to take precautions in light of this situation, particularly at the inception of such tournaments. However, determining how to avert this predicament proves to be a vexing challenge. It is entirely natural to seek honor and benefit. Clarence cannot simply forego participants' pursuit of these rewards for the sake of prevention. Moreover, to be candid, without these incentives, who would be inclined to partake in a tournament, especially one as perilous as the championship? After much contemplation, Clarence resolved to communicate with the International Federation, ensuring the integrity of the competition is upheld. Beyond that, no superior alternatives present themselves. With no further plans, I find myself disinclined to meddle in this affair. Upon hearing Clarence's response, Snape was momentarily taken aback, and he swiftly discerned the reason behind her sudden shift to a detached demeanor. I believe, Clarence, that your desire to remain uninvolved is no longer tenable. If I am not mistaken, the International Committee will certainly decide to host the competition here at Hogwarts due to your influence. Snape anticipated that this assertion might prompt Clarence to intervene, not wishing to witness a humiliating defeat for Hogwarts. After all, she is an esteemed faculty member at the institution, serving as a professor of elemental studies. Should Hogwarts' students perform poorly, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly upon her. Snape was aware that during her global travels, Clarence had visited numerous magical schools, fostering commendable relationships with several of them. However, given the stakes involved, he doubted she would remain indifferent. Contrary to his expectations, Clarence did indeed maintain an air of indifference, expressing with a hint of malice that, from her perspective, Hogwarts scarcely ranked among the esteemed magical institutions. Without even considering its comparison to the J School of Magic, which she helped establish as a realm of the dead. Even Hans's Durmstrang was of greater significance to her than Hogwarts. If, as Severus Snape suggested, the International Federation were to designate Hogwarts as the venue for the competition, then Clarence would be even less inclined to assist Hogwarts. Even if she were to offer help, it would likely be directed towards the Durmstrang Institute or Beauxbatons Academy, rather than Hogwarts. Should the students of Hogwarts perform poorly, it would not reflect on me. Let us not forget how recently I resumed my position. Hence, no one would attribute Hogwarts' shortcomings to me, but rather to you seasoned professors who have been in your roles for an extended period. It is your teaching methods that are lacking. Chapter 80, Dumbledore's Request. During a meal in the Great Hall, Clarence indeed expressed to Snape her reluctance to involve herself in this matter, and certainly would not extend her efforts to train students for the competition. However, reality struck swiftly. The following afternoon, just after concluding her final class of the day, Clarence sensed Dumbledore waiting outside the ice tower. While she had already surmised the old man's intentions, she still invited him into her office. Once seated, Clarence took the initiative to speak, stating that if his purpose in visiting was to solicit her assistance in training students for the competition, he need not continue, as she had no spare time to waste. I recall you possess a true avatar, Clarence. Cannot that avatar be employed for training? Dismissing his inquiry, Clarence raised her hand to display the miniature hourglass bracelet adorning her wrist, a small time turner, currently in operation. This indicated that she was actively utilizing the time turner. Dumbledore, not lacking in perception, quickly discerned the nature of the object. Yet, as he had just mentioned, Clarence possessed the magic of true avatars. Why would she resort to a time turner? The answer soon became evident. All of her true avatars were occupied. Thus, her primary self had resorted to using the time turner. Half of my true avatars are engaged in constructing a floating city, while the other half are devoted to the research and creation of a complete world. The remaining one or two are involved in various studies, and even I have employed the time turner to gain additional time. So, Dumbledore, do you truly believe I have so much free time? Furthermore, are the other professors at the school all incapacitated? Cannot you teach? Cannot Professor Flitwick teach? Which among McGonagall and Snape is incapable of teaching? Clarence's remarks left Dumbledore at a loss for words, and even if he were to speak further, it was unlikely he could persuade her. The old bee departed from the ice tower, perhaps swayed by Clarence's words. After all, the school boasts numerous professors, without even mentioning the 4 esteemed heads. Due to the recent surge in student enrollment, dozens of professors have been appointed. With such a plethora of educators, is it not conceivable that they could nurture a cadre of exceptional students to compete? Moreover, should these professors prove inadequate, would Dumbledore not take matters into his own hands? Therefore, with the enhancement of the school's teaching resources, cultivating outstanding students for the joint dueling competition and the championship should pose little challenge. Even if a championship victory eludes them, securing a commendable 2nd or 3rd place is certainly within reach. However, just a few days later, during a midday meal in the Ice Tower's hall, Clarence and her companions were taken aback when Dumbledore arrived once more, his countenance grave. What could possibly elicit such a serious expression from the venerable wizard? After Dumbledore elucidated his purpose, Clarence's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. It was revealed that the International Federation had made a decision regarding Lockhart to host a global dueling competition among all magical schools, with Hogwarts in England selected as the venue. This development was anticipated, thus not the primary reason for Clarence's newfound seriousness. The crux of the matter lay in the Federation's decision to tie the competition's rankings to the allocation of educational resources. In essence, the higher a school ranks in the dueling competition, the more resources the Federation would allocate. Dumbledore further explained that while the joint dueling competition pertains to the school's educational resources, the forthcoming championship is intrinsically linked to the interests of the participating students. In simpler terms, if a student performs exceptionally well in the championship, they would not only gain additional resources within the school, but would also receive opportunities from the international community post-graduation. If that were not incentive enough, the champion of the championship would also receive an opportunity to assume a significant role within the Human Alliance Army after graduation. As the name suggests, this army is specifically formed to prepare for potential conflicts with Hell in the future. Due to its unique nature and its allegiance solely to the International Federation, its power is formidable. To hold a prominent position within the Human Alliance Army signifies immense influence, a reality easily grasped by anyone of sound mind. Thus, Dumbledore's purpose for this visit mirrored his previous one, to request Clarence to dedicate some time to train and cultivate a group of exceptional students to participate in the joint dueling competition. Ultimately, this pertains to the global equitable distribution of educational resources, leaving no room for Dumbledore to withhold his utmost efforts. As for why the International Federation is tasked with the unified allocation of educational resources, rather than individual magical ministries assigning them to their respective schools, this is inherently due to the looming specter of war. Consequently, the coordination of resources across various sectors, including education, has been entrusted to the International Federation for standardized distribution. Only through such unified allocation can we optimize the utilization of diverse resources to bolster the overall strength of humanity. Upon learning of this matter, Clarence found herself compelled to carve out some time to nurture and train exceptional students. If it were merely a matter of personal pride, she would undoubtedly refrain from involvement, particularly given her lack of leisure. However, if the issue at hand pertains to educational resources and the opportunity for Hogwarts students to ascend to significant positions within the Allied forces, the situation becomes markedly different. The necessity of securing educational resources is self-evident, and the prospect of students assuming pivotal roles within the Allied forces is equally crucial. The distinctive nature and considerable power of the Allied forces dictate that all positions, regardless of their stature, will be fiercely contested on a global scale. Furthermore, the diverse backgrounds of its members are likely to give rise to power struggles, an inevitability we cannot overlook. Given this unavoidable reality, the British magical community, along with Hogwarts, must ensure their representatives establish a firm foothold. Moreover, it is imperative for Clarence to consider the interests of her own faction's members. As their representative, how could she neglect to advocate for their benefits? Even if solely for the sake of her own, Clarence finds herself compelled to assist. Chapter 81, Rumors and Selections. While Clarence is willing to lend her guidance, her limited free time necessitates that Dumbledore initiate a selection process at the school, allowing her to subsequently train the chosen students. Should the number of candidates prove excessive, Clarence can select the most outstanding student from each grade for specialized instruction. In essence, each grade must ensure the presence of at least one student capable of achieving commendable results in the grand competition. Of course, securing a championship would be even more ideal. As for the tournament, there is no immediate urgency. Clarence can take her time in selecting candidates, though she is restricted to upperclassmen. According to Dumbledore's understanding, the tournament will exclusively involve the upperclassmen from each school. After Dumbledore's departure, Clarence shifted her gaze to Riddle. After observing her nearly reach a point of vexation, she finally inquired, "Riddle, I trust you would not object to joining the Human Alliance?" Upon hearing those words, Riddle revealed a sinister smile. "If you are at ease with my entry, then I shall not mind at all." "Very well, you need not attend classes this semester. Devote yourself entirely to consuming the remaining Horcruxes and the primary soul. I shall inform Dumbledore shortly to include you in next year's student roster." Clarence merely suggested Riddle participate in the tournament, yet he did not mention the matter of the joint duel, which puzzled Windsor and Hermione greatly. "Professor, is Riddle not participating in the joint duel?" "Indeed, she has no necessity to partake." Clarence then shifted his gaze to Hermione. "This semester, you shall first compete in the school selection, and upon the commencement of the next academic year, you will enter the contest as a third-year student." The young girl appeared somewhat uncertain upon hearing Clarence's words. "But, Professor, can I truly do it?" "Rest assured, I shall provide you with training," Clarence reassured her. Subsequently, due to the joint duel tournament, the school became quite lively, with nearly all students eagerly participating in Hogwarts' internal selection, even first-year students who had only just enrolled. The first years, having scarcely learned a handful of spells, bravely ventured to join the selection, which was commendable, yet their performances were utterly dismal. The students from other years, while somewhat competent, were limited in their abilities. Clarence attended several selection matches and discovered that the overall level of the students was still rather inadequate, a situation exacerbated by their participation in a full semester of the dueling club's activities. Otherwise, their performances would likely have been even worse. This predicament cannot solely be attributed to the school. Rather, it is a reflection of the global situation that has hindered the organization of events and competitions in recent years. Unlike in the past, when the school would arrange for outstanding students to compete externally, thereby bringing glory to Hogwarts and nurturing its students, such opportunities have become scarce. In fact, during Clarence's own school days, Hogwarts frequently engaged in such activities. Regrettably, due to the prevailing circumstances in recent years, global events have dwindled significantly. Consequently, Hogwarts has not only lost a vital means of nurturing its students, but has also exposed the shortcomings and weaknesses of its educational approach, which have now been magnified. The flaws in Hogwarts' methods lie in their excessive gentleness and balance, particularly regarding the delineation between dark and light magic, which is overly pronounced. If the distinction between dark and light magic were not so rigid, the school's more balanced teaching approach could transform into an advantage, one that other magical institutions worldwide would find difficult to replicate. After all, few can rival the millennium of heritage and the formidable faculty that Hogwarts has amassed. Even Ilvermorny, the magical institution in America modeled after Hogwarts, has historically lagged behind in international standing due to its insufficient foundation and lack of strong faculty. However, in recent years, Ilvermorny has gradually caught up to Hogwarts, largely due to its ambiguous stance on the boundaries between dark and light magic, despite not overtly teaching the dark arts like Durmstrang. This ambiguity has afforded them an opportunity to level the playing field with Hogwarts. While the clarity in teaching the distinction between dark and light magic has its merits, regrettably, in the current era, the so-called advantages are wholly overshadowed by their disadvantages. Previously, the school could organize student outings to participate in various external competitions, thus cultivating a balanced educational experience. Alas, the current global situation has thwarted such endeavors, leading to a general decline in the students' overall proficiency at Hogwarts, a fact that cannot be solely attributed to the institution itself. Clarence's current responsibility is to train those students who have passed the selection process, subsequently identifying the most exceptional elites from each grade to provide them with specialized training. This is to ensure that Hogwarts can either secure victory or achieve a commendable ranking in the inaugural joint dueling competition. As for future iterations, Clarence may not need to be as concerned, as the roles of the dueling and combat clubs will naturally evolve over time, reducing his need for intervention. After some time, the 7th-year students were the first to complete their selection, with 10 students emerging as qualified participants for the joint dueling competition. The limited number is primarily due to some 7th-year students lacking proficiency in dueling and, as graduation approaches, they have chosen to focus their efforts on their final exams, believing they would not perform well in the competition. Even those 10 selected students are contemplating delaying their graduation for a year. Initially, the school did not intend for 7th-year students to participate in the selection, preferring they concentrate on their impending exams. However, recognizing the significant benefits a good performance in the joint dueling competition could provide for soon-to-be graduates, the school ultimately permitted their participation in the selection process. Once the selection for the 7th year concluded, Dumbledore entrusted the 10 successful students to Clarence for training. Given that the number of 6th-year students exceeds that of the 7th, and considering the additional time required for those participating in the selection, it appears that several more days will be needed to conclude this process. It would not be prudent to delay Clarence's training for the remaining grades simply to wait for all to complete their selections. Thus, the 10 7th-grade contenders embarked on their specialized training ahead of time. Observing the 10 7th-grade students standing before him, Clarence, despite feeling somewhat troubled, was compelled to exert his utmost in their instruction. Initially, he acquainted them with the various realms of magic in which global wizarding schools excelled, a task that proved to be quite time-consuming. As the selection process concluded for the 6th graders, the 10 7th-grade students progressed to the next stage of intensive training. This subsequent phase involved relentless duel practice with Clarence, who would emulate the specialized magics of various wizarding schools, engaging the students in constant combat. The intention was to swiftly equip them with the experience necessary to confront contestants from different magical institutions. Upon the arrival of the selected 6th graders, Clarence, taking into account their comparatively lesser abilities, adapted his training methods to cater to their individual needs. He planned to adjust the intensive training approach for the 5th and 4th graders as well, according to their actual circumstances. This method was indeed commendable, as it was comprehensive and ensured that all prospective participants, regardless of their grade, could swiftly enhance their dueling capabilities. However, Clarence had failed to consider a crucial aspect. His exceptional dueling prowess was so formidable that it left the students participating in the training feeling utterly hopeless under his overwhelming dominance, adversely affecting their mindset. In simpler terms, during the dueling practice, Clarence inadvertently shattered their morale. Nevertheless, the opponents they would face in the competition were students from various magical schools, not Clarence himself. Moreover, this was merely a training session. Thus, it seemed perplexing why it would impact the students' mental state so severely. Although it was indeed just a training exercise, and the unique training method had significantly bolstered their abilities, the students found themselves unable to gain even the slightest advantage against Clarence, regardless of the strategies employed. They were thoroughly outmatched in every conceivable aspect. And even though Clarence had not exerted himself to the fullest, the rapid growth in the students' dueling skills did little to alleviate their crumbling morale. When Clarence first recognized this issue, he pondered whether the students were unable to perceive their own improvement due to his relentless superiority. However, upon informing them of their progress and advancements, the problem remained unresolved. Each time it was their turn to duel Clarence, they approached with downcast expressions. A few students even succumbed to despair, withdrawing entirely from the competition, unwilling to proceed further. At this point, Clarence found herself utterly perplexed, compelled to temporarily suspend the duel practice session to instead impart theoretical knowledge and techniques to her students. She intended to resume the dueling exercises once she devised a method to address their psychological barriers. However, despite her contemplation, no viable solutions emerged. It is essential to note that during the practice, she was already exercising restraint, which could hardly be described as leniency. It was akin to a vast ocean of forbearance. Yet, even under such circumstances, the student's mental fortitude crumbled. What recourse did Clarence have? As she sought counsel from her fellow professors, including Dumbledore. The students who participated in the special training wore expressions of numbness, questioning the very essence of their existence. Although they had entered the duel practice with an awareness of their formidable abilities, they had overestimated their prowess, only to realize that their experience was woefully inadequate. Their eyes, though not blinded, recognized that Clarence had been exceedingly lenient during their sparring sessions. Clarence's strength was universally acknowledged, yet the realities of combat and dueling are fundamentally disparate, laden with restrictions. Nevertheless, they found themselves comprehensively overwhelmed, their spirits nearly shattered. The disparity was so outrageous, especially considering how overtly Clarence had been holding back. Consequently, the students began to ponder the nature of their own inadequacies, questioning whether they were indeed too feeble, unable to withstand even a few lenient strikes during practice. This introspection sparked discussions among them, deliberating whether their ineptitude was the issue or if Clarence's prowess was simply insurmountable. Some posited that Clarence's strength was extraordinary rather than a reflection of their own shortcomings, and one student presented evidence to support this claim. What was this evidence? The student led the others to a special room filled with various trophies and medals that Clarence had won in competitions. The sight of an entire room adorned with such accolades dispelled their self-doubt, prompting them to acknowledge Clarence's unparalleled dueling abilities. After all, the accumulation of so many trophies, even over 7 years, let alone 70, seemed an insurmountable feat for them. In contrast, Clarence's renowned achievements suggested she had accomplished this in far less time. Thus, it was not their own inadequacies but rather the remarkable prowess of Clarence that seemed almost unfair. One student, struck by the overwhelming display of trophies, captured photographs and shared them on the Wizarding web. Initially, the post did not garner significant attention, but as word spread, an increasing number of individuals began to take notice. The public's attention on Clarence has unearthed various anecdotes from her academic years, revealing her participation in numerous competitions. However, the sheer volume of events, many of which were lesser known, has made it challenging to compile a comprehensive record of her achievements. Thus, despite attempts to chronicle her competitive history, the passage of time has hindered complete documentation. It is only upon witnessing the room filled with trophies and medals that one begins to grasp the extent of her participation in these contests. Consequently, previous visitors, lacking discretion, soon disseminated this information throughout the school, alerting all students to the existence of such a remarkable room within the castle. While students had previously seen Clarence's various trophies in the display room, they assumed those represented the entirety of her accolades. They were astonished to learn that the collection in the display room was merely a fraction of her accomplishments, with the majority stored in a separate chamber. This was necessitated by the display room's inability to accommodate the vast number of awards. Thus, the school had to allocate an entire room to house Clarence's honors. Upon viewing the vast array of prizes, students began to comprehend the extraordinary excellence Clarence had demonstrated during her time as a student. Indeed, the term excellent scarcely suffices to encapsulate her prowess. As students and the broader community fervently discussed this revelation, Clarence remained oblivious to the commotion while conferring with Dumbledore and several other professors in the principal's office. Even if she were aware, it would not have concerned her. Instead, her focus was dedicated to devising a solution for the students in special training, who were experiencing psychological breakdowns due to being overwhelmingly outmatched during duel practice. Chapter 83, True Combat. This challenge cannot be remedied merely by assigning another professor to conduct duel practice. If it were that simple, Clarence would not need to consult with them, but could simply approach Professor Flitwick or Snape for resolution. In truth, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that only someone of Clarence's caliber can elevate the students' duel skills so rapidly. Should another professor undertake the training, the results would not be as favorable. After all, despite the duel club having hosted numerous events throughout the previous semester, the students' progress in dueling has been disappointingly slow. This stagnation is attributable both to the club's relatively recent establishment and to Professor Flitwick and his colleagues, who, during their activities, allowed students to practice dueling amongst themselves with little direct involvement in hands-on training. In essence, their approach has been overly lenient. It is precisely because students have not been subjected to immense pressure that their potential remains largely untapped. Clarence's rigorous training, characterized by overwhelming pressure and an all-encompassing approach, serves to awaken the full potential of the students, resulting in rapid and evident improvement. Therefore, without adopting such an approach for specialized training, the outcomes will merely mirror those of the dueling club's activities, effective, yet painfully slow. Thus, the crux of the issue lies not in merely changing the instructor for the students' dueling practice. As I perceive it, a greenhouse cannot nurture towering trees. Consequently, The students are experiencing mental challenges due to this level of specialized training. This issue has starkly unveiled additional flaws in our school's educational model. In my view, the focus must extend beyond merely participating in the upcoming joint dueling tournament. We must promptly address the students' fragile mental fortitude and attitudes. The implications of Snape's remarks are strikingly clear. Hogwarts' traditional pedagogical methods have become outdated, necessitating a transformation. It is fortuitous that Clarence's concerns have provided an opportunity for Snape to voice long-held sentiments. As for why Snape harbors such thoughts, it is evident that he genuinely desires change within the school, as anyone with discernment can see that Hogwarts' educational approach is no longer suitable for contemporary times. Yet, no professor has broached the topic of reform, suggesting that Dumbledore and the other heads of houses have grown accustomed to their comfort zones, much like the students. This implies that while Dumbledore and his fellow professors are aware of the situation, they have chosen to sidestep the discussion for various reasons. Indeed, the ramifications of enacting change are substantial. However, if we persist in this manner, Hogwarts will inevitably encounter far greater troubles for failing to keep pace with the times. Thus, Snape perceives that they have become ensnared in their comfort zones, lacking the courage to effect change. Which is why he seized upon Clarence's inquiry to introduce the topic of reforming the school's educational methods. Nevertheless, in response to Snape's proposal, neither Dumbledore nor the other professors present showed any inclination to speak, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who, sensing the mounting tension, felt compelled to suggest that this topic be revisited later, emphasizing the immediate need to address the specialized training of students selected through rigorous evaluation. Ultimately, disregarding whether the school necessitates change, it is essential to recognize that even the desire for transformation cannot be realized merely through superficial discussions. It requires a gradual, step-by-step approach, as immediate implementation is unattainable. As Dumbledore redirected the discourse, the professors resumed their deliberations regarding potential solutions. However, after extensive discussions, they were unable to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Observing the professor's inability to propose viable strategies, Clarence reluctantly suggested that to prevent the selected students from experiencing a complete mental breakdown due to intensive training, it would be prudent to assign different professors to conduct dual training. Meanwhile, she would meticulously select the most exceptional elite students from each grade, personally guiding these 7 individuals through genuine combat experience. In truth, if one were to select merely one elite student from each of the 7 grades, there would be no necessity for actual combat training. The most outstanding elite students inherently possess formidable mental resilience and strength. Otherwise, how could they be deemed elite? Thus, if Clarence were to solely instruct these 7 elites, they would indeed withstand her rigorous training methods. It is not to say that all selected students possess fragile mental states. There are resilient individuals among them. However, Clarence could not justify abandoning the training of other students for their sake. Yet, the current situation compelled her to consider such abandonment, as there appeared to be no suitable approach to accommodate all selected students. Consequently, she had no choice but to focus on training the elite students from each grade, sacrificing the majority in the process. This decision, however, raised concerns regarding the training of the remaining students destined for competition, as their performance in the duel tournament could suffer as a result. In pursuit of Hogwarts victory or a commendable placement in the duel tournament, Clarence felt compelled to ensure that the selected 7 elite students excelled. Therefore, the intensity of their specialized training must be heightened, as Clarence termed it, real combat. For only through this could their abilities be swiftly enhanced. Is it not possible to include more students? Snape inquired, his brow furrowed. It is unmanageable. All my authentic avatars are occupied, and thus I must personally oversee the practical training. Should the numbers increase, it becomes exceedingly difficult to attend to everyone. And real combat differs significantly from mere dueling. If a student were to sustain injuries, or, heaven forbid, face death, I could heal them, or even resurrect them instantly. However, if such circumstances lead to psychological issues for the students, that would pose a grave dilemma. A single misstep could ruin a life. Real combat is unforgiving, as you are well aware, and there are countless wizards who have been rendered incapable due to such matters, Clarence explained with a sense of resignation. Snape fell into silence. For as Clarence had articulated, if one disregarded the psychological aspect, then no matter the number, Clarence could ensure their safety. However, when considering the mental state, as she had expressed, the brutality of true life and death battles was unfathomable, and countless wizards had perished as a consequence. Some had even met their demise at the hands of their enemies without ever having the opportunity to falter due to psychological issues. Chapter 84, True Combat 2. After devising a plan, Clarence departed the headmaster's office accompanied by Snape and Professor Flitwick, heading to a designated area outside the castle for specialized training of students. Their intention was to select outstanding elites from the 6th and 7th year students who qualified through a selection process, leaving the remaining students to be trained by Flitwick and Snape. On their way, Clarence had already summoned these students through the magical network, so by the time the trio arrived, the 6th and 7th year participants were already assembled. Clarence briefly explained the situation to the students before commencing the selection process. She chose familiar faces, selecting more than just 7, including notable upper-year students such as Percy Weasley, Oliver Wood, Penelope Clearwater, Cedric Diggory, Angelina Johnson, and the Weasley twins, along with younger students like Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Draco, as well as first-years Ginny and Luna. Clarence did not intend to personally oversee all of them in practical combat. Rather, among those selected, aside from the most exceptional from each year, the rest were potential candidates she wished to nurture from this moment onward. Consequently, their practical training could be approached with a gentler methodology. Clarence planned to personally guide the 7 most outstanding students in real combat, while the others would be sent to her nightly orders base at the church, where the knights would supervise them for a period. Of course, Clarence would not permit her knights to engage these students in perilous tasks. She would opt for assignments of lower risk to provide the students with practical experience. After selecting the individuals, Clarence proceeded to discuss the matter of leave with Professor McGonagall. This approval was not merely a school formality. It required communication with the students' families. Given the significant dangers associated with Clarence's plans for practical training, it was imperative to consult with the parents. Thus, obtaining leave proved to be quite a cumbersome task. Fortunately, those students whom Clarence deemed worthy and selected are indeed of exceptional caliber, and their parents, capable of nurturing such remarkable children, are certainly no fools. Although communication with the parents of these students proved to be quite cumbersome, the outcome was ultimately satisfactory. Not a single parent expressed refusal. As December commenced, Clarence transported these students directly to the headquarters of the Knights Order in Vatican through the use of a key. Prior arrangements had been made via the magical network with the headquarters, so upon their arrival, dedicated personnel were on hand to assist those experiencing discomfort from their inaugural use of the key for transportation. This was to alleviate their unease. Clarence, not lacking in compassion, granted these students a half-day respite to recuperate from the disorienting effects of the journey, with intensive training scheduled to commence after lunch. Some students made their way to their assigned quarters independently, while others required assistance to reach their rooms. Given the variances in individual physical constitution, the recovery speeds naturally differed. Even after treatment, the intense discomfort from the initial use of the key rendered many students unable to stand, which explained Clarence's decision to grant them extra time to rest. Once the other students had settled into their designated accommodations, his gaze turned to the 7 individuals he had intentionally retained. These 7 were the students from each grade whom Clarence intended to personally mentor through practical combat training. My expectations for you 7 will be exceedingly rigorous, unlike those for the rest of the group who, while they too will engage in combat scenarios, face considerably less peril. I will ensure they are equipped with various alchemical gear for their protection. However, your situation is markedly different. While you may not be the most powerful among them, you possess the most resilient and unwavering mindset. I have previously discussed with you the realities of life and death battles during our time at school and have cited numerous instances of wizards who faltered due to psychological weaknesses. The reason for selecting you 7 is my firm belief that you can withstand the immense pressure of real-life combat without succumbing to despair. You are aware of the purpose behind the school's selection process and my direct involvement in your training. To secure your victory in the duel competition or to achieve commendable rankings, the intensity of your training must exceed that of your peers. To maximize your potential, I shall not provide you with alchemical equipment. Rather, you will face the tremendous pressures associated with imminent danger, thereby unlocking your innate capabilities. Rest assured, I will not permit any of you to meet a true demise, for I possess the magic of resurrection, provided that the duration of death is brief. I can instantaneously revive any who may fall. However, this will also subject you to the agony of death and the profound sense of despair that accompanies it. Therefore, this is your final opportunity to withdraw. If you choose to exit now, you may engage in practical training alongside the others in a more gentle manner. So, does anyone among you wish to withdraw? Do not feel any shame, for when confronted with death, no one can truly remain indifferent. Observing the resolute gazes, no one chooses to withdraw at this moment, even though the majority of the 7 are young women. For instance, there is Luna from the 1st year, Hermione from the 2nd, and Xiao Zhang from the 3rd. In light of this, you may return to your rooms and rest, preparing yourselves mentally. After lunch, I shall escort you from the headquarters to commence your practical training. The distinction for the 7 of them, unlike Harry Potter and the others, is that they will not undergo several days of training as Knights Templar at the base headquarters before being assigned missions. After all, they are merely students who have yet to graduate, and it is unreasonable to thrust them directly into active combat. Thus, the Knights Templar training serves as a transitional phase, allowing them to experience the reality of combat and thereby sharpen their instincts. In contrast, Hermione, Luna, Penelope, and the others will face a different approach. Since the intensity must be increased, there will be no transitional period to adjust, and they will engage directly in life and death combat from the outset. After lunch, Clarence accepted a mission and took the 7 of them by vehicle to a location identified by the church's intelligence network, suspected to be a stronghold of a certain heretical cult. Chapter 85, True Combat 3. The church's mission requires extracting more intelligence from this cult's stronghold, while simultaneously sending all the heretics to their doom. This task was meticulously selected by Clarence before lunch, aimed at allowing Hermione and the others to practice and witness the shedding of blood. Upon disembarking, Clarence reiterated to the 7 that the cultists within the stronghold are utterly depraved lunatics, irredeemably lost. Thus, there should be no hesitation when engaging them. For if you hesitate, the enemy may seize the opportunity to retaliate, and it will be you who pays the price with your life. Although I will have Byman, Felson, Michael, and Kay accompany you on this mission, their responsibility will solely be to encircle the stronghold, ensuring that no cultist escapes. This means they will not intervene to rescue you should you find yourselves in peril. Therefore, do not hesitate, do not feel guilt for your actions, and do not lower your guard until the battlefield is entirely secure. Despite Clarence's numerous admonitions to refrain from hesitating before the operation commenced, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Had it not been for Clarence employing a silent and wandless technique to cast a protective spell upon them, it is likely that among the 7, at least 4 would have perished. Indeed, although Clarence had previously declared that he would not provide them with any alchemical equipment for their survival, nor would he intervene to rescue them in the face of mortal danger, opting instead to resurrect them posthumously to endure the agonizing pain and despair of death. These statements were merely intended to frighten them. More accurately, it would be impossible to allow them to experience the sensation of death from the outset. If he were to do so, regardless of how resilient their spirits might be, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Thus, prior to the commencement of their mission, Clarence discreetly cast a protective enchantment upon them, unbeknownst to their awareness. Furthermore, the so-called stronghold of the heretical organization they were tasked to confront was entirely fabricated by Clarence through his mastery of magic and alchemy, meticulously arranged as a special setting. Of course, the adversaries they would face were indeed real, yet they were merely magical puppets disguised as foes, making their attacks genuine, with the potential for actual harm should they be struck. Clarence's decision to deceive Hermione and her companions in such a manner stemmed from necessity. After all, how could there be suitably perilous tasks available for them to engage in training so soon after their arrival at the headquarters? Even though he had reached out to the Night Order in advance, no appropriate missions had been forthcoming. It is quite reasonable to surmise that the tasks assigned by the Stuart Night Order are inherently treacherous, and finding one that is not excessively dangerous and also lacks time constraints is nearly impossible. Thus, not only was this the first combat experience for Hermione and her companions fabricated, but the same would apply to the other students when they eventually engaged in their initial practical training. This is due to the absence of suitable missions and the reality that Clarence could not allow the students to witness bloodshed from the outset. Even in these uncertain times, there is no need for schoolchildren to truly stain their hands with blood, hastily nurturing them into genuine warriors. As the 7, tearful and retching, beheld the instant disappearance of the so-called stronghold, and the fallen cultists lying upon the ground shed their superficial disguises to reveal bodies constructed of wood and metal, they quickly grasped the situation. Each cast a resentful gaze upon Clarence, who approached them with measured steps. "Do not regard me with such eyes," he admonished, "for you are but children still attending school, and I would never allow you to truly experience the sensation of death. Yet, it is fortunate that all of this was conjured by my magic, and the enemies were merely magical puppets in disguise. Had it been genuine, you would have already faced annihilation. However, despite their abysmal performance, you have inadvertently experienced the essence of a true life and death battle, and you should now comprehend the sheer brutality of authentic combat. Therefore, upon your return to the headquarters, each of you is required to compose a 30-inch reflection on your gains and insights from this rigorous training. Do not entertain the notion of deceiving me, for this reflection is not intended for my scrutiny. If you cannot even be honest with yourselves, it signifies a grave irresponsibility towards your own lives. Should you succumb to actual death in subsequent training sessions due to such negligence, it would be entirely your own doing, and you would justly endure the agony and despair of death." After delivering this reprimand, Clarence used magic to cleanse them of their burdens and chose not to return directly to the Knight's headquarters. Instead, he led the 7 to a nearby bustling commercial street. He generously provided them with ample funds and encouraged them to explore, purchase items they cherished, or indulge in snacks. Clarence's intention was to alleviate the myriad of negative emotions that had arisen within them due to this training, although the task and the adversary were fabricated. In a bid to maintain authenticity and make them believe they were engaged in real combat, Clarence had meticulously concealed the truth throughout. In fact, Had he not proactively lifted the magical disguise, Hermione and the others might not have discerned the illusion. Prior to Clarence's intervention, they harbored no doubts and genuinely believed they had vanquished their foes, leading to the potential for psychological issues typical of genuine combat experiences. Even after Clarence revealed the ruse, thereby dispelling any psychological turmoil that may have lingered, he deemed it prudent to take them to a lively area to enjoy the vibrant atmosphere and uplift their spirits. He accompanied them in their revelries until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they returned to the Knights' headquarters. Naturally, during their journey, he reiterated the importance of keeping the details of their experience confidential from the other students. Should the remaining pupils become aware of the truth, Clarence would find himself in a predicament, necessitating the use of genuine missions to provide them with real combat experience, likely at the sub-base in America. Thus, having personally endured the harsh realities of battle, if you wish to spare your fellow classmates from the genuine experience of death, refrain from disclosing any information regarding this mission. The 7 nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon their return to the Knights' headquarters and during dinner with their classmates, they steadfastly withheld any mention of their experiences. Regardless of the inquiries posed, Clarence, who had been closely monitoring them, felt a sense of satisfaction. Even if Hermione and her companions were to falter in their silence, they were bound by a minor enchantment imposed by Clarence, rendering them incapable of revealing any details about the mission. However, the ability to consciously refrain from disclosing information, as opposed to being compelled to silence by magical triggers, is undoubtedly preferable. Chapter 86, Transformation. For over half a month, the students underwent rigorous training at the headquarters of the Knights in the underground of Vandagong City. As Christmas approached, Clarence finally arranged for the students to be returned to their homes, allowing them to celebrate the holiday with their families. Upon returning, the students' families could scarcely recognize their own children. The transformation was indeed profound. Not only had their demeanor and aura changed, but their physiques had also developed significantly due to the training of the Temple Knights, access to precious resources, and continuous combat experience. After merely half a month apart, the drastic changes in their children left their families astonished. Naturally, such transformations brought joy to their families. Initially, Clarence had planned to return to the Ice Tower at Hogwarts to celebrate Christmas with Windsor. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself transported to the Knights' headquarters early that morning. Upon her arrival, Windsor promptly reported on a matter of importance. Clarence had previously communicated through the magical network with Hogwarts to propose the introduction of a close combat course or training for the students. During this special training period, Clarence had observed a critical issue that could easily be overlooked. Indeed, at the onset of their training, the students exhibited poor performance when confronted with enemies advancing upon them. This was likely due to their initial lack of combat experience, which allowed adversaries to seize the opportunity to close the distance. After all, a truly experienced wizard would hardly grant an enemy such an opening. Nevertheless, despite Clarence's awareness of this issue and her efforts to alert the students not to allow their adversaries to close in, it remained a challenge for them to effectively prevent such encroachments. More accurately, their inexperience rendered it difficult to thwart the enemy's advance. Although Clarence had addressed this concern and provided instruction, it was disheartening that so few students could extrapolate from the lessons learned. While the majority showed some improvement upon receiving guidance, once faced with a more complex environment or deceptive tactics from an enemy, most students would become bewildered, unsure of their next steps. Only a select few managed to grasp the essence of adaptability and could think critically in response to changing circumstances. Fortunately, the 7 individuals she selected belonged to that rarest of groups. Otherwise, Clarence would certainly have faced a considerable headache. These students, chosen for intensive training at the Knights' headquarters, are among the most exceptionally gifted across various grades at Hogwarts. The fact that even these students faltered in close encounters with enemies speaks volumes about the abilities of the rest who were not selected. Thus, upon recognizing the severity of the situation, Clarence initiated discussions with the school via the magical network regarding the introduction of close combat courses or related training. The aim of such courses is not to transform students into masters of hand-to-hand combat, but at the very least, to equip them with some fundamental techniques. This would serve to mitigate the inherent vulnerability of wizards, who primarily excel as long-range spellcasters. During her report, Windsor also articulated the challenges faced by the school. There is virtually no professor proficient in close combat. Even Dumbledore's rudimentary combat skills would not impress those who are truly adept. Furthermore, wizards capable of integrating displacement spells, such as apparition, into practical combat scenarios are exceedingly rare. As for Professor Flitwick, the dueling master, while his dueling prowess is indeed formidable, he too lacks expertise in close-quarter combat. Thus, Clarence concluded, the school is in search of a genuine expert or master in close-range combat. Windsor nodded in agreement, confirming that Headmaster Dumbledore had mentioned he did not have any acquaintances skilled in this area within his network, which is why he asked her to inquire if Clarence knew of such a person. If so, Perhaps he could facilitate contact to see if they would be willing to teach at Hogwarts. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Clarence reflected on the matter. While he knew many who excel in close combat, particularly among the Knights of the Round Table, the likelihood of them teaching at Hogwarts seemed improbable. Windsor instinctively nodded in agreement, understanding the reasons behind her teacher's skepticism. Firstly, all knights, regardless of their order, are affiliated with the Church, and the relationship between the Church and wizards is widely known. Thus, the notion of having a knight instruct at Hogwarts appears quite absurd. Secondly, the knights are perpetually occupied with perilous missions, leaving little to no time to teach students at Hogwarts. Teacher, since we cannot enlist active knights, could we perhaps consider retired ones? Windsor suggested. To this, Clarence resolutely shook his head in refusal. As far as she knew, those who managed to survive until retirement among the Knights Templar were not only advanced in age, but also largely relics from over half a century ago, possessing exceedingly stubborn dispositions and ideologies. The most critical point was that they had all endured the previous conflicts and strife between the Church and the magical realm, harboring a mutual animosity. It was utterly inconceivable to expect them to teach students at Hogwarts. The fact that they could barely suppress their hatred toward the magical side was commendable enough. Expecting them to instruct young wizards was simply out of the question. As for the younger generation of Knights Templar, they were far from being of retirement age. It would be 3 to 4 decades before they reached that milestone. Thus, Clarence had no choice but to outright reject Windsor's proposal. While she was preoccupied with this dilemma, she happened to notice Byman and Felson entering the dining hall, engaged in jovial conversation as they prepared for breakfast. Upon seeing them, Clarence's eyes lit up. Among her Knights of Stuart, if one were to identify the true masters of close combat, it would undoubtedly be Byman and Felson. Even Eckhart, the seasoned Knight Templar, could not compare. Although Eckhart was indeed a Knight Templar skilled in close quarters combat, his true mastery lay in the sacred combat skills employed by the Order. How could he possibly rival Byman and Felson, both of whom hailed from the Crusades and had endured countless brutal battles? Moreover, Byman, Felson, and a few others were entrusted with the highest level of confidential duty, protecting the elderly Pope, thus rarely ventured out on missions and spent most of their time at the headquarters of the Vatican Knights. Consequently, inviting these two to Hogwarts as professors would not pose any adverse effects. As for the concern that their departure might leave insufficient hands to safeguard the Pope, the Order had evolved significantly over time. The original cohort of knights had matured, gaining extensive combat experience through countless life and death battles, and were now powerful enough to stand on their own. Selecting 2 from this seasoned group to oversee the protection of the Pope would not present any issues, nor would there be concerns regarding loyalty. With this in mind, Clarence resolved to discuss the matter with the 2 after breakfast, inquiring whether they would be willing to teach at Hogwarts. Half an hour later, Clarence found herself in her office with the 2 of them. Eschewing any unnecessary small talk, she promptly addressed the subject, proposing that they assume teaching roles at Hogwarts, focusing on imparting close combat skills to the students. She emphasized that it was not essential for the instruction to be overly intricate. The goal was merely to equip the students with the capability to defend themselves when confronted by adversaries. As for the task of safeguarding the elderly Pope, there is no need for you to fret. I can appoint 2 additional Knights Templar to assist, as the duration of their teaching may extend far beyond merely instructing the students of Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a hint of intrigue. Charged with the significant responsibility of protecting the Pope, they were not restricted from leaving the headquarters of the Order or even the confines of Vatican City. However, they seldom lingered outside for extended periods. They feared that their absence might create vulnerabilities in the protection of the Pope, granting adversaries an opportunity to strike. Although they were not originally from this timeline and felt little sense of belonging to the present era, prolonged stasis in one place inevitably bred a sense of restlessness. Now, with the rare opportunity to set aside their burdens and venture elsewhere, they were understandably tempted. After Byman and Felson agreed to teach at Hogwarts, Clarence subtly reminded them not to forget to discuss the matter of compensation with the headmaster, ensuring that their salaries were not unduly diminished due to her influence. In essence, Hogwarts was not lacking in funds. They should not concern themselves with saving the school money. They deserved to demand what they were worth, and even more, for otherwise it would be a disservice to their considerable skills. After Christmas, Clarence instructed Windsor to escort Byman and Felson back to Hogwarts. Subsequently, Windsor mentioned that Dumbledore, that old rascal, had appointed Byman and Felson as professors for the newly established swordsmanship course. Of course, the introduction of this course was not solely due to their expertise in swordsmanship. On the contrary, these 2 were proficient with a variety of weapons and were well-versed in unarmed combat techniques. So, why was the newly added course exclusively swordsmanship? Naturally, it was because the school, after deliberation, concluded that teaching students swordsmanship alone would suffice. After all, as spellcasters, wizards typically pursued close combat training merely to compensate for a common vulnerability, rather than aspiring to transform students into melee mages specializing in that domain. Even in ancient times, there existed a classification akin to melee mages among wizards. However, the decline of this classification was not without reason. While some wizards may possess extraordinary talent, allowing them to excel in both spellcasting and close combat, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Thus, the obsolescence of melee mages was entirely justifiable. History has demonstrated the fate of melee mages, and it is evident that Hogwarts shall not regress into such an outdated path, which is destined for obsolescence. The choice of swordsmanship over other weaponry stems from its practicality and aesthetic appeal. To put it bluntly, wielding a sword is undeniably impressive. As a magical institution tasked with educating its students, the faculty must also take into account the interests of the pupils. For instance, if the newly introduced course were to feature axes or one-handed maces, one might question the level of enthusiasm students would exhibit towards such a class. However, if it were to involve one-handed or two-handed swords, it would undoubtedly attract interest from both genders alike. Upon learning of this decision, Clarence could not help but admire the professors for their thoughtful considerations. This matter was soon relegated to the recesses of her mind, as students were gradually escorted back to the headquarters by the knights, preparing to engage in intensive training. This rigorous training persisted until the end of the term, concluding just before the commencement of final examinations. Throughout this training period, aside from Christmas, students devoted their time solely to practice, even during school holidays, remaining at the Knights' headquarters. Naturally, those who were selected but not chosen by Clarence seldom returned home during the break. Instead, they stayed at the school, continuing their dueling training under Flivy and Snape. Moreover, with classes suspended during the holiday, several professors remained on campus to partake in the excitement. Some even took to the dueling practice themselves, delivering resounding defeats to various students. These professors, while indulging in the thrill of besting novices, were not particularly adept at teaching dueling techniques. However, there were exceptions, such as Professor McGonagall, who instructed students on how to incorporate transfiguration magic into their dueling. Additionally, Professor Pomona imparted knowledge on spells that could rapidly cultivate special plants, thereby diversifying the students' combat strategies. Even Snape, recognizing that the regulations for the joint dueling competition did not restrict the use of potions, guided students on how to integrate potions into their dueling practices. For instance, he taught them to drink specialized potions to enhance their abilities or to disperse potions into the air of the dueling arena to hinder their opponents or amplify their own magical prowess. Though these tactics may appear somewhat underhanded and lacking in honor, they were quite popular among students from the other three houses, aside from Gryffindor. Indeed, many clever students devised numerous alternative applications of these methods. Chapter 88, Finals and Holiday. What is particularly intriguing is that many students from Gryffindor, after being stealthily outmaneuvered several times during duel practice, have relinquished their pride. They have also begun to explore the use of potions during these dueling exercises, developing methods that are more insidious and cunning than those employed by students from the other three houses. This shift is born out of necessity. Otherwise, their opponents would exploit unique spells to disperse potions into the air, effectively containing them within the arena. The Gryffindor students often remain oblivious to the specific potions their adversaries utilize, let alone finding a way to counteract their effects. Even holding their breath proves futile, as the potions can gradually permeate through the skin into their systems. Initially, some Gryffindor students attempted to hold their breath and refrained from uttering spells, relying solely on rudimentary swordplay they had recently acquired, managing to achieve a fortunate victory on one occasion. Furthermore, older students resorted to spells such as the bubblehead charm in an effort to filter the potions vaporizing into the atmosphere. However, with clever tactics on both sides, some students began to investigate methods that would allow the vaporized potions to infiltrate their bodies through the skin. Consequently, Gryffindor students found themselves in dire straits. Once the potions seeped into their systems, even consuming antidotes post-duel would necessitate a prolonged period for recovery, with no defensive strategies available. Thus, in a state of desperation, Gryffindor students reluctantly resorted to employing potions themselves. Perhaps due to their previous misfortunes with potions, Gryffindor students have developed a range of more treacherous applications and effects. So much so that even Severus Snape could not bear to witness their methods. It is also possible that the experiences with potions have opened a new realm of possibilities for these students, leading them to become increasingly devious and ruthless in their tactics. When Clarence returned with the students to the school in preparation for their final examinations, witnessing the dueling practices of the competitors was truly eye-opening. The treacherous tactics employed were astonishingly revealing. It remains uncertain whether the prior incidents involving potions have unlocked a new perspective for these students, prompting them to adopt even more nefarious methods in their use of other strategies. Even afterward, a friendly match ensued between the two sides. The students that Clarence had brought for practical training, while they did not lose in the duels of the friendly match, nonetheless suffered considerable setbacks, nearly finding themselves in dire straits. Severus, is it truly appropriate for you to instruct the students to employ such tactics in dueling? Clarence remarked, his eyes twitching in dismay. Although the primary purpose of this joint dueling competition was to simulate real combat conditions, it was still not genuine warfare. Furthermore, should the students achieve commendable rankings through such tactics, other magical schools might very well take issue with it. On the other side, Flitwick chuckled at the remark. Knowing well the unfolding events since Clarence had just returned, the students' underhanded methods had little to do with Snape, for he merely taught them how to utilize magic to vaporize potions into the air, and at most, offered a few pointers on the configuration, application, and timing of certain special potions. Thus, the blame for their insidious tactics could hardly be laid at Snape's feet. It was rather a product of the students' own inventive minds. This method is not one I have imparted. You would do better to inquire with the students of Gryffindor about how they devised such vicious tactics. Snape was eager to clarify, not wishing to bear the brunt of such accusations. Gryffindor? If you were to mention a Slytherin student, I would be wholly unsurprised. Even a Ravenclaw could be capable of it. Yet, I never anticipated that Gryffindor students could possess such cunning. Clarence expressed his astonishment. Snape let out a cold laugh, declaring, "This is the true nature of Gryffindor students. They are all serpents clad in lion's skin." Upon hearing Snape's assertion, Clarence could not help but burst into laughter. It is one thing to dismiss Gryffindor, but to say they are serpents in lion's skin is a notion I cannot accept. Even if they don a layer of exterior, can they truly exchange their intellect for that of a serpent? The implication being that Gryffindor students, fundamentally, lack the cunning one might associate with serpents. Yet, it was precisely this that made it perplexing as to why Gryffindor students would conceive such ruthless tactics. Could it be that a few of them were harboring secrets akin to black sesame-filled dumplings? Human nature is exceedingly complex, so the emergence of a few individuals with darker inclinations is not entirely unusual. After this matter, Clarence resumed his inquiries, asking what the school intended to set as the passing score for this year's final examinations. Considering that selections had already commenced shortly after the school year began due to the joint dueling competition. As the first semester approached its conclusion in early December, Clarence took a group of students to Vatican City for specialized training, while those remaining at school were equally engaged, receiving instruction from their professors. The time available for actual study was exceedingly scarce, and during class, in an effort to expedite the students' progress, the professors employed a rather forceful method of rote learning, essentially cramming the course material into their minds. This situation persisted until the end of the term, rendering the outcomes of the examinations all too predictable. Hence, if passing grades were not set at a lower threshold, it was likely that the students participating in the special training would face complete failure. Upon hearing Clarence's inquiry regarding this matter, Snape seemed to recall something, lowering his voice to inform her of the school's arrangements for the final examinations. To prevent this year's examination results from adversely impacting the students' future career prospects, the school had decided to disclose the theoretical answers to the students in advance. As for the 7th year, aside from the 10 students intending to repeat the year and participate in the dueling competition, all others would follow the usual examination protocols. However, there would be some consideration for the 7th year students graduating normally. Snape's words trailed off, yet Clarence grasped his meaning without difficulty. She felt no resentment towards the school's arrangement, recognizing the necessity of considering the students' future employment in light of the impossibility of canceling the final examinations. Thus, this examination, resembling an act of cheating, was a rather commonplace occurrence. Even if the matter became known to the outside world, it would likely be understood. Snape had only mentioned the provision of theoretical answers to the students. What about the practical examinations? If students could not pass the practical component, then the entire semester of specialized training would be rendered a futile endeavor. Naturally, such privileges were reserved for those who had passed the selection process and participated in the training, while those who did not even qualify for selection would undertake the examinations as usual. Since they were not required to attend special training, their schedules remained normal. With the theoretical answers provided in advance, their theoretical scores were bound to be commendable, and they performed exceptionally well in the practical examinations. In this practical component, there were no students who failed. When the examination results were released, however, the students who had undergone special training, regardless of their individual scores, found little cause for celebration. After all, the underlying circumstances of this examination are well understood by them. In light of such pervasive dishonesty, even the highest scores cannot be regarded as a testament to one's own abilities. Thus, how could they find joy in it? Following the conclusion of the final examinations, the students began to pack their belongings in preparation for their return home. As for those participating in the training, the school had no intention of infringing upon their summer break for further instruction, as that would be utterly inhumane. However, the summer vacation is not brief, and should the competing students indulge excessively during their time off, leading to a decline in their dueling capabilities, it would all hinge on their own sense of responsibility. The school had already fulfilled its obligations, leaving the rest to the students themselves. Nonetheless, while the other competitors could enjoy a standard summer holiday, the 7 selected by Clarence were destined for a different fate. They were to undergo specialized training, and in the final month, they would learn practical advanced magic as instructed by Clarence. This final month was significant, as the date of the joint dueling tournament was set for the beginning of the new school term. For those attending from distant magical academies, they would depart in accordance with the International Federation's schedule. Additionally, spectators planning to attend would also make their way to England in August. Some of Clarence's close acquaintances and friends intended to visit England not only to witness the event, but also to reunite with her. Consequently, she would need to host these early arrivals around mid-August, leaving little time to instruct Hermione and her companions. In fact, Clarence had miscalculated the arrival of her acquaintances. By early August, a group of familiar faces had already landed in England, arriving a full 2 weeks earlier than she had anticipated. This necessitated an abrupt conclusion to her teachings with Hermione and the others. After seeing them safely back to their respective homes, she turned her attention to welcoming the early arrivals. This group comprised residents from the quaint town where Clarence had first encountered the Rebirth Gate during her travels. It was the influence of the Rebirth Gate that had caused many children in that town to experience magical surges, ultimately transforming them into wizards and leading the once ordinary settlement to become a wizarding town, later renamed Stuart Town. Thanks to her experience in disseminating magical knowledge within Stuart Town, Clarence found herself adept when it came to introducing the magical network in Foxtown in America. Despite the complexities of its situation, which included not only the residents of the Karen family, but also a tribe of werewolves. Thus, the town of Stuart holds a uniquely significant place in Clarence's heart, not to mention that it was the very first to erect a statue in her honor, providing a considerable amount of faith energy. During her previous visits, Clarence encountered David's family, particularly their daughter, Leonie, who has blossomed from the little girl nearly drowned in the pool into a young lady. In their casual conversations, Clarence learned that Leonie is currently attending Durmstrang, graduating 3 months early, driven by her fervent desire to witness the Quidditch match at Hogwarts. Consequently, after some deliberation, David and his wife consulted the opinions of the other townsfolk before making their way to England together. Upon their arrival, Clarence guided these familiar faces to the floating city that her true avatars were constructing. Although the floating city was not yet completed, the diligent efforts of her avatars, tirelessly working day and night with magic, had resulted in the establishment of certain areas. These sections were more than sufficient to accommodate all the acquaintances and friends who had traveled to England, even exceeding expectations. As a floating city, it had already been suspended in midair since the completion of its foundation, no longer fixed to a particular location, but instead capable of soaring to various destinations worldwide through magical means. One might wonder if the sight of such a grand floating city hovering above the docks would incite panic. In truth, it would not, as the existence of this aerial fortress, built by Clarence, had become widely known across the globe since its ascent. Thus, the people, especially those in England, had long since grown accustomed to its presence. In fact, this aerial stronghold had evolved into a distinctive landmark of England, where, for its inhabitants, what obscured the sun was not merely clouds or fog, but potentially the floating city itself. Considering that more acquaintances and friends would be arriving soon, Clarence decided to suspend the floating city above the docks. It is worth noting that the residents of Stuart could access the floating city not through Clarence's use of disillusionment charms or portkeys, but rather through a newly relocated portal that connected directly to the floating city. This portal was developed by Clarence, integrating teleportation magic, ensuring a seamless experience without discomfort during transit. Of course, activating the portal required a considerable amount of energy. However, for Clarence, this posed no significant challenge. It is simply a matter of enhancing the portal with the ability to autonomously absorb magic from the air and store it, thereby addressing the issue of excessive energy consumption. Chapter 90. The competition commences. As September 1st approached, marking the return of students to Hogwarts, familiar faces and friends arriving to witness the event had already begun to reach England, where they were received by Clarence and temporarily accommodated in the floating city. However, as the floating city was not yet fully completed, despite its vast expanse, there were few attractions to explore. Consequently, some individuals, unable to contain their restlessness, sought to descend from the floating city to tour various locales across England. For these individuals, Clarence did not intervene much. After granting them access to the portal, he allowed them the freedom to explore at their leisure. They returned to the floating city just before the start of the school year, subsequently accompanied by Clarence to the nearby village of Hogsmeade. There, he utilized magic to construct a house imbued with numerous concealed extension charms, for otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate such a large number of guests. As for why they did not stay at the inns in Hogsmeade, although the innkeeper had magically expanded the space of the establishment due to the overwhelming number of guests, it still could not accommodate everyone. Hence, The innkeeper was urgently constructing additional houses, with each dwelling's interior also magically enlarged to its limits, yet demand still exceeded supply. Thus, Clarence chose not to trouble the innkeeper further. Instead, he rented a plot of land and constructed a house using magic. He also invested a considerable sum to hire the proprietor of the 3 broomsticks to ensure that his friends and acquaintances received 3 meals a day, along with late-night snacks, until their departure. Regardless of whether the 3 broomsticks had food supplies, after Clarence's generous expenditure, provisions were assured. Mrs. Rosmerda's culinary skills were quite commendable, as her friends and acquaintances thoroughly enjoyed the flavors of her dishes. The friends remained in Hogsmeade until the 2nd week after school commenced, at which point they prepared to attend the adjacent Hogwarts school for the commencement of the joint dueling tournament. Indeed, during the interval from the beginning of the school year until the competition commenced, those attending to observe could also visit Hogwarts, provided they did not disrupt the students' lessons. During this week of school initiation, the Ministry of Magic dispatched a construction team to build an expansive competition arena within Hogwarts. There were even specialized personnel tasked with establishing a magical array for live broadcasts, enabling the events to be simultaneously aired worldwide. The speed of magical construction was remarkable. Within less than a week, the large-scale venue for the competition was completed. The reason for the extended wait until the 2nd week was solely due to the absence of one participating school's team, which caused an additional 2-day delay. The schedule for the competition had been established well in advance, with all magical schools notified months prior. Thus, it raised questions as to why there was a delay. In truth, this particular team was not tardy at all. They had departed in accordance with the timeline set by the International Federation. This timeline was determined based on the distances between the various schools in Hogwarts, with the aim of synchronizing the arrival times of all participating teams. Unfortunately, this team encountered unforeseen circumstances en route. The magical vessel they were aboard suffered a mishap due to operational error, running aground and becoming ensnared beneath the waves for an extended period. Faced with the impending commencement of the duel tournament, the team leader resorted to the use of a portkey to transport the participating students to their destination. Given the considerable distance and the fact that many students were utilizing a portkey for the first time, they were not late. Rather, they found themselves incapacitated for 2 days upon arrival at Hogwarts, only gradually regaining their faculties to compete. As the collaborative duel tournament commenced, Clarence chose not to join his own school's contingent, but instead sat among friends and acquaintances. He observed as Bartemius Crouch Jr., an official dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to preside over the event, delivered an impassioned address from the podium. He articulated the purpose of the tournament and introduced the representatives from various magical schools seated behind him. With each introduction, he provided a brief overview of each institution, such as its country of origin, its areas of magical expertise, and the honors it had achieved since its founding. This allowed the audience, both present and those watching via livestream, to gain a general understanding of the competing schools, each of which was formidable in its own right, showcasing unique strengths and specialties in various magical domains. Notably, when Hogwarts was introduced, Bartemius spoke with particular emphasis, offering insights into the school's educational philosophy and approach, which were deemed more balanced, comprehensive, and safe in comparison to others. However, whether in person or among the livestream viewers, the mention of balance and comprehensiveness instinctively led many to perceive it as a lack of distinctive prowess. While their assumption held some truth, equilibrium often implies the absence of glaring weaknesses. It also necessitated a holistic enhancement of one's capabilities. A single deficiency would render the notion of having no weaknesses a mere jest. Moreover, the shortcomings of this well-rounded educational philosophy and approach are quite evident. While a genius may manage to excel in all areas, how many such prodigies truly exist? Consequently, after listening to Little Baddie's introduction of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the audience's initial impression was that it pales in comparison to other magical institutions, particularly when aware of the distinctions between light and dark magic. Spectators tended to regard the mightiest school as Hans's Durmstrang. However, it must be noted that Hogwarts is not perceived as the weakest. After all, it has produced numerous formidable and renowned wizards. To cite a few from modern history, Dumbledore, Newt Scamander, Voldemort, and Clarence Stewart, among others. These wizards are either exceptionally famous or possess immense power, and even Voldemort, the fearsome Dark Lord, emerged from this esteemed institution. Yet, despite its flaws, it stands in stark contrast to Durmstrang, which is primarily known for only one notable figure, Gellert Grindelwald. While Beauxbatons boasts merely Nicholas Flamel and others like Abe Jingming from the Ministry of Magic. How can these compare to Hogwarts? Therefore, in the hearts of the people, while Hogwarts may not hold a prestigious position in the global ranking of magical schools due to its balanced and comprehensive educational philosophy, it remains firmly situated in the middle tier. Chapter 91. The competition begins too. Little Baddie's introduction lasted over an hour, yet due to his eloquence, the audience remained largely patient. Finally, he began to elucidate the rules of the duel competition. Although the purpose of hosting this joint duel tournament was to ensure that the rules were more aligned with practical combat, Little Batty, after outlining the regulations, still emphasized notions akin to friendship first, self-improvement second, competition third, advising the participating students to refrain from using excessive force during the duels. Upon announcing the commencement of the competition, personnel approached him carrying a large wooden box. The audience watched with bated breath as Little Batty reached into the box, retrieving 2 crumpled pieces of paper. After glancing at them, he announced which first-year students from 2 respective schools would be dueling, while staff members noted these names on a display board. As a side note, apart from Hogwarts, which commenced its academic year at the usual time, all other magical schools began their terms 6 months earlier. This implies that the new students at these institutions also started their education half a year in advance. Hogwarts was aware of this early enrollment of new students. Furthermore, due to the venue being located in proximity to Hogwarts, the commencement of the recruitment for the new academic year cannot be advanced as it is for other schools. This is particularly relevant since first-year students from all institutions participate in the competition. If other schools were to begin their terms as per the usual schedule, they would be unable to arrive in England in time. The International Federation has firmly established the competition dates for early September. This arrangement will similarly apply to future editions of the joint dueling tournament. The rationale behind this decision is twofold: to ensure fairness and to showcase the educational capabilities of each magical institution within a limited time frame. For instance, while other schools may commence their terms 6 months in advance, this duration encompassing their summer break, it ultimately translates to only a 3-month head start in the academic year. A mere 3 months is, at best, half a semester, yet it suffices to demonstrate the educational prowess of these magical academies. Some may argue that even though Hogwarts, as the host, enjoys certain advantages, it is still somewhat inequitable given the 3-month disparity in instructional time compared to other magical schools. On the surface, this discrepancy appears unjust, particularly since first-year students from other institutions are competing on the same level as those from Hogwarts. This indeed places Hogwarts at a distinct disadvantage. However, the reality is not as straightforward. The advantages of being the host are more substantial than commonly perceived. For instance, the challenges posed by climate differences and lifestyle adjustments, alongside the fatigue from travel, mean that competitors often dive directly into the contests without adequate rest. The opportunity for an additional 2 days of respite this time arose from unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, a critical aspect lies in the equipment and items utilized during the duels. To elaborate on the various tools permitted in the competition, it has been previously mentioned that the tournament emphasizes practical combat, resulting in minimal restrictions. This leniency allows participants to employ methods typically limited in standard competitions, such as potions and magical plants. They may even utilize combat-capable pets and magical puppets. Regarding potions and plants, the competition rules impose few constraints on the types of magical items competitors may use, primarily restricting those that can cause severe harm or irreversible damage. However, there are limitations on the quantity used, with designated personnel documenting these before the contest. Once consumed, competitors cannot purchase ready-made potions. They must brew their own under the supervision of staff. The students representing other schools may have prepared potions and nurtured magical plant seeds in advance, bringing them along to Hogwarts. However, with each use, these resources diminish, leaving no opportunity for replenishment. After all, certain potions require a considerable amount of time to brew. Moreover, the majority of magical plant seeds can only be utilized once or twice before they lose their vitality entirely. Acquiring new magical plant seeds in England is not as simple as purchasing them. They must undergo a special nurturing process to awaken their dormant life force. Otherwise, they remain unusable. This nurturing method is also quite time-consuming. Thus, under the stipulation that ready-made magical items cannot be purchased, students from other schools find themselves with insufficient time to replenish the magical resources depleted during duels. Conversely, the Hogwarts students, while facing similar challenges, benefit from their status as hosts. They can directly access seeds that have already been infused with vitality from the school's greenhouse. Furthermore, they may obtain pre-processed potion ingredients from their peers in potions class. Although having pre-processed ingredients does not significantly reduce potion brewing time, it nonetheless provides Hogwarts students with a distinct advantage over their counterparts from other schools. In addition to magical items, there are also alchemical equipment and pets, which further enhance the host's considerable advantage. Consequently, the substantial advantages held by the hosts effectively level the playing field against first-year students, who have only 3 months of instructional time. Additionally, first-year students are not the primary contenders in the duel competition. That role is predominantly filled by upperclassmen. Thus, all schools have not realistically anticipated that newly admitted first-year students would excel significantly. The victory of a school is determined by the number of duel champions it produces, meaning that each school's total score corresponds to 7 points. aligned with the 7 grades. The school with the highest number of champions emerges as the ultimate victor. Should a tie occur, the ranking of the top 10 students from each grade will be used to determine the outcome. This straightforward system allows for clear visibility of winners and losers, ensuring that the achievements of champions from different schools are recognized while also allowing the victorious school to gain preferential access to educational resources from the International Federation. Indeed, the correlation between school rankings and educational resources in this collaborative duel competition is not widely known. It can also be said that the public is largely unaware that this joint duel extends beyond the students' competitions, encompassing a broader rivalry among all magical schools. Chapter 92. The commencement of the competition. Little Batty employed a method of random drawing to pair all participating schools. Once the matchups were established, a group of staff members commenced the next round of random selections, which determined the list of competitors from each grade. Following the random draws, the names of the contestants were meticulously recorded. It was only after the completions of these assignments that Little Batty announced the entrance of the first-year competitors from each school. Except for those who were to immediately take the stage for their duels, the rest were ushered into a waiting area, anticipating their turn to ascend the platform upon the calling of their names. The decision to allow the first-year contestants to duel first was driven by various considerations. Primarily, it took into account that the first-year students were newcomers, particularly those from Hogwarts, who had only attended a week of classes. To ensure that the first-year competitors could perform at their best, it was essential to shield them from the potentially intimidating displays of the upperclassmen. Furthermore, the number of first-year participants from each school was relatively small, allowing for a swift determination of victors who would advance to the next round. In addition to the aforementioned considerations, there was a desire to reserve the more intense and captivating duels for later in the event, thus enhancing the audience's enjoyment. This grand duel competition, hosted jointly by all magical schools, was not a singular affair, but rather an event intended to become a cherished tradition, promising numerous benefits for the future. Hence, the International Federation naturally aspired to make the competition as lively and engaging as possible. Seated in the observation area, Clarence engaged in casual conversation with a friend while keeping an eye on the first-year contestants from Hogwarts. Unfortunately, due to merely a week of instruction, even the most academically adept students, akin to Hermione, had not mastered many spells, particularly those lacking any offensive or destructive capabilities, focusing instead on practical magic. Engaging in duels with such spells paled in comparison to the prowess of those who had studied swordsmanship for a week. Although the new students from Hogwarts charged forth wielding wooden swords to duel their opponents, this display hardly embodied the essence of a wizard. However, the performance of first-year competitors from other magical schools was not significantly superior. Few exhibited proficiency in offensive magic, resulting in a similar fate where they resorted to close-quarters combat. Unlike Hogwarts, which had introduced a swordsmanship course the previous year, other magical institutions did not possess the same advantage, lacking the guidance of experienced instructors from the Crusades and the Knights Templar in close combat. In the context of first-year competitors, they ultimately find themselves in close combat situations. The students of Hogwarts, armed with merely a week of swordsmanship training, managed to secure a slight advantage, albeit a tenuous one. After all, what can one truly learn in just a week's time? The skills they acquired merely endow their swordplay with a modicum of practical capability, which is already commendable. Moreover, the physical attributes of 11-year-old children are inherently limited, and wielding wooden swords diminishes the benefits of weaponry. Thus, while the first-year students of Hogwarts hold some advantage in duels, it remains rather marginal. After the first round of duels concluded in the morning, Clarence assessed the situation and noted that the Hogwarts students had the highest number of contenders advancing to the second round. This analysis suggested that the final standings for Hogwarts first-year competitors would be quite favorable. Even if they did not clinch the championship, they were likely to secure several positions within the top 10. Consequently, when it came time to evaluate the school's performance, Hogwarts first-year scores appeared to be quite stable. As midday approached, the leaders and representatives of each school guided their participants, under the direction of the staff, into the castle. Meanwhile, the audience made their way to the area by the Black Lake, where magical tents had been set up by officials from the Ministry of Magic. Here, they would rest and enjoy lunch, with the option to remain until the conclusion of the tournament. Each tent's interior had been magically expanded to comfortably accommodate 30 to 40 individuals. Hogwarts assumed the responsibility for meals, catering not only to the competing teams, but also to the spectators. Despite the large numbers, Hogwarts was well supported by hundreds of house elves, whose unique magic was more than capable of providing for such a crowd's daily sustenance. In fact, it was not merely about 3 meals a day. Even the care of the students within the school posed no issue. Clarence's acquaintances opted not to utilize the designated rest area constructed by the ministry, but instead chose to reside temporarily in a crystal tower she had magically erected beside the ice tower. These familiar faces could stay in the tower during the competition or return to the neighboring village of Hogsmeade. After enjoying lunch and resting for half an hour, staff signaled that the afternoon events would commence shortly. As Clarence and her group made their way to the arena, they resumed their morning seats. Observing the competitors in the waiting area, who were quietly adjusting their states of readiness, she was acutely aware that, given the current number of participants, it would be impossible to determine a victor among the second-year competitors this afternoon, let alone accommodate the additional competitors from tomorrow, who might also be vying for a position in the next round of the tournament. Clarence had a general understanding of the participant distribution across each year at the various schools, noting that not only did Hogwarts boast the highest number of second-year competitors, but that this trend was consistent across all institutions. Following the second-year participants, the third and fourth years had a significant number as well, while those in the fifth and sixth years comprised less than half of the second-year cohort. Interestingly, the total number of seventh-year competitors across all schools was only slightly greater than that of the first-year participants. If the scarcity of first-year competitors could be attributed to intentional decisions made by the schools, the diminished number of seventh-year contestants stemmed from their own choices. This was hardly surprising, as soon-to-graduate seventh-year students possessed a more comprehensive understanding of their own abilities and strengths. It was not only the seventh years at Hogwarts who faced graduation examinations. Students at all schools encountered similar circumstances, with a keen sense of self-awareness. The majority of seventh-year students opted to forego the opportunity to repeat a year to participate in the dueling competition, instead choosing to focus on their impending assessments. Their awareness of their own capabilities and the anticipated performance in the competition led them to make this decision. In Chapter 93, as the competition unfolded, those seventh-year students who chose to repeat a year in order to join the joint dueling event either harbored great confidence in their abilities or were those whose academic performance had been lacking, leaving them with limited career prospects post-graduation. Thus, they sought to seize this opportunity to excel in the competition, believing that a remarkable performance could afford them an advantage in their future career choices. Nevertheless, whether motivated by self-assurance or the desire to improve their prospects due to academic struggles, the number of such students was quite small. Upon observing the multitude of second-year participants, Clarence felt an urge to leave immediately, unwilling to waste time watching the proceedings. However, upon considering her friends and acquaintances nearby, she dismissed the notion of departing. Though she no longer contemplated leaving the venue, her attention remained only partially focused on the duels occurring on the various platforms. Instead, her mind was preoccupied with analyzing different strategies and occasionally explaining the duel processes to her companions. For instance, she would elaborate on the spells employed by the two competitors on a particular platform, discussing their effects, lethality, and destructive potential. She would also assess the timing of spell usage, their advantages and disadvantages, and, drawing from her extensive dueling experience, unveil the tactics employed by the two contestants. The friends beside her were momentarily taken aback, and it was through Clarence's commentary that they began to appreciate the thrilling essence of the wizard duel competition. Regrettably, no matter how meticulously Clarence described the proceedings, the abysmal performance of the contestants overshadowed her efforts. What particularly soured her expression was when she narrated the duel of a second-year Hogwarts student, whose tactics were exceedingly unscrupulous and devious. Consequently, she felt embarrassed to elaborate too much, as it was rather disgraceful. However, her companions were not oblivious. They discerned the situation for themselves. Faced with their peculiar gazes, Clarence awkwardly sealed her lips. After a considerable wait, when the second-year Hogwarts student achieved victory through his exceedingly foul and insidious methods, her demeanor slightly improved. Yet, upon realizing that the next contender was yet another Hogwarts student, her expression darkened once more. She had anticipated that this student's tactics would be no less dirty and treacherous than the previous one. Indeed, her expectations were confirmed as the Hogwarts second year, immediately after the referee announced the commencement of the duel, produced a vial of potion. With no hesitation, he uncorked the bottle, took a sip himself, and then employed a peculiar spell to disperse a significant portion of the potion into the air surrounding the arena. His opponent stood there. A look of bewilderment etched across his face, seemingly puzzled by the act of consuming a potion at the onset of the duel. However, the referee, stationed at the center of the arena, appeared to have an epiphany. He swiftly drew his wand and cast a bubblehead charm upon himself. Indeed, the referee's action proved to be astute, for just after he had enchanted himself, the bewildered contestant collapsed, never managing to draw his wand, and thus lost the match in a most absurd manner. Upon inspecting the unconscious competitor, the referee, under the influence of the bubblehead charm, regarded the Hogwarts second year with an indescribable expression, akin to that of someone who had encountered something repugnant. He rose to declare the victor, but a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, filling his heart with an ominous premonition. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness like the previous contestant. Witnessing this, Clarence's lips twitched involuntarily, and she turned her head away, unwilling to cast even a fleeting glance at the arena again. Subsequently, Each second-year Hogwarts student who took the stage exhibited similar tactics. Their methods were either dirty or deceitful, or a lamentable combination of both. This method, indeed, lacks decorum and has incited considerable outcry from the audience, with some even vociferously calling for a prohibition against such tactics in competitions. However, the representatives from various schools seated at the podium, along with officials from the Ministry of Magic, paid no heed to the spectators' sentiments. After all, prior to the contest, young Barty had articulated the purpose and intent of this duel competition, asserting that, under the premise of practical application, the strategies employed by the Hogwarts competitors could hardly be deemed improper. Faced with the silence from the podium, the dissenters among the audience could only resign themselves to silence and return to their seats. Perhaps influenced by the Hogwarts participants, competitors from other schools began to resort to equally unscrupulous tactics in the subsequent matches. Initially, these dubious strategies seemed to confer an advantage. However, when pitted against the Hogwarts students, such advantages quickly waned. The other competitors, having only recently adopted these underhanded methods, stood no chance against Hogwarts students who had undergone intensive training for half a semester, specifically honing their skills in such tactics. In simpler terms, they could not compete with the more cunning and devious approaches of the Hogwarts students. Fortunately, not all second-year students from Hogwarts resorted to such treachery. Some relied on their genuine prowess in dueling. For instance, Ginny Weasley from Gryffindor and Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw showcased their skills through sheer talent. These students had garnered the attention of Clarence last semester and were subsequently trained at the Vatican. As the sun set, today's matches were paused. Clarence calculated that the number of second-year students from Hogwarts advancing was on par with that of the first-year students, thus securing a solid advantage, albeit one largely obtained through dubious means. Nevertheless, Clarence speculated that such tactics would likely yield diminishing returns by the following day. Furthermore, by revealing these strategies prematurely, the second-year competitors inadvertently jeopardized their upperclassmen yet to compete. Given that the tournament would not conclude in a day or two, it was quite likely that competitors from other schools would analyze Hogwarts tactics overnight, devising countermeasures. By the next day's matches, it was anticipated that the remaining second-year participants from Hogwarts would find their previously effective strategies less impactful. Of course, this did not imply a complete lack of effectiveness. After all, devising a counter-strategy to such insidious and unscrupulous methods was no simple feat. The essence lies in remaining vigilant towards the peculiar behaviors and actions of the Hogwarts competitors, preparing oneself with various defenses at the first sign of their antics, or even striking preemptively to thwart any sinister tactics they might employ. As Chapter 94 unfolds amidst the competition, it becomes evident that, as Clarence surmised, by the following morning, the participants from other schools had diligently studied these underhanded methods and devised appropriate countermeasures. Consequently, the remaining second-year students from Hogwarts, despite their attempts to employ an array of tactics, found their efforts largely diminished by the heightened awareness and defenses of their opponents. In light of this scenario, the advantages of Hogwarts' teaching methodology and its commitment to fostering well-rounded development among its students became increasingly apparent. Recognizing that devious tactics could not yield decisive results, the remaining second-year students began to treat such strategies as supplementary, opting instead to engage their adversaries with raw strength in duels. Furthermore, one must not overlook the first-year newcomers, who, after merely a week of swordsmanship lessons, managed to gain an upper hand in the competition. In contrast, the second-year students had been honing their skills for over half a semester, particularly under the rigorous tutelage of close combat experts, Byman and Felsen. This substantial training period has endowed the students with genuine combat proficiency in the realm of swordsmanship. Moreover, while the first years wielded mere wooden swords, their senior counterparts utilized blades of a more formidable nature. Their attack methods could range from long-distance magical assaults to close-quarter combat, with the potency of long-range spells being significantly amplified. This disparity in instructional quality is noteworthy, as Hogwarts boasts an exceptionally strong faculty. Thus, when casting the same spells, Hogwarts competitors exhibited greater potency and finesse, particularly in the realm of elemental magic. The students of Hogwarts clearly excelled in their understanding and application of elemental magic compared to their peers from other institutions. After all, the creator of the elemental magic system, Clarence, was part of Hogwarts. While being pressured during long-range spellcasting was manageable, if a Hogwarts competitor seized the opportunity to close the distance, they would immediately draw forth their non-edged metal swords to engage in close combat. The swordsmanship displayed by Hogwarts students, particularly among the male competitors, was characterized by a bold and aesthetically violent flair, while the female students exhibited a style that was both graceful and laced with lethal intent. Fortunately, as they wielded unsharpened knightly swords, their opponents were spared from the lethal consequences of such sharp techniques. Thus, in this contest of raw strength, the remaining second-year competitors from Hogwarts found themselves at an advantageous position. This emphasis on tangible strength added a captivating element to the competition. Regrettably, what captivates the remaining audience does not significantly elevate Clarence's perspective. The competitions among the second-year students from all schools spanned a considerable duration of 3.5 days before concluding. As evening approached, the subsequent matches for the third-year students were postponed until the following day. With the first and second-year students having completed their rounds, there was little to say about the unsuccessful participants. For those who advanced, should they wish to grace the stage once more, they would likely have to wait a while longer. Consequently, the temporarily idle first and second-year students grew restless, often sneaking away to the area where the audience resided in makeshift tents to procure goods or snacks from vendors. Their exuberance, however, led to some mischief within the audience's temporary lodging area, prompting the professors from Hogwarts and representatives from other schools to corral these young students back to the castle. Meanwhile, students from other schools were kept under strict supervision by their own representatives. The Hogwarts students fared worse, as they were compelled to revert to a normal routine, attending classes alongside those not participating in the competitions. Initially, the school intended to allow them to practice their dueling skills during this time. However, these youngsters failed to grasp the school's intentions, given their lack of initiative, and with the school unable to overtly continue special training. They were reluctantly escorted back to the classroom. As the host school, Hogwarts already enjoyed considerable advantages, and the blatant continuation of instruction for the advanced students seemed rather brazen. While openly it was unacceptable, privately, the professors could still provide guidance. However, the number of students receiving such private training was limited, focusing only on those deemed promising. Clarence was aware that her school's professors were clandestinely mentoring selected students, yet she had no intention of participating. Among those she considered promising were Hermione and her 6 companions, whose dueling abilities had reached their limits, leaving no room for further development unless their physical attributes matured to a different stage. In such a brief span, no significant improvement could be achieved, making self-practice a more viable option. As for dueling experience, Clarence felt no need for further instruction. Observing the matches would yield ample insights. The following morning, after breakfast, the audience flocked to the stands, eager to witness the impending competitions among the third-year students from all schools. The third-grade competitors, with the exception of those soon to take the stage, have all retreated to the waiting area, observing the match while adjusting their own states. As the competition commenced, it became evident that the third graders had undergone a qualitative transformation in their abilities. In simpler terms, a significant disparity had emerged when compared to the prowess of first and second graders. This phenomenon arises from the fact that, in any educational institution, students in the third grade begin to engage with a variety of elective courses beyond the core curriculum. The expansion of magical domains accessible to them has catalyzed this transformation in their capabilities. The essence of the wizarding magic system is inherently idealistic. The greater the mind, the more substantial the reality one can influence with magical power. How does one enhance the strength of the mind? Through continuous learning and the accumulation of knowledge. The more one learns, the greater the mind's power becomes. As third-grade students delve into elective courses, their exposure to diverse magical fields accelerates their growth, ushering them into a period of explosive advancement. The disparity in strength compared to lower-grade students manifests itself in the duel competitions, where the magical effects unleashed are more potent and impactful. Even the control and application of magic have become more vivid and agile. The wielding of magic seems almost animated, imbued with its own consciousness, transcending the conventional boundaries of sorcery. In Chapter 95, as the competition unfolds, the tactical maneuvers employed in duels have also diversified, surpassing the excitement of the previous day's matches. The audience's fervor has surged, with cheers echoing more vibrantly, contrasting with the subdued atmosphere of earlier days. However, it is not Hogwarts that shines the brightest in the third-grade duels. Rather, it is the students from the School of Magic who capture the majority of the spectators' attention. Armed with enchanted magical artifacts and unconventional magical companions, these students have captivated the audience. Such enchanted artifacts, long established in the Asian magical community, have historically lacked the potency and efficacy seen today. This transformation can be traced back to the magical scrolls introduced by Clarence during his academic tenure. Over the years, the Asian magical community has diligently researched these scrolls, ultimately deriving valuable alchemical techniques. By integrating these advancements into the original enchanted artifacts, they have significantly enhanced their effectiveness. It is said that the efforts to decipher the technology behind these magical scrolls exacted a heavy toll, particularly on the magical realm of Sakura country. Why must the magical realm of the Sakura nation engage in its own research to decipher spells, unlike other Asian countries that invest significant resources to acquire technologies from Clarence? Consequently, the costs borne by the Sakura nation's magical community are not as severe, yet who truly suffers? Even if they manage to imitate and successfully integrate certain techniques into their charms and artifacts, The disparity in technological advancement renders their efforts futile. Despite enhancing the potency of their charms, they irrevocably lose the potential for further technological evolution. Once they incorporate the magic scroll technology into their charm techniques, it is not the original charms technology that assumes dominance and critical importance, but rather the technology of the magic scrolls. With the supremacy and essential components rooted in Clarence's magic scroll technology, how can they aspire to advance further unless they gain comprehensive access to the scroll's techniques? However, this is a task fraught with impossibility. It is not merely a matter of whether the Sakura nation is willing to incur great costs for exchange, but rather whether Clarence would consent at all. Thus, unless the Sakura nation can restore their charms to their former glory, they will inevitably forfeit the chance for technological advancement. Yet, how could they willingly relinquish such a pursuit, particularly when other Asian nations have successfully exchanged technologies with Clarence and enhanced the power of their own charms? Those privy to this reality, upon witnessing the proud expressions of the duelists on the arena using their charms, secretly scoff at their short-sightedness. Some, unable to tolerate the arrogance of the Magical Academy students, feel compelled to enlighten the nearby uninformed spectators. Setting aside the ensuing consequences of this revelation, let us return to the events unfolding on the various arenas below. The third-year competitors from the Magical Academy, equipped with upgraded charms and shikigami, showcase remarkable performances, even gaining the upper hand against some of the less capable Hogwarts participants. However, it does not take long for the Hogwarts and other school competitors to devise countermeasures during the duels. While their strategies may vary, the objective remains constant: to temporarily ensnare the shikigami of the Magical Academy students using various tactics, followed by a concentrated assault on the opponents themselves, depleting their fixed supply of charm artifacts until a victor can be determined. The Hogwarts students, in their simplicity, resort to a straightforward approach, employing volatile potions into the air alongside a unique plant summoning spell, effortlessly securing their victories. Especially Hermione and Harry, who, without the aid of potions or magical plants, relied solely on their extensive duel experience and skills, along with the sheer force of their powerful spells, managed to secure victory with minimal movement. Among the students favored by Clarence, Ron Weasley stood out as the most impressive performer. Utilizing his exceptional defensive magic, he withstood his opponent's assaults and the entanglements of summoned creatures, ultimately closing the distance and decisively ending the duel with his swordsmanship. Ron's adversary was carried off the stage after being struck on the head by Ron's Metal Knight's sword, rendering him unconscious. Ron's approach, eschewing offensive spells in favor of defensive magic while boldly enduring his opponent's attacks, allowed him to swiftly conclude the match with his sword. This method of combat, imbued with a sense of raw brutality, naturally drew attention. Furthermore, clad in full leather armor of uncertain origin, his fighting style evoked the image of a medieval knight, inciting the audience's fervor. Thus, it is often said that Ron's dueling was the most spectacular among Clarence's favorite students. Although this combat style may lack technical sophistication, Clarence nonetheless appreciated Ron's approach. As the saying goes, simplicity is the ultimate form of complexity, regardless of the myriad magical techniques available. The essence of combat remains the same: to strike the enemy while evading their attacks. While Ron's swordsmanship may possess notable limitations, it is particularly strong in its defensive capabilities, placing him among the upper echelon of third-year students in terms of defense. Should he continue along this path and address his offensive shortcomings, his future achievements could be remarkable. The number of third-year competitors was somewhat reduced compared to the previous year's second-year participants, allowing the tournament to conclude in just 3 days. Subsequently, it was time for the 4th, 5th, 6th, and finally 7th years. In total, the first round of the competition spanned 8 days. By the morning of September 23rd, the qualifiers commenced the second round of duels. With half the participants from each grade, the second round lasted 13 days. In the third round, although the total number of competitors was halved once more, the duration extended to a full 10 days. This was due to the fact that, despite the reduction in participants, those advancing to the third round were all formidable contenders, resulting in only a 3-day difference compared to the second round. Chapter 96. Intertwined Parallel Timelines. This dueling tournament persisted for nearly 2 months before culminating in the grand finals. As November dawned, the festivities of Halloween prompted a 2-day pause in the competition, which then resumed for the final showdown. Among the participants from all 7 grades across the schools, only 14 competitors remained, standing in a line before the podium, quietly listening to Little Batty's final address before the decisive match. The purpose of this speech, beyond encouraging the 14 finalists who had bravely battled their way to this moment, was to reiterate the core values underpinning this grand contest. In essence, it was a reminder for the participants to exercise restraint. As numerous unforeseen incidents had transpired during the earlier rounds, it seemed that as competitors advanced, their skills intensified, leading to fierce confrontations where some suffered significant injuries due to their inability to hold back. Hence, Little Batty felt compelled to emphasize once more the spirit of the competition, particularly the motto of friendship above all, urging the final 14 to refrain from excessive aggression during their duels. Upon the conclusion of Little Batty's address, it was time for the staff to step forward and conduct a thorough inspection of the contestants' wands, equipment, and props. Given that this was the final round, such scrutiny was unavoidable to prevent any competitor from succumbing to unscrupulous thoughts in their quest for victory. The staff meticulously examined all of the 14 contestants' wands and their accompanying gear, nodding towards the podium as a signal that all was in order before exiting the stage. When Little Batty announced the commencement of the finals, the tradition held that the first years would take the stage for the concluding duel. However, before the referee could declare the match underway, a young girl named Clarence, seated with acquaintances in the stands, suddenly rose. Her expression one of astonishment as she gazed towards the distant castle. What could have triggered such a profound surge of spatial energy? Was someone employing a time turner? No. The time turner only manipulated temporal energy and wouldn't cause such a significant disturbance in spatial energy. The onlookers surrounding her, including Karen, the David family, and the 4 girls from Charlotte, along with nearby Windsor and Hermione, shifted their attention towards her. Clarence, what is happening? Carlisle inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor with concern. There may be an issue at the castle. I must go investigate. You all stay here and enjoy the match without worry. After reassuring her friends, Clarence executed a disapparition spell, vanishing from the stands in an instant. When she reappeared, she found herself at the back of the podium, just in time to witness Dumbledore conversing with a representative from a nearby school before rising to approach her. It seemed he too had sensed the disturbances occurring within the castle. I sensed a sudden and intense fluctuation of spatial temporal energy erupting within the castle. Before Dumbledore could inquire further, Clarence proactively revealed his discovery. Dumbledore seized upon the crucial detail. You mentioned spatial temporal energy fluctuations, rather than merely temporal energy fluctuations? You heard correctly. It is indeed spatial temporal energy, not merely a temporal disturbance. Upon receiving confirmation, Dumbledore hastened towards the castle, his mind racing with thoughts about what could possibly provoke such a violent spatial temporal energy surge. However, after meticulously reflecting, he could not ascertain a coherent explanation. As for why Dumbledore, in his urgency, did not summon the Phoenix Fox to transport him directly back to the castle, it was due to the ongoing final match, leaving the castle devoid of personnel and thus eliminating concerns of anyone encountering peril. Furthermore, the situation within the castle was intricately linked to the most dangerous and enigmatic aspects of spatial temporal energy. Although Fawkes possessed the ability for instantaneous travel, it was confined to spatial manipulation and did not extend into the realm of time. Therefore, in the face of uncertainty, directly teleporting back to the castle would be the most imprudent choice. The two hurried towards the castle, but unexpectedly collided with a student from their own school at the corner of the foyer. This student, in every conceivable aspect, seemed profoundly out of place. To clarify, Dumbledore and Clarence had unexpectedly encountered Hermione Granger. Yet, curiously, Clarence could not sense any magical contract associated with her, particularly not the one tied to the magical network. It is worth noting that since Hermione had taken residence in the Ice Tower, Clarence had frequently provided her with magical enhancements, ensuring she had signed numerous contracts, including the essential magical network. What was even more peculiar was that she wore the emblem of Gryffindor upon her robes. Upon seeing Dumbledore, she greeted him with the utmost respect. However, when her gaze fell upon Clarence, she was momentarily captivated, struck by his otherworldly beauty and demeanor, her eyes reflecting a sense of unfamiliarity. It was reminiscent of their first encounter, where Hermione had expressed similar astonishment. Clarence, pondering, tentatively inquired, "Hermione Granger?" "Yes, I am Granger. May I inquire who you are?" She instinctively replied upon hearing her name uttered by such an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Witnessing the girl's response and demeanor, Clarence and Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance, each recognizing a shared understanding in the other's eyes. Eliminating all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how astonishing, must be the truth. The truth is that the Hermione Granger before us has traversed from a parallel universe. Dumbledore is certainly no fool. By observing Hermione's attire and her reactions, coupled with the reasons behind their return from the arena to the castle, he could surmise the situation. For Clarence, the deductions were even more straightforward. Not sensing any magical contract emanating from Hermione, combined with the Gryffindor emblem adorning her uniform and the sudden surge of temporal energy within the castle, he quickly concluded that this Hermione was likely not from their world, but rather from a parallel dimension. Furthermore, prior to her departure from the viewing platform, Hermione had been seated not far from her student, Windsor. Chapter 97. Intersecting Parallel Timelines 2. Sensing the potent temporal energy radiating from the young girl, Clarence sighed and relayed his analytical deductions to Dumbledore. If my analysis is correct, the prolonged joint duel tournament held here for nearly 2 months, with so many wizards congregated within the castle, has resulted in an overwhelming accumulation of magical energy. This vast amount of absorbed magic has reached a threshold capable of inducing a qualitative transformation. At the precise moment when the parallel world's Hermione activated her time turner, the castle's absorption of magic had triggered this transformation. The temporal energy drawn by the time turner, combined with the peculiar circumstances surrounding Hogwarts, resulted in the intersection of the temporal dimensions of both worlds, thereby bringing the parallel Hermione into our realm. Despite the complexity of Clarence's analysis, it can be succinctly summed up. The parallel Hermione was inadvertently transported to this world's Hogwarts castle by the time turner. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore found merit in Clarence's deductions. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by the parallel Hermione. What do you mean, parallel world? Are you suggesting that I am no longer in my original world? Calm down, Miss Granger. I would expect that even a version of you from a different world should maintain composure in the face of adversity, Clarence reassured her. Whether it was the effect of Clarence's words or the influence of her own lineage and skills, the young girl soon regained her tranquility. Once she had collected herself, Clarence continued, Miss Granger, please lead Dumbledore and me to the location where you used the time turner. If we hurry, we may yet be able to return you directly to your world. Upon hearing these words, the young girl momentarily froze, and then immediately turned on her heel and began to jog away, without inquiring what would happen if she were late, nor considering whether the elderly Dumbledore could still manage to run. When the trio arrived at the location in the parallel world where Hermione utilized the time turner, the other two, aside from Clarence, were already panting heavily. The young girl, in truth, was not lacking in stamina or physical condition. Her distress and anxiety were the primary causes of her state. As for Dumbledore, it was simply a matter of age, unable to endure such vigorous exertion. After Clarence carefully sensed the surroundings, he smiled at the young girl, assuring her that they had indeed arrived in time. Otherwise, once this peculiar spatio-temporal energy dissipated completely, she might have to wait an eternity to return to her own world. Before the girl could respond, Clarence transformed the ring-shaped Ceraville into a wand and began to cast a spell upon the remaining spatio-temporal energy in the air. However, just as Clarence reached a critical moment in his incantation, a fervent cheer erupted from the competition arena outside. Particularly, the audience within the stadium inadvertently unleashed a surge of magical power, which intensified alongside their applause. The castle began to absorb and store that immense magical energy normally, without any consequence. Yet, it was precisely at this crucial moment in Clarence's spellcasting that the unexpected occurred. Thus, the parallel world's Hermione Granger was successfully sent back, but accompanying her were Clarence and Dumbledore as well. Perhaps due to the identical environment and the presence of both Dumbledore and Clarence, the parallel world Hermione believed she was still in her original location. When faced with the girl's puzzled gaze, Clarence reluctantly explained that she had returned to her own world, and that he and Dumbledore had accidentally followed her. Hermione's face initially lit up with joy, but upon contemplating the situation of the two before her, she quickly restrained her expression, casting a furtive glance at Dumbledore, who was fixedly observing her, and at Clarence, who had closed his eyes as if sensing something. Alas, the trio's transit through the parallel dimension had completely exhausted that special energy. Fortunately, I had previously intercepted a trace of it. As he spoke, Clarence retrieved the special time turner from the pendant box and infused the intercepted trace of spatio-temporal energy into it for safekeeping. All they could do now was wait patiently until the temporal energy within the converter transformed entirely into this special spatio-temporal energy, allowing them to return to their original world. Though the parallel world's Hermione did not fully comprehend the details, she grasped the general idea, realizing that Clarence and her companions possessed a means to return. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. She did not wish to burden others due to her own predicament. Well, Professor Dumbledore, since you and this esteemed professor cannot return for the time being, would you care to meet the headmaster of our world? Upon hearing the young girl's inquiry, Clarence shifted her gaze toward Dumbledore. What do you imply? Dumbledore replied, somewhat evasively. If my assumptions are correct, my counterpart in this world should have already arrived. As if responding to his words, a burst of flame suddenly appeared before the three, and when it dissipated, another Dumbledore stood expressionless before them. Apart from their differing attire and the phoenix, Fawkes, perched upon one shoulder, the two Dumbledores were indistinguishable, even sharing the same expression. The Dumbledore from this world did not immediately inquire about the situation. Instead, he scrutinized the figure that mirrored his own appearance. He hardly glanced at Clarence, showing little interest in her presence, as if the unfamiliar stranger before him were inconsequential. Yet, it was not that the parallel Dumbledore disregarded Clarence. In his eyes, the other self held greater significance. One is already quite bothersome, and now there's another. Clarence could not contain her disdain as she observed the two Dumbledores silently appraising one another. The tone of her complaint was palpable, even to Hermione, who sensed the underlying irritation. This awareness caused the young girl to instinctively lessen her own breathing. Perhaps it was Clarence's remark that shattered the silence between the two Dumbledores. The parallel Dumbledore was the first to smile, inviting them to his office for a more detailed discussion. His openness stemmed from not detecting any malice from Clarence and her companions, even noting that they possessed privileges within Hogwarts Castle. Otherwise, he would not have been so accommodating. While many things could be disguised through various means, the privileges of Hogwarts were not so easily feigned. Additionally, Fawkes' presence further corroborated their authenticity. Chapter 98. Intertwined Parallel Timelines 3. These clues and circumstances indicated that they were indeed another version of himself, another self from a different world. The three followed the parallel Dumbledore to the headmaster's office, where the third individual awaited, none other than the parallel world's Hermione Granger. The origin of the events was precipitated by her use of the time turner. Thus, as a pivotal figure, she too must accompany the others. Upon entering the headmaster's office and taking their seats, the parallel universe's Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Hermione and inquired about the circumstances leading up to the current situation. The young girl, still perplexed and unable to grasp the specifics, found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was recount her experiences in detail, after which there was little left to say. Once the parallel Hermione finished her account, Clarence briefly shared her previous speculations and analyses. She then addressed the parallel universe's Dumbledore, indicating that the two of them would only remain in this world for a short time. Once they had accumulated sufficient temporal energy for conversion, they would return to their own world. As for accommodations, there was no need for assistance, as she and Dumbledore, she and Albus, would find their own lodging. Furthermore, I would advise you to refrain from inquiring too deeply about our world, for knowing too much could prove detrimental to both you and your universe. After finishing her statement, Clarence rose and signaled to Albus with her eyes that it was time to depart. Since their encounter with his counterpart in this world, Albus had remained silent. But upon receiving her cue, he cast a lingering glance at his parallel self before standing up, resolved to follow Clarence. As she noticed him rise, she placed a hand on his shoulder, preparing to cast the disapparition spell for their departure. However, before Clarence could execute her spell, the office door was abruptly flung open. Rumors from Hogsmeade suggested that someone had spotted Sirius Black in Dufftown, and I believe this matter. Before he could finish his sentence, he halted, taken aback by the scene before him. To be precise, the presence of two Dumbledores in the office rendered the intruding Snape speechless, completely forgetting what he intended to say. The sudden arrival of Snape not only interrupted Clarence's incantation, but also prompted the previously silent Albus to inquire after a brief moment of bewilderment. If I recall correctly, Sirius Black should still be imprisoned in Azkaban, right? Before the parallel Snape and Dumbledore could respond, Clarence preemptively reminded, Albus, do not forget that this is a parallel universe. It is not the same as ours. A parallel universe. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Snape was initially astonished, but soon his expression shifted as if he had made a realization. Trembling with excitement. A parallel universe. If it is indeed a parallel universe, then Lily. Albus found it rather peculiar that Severus reacted so exceptionally, from his understanding of the man. Severus should have first sought confirmation regarding whether he and Clarence truly hailed from a parallel world. Only upon establishing this fact would he begin to inquire about other matters. Yet now, it seemed as though he accepted it outright. Was it due to the mention of Lily? Lily Evans, perhaps? Albus indeed remembered that remarkable student. She appeared to be a close friend of both Severus and Clarence. However, he could not fathom this conundrum. While the Dumbledore from the parallel universe along with Clarence seemed to grasp it effortlessly, the parallel Dumbledore, needless to say, was acutely aware of Severus's profound affection for Lily Evans, now referred to as Lily Potter. As for Clarence, her understanding was equally evident. Thus, both recognized the true reason behind Severus's uncharacteristic acceptance without verification. The underlying truth was that he might not genuinely believe in a parallel world. Rather, he yearned to learn that Lily was alive in another realm, flourishing and content. Even if this revelation were merely a deception, it was sufficient for him. Oh, even in a parallel universe, the you who treads along the original path of destiny still manages to evoke such frustration, Clarence remarked, her irritation palpable. Without awaiting Severus's response, she proceeded to share the general circumstances of Lily in her world. Rest assured, in our world, Lily is thriving. After graduation, she opened a shop in Diagon Alley with her friend Mia. Moreover, I have urged your counterpart several times to cease his hesitations and promptly propose to Lily. Yet, it remains a mystery why he is yet to take any action. Clarence's words carried significant implications. At the very least, both Dumbledores gleaned considerable information from her statement. However, the parallel Severus, perhaps due to the subject of Lily, lost his usual composure. Merely hearing that Lily was doing well in another world, and that this woman before him had encouraged his other self to propose to her, despite the fact that her counterpart had not married Lily, indicated that their relationship was likely more than mere friendship. Of course, He could discern from Clarence's familiar tone that her relationship with his other self appeared quite amiable. After all, one does not concern themselves with another's matrimonial affairs unless there is a significant bond. Observing Severus's anxious demeanor, Clarence pondered for a moment before retrieving a photo album from her locket and magically transferring it into his hands. This album is a gift for you. Upon receiving the album, Parallel Snape felt an overwhelming eagerness to glimpse the photographs within, yet he handled it with utmost care, as if fearing that even the slightest exertion might damage this cherished keepsake. As he opened the album, he discovered a group photo on the back of the cover. Judging by the attire of the 4 individuals in the picture, it appeared to have been taken at their graduation. Among them were himself and Lily, while the other 2 were the present Clarence and an unfamiliar girl. The title page also bore 2 photographs. The upper one depicted the 4 during a picnic, likely captured in their childhood, given their heights and appearances. The lower image featured the same 4 individuals enjoying another picnic, but this time as adults. In the photograph, each wore floral crowns, and their hands were either holding beverages or grilled meats, their smiles radiant as the sun. Even the other version of himself displayed a gentle smile, evoking feelings of envy and jealousy in Parallel Snape, causing his eyes to redden. Chapter 99. The Prisoner of Parallel Azkaban. Although Clarence felt a deep sense of pity for Parallel Snape's fate, it was merely that, pity. After all, he was not the dear friend she had grown up with in her own world. Thus, the only solace she could offer was to present him with the treasured album and bestow a sympathetic glance before reaching out to rest her hand once more on Albus's shoulder. "Clarence, let us go to Godric's Hollow," Albus suggested earnestly. "Very well, it matters not where we go, if that is your wish. Then we shall indeed venture to Godric's Hollow." The moment the words left her lips, their figures vanished from the headmaster's office, leaving behind Dumbledore. His eyes slightly widened in astonishment at Clarence's ability to perform apparition within the school, even bringing someone along for the journey. Meanwhile, Snape remained engrossed in the album, unaware that Clarence and the others had already departed. Only after a prolonged silence did Hermione timidly inquire of the headmaster if she might take her leave. As for the subsequent events at Hogwarts, neither Clarence nor Albus were privy to them, for upon their arrival in Godric's Hollow, Clarence initially intended to conjure a dwelling with magic for their temporary accommodation. However, Albus interrupted her, suggesting they could stay at his former residence. Having a ready-made house for temporary lodging alleviated Clarence's desire to conjure one herself, so she followed Albus to what he referred to as his old home. Upon arriving, they were met with the sight of what remained, a mere ruin. "So this is your so-called old home. It seems a bit too dilapidated, doesn't it?" Albus offered no response. Instead, he withdrew his wand and cast a spell upon the desolate ruins before them. As he beheld the house restored by magic, Clarence smacked her lips in contemplation. Though it still bore the marks of age, it was habitable, and that sufficed. Upon entering the old abode, Albus suggested she could reside in the room of his sister, Ariana, noting the deliberate emphasis he placed on Ariana's name. And recalling that he had indeed been the one to insist on coming to Godric's Hollow, Clarence began to question this man's true motives. Her large, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "You're not intending to have me resurrect that Ariana, are you?" As Albus fell into silence, she felt compelled to remind him. "If you haven't forgotten, this is not our world. So, are you truly wishing to resurrect your Ariana from this parallel realm instead?" "Yes, Clarence. I wish to implore you to revive the Ariana of this world. I can offer the Elder Wand as a price," Dumbledore pleaded, even producing the Elder Wand as an incentive for her assistance. Naturally, Clarence had no need for the Elder Wand, even if it was one of the Deathly Hallows. Had this old man made such a request in their original world, she might have genuinely considered resurrecting Ariana, but they were currently in a parallel universe. Thus, the old man's request to revive this realm's Ariana raised her suspicions. Was he seeking to aid his counterpart in this world, hoping to rectify a grievous mistake he deeply regretted? Puzzled by this, Clarence found herself without an answer from the old man, initially inclined to refuse. She was swayed by the pleading and hope reflected in his gaze, leading her to sigh inwardly. I lack the various materials required for the resurrection ritual." Realizing her reluctant acquiescence, Dumbledore immediately smiled, assuring her that he would take responsibility for gathering all necessary materials, leaving her to prepare the ritual's magical circle. She assumed that gathering such materials would take him several days. However, to her astonishment, before evening had even arrived, he presented her with a small wooden box, claiming it contained all the materials needed for the resurrection ceremony. Upon opening the box and inspecting its contents, Clarence shot him a speechless glance. She harbored doubts that these materials had been collected by him within this parallel world. If her instincts were correct, he had likely begun gathering them ever since witnessing her revive the Peveril Scion and Riddle. It was even possible that he had attempted the resurrection ritual himself. Regardless of whether he has attempted it himself, one undeniable truth remains. Even if he were to meticulously replicate his own magical ritual, he would be incapable of truly resurrecting any individual. The ability of Clarence to revive both the Pink Lady and Riddle is fundamentally attributed to her second guardian, Sally, and the authority bestowed upon the artificial underworld. In simpler terms, the success of a resurrection does not solely hinge on the ritual itself. Thus, whether he has made an attempt or not, success is unattainable for him, as he utterly lacks the crucial authoritative power. Does he truly believe that resurrecting the deceased is as simple as a mere whim? Furthermore, Clarence has never mentioned the materials required for the process. How, then, does he come by this knowledge? Before she could articulate the additional components necessary for the resurrection ceremony, the old fellow had already summoned a blank portrait from within the house using magic. This portrait belonged to Ariana, and I have already informed her. She shall return shortly, with all the essential materials at hand, including the soul of the individual to be resurrected. Clarence had little else to say but to find a suitable location to commence the arrangement of the magical circle required for the ceremony. Of course, the character depicted in the portrait does not represent a true soul, or rather, not a complete one. Thus, prior to the resurrection, Ariana's soul must be summoned back to the mortal realm, just as Clarence had successfully revived Ariana before she could explain the situation to the young girl. The old estate's grand door was forcefully flung open, and an intruder stormed into the house. Upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, Clarence had to suppress the fury swelling within her and gradually retract the terrifying magical pressure she had inadvertently released. It turned out that the intruder was none other than the Dumbledore of this world, accompanied by his brother Aberforth. The three of them embraced one another, weeping loudly. While Clarence cast a sidelong glance at Aberforth, pondering how these two had learned of her intentions to resurrect Ariana. "Did you inform them?" Aberforth did not respond verbally. He merely smiled and gestured toward a portrait on the opposite wall. When Clarence glanced over, the elderly woman depicted in the portrait smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, so it was your household's portrait that conveyed the message." Chapter 100. The Prisoner of Parallel Azkaban. Glancing at the time, Clarence made her way to the sofa and sat down, utilizing her privileges as a Hogwarts authority to summon a house elf. She requested that it bring her the evening meal from the school, while Aberforth took the opportunity to order an additional 4 servings. Once the food arrived, neither Clarence nor Aberforth waited for the other 3 to join them. Instead, they began to indulge in their meal. It was not until the 2 were nearly finished that the other 3 finally arrived hand in hand. In response to the gratitude expressed by Dumbledore and Aberforth, Clarence raised a hand to halt them, saying, "There is no need for thanks. The one who requested my assistance has already paid the requisite price." The notion of a price intrigued Dumbledore, who, glancing at the ancient wand resting on the coffee table, instinctively caressed the one he carried with him. His lips pursed in a manner that suggested he was on the verge of speaking, but withheld. His expression revealed a misunderstanding, yet Clarence remained oblivious. And even if she had noticed, it would not have mattered to her, for the price she referred to was not the ancient wand at all. It was only the following morning, when Dumbledore observed that the wand still lay on the coffee table, that he realized his misconception. The price might not pertain to the wand itself. Alternatively, it could be that Clarence did not regard the old wand with any significance. That night, Clarence found herself residing in Ariana's room, sharing space with the recently resurrected young girl. The reason for their cohabitation stemmed from the lack of available rooms in the old estate, coupled with Clarence's intention to transform the darkness within the young girl into a force of light. Indeed, while resurrecting her, she also inadvertently revived the darkness. This was an unavoidable consequence, as that darkness had already tainted the girl's very soul. Unless the portion of her being that had been corrupted was excised, the darkness would inevitably return alongside her revival. Although Clarence had previous experience in transforming darkness into light with her student, Windsor, the process remained quite cumbersome. What sort of price had Aberforth paid to persuade Clarence to intervene? In truth, he had not paid any price, and neither the old man nor the other 2 were aware that the revival of Ariana had simultaneously brought forth the darkness. The reason Clarence was willing to assist in transforming the darkness within the young girl, despite Aberforth's lack of any price paid, was simply because she found the girl appealing. Upon her resurrection, Ariana appeared far from the frail and emaciated figure depicted in the portraits. The healthy, golden-haired, blue-eyed girl, even without having fully matured, already exhibited hints of extraordinary beauty. The spirited determination in her brow added a resolute quality to her demeanor. This realization was not altogether surprising, given that Dumbledore and his brother Aberforth had been exceptionally handsome in their youth, and even Aberforth's son, Credence, was remarkably handsome. Thus, as the sister of those 2 brothers, Ariana could hardly be lacking in beauty. Her previous frailty was merely the result of the darkness's insidious influence, which had long hindered her health, leaving behind portraits that portrayed her as a shadow of her true self. Ultimately, Clarence was inclined to assist in transforming the darkness within the girl, swayed by her beauty. Furthermore, the reason for the inadequacy of vacant rooms within the old residence is due to the stubborn presence of Dumbledore and Aberforth, who refused to leave, coupled with the recently revived Ariana and Clarence. Thus, how could a single old house possibly accommodate such an abundance of rooms? The following morning, during breakfast, Clarence noticed the absence of one individual. Upon closer inspection of the two dining across from him, particularly sensing the lack of a magical contract surrounding Dumbledore, he curiously inquired about Aberforth's whereabouts so early in the day. Young Ariana, having emerged alongside Clarence, was naturally unaware of her elder brother's absence in another realm and wondered where he had ventured off to instead of sharing breakfast at home. However, not only did Ariana lack knowledge of Aberforth's location, but the parallel Dumbledore and Aberforth seemed equally oblivious, which struck Clarence as peculiar. He opened his mouth, poised to question whether the old man had ventured to Hogwarts, when a sudden realization dawned upon him. His gaze shifted to Dumbledore across the table, a profound smile forming on his face. This expression and look sent chills down Dumbledore's spine, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. "Dumbledore, where do you suppose your other self might be at this very moment?" Clarence remarked, deliberately casting a glance at Ariana. Initially, Dumbledore was taken aback. Yet upon noticing Clarence's intentional gaze towards his sister, he swiftly recalled something important, abandoning his breakfast to apparate away to an unknown destination. The urgency of the moment left little room for thoughts of breakfast. If he delayed any longer, he might find himself wearing a rather unfortunate green hat. Observing the darkened countenance of the parallel Dumbledore as he vanished, reminiscent of someone whose corner had been turned, Clarence couldn't help but chuckle. "I hope the two Dumbledores do not go too hard on each other," he mused. Aberforth, sensing the unfolding situation, had a rough idea of what was transpiring but was not particularly concerned at that moment. Were it not for Clarence's intention to resurrect his sister, he would have preferred not to encounter his brother at all. His true focus lay on the newly revived Ariana and his son, Credence. Thus, while attending to his sister, Aberforth wore a look of hesitation directed at Clarence. "What is it you wish to say, you old goat?" Clarence inquired without lifting his head. Upon hearing such an appellation, Aberforth's lips twitched involuntarily. He was torn between anger and restraint. For the terrifying magical pressure he had sensed the previous evening had made him acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Clarence. As for why Aberforth felt incensed by being referred to as an old goat, that remains a matter of intrigue. Does the term old goat carry any negative connotations? For others, this designation may hold no particular significance, yet for Abufus, it is distinctly derogatory. Since childhood, Abufus has cherished the tales of Dirty Goat Blanc, fostering a unique affinity for goats. Particularly after the loss of his parents and sister, he has come to view goats as emotional substitutes, attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil through their care and, at times, mistreatment. Due to this peculiar sentiment towards goats, those who harbor ill feelings towards him often resort to calling him old goat, a veiled attempt at humiliation. Unable to express his anger while simultaneously being in need of assistance, Abufus could only manage an awkward chuckle. "It appears that the relationship between my counterpart in another realm and yourself is rather strained." Chapter 101. The Prisoner of Parallel Azkaban. "Indeed, it is strained. Especially upon realizing that the price you charged me for that wine far exceeded 3 times the market rate. I nearly leveled the Pig's Head Tavern. Such unscrupulous acts are certainly within my capacity." Thus Abufus harbors no doubts regarding whether his parallel self has ever deceived Clarence regarding galleons. Indeed, galleons, for the prices of drinks in his tavern, are generally exorbitant. Upon learning of the poor rapport between his counterpart and Clarence, Abufus found himself at a loss for words regarding his subsequent request. However, unwilling to surrender without a fight, he hesitated for quite some time. As breakfast concluded and he observed Clarence preparing to leave, he hastily voiced his plea. I wish to request your assistance in resurrecting my son, Creston, who died at a very young age. I miss him dearly, and I implore you to." His words were abruptly cut off by Clarence, who inquired about the price Abufus was willing to pay for such a favor. Abufus cast a glance at the ancient wand resting prominently on the coffee table, hesitating for an extended period before resolutely stating, I can offer a portion of the bloodline tied to the contract between the Dumbledore family and the Phoenix, to exchange for the revival of Creston. Every member of the Dumbledore bloodline can summon a Phoenix in times of need, but due to my inadequate abilities, I have never been able to call forth my own. Nonetheless, the bond with the Phoenix remains within my lineage. Our family possesses a method to extract this contractual power from our blood. I believe that as a powerful being, you would be able to summon your own Phoenix immediately upon acquiring that contract. After considering his words, Clarence shook his head, indicating it was insufficient. Had it been during his time as a student at Hogwarts, Clarence might have been easily swayed by the old goat's cunning rhetoric, ultimately accepting such terms. What does this imply? It suggests that the old goat intentionally used persuasive language to mislead Clarence into believing that the contract between the Dumbledore family and the Phoenixes merely required a powerful descendant to summon their own Phoenix. However, the true condition for summoning a Phoenix is not solely based on strength, but rather on the necessity of the moment. What circumstances would qualify as a necessity? And what criteria must be met to summon a phoenix? In essence, there is no guaranteed method to summon a phoenix. It is entirely a matter of fate. The notion that one could summon their own phoenix simply by being powerful is misleading. While such a possibility exists, the odds are only 50-50, if that. Furthermore, it is not to say that once a contract is signed, summoning a phoenix becomes impossible. Rather, the likelihood of successfully doing so diminishes significantly. Thus, possessing only a 50% chance to summon a phoenix is hardly sufficient for Clarence to consider it a worthy price for resurrecting Creston. In truth, Clarence speculated that if she could secure the contract associated with the phoenix within the Awakens lineage, she would be able to summon her own phoenix immediately. This was evident from Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, who displayed a fondness for her, not to mention her own array of innate abilities. Therefore, upon obtaining the contract, she had a substantial chance of directly summoning a phoenix. However, this was her own capability and had little to do with the price Awakens was willing to pay. This was the primary reason she deemed it insufficient. To put it candidly, she was attempting to exploit Awakens' ignorance of the actual circumstances to gain additional benefits. Awakens, the old goat, was undoubtedly aware of the intricacies of the contract between the Dumbledore family and the Phoenixes. Thus, upon hearing Clarence's outright refusal, he clearly wished to persuade her further. However, when she exposed the uncertain conditions necessary for summoning a phoenix, Awakens realized that she was informed, at the very least aware that the contract between the Dumbledore lineage and the Phoenixes was not predicated on strength. At this point, the old goat had no choice but to be forthright. His previous attempts at manipulation had already crossed a line. If he did not promptly offer a greater price, he risked losing her willingness to assist in resurrecting his son. Given that the Phoenix contract was insufficient, he resolved to add a method of forming a contract with the 4 ancient elemental kings, believing this would suffice. Awakens continued to sweeten the deal. Oh, the method of forming a contract with the 4 great spirit kings. Upon hearing this, Clarence expressed his astonishment, saying, "It is said that your Dumbledore family initially sought to contract with the Fire Spirit King, but by a twist of fate, it was the Phoenix that ended up being drawn to you." Albus, taken aback by Clarence's knowledge of this matter, inquired how he came to know such a thing. What Albus did not articulate was that the story of how the Phoenix was attracted instead of the Spirit King was known to very few, even within the Dumbledore family itself. I discovered this in the book Born Noble, Proud of Blood, which chronicles the history of your Dumbledore lineage. Albus sighed, expressing his helplessness. I wonder if our ancestors were out of their minds to speak of such matters so openly. Regardless of how you came by this information, these 2 conditions combined should be sufficient to enlist your assistance in resurrecting my son, correct? Clarence feigned a look of indecision, contemplating the probabilities involved. However, I have agreed to the resurrection of Creston. I must, however, caution you that the materials required for the resurrection must be gathered by you, and additionally, the ritual will necessitate your son's soul, or even a portrait will suffice. Of course, Albus gritted his teeth and requested that Clarence provide a list of the necessary materials, which he would promptly procure. Observing Albus's demeanor, Clarence scoffed derisively. Humph, old goat. Putting on such a display as if you would spare no expense. Who are you trying to impress? Do not think I am unaware of the profits your Pig's Head Tavern generates. Thus, this list of materials, in light of your amassed wealth, is but a trifling sum. Chapter 102, The Prisoner of Parallel Azkaban. The expenses at the Pig's Head Tavern are indeed high. Yet Albus's primary source of income does not stem from drink sales, but rather from the myriad of gray and black market dealings conducted within his establishment. His principal revenue derives from these dealings, which, while fraught with risk, also promise substantial returns. As for this individual brazenly engaging in such enterprises within his own tavern, does the Ministry of Magic remain oblivious? The Ministry is undoubtedly aware, but chooses to turn a blind eye, harboring no desire to intervene. After all, Albus has not gone incognito. The illustrious Dumbledore name is far too conspicuous for the Ministry to dare disrupt. Furthermore, Albus possesses considerable strength himself. After all, he was able to confront both his brother Dumbledore and Grindelwald during his youth. Without some measure of power, would he have dared to engage them? Even during their adolescence, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald exhibited remarkable talents, being prodigies of exceptional caliber, thus their prowess was undeniably formidable. In such circumstances, the audacity to confront these 2 was a testament to Aberforth's innate gifts and abilities, which were indeed quite extraordinary. Consequently, bolstered by the illustrious name of the Dumbledore family and his own considerable strength, Aberforth managed to conduct his shadowy dealings in his tavern with a sense of stability. Over the years, how much galleons had he amassed? While the specifics remain unknown, it is certain that the sum was substantial. The materials required for Clarence's resurrection ritual are notoriously challenging for an ordinary wizard to procure. However, for the affluent, acquiring them is a matter of merely spending a few more galleons. With Clarence's list of necessary materials in hand, Aberforth, before departing, inquired whether his sister Ariana wished to stay with him. Yet, before Ariana could respond, Aberforth himself shook his head, explaining that his tavern was filled with an eclectic array of chaotic individuals, making it far too tumultuous for her. He suggested she remain in their ancestral home, where he would return to renovate the house and add some furnishings. Strangely enough, shortly after his departure, two house elves unexpectedly appeared in the old residence. Following their explanations, Clarence and Ariana learned that these elves had been purchased at a considerable price by Aberforth, specifically to care for his recently resurrected sister. With the elves' assistance, life in the old home became significantly more manageable, alleviating the need for them to perform mundane tasks like boiling water through magic. As Clarence measured Ariana's physical dimensions, intending to craft her a suitable wand, a distinctive sound signaled the arrival of someone using apparition at the entrance of the courtyard. To his surprise, alongside the two familiar figures, there was an unfamiliar presence. Those two were, of course, Aberforth and Dumbledore, but the unexpected companion was none other than Grindelwald. Clarence was taken aback by Grindelwald's arrival, though he was not surprised by the disheveled appearance of the two Dumbledores. Once the three entered the house and settled down, Clarence, eyeing the radiant Grindelwald, teasingly remarked, "So, facing two former lovers, do you not relish in double the delight?" Grindelwald nodded candidly, admitting that the experience of dealing with the two Dumbledores was indeed quite pleasurable. There was no sense of unfamiliarity upon meeting Clarence for the first time. Rather, it felt akin to reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. It is likely that even before she and Albus unexpectedly arrived in this parallel world, he had already foreseen their coming. After all, their presence could potentially cause significant, even irrevocable, alterations to the original trajectory of this world's fate. Thus, individuals like Grindelwald, endowed with the gift of divination, had probably already prophesied the arrival of Clarence and Albus. In fact, Clarence had surmised that Grindelwald's true purpose in coming to Newmungard and seeking her out in Godric's Hollow was indeed tied to the magical network. As expected, after savoring a sip of the hot tea brought by a house elf, Grindelwald revealed his intentions directly. When faced with an entity such as yourself, all deceit and pretense become utterly meaningless. You must have anticipated the purpose of my visit. Thus I inquire whether you would entrust me with the responsibility of disseminating the magical network. Seated beside Grindelwald, Dumbledore wore a look of utter bewilderment, evidently unaware of what his old paramour referred to as the magical network. Upon hearing Grindelwald's inquiry, Clarence refrained from responding immediately and instead turned her gaze to Albus. Did you divulge the existence of the magical network to him? Subsequently, Clarence articulated her certainty about Albus being the one to inform Grindelwald. It did not surprise her that Grindelwald could predict their arrival. Indeed, he might have learned of the magical network's existence through prophecy, but he could never fathom its true nature. Therefore, it must have been you, Albus, who revealed it to him. Albus did not deny it. Our world is fortunate. For you, Clarence, exist within it. However, in this parallel realm, your absence renders it unfortunate. I can foresee the dismal future that awaits this world, which is why I shared the information about the magical network with him. I hope he can harness its power to alter the future I envision for this world. The existence of the magical network may indeed be the singular opportunity to transform this parallel realm. Moreover, I believe he possesses the capability to effectively propagate it. Upon hearing Albus's assertion, Clarence let out a derisive laugh. Ah, so now you can harden your heart, can you? If you are able to do so now, why did you not side with Grindelwald back then? Had you chosen his path all those years ago, perhaps the magical community would be a different entity today. Chapter 103, The Prisoner of Parallel Azkaban. Albus did not exhibit a significant emotional reaction to her tone. Rather, he calmly articulated an alternative possibility. Perhaps the magical realm may no longer exist, rendering the divergence between Gale and myself inevitable. He dares to believe that the future will not deteriorate to such an extent. Yet I cannot share that belief. Therefore, I cannot dare to believe, nor do I wish to. For if I were to stand alongside him, the most dire outcome would likely transcend the mere disappearance of the magical world. The unspoken words of Albus resonated with all present, save for Ariana, who remained oblivious. However, the existence of the magical network is distinct, for Clarence has already harnessed it to effect change in our world. Given the certainty of the answers at hand, any sacrifices made would be worthwhile. The future lies before us. All that remains is to steadfastly pursue this path. Yet the journey that Gale and I undertook years ago was fraught with thorns and uncertainties. Thus, the existence of the magical network is entirely different. Clarence cast a glance at Grindelwald. I harbor no doubt regarding his abilities, nor do I question his capacity to succeed. I could even grant him the authority to disseminate the magical network. However, I fear you may not yet comprehend the magnitude of sacrifices required should circumstances devolve into the most catastrophic scenario. The bleakest possibility entails sacrificing over 80% of all beings in the world, and it is crucial to note that these beings are not solely humans and wizards. If he were to possess a power akin to mine, only a handful of lives would need to be sacrificed to showcase an unparalleled strength, thus instilling absolute terror among all beings. Conversely, should Grindelwald's power wane, the sacrifices would grow ever greater. Therefore, Albus, have you truly considered the implications of this world in Grindelwald? In response to Clarence's inquiry, the other four present felt a chill run through them, particularly Ariana, who trembled involuntarily. Aside from the uninformed Dumbledore and Ariana, both Grindelwald and Albus had indeed contemplated and roughly analyzed the potential sacrifice involved. However, their estimations concluded that the number of sacrifices would amount to merely tens of millions, or perhaps over 100 million, should the worst-case scenario unfold. Yet now, in stark contrast to Clarence's assertions, the disparity is as vast as the heavens compared to the earth. It is essential to recognize that, at this juncture, the global population has reached a staggering 5 billion, and this figure is not even precise. The reality is likely to be even greater. Albus and Grindelwald's vision, at its worst, might only lead to the potential sacrifice of over 100 million lives, akin to the devastation of World War II. However, what of Clarence's vision? The figures she spoke of exceeded 80%, nearing 40 billion. How could such a number be fathomed? Grindelwald murmured in disbelief. Upon witnessing Grindelwald's astonishment, Clarence disdainfully remarked that in her world, the advent of the magical network had ushered all Muggles into the realm of magic. Yet, under her advisement and insistence, Muggles did not abandon their pursuit of technological advancement. Rather, both the realms of science and magic progressed in tandem. Despite this, the advancements in Muggle weaponry were nothing short of astonishing, with destructive power escalating to terrifying levels. In her world, even while balancing the research and development of both domains, such progress was evident. It was unfathomable to think of the repercussions for the Muggles in this parallel universe, who were singularly focused on technological development. Hence, Clarence dared to predict such monumental sacrifices. Should they truly provoke the Muggles, the entire world could face annihilation. Moreover, it was not only Grindelwald from this world who remained ignorant of the advancements. Even Albus, who accompanied Clarence, was oblivious to the extent of ordinary people's weaponry. Therefore, I urge you to contemplate this matter thoroughly and return to me once you have reached a deeper understanding. Having said this, Clarence rose to return to her room, intending to continue crafting a wand for Ariana. Your Excellency, regarding the dissemination and popularization of the magical network, Al and I will deliberate further. However, might I inquire if you would permit Al and me to utilize the magical network? Grindelwald implored. Notably, the Al he referred to was not the Albus who had arrived with Clarence, but the Dumbledore from this parallel universe. Upon hearing such a request from Grindelwald, Dumbledore had initially considered inquiring about the nature of the magical network, but swallowed his question. His gaze shifted to Clarence, eager to discern her response, hoping that her agreement would soon unveil the mysteries of the magical network. If you wish to connect to the magical network, it poses no issue, Clarence replied, imparting the incantation for linking to the network to Grindelwald and Dumbledore. She then summoned her Patronus, Gabby, granting the two the necessary permissions to connect. As for whether Gabby's presence in this parallel universe would affect the usage of the magical network by individuals from the original world, there would be no impact. She had already established contact with her student, Windsor, shortly after arriving in this parallel realm, and the response indicated that everything remained normal. Upon reflection, it was clear that no issues would arise, for Gabby was inherently unique. She is the guardian spirit of Clarence, and due to Gabriel's blessing, she underwent a miraculous transformation, ultimately serving as the vessel for the magical network. Thus, her unique existence remains unaffected by the constraints of parallel dimensions. In fact, it is the beings of the parallel worlds that face limitations, lacking the authorization to connect with the magical network. However, this is not a significant issue. It merely requires Gabriel to facilitate access. Upon the connection of Dumbledore and Grindelwald to the magical network, Clarence unexpectedly received a telepathic message from Gabriel, revealing that, in addition to the two, there was another request for connection to the magical network. This application originated from the young girl seated beside her, Ariana. Clarence cast a surprised glance at the girl, pleased by her transformation, and responded to Gabriel with her thoughts. Once permission was granted, Ariana was able to connect to the magical network as well. With all three connected, Clarence returned to her room to continue crafting wands, not remaining to instruct them on the various functionalities of the network. The platform already provided comprehensive tutorials and legal guidelines, rendering her guidance unnecessary, especially with Albus present. Should any issues arise, Albus would be there to resolve them. Additionally, although Clarence had not specifically advised Grindelwald, Dumbledore, or even Ariana in this world, Albus cautioned them to refrain from making any statements on the magical network for the time being. More precisely, he advised that their names should not appear on the network, as each bore the tag of their respective parallel world, intended to distinguish identical entities across dimensions. As for when they might freely appear on the magical network, that would depend on when Clarence officially announces the existence of parallel worlds within the network. Albus's reasoning was primarily aimed at averting any potential issues or complications, as the existence of parallel dimensions is not something everyone can readily accept. To prevent any disturbances in his own world, he felt it prudent to advise Grindelwald and the others in this realm. If he believed that Clarence's personal declaration of the existence of parallel worlds would eliminate any problems, he was correct. For Clarence, with her formidable power and esteemed reputation, possesses the ability to maintain calm and rationality among the populace. Should such composure falter, she has numerous means to restore everyone's tranquility and rationality. Thus, matters concerning parallel worlds can only be proclaimed by Clarence herself. No one else can assure that complications will not arise. Grindelwald and his companions are indeed obedient, adhering strictly to Albus's reminders, for otherwise, they might truly forfeit the opportunity to utilize the magic network. Such a magnificent creation, if it were to be lost due to their own actions, would undoubtedly lead them to regret profoundly. The more they engage with it, the more they comprehend the grandeur of the magic network. Indeed, in their eyes, this creation transcends mere power. It is a marvel that deserves to be described as magnificent, reflecting its true essence. While the myriad potent functionalities of the magic network are worthy of mention, it is the ability to cast spells through its assistance that truly enlightens them. It clarifies why Clarence and Albus's world could successfully reconcile the inherent contradictions between the magical and muggle realms. Even if the magic network possessed no other capabilities, its function of facilitating spellcasting alone would suffice to deem its existence as extraordinary. The trio cherishes this rare opportunity deeply. When Clarence emerged from the room once more, Grindelwald had already departed, returning to Nurmengard, where he immediately summoned his followers. Without delving into the substantial impact the resurgence of the Saints organization had on the European magical community, let us return to the old residence in Godric's Hollow. Clarence presented the newly crafted wand to Ariana, encouraging her to give it a trial. Observing the remarkable compatibility between the wand and Ariana, Clarence expressed her satisfaction, indicating that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this wand would accompany her throughout her life. She also shared the materials used in its creation, particularly the unique core made from one of her own hairs. As for the rationale behind using her hair as the wand's core, it can be said that Ariana, having been resurrected by Clarence, carries a profound connection to her, even her very essence having been transformed into one of light by Clarence. Thus, Clarence's influence on Ariana is substantial, extending to the very core of her spirit. It is precisely this bond that prompted Clarence to utilize her hair as the core for the wand. The results affirm that the wand's compatibility with Ariana is nearly flawless. Do not disdain this wand simply because its core is crafted from my hair. Regardless of the perspective one considers, I can no longer be classified as merely human. Rather, I belong to a realm akin to the demigods. My hair possesses a power far exceeding that of magical creatures and extraordinary beasts. Thus, the potency and function of this wand are immensely formidable, incomparable to an ordinary wand, even overshadowing that of the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. This is evident from your compatibility and utilization of the wand. As I utter these words, I cast a disdainful glance at the Elder Wand languishing on the coffee table. May I attend Hogwarts? I have long envied my older brothers for their opportunity to study there while I remained at home. Ariana tenderly caressed her new wand, her eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at me. Of course, your elder brother is now the headmaster of Hogwarts. It would be no trouble at all for him to grant you special admission as a transfer student. Clarence replied with a smile, observing the young lady's mental state. It seems that, after the subtle transformation of her attributes, influenced by the essence of light, Ariana's condition has improved significantly. At the very least, she has become much more vivacious, unlike when she was first resurrected, rendered mute, and unwilling to utter a word. In truth, Ariana's psychological and emotional turmoil did not solely stem from this subtle influence. It was also due to the trauma she endured at the age of 6, when her use of magic was witnessed by Muggle children, leading to her persecution. The physical harm inflicted upon her was indeed less severe than the psychological scars left by their words. Following that incident, Ariana lost control over her magic, giving birth to the essence within her. Later, a catastrophic loss of control resulted in the death of their mother, leaving the 3 siblings bereft. Thus, upon her resurrection, both her mental and emotional states were in disarray, compounded by the influence of that essence. However, after Clarence thoroughly transformed the essence within her, and with the influence of light, the young girl's mental and emotional state began to exhibit a positive shift. It is not to say that the influence of the light essence could restore her to complete normalcy. After all, due to her actions, her father was imprisoned in Azkaban, ultimately perishing there, while her mother died as a result of one of her magical mishaps, the weight of her parents' deaths, both of which she inadvertently caused. is a trauma that cannot be mended by the mere influence of light. Moreover, Ariana's desire to attend Hogwarts is not as simple as Clarence might suggest. It is not that her elder brother, the headmaster Dumbledore, is unwilling to provide her with special admission as a transfer student. It is, rather, the issue of Ariana herself that prevents her from attending Hogwarts for her studies, despite appearing remarkably composed and normal since her resurrection. This FAOD belies the lurking danger of potential instability. Should she lose control and unleash a surge of magical energy, the devastation wrought would be terrifying, even with the presence of a benign entity within her. Thus, considering Ariana's propensity for unpredictability, the notion of her attending Hogwarts becomes untenable. One cannot help but fear for the safety of numerous young witches and wizards should she succumb to such chaos, until there is a guarantee of her controllability. Or at the very least, an assurance that she poses no threat to her fellow students. Her attendance at Hogwarts is out of the question. Albus Dumbledore would never permit it, even for his beloved sister, as he bears the responsibility for the safety of all students within the institution. Given the existence of the benign entity within her, conventional methods to prevent magical instability have proved ineffective. The only viable solution would be for a powerful individual to closely monitor her, ensuring that she could be swiftly restrained or aided in the event of a crisis. This begs the question, could one simply deny her the opportunity to attend Hogwarts? In truth, such a denial is not feasible. Rather, it is essential for her to engage with others. Interaction with a broader circle of peers would significantly benefit her condition. Hogwarts, populated by students of varying ages, represents the ideal environment for Ariana. Dumbledore cast a troubled glance, recognizing that Clarence was undoubtedly aware of the risks associated with Ariana's instability, yet he still posed the question, perhaps as a means of offering comfort or genuine intent to allow her to attend Hogwarts. Observing Dumbledore's conflicted expression, Clarence resignedly suggested that Aberforth could accompany her to Hogwarts, where he could be assigned some form of employment. Before Dumbledore could respond, Clarence interjected, suggesting that if Aberforth was reluctant to close his tavern, he could simply hire someone to oversee it, as finances were not a concern, and Aberforth would likely relish the opportunity to care for Ariana. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words, ultimately agreeing to consult Aberforth on the matter. However, even if Aberforth was amenable to accompanying Ariana to Hogwarts, his attachment to the Pig's Head Tavern would not be easily severed, and thus, he would seek a means to keep the establishment operational. Whether he would heed Clarence's advice and hire someone to manage the tavern or devise another plan, it was clear that this was not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Moreover, it was likely that Aberforth would request Clarence to resurrect Credence, and it would indeed be peculiar if he did not pursue such a course of action. It was precisely because of his foresight that he understood Albus Dumbledore's inability to accompany Ariana to Hogwarts in the immediate future. Thus, Dumbledore harbored little hope that Aberforth would be able to join her, at least not in the short term. Indeed, Dumbledore's apprehensions were well-founded. He had a profound understanding of his younger brother. When Aberforth returned at noon and they gathered for lunch, they discussed the matter. The outcome revealed that Aberforth was quite willing to care for his sister at school. However, despite the tavern's issues being manageable over time, Credence was still awaiting his assistance in gathering materials for resurrection. In summary, Aberforth could accompany her to Hogwarts, but not at present. They must wait until Credence was revived. Upon receiving Aberforth's response, Dumbledore shifted his focus to Aberforth and Clarence. While Aberforth expressed a desire to accompany them, he was unable to provide continuous oversight for Ariana, especially within the confines of the school. His unique situation necessitated a degree of discretion, particularly in the presence of this world's Dumbledore. Otherwise, it could lead to significant complications. Thus, the optimal course of action was to minimize visits to Hogwarts. Under the gaze of the four Dumbledores, especially the glimmers of hope and expectation in their eyes, Clarence found the food before her suddenly unappetizing. She surmised the thoughts of the two Dumbledores and Aberforth, even believing that she was the most suitable companion for Ariana at school. Glancing at the young girl, she instinctively swallowed her initial refusal. While she could indeed oversee Ariana, she felt it necessary to clarify her position. At this juncture, she directed her gaze towards this world's Dumbledore. I shall only care for Ariana. I will not involve myself in anything else. So do not attempt to manipulate or exploit me, for if you provoke me, what I can unleash would be far more terrifying than Voldemort. Remember, this is not my world. Before this world's Dumbledore could respond, Aberforth nodded in deep agreement, suggesting that if necessary, Ariana could attend Beauxbatons Academy in France. Aberforth, possessing an intimate understanding of his elder brother, was well aware of his true nature. Thus, upon hearing Clarence's warning, concern crept into his heart. He feared that his brother might indeed consider using Clarence's formidable powers, placing his recently revived sister as a mere pawn in his schemes. This was not merely Aberforth's suspicion. He was absolutely certain of it. After all, given Dumbledore's character, would he truly refrain from exploiting Clarence's immense capabilities? If he were to refrain from such actions, it would indeed be rather peculiar. After Abufus finished speaking, Clarence unexpectedly added a remark of her own. While I hold a deep affection for Ariana, I shall not permit anyone to dare scheme against me. If need be, I would simply take the young girl back to my world. As for what fate awaits you here, Clarence merely scoffed, refraining from elaborating, yet her demeanor suggested that the outcome would likely be unfavorable. Thus, the Dumbledore of this realm found himself compelled to ponder the consequences of provoking her, weighed against the costs he would incur. Indeed, he had not entirely dismissed the notion of scheming against Clarence. Rather, he was contemplating how to maneuver without inciting her ire. Ariana, would you care to accompany me to another world? She inquired. In that realm, the distinctions between wizards and muggles have dissolved. Everyone possesses the ability to cast spells. Moreover, in that splendid world, your elder brothers await, and I could even resurrect your parents. Clarence's inquiry, sharp as a dagger, genuinely sought Ariana's thoughts. It appears that Clarence, much like Abufus, harbored similar suspicions, convinced that Dumbledore would certainly contemplate some form of manipulation, prompting her to solicit Ariana's perspective in advance. This probing question effectively extinguished Dumbledore's prior intentions of scheming against Clarence. Upon weighing the pros and cons, he realized that while leveraging Clarence might alleviate numerous troubles, the potential horrific repercussions far outweighed any benefits. Dumbledore understood that if he were to dare manipulate her, the wizarding world would likely face annihilation at her hands long before any war could erupt between wizards and muggles. Such consequences were beyond his capacity to endure, prompting him to entirely abandon any thoughts of exploitation. Regrettably, whether or not he truly relinquished those notions, Clarence would always remain wary of him. With matters now settled, Clarence took Ariana to Diagon Alley for shopping in the afternoon, accompanied by Abufus. Dumbledore had prepared a list of textbooks for Ariana, corresponding to the 4th year, indicating that she would enter Hogwarts as a transfer student, directly embarking on her 4th-year curriculum. Given that she was only 14 at the time of her death and remained so upon resurrection, it was only fitting that she assumed the role of a 4th-year student. Upon their arrival via apparition, they discovered that although the start of the school term had long passed, Diagon Alley was still bustling with activity, creating a lively atmosphere. Regrettably, young Ariana found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the bustling atmosphere, clinging tightly to Clarence's arm, appearing quite timid. During their shopping excursion, accompanied by Albus and Clarence's remarkable presence, they naturally attracted considerable attention. Some individuals seized the opportunity to greet Albus warmly, hoping to engage with Clarence and Ariana, yet they received no acknowledgement or response from either. Albus had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny, while Ariana was too shy to engage, even daring not to meet their gaze. Consequently, they exuded an air of aloofness, prompting some onlookers to withdraw. Amidst the attention, a small altercation unfolded when the trio unexpectedly encountered a confrontation between Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley. Seemingly stemming from a significant disagreement, the two stood in the street, on the verge of physical conflict, indicating the seriousness of their dispute. Witnessing Arthur's predicament, Albus felt compelled to intervene, for no matter the realm, Arthur was one of his own. It would have been remiss not to assist a comrade in distress. Unbeknownst to Albus, the Weasley couple from their world had firmly aligned themselves with Clarence. With Albus mediating, the quarrel between Lucius and Arthur eventually dissipated. However, just before departing, Lucius inadvertently cast a glance at Clarence and, for reasons unknown, collapsed into unconsciousness. This unexpected turn of events prompted Arthur to abandon his inquiry about Clarence and instead rush over to witness the spectacle. After all, it was a rare opportunity to observe an adversary in such a state, and it would be a pity to miss out on such entertainment. Regrettably, he had not brought a camera to capture the moment. Clarence, disinterested in the fate of this world's Lucius, who was, after all, not her subordinate but a loyal servant of Voldemort, paid him no mind and continued her shopping with Ariana. Later, Albus inquired if she truly did not care about the fate of the elder Malfoy. After receiving a cold glance in response, Albus grasped Clarence's sentiments. Once their shopping was complete, the trio returned to the old residence in Godric's Hollow. After tidying up and having Ariana change into her school uniform, Clarence transported them to Hogwarts. There, in the presence of the 4 house heads, Ariana underwent the sorting hat ceremony. After all, she was a transfer student directly admitted by Dumbledore, and the commencement of the school year had long passed. It would be unreasonable to gather all the students solely for the induction of one transfer student. Thus, the sorting had to be conducted privately, with a brief announcement to the students during dinner in the Great Hall later. However, before the sorting hat could even be placed upon her head, Clarence had already silently tampered with it, leaving Dumbledore astonished by the outcome declared by the hat. The other 4 heads of houses exhibited no reaction to the result of Ariana being sorted into Ravenclaw, as they merely perceived her as a 14-year-old transfer student. They did not even recognize the connection between her name and Dumbledore. Indeed, Dumbledore had concealed Ariana's surname by employing her middle name as a pseudonym. The heads of houses remained oblivious to Ariana's true surname, which explained their indifference to the result. However, Dumbledore's reaction was markedly pronounced. In his family, akin to the Potter lineage, any member attending Hogwarts was invariably sorted into Gryffindor, a tradition upheld even by his brother Aberforth. Yet now, with his recently resurrected sister being placed in Ravenclaw, Dumbledore could not help but harbor suspicions regarding the sorting outcome. Nevertheless, regardless of his conjectures, the sorting hat had declared its verdict, and such a declaration was immutable. After Ariana's sorting, Dumbledore proceeded to explain that due to her special circumstances, Clarence would oversee her during her time at the school. To persuade the heads of houses, he even invoked the presence of the Silent Guardian as justification. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, the Silent Guardian within Ariana had indeed revived alongside her. His words were merely a pretext to secure the agreement of the heads. Coincidentally, Clarence retrieved an underutilized credential from the pendant box, a document that symbolized his identity as a healer. Chapter 107. The Prisoner of Parallel Azkaban. The credential bore the magical seal certified by St. Mungo's Hospital, leading the heads to harbor no suspicions after inspecting it. However, Severus Snape, who recognized Clarence's true identity, was taken aback. Becoming a legitimate healer proved to be more arduous than attaining mastery in potions. To elaborate, a certified healer could simultaneously be a master of herbology and potions without the need for examinations or significant accomplishments. Presenting the credential sufficed to establish their expertise in these fields. Conversely, masters of herbology and potions were not necessarily qualified as certified healers. The therapist must master all methods, techniques, and means of treatment, which include both herbalism and potion making. Moreover, it is not sufficient to merely grasp the basics of these fields. One must attain a level of profound proficiency. Even so, during the final examination, one's fortune ultimately plays a crucial role. It is evident how arduous the journey to becoming a certified therapist truly is. Severus Snape, for his part, felt a profound lack of confidence in his ability to apply for the position. Although he is a master of potion making and has some proficiency in herbalism, he lacks expertise in healing spells and enchantments. Thus, he was taken aback upon discovering that Clarence, hailing from a parallel world, held the esteemed title of a certified therapist at St. Mungo's Hospital. The emergence of such a young healer must have caused quite a stir in their world. Snape's conjecture was indeed accurate. Clarence, at such a tender age, had not only passed the examination to obtain the official title of therapist, but had also set a historic record as the youngest healer in the magical realm. It is likely that this record will remain unbroken for the foreseeable future. Given the unique circumstances surrounding Ariana and the presence of Clarence, a certified therapist from St. Mungo's, the four heads of houses harbored no doubts. They readily agreed to allow Clarence to accompany her for enrollment. Furthermore, in order to facilitate her care for Ariana, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick offered that the two could reside not in the Ravenclaw common room, but in the accommodations specifically prepared for nurses adjacent to the infirmary. Of course, should the common room be deemed more beneficial for Ariana's recovery, they could opt to stay there. However, for the safety of the other students, it was decided that they would have to reside separately. Ultimately, Clarence resolved to live in the Ravenclaw dormitory with the young girl, as the primary reason for bringing Ariana to Hogwarts was not only her own request, but also the desire for her to engage more with others, which would aid her recovery. Thus, Clarence naturally chose against residing in the infirmary's nurse quarters. Professor Flitwick, upon hearing Clarence's decision, welcomed the two with open arms. Setting aside Ariana's situation, he sensed within Clarence's delicate form a power as formidable as the abyss itself. As one with a hint of fairy blood, Flitwick possessed certain innate abilities that allowed him to perceive the immense strength of Clarence. Faced with such a powerful witch, particularly one who was a healer, he was most eager to welcome her. If a student from the academy encounters any troubles or issues within the dormitory, they can directly seek assistance from Clarence, ensuring a heightened sense of security. To illustrate in an exaggerated manner, if Voldemort were to return, it is likely that the only truly safe haven within Hogwarts would be Ravenclaw, where Clarence resides. This sentiment of safety is one that even Dumbledore, should he reside in Ravenclaw, would not be able to instill in Flitwick. Indeed, Flitwick has discerned Clarence's formidable power, which surpasses even Dumbledore's. When considering their magical abilities, it is evident that they do not belong to the same echelon. While a wizard's strength cannot solely be gauged by their magical power, the magnitude of their magic does offer insight into their overall prowess. In simpler terms, a wizard with great magical strength is not necessarily a powerful one, but a wizard with weak magical abilities will undoubtedly lack strength. The essence of magic is rooted in the interplay between the mind and magical energy to manipulate reality. And while one can bolster their mind, magical power remains fixed. Unless altered through other means, a wizard's magical capacity will solidify upon reaching their peak. The greater the magical power, the more potent the effects of spells. Conversely, weaker magic may prevent even the casting of more demanding spells. In such circumstances, discussing strength becomes moot. Even if Clarence's magical prowess is only a rough indication, it greatly exceeds that of Dumbledore, placing them in entirely different realms. Thus, Flitwick perceives Clarence to be more powerful than Dumbledore. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Clarence deliberately reduced his height to match that of Ariana, and his appearance became slightly more youthful. This was a preparation for their upcoming classes together. As the two followed Professor Flitwick to the Ravenclaw dormitory, neither Clarence nor Albus was aware of Lucius Malfoy's recent encounter in Diagon Alley. Malfoy had suddenly collapsed in the street and was kindly taken to St. Mungo's hospital for treatment. However, the physicians at St. Mungo's found themselves at a loss regarding Lucius's unconscious state, unable to identify the cause of his condition, thus leaving them incapable of providing any remedy. Were it not for their magical tests confirming that Lucius was indeed in a state of unconsciousness, they might have suspected he was merely feigning it. Before the physicians at St. Mungo's could devise a treatment for Lucius, the hospital was soon inundated with numerous patients exhibiting similar symptoms. The commonality among these patients, much like Lucius who arrived first, lies in their state of unawareness, undeniably. Another shared trait is their pure blood lineage. Yet, these patients exhibiting identical symptoms were merely discovered and brought to St. Mungo's, leaving the fate of others in a similar plight, who remain unnoticed, shrouded in uncertainty. Although some physicians pondered this dilemma, they found themselves powerless, compelled to focus on treating those who had already been admitted to the hospital. Chapter 108. The prisoner of Parallel Azkaban unexpectedly for the physicians, just as they were grappling with the challenge of awakening these patients. Each individual began to rouse from their stupor, particularly in the ward occupied by Lucius Malfoy, his wife Narcissa. Upon receiving the distressing news of her husband's public collapse and subsequent transport to St. Mungo's, hastily set aside her affairs and rushed to the hospital. Regrettably, the physicians could not ascertain any ailment afflicting Lucius. They were baffled by the cause of his unconsciousness and could only collaborate on potential treatments. Later, Narcissa learned that numerous other pure-blood individuals had also been brought to St. Mungo's under similar circumstances. Beyond their noble lineage, these individuals bore another layer of secret identity. This revelation instilled in Narcissa a sense of foreboding, as she contemplated whether her husband's condition, along with those of the other purebloods, might be entwined with Voldemort. Lucius surprisingly regained consciousness. Upon realizing his current location, Lucius refrained from elaborating, quickly organizing his belongings and requesting Narcissa to use apparition to escort him home. He had begun to surmise the cause of his sudden unconsciousness but felt it unwise to divulge such matters in St. Mungo's, thus yearning to return home swiftly. Noticing her husband's grave demeanor, Narcissa hesitated not, brandishing her wand to perform the spell. However, before she could fully draw her wand, darkness enveloped her, and she too succumbed to unconsciousness, mirroring her husband's earlier state. Lucius, enduring the weakness coursing through his body, embraced his fainted wife. In the midst of concern, he discerned a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, realizing that Narcissa's condition paralleled his own, and that she too would awaken in due time. Consequently, he invoked a magical contract to summon a house elf, instructing it to transport both himself and his wife back home. As anticipated, Narcissa not only awoke swiftly but did so in a shorter duration than Lucius had. Upon regaining consciousness, she required no explanation from her husband. She instinctively grasped the situation at hand. Even she surmised that those purebloods previously sent to St. Goban likely shared a predicament akin to her own and her husband's. It was reasonable to assume that they, too, had grasped the reasons behind their sudden unconsciousness. The cause of their abrupt fainting spell stemmed primarily from Lucius's inadvertent glance at Clarence. Did they truly believe that the oath of fealty sworn by Lucius and his fellow purebloods to Clarence in that other realm was as simple as it appeared? Indeed, the crux lay within that alternate world where Lucius and his companions had pledged their loyalty to Clarence, accompanied by a certain magical contract. This contract, even within a parallel universe, would exert a binding effect, irrespective of whether Lucius and his peers in this world had personally sworn allegiance and established a pact. Naturally, since the contract was not enacted by their own declaration in this realm, it remained dormant until they beheld Clarence. Upon laying eyes on him, the magical contract activated automatically. Furthermore, under the unique constraints of this contract, they were endowed with the complete memories of their counterparts in Clarence's world. However, the merging of two identical beings' memories was hardly a straightforward process. Thus, during the memory fusion, they experienced a state of profound unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, Narcissa, having comprehended the entire situation, turned to her husband Lucius and inquired about their next course of action. Should they seek out the young master? Lucius remained silent, gently massaging his forehead in an attempt to alleviate the confusion plaguing his mind from the memory integration. Let us refrain from visiting for the moment. I shall confer with the others before making a decision. The differences between our worlds are substantial, and it is uncertain whether the young master would accept us from this realm. Lucius speculated that Clarence might not linger long in their world and would not bring significant changes to it. Therefore, whether to visit now required careful deliberation. And at the very least, they should consult with the other pureblood families. Upon hearing her husband's sentiments, Narcissa held a differing perspective. I believe the young master is a benevolent sovereign. If we approach her and elucidate our circumstances, she would not neglect us. Consider how stable and joyful our lives were under her guidance in that other world. And what of our existence in this realm? Reflect on the hideous dark mark emblazoned upon your arm. Contemplate the retribution we face from the Ministry of Magic and the British magical community following the fall of the Dark Lord. While we may appear to thrive on the surface, the reality is that our situation has deteriorated to a dire extent. Given our current situation, what is there left to deliberate? It would be far more prudent to hasten our visit to the young master. I believe her benevolence will aid us in extricating ourselves from this predicament. Lucius, however, wore a bitter smile at his wife's suggestion. Had he not considered this possibility? Indeed, he had. Yet the matter was far from the simplicity that Narcissa proposed. Upon acquiring the complete memories of another self in that alternate realm, Lucius understood that the success of his counterpart's allegiance to Clarence was merely a fortuitous convergence of circumstances. Furthermore, Clarence at that time genuinely required allies, and it was this amalgamation of factors that allowed for mutual acceptance. To honor Clarence's acceptance, the other self, along with the other purebloods, had employed a highly unique oath ceremony passed down through their lineage, establishing a binding magical contract of considerable potency. In essence, Clarence's acceptance was contingent upon a multitude of factors, which allowed the other self and fellow purebloods to be embraced. However, in their current world, Clarence lacked any rationale to accept them. On the contrary, accepting them would only invite significant troubles. Setting aside other considerations, this alone precluded the possibility of Clarence embracing them. It was hardly as simple as Narcissa suggested. Did she truly believe that benevolence would lead to acceptance? Clarence's compassion was predicated upon their utility and potential benefits. After all, who would willingly invite a troublesome complication merely out of kindness? To elicit the kind of compassion exemplified by Clarence, one must be prepared to pay a price. Yet, what Lucius failed to perceive was that Narcissa's notion of benevolence bore an additional layer of meaning. This additional layer was that Clarence possessed emotions far more normal than those of Voldemort, compounded by the fact that in that other world, she had spent considerable time with another self and the others. Given the duration of their interactions, even a stone could be warmed. Thus, Clarence undoubtedly harbored some feelings for the counterparts from that alternate realm, even if it was merely a sentiment akin to that towards a convenient tool. Regrettably, Lucius did not grasp this nuance in his wife Narcissa's words, leading him to decide to consult with the other purebloods before making a choice. The reason for the regret lies in the accuracy of Narcissa's thoughts. Had they indeed sought out Clarence and requested her assistance, she would undoubtedly have extended her hand. As Narcissa had surmised, Clarence possessed a greater capacity for normal emotions than Voldemort, which rendered him more benevolent and, consequently, more nostalgic. However, this sentimentality hinged upon their willingness to seek help. Otherwise, regardless of how fondly Clarence might remember the past, he would not willingly invite a troublesome predicament upon himself. After all, they were merely inhabitants of a parallel world. Without delving into how Lucius subsequently conferred with the other purebloods, let us return to Hogwarts. Under the guidance of Flitwick, Clarence and Ariana arrived at the Ravenclaw common room. After consulting with the male and female prefects, they were surprisingly assigned accommodations in the storage room at the very top of the dormitory, a space designated for miscellaneous items. In response to Professor Flitwick's apologetic smile, Clarence nonchalantly remarked that having a place to stay sufficed. Flitwick felt genuinely remorseful. He was acutely aware of Clarence's formidable prowess, and it seemed wholly inappropriate to permit such a wizard, even more powerful than Dumbledore, to reside in a mere storage room. Although Flitwick had initially intended to provide them with a superior chamber, his offer had been gracefully declined by Clarence, yet he remained plagued by guilt, which was evident in his apologetic gaze. Unbeknownst to Flitwick, Clarence had become accustomed to residing in such a storage space during her studies in her own world due to extraordinary circumstances, which made her quite familiar with it. Thus, the serendipitous opportunity to inhabit that space once more was something she welcomed with delight. Flitwick personally escorted the two to the top floor and, upon reaching the storage room, turned to leave. The prefects had intended to assist in tidying up, but were politely rebuffed by Clarence, who insisted they could manage on their own. Once all outsiders had departed, Clarence cast spells to organize and clean the room, subsequently applying various protective enchantments at the entrance. With the aid of magic, the room was swiftly transformed, and their belongings were neatly arranged. Afterward, the two donned their school robes and, noting the time, realized dinner was approaching. Clarence took Ariana's hand and led her to the Great Hall. As they traversed the castle, Clarence provided a brief introduction to the environment within. Though their time in the dormitory was brief, The Ravenclaw prefects had proven quite talkative, and with the arrival of transfer students, news spread rapidly. Consequently, as they walked, they attracted the attention of every student they encountered, some even trailing behind them, likely en route to dinner as well. No one seemed to be startled by the sudden appearance of two unfamiliar faces within the school, as the students likely already knew about the transfer students. Upon entering the auditorium, Clarence led the young girl to an unoccupied spot at the Ravenclaw long table, choosing to sit away from the bustling crowd. It was not that he wished to isolate her from the other students. Rather, he believed that if she were to engage with outsiders, it should be a gradual process. After all, she had already encountered enough new faces for one day. Thus, they could take their time with communication and not rush into it. As more students arrived for dinner, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly boisterous, which inevitably heightened Ariana's anxiety and fear, showing signs of impending distress. Understanding that she could not simply sit in silence, Clarence realized he needed to divert her attention. He opted for conversation, but also sought to expedite their dining experience. Tapping his fingers on the table, he utilized his privileges within the castle to summon the house elves from the kitchen to bring them a meal, allowing them to eat and chat simultaneously. According to the school's regulations, meals were to be served only after a professor's announcement, at which point the house elves would deliver the food. However, it seemed that Dumbledore and the other professors had decided to grant students the autonomy to summon food during breakfast and lunch, allowing them to call upon the house elves for their meals. This meant that while students, including the newly arrived first years, were accustomed to waiting in hunger for dinner, Clarence's unexpected meal drew the attention of many. As students noticed Clarence and the young girl dining, curiosity sparked among them, prompting some to attempt summoning food themselves. Unsurprisingly, their efforts yielded no results. Intrigued by Clarence's ability to conjure a meal, some contemplated approaching him to inquire, yet no one dared to take that step. It was not shyness that held them back. Rather, the earlier curiosity regarding the identities of the transfer students, or their captivating appearances, had led to a moment of hesitation. As they approached, they seemed to forget their intentions, returning with bewildered expressions, only to later find themselves contemplating another attempt. After several back and forths, a few perceptive students began to notice the peculiar behavior of their peers, ultimately pulling aside those unfortunate souls and recounting their earlier strange actions. From this moment on, no one dared to approach, including the students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Some students, having ventured forth only once, returned with bewildered expressions and never attempted to rise again. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these students exhibited vacant stares, their pupils dilated, trapped in a state of utter oblivion.